Welcome back. After that short break, we're getting into our first series of games today. Remember, these are knockout games as a lower bracket, so Team Spirit against Beastcoast. One of these two teams will be headed home at the end of this series, and I have with me a panel of three fine gentlemen who are going to try and predict who that's going to be before we then watch the game and discuss it afterwards. That's the format of these things. T.
Beastcoast.
You think they're going home?
Oh, no, the other way. They're going to win it.
I see.
I'm just going to do or die from the start. Why not? I don't normally do this, but I'm just, SA doing well in upper bracket.
Okay.
Beastcoast, they did pretty well in groups.
Do you think it's going to be infectious?
Yeah. I think they're going to have that pride come bleed down in. I remember they were happy to see them doing well, so I think...
Do you have to say the word bleed? Is there a reason that you use the word bleed? Is it because...
Go on.
Is it because they knocked out EG? Is that why?
You got me, Jenkins.
Is that where that's coming from?
Me.
You just had to do that underhanded.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, they did great. They knocked out EG.
They did.
They finally, they put NA, in the
In the bin.
Yeah, in the bin. Yeah. I was like, did I say this?
Come on.
I'm just finishing this sentence. I'm not a part of it.
TSM just 2-0'd OG. Show some goddamn respect.
Yeah, TSM's doing great, and I think they'll also get to the top 3 in this tournament.
Look, T, you're really overestimating Beastcoast's chances here, in my opinion.
I am.
They had 3 wins before they played EG.
Let me give you some stats, Kev, because I'm going to back you up here, brother. They're the second lowest win rate team in the tournament, 32%. The only team below them is EG.
And Mind Games.
Well, yeah. And
Don't forget about them.
But
was
they're
not able to log into
They're
the
the
team
third.
account, yeah.
They're the second lowest of the teams that turned up. Let's put it that way, okay? And they've also got the most deaths.
Look, I
can understand that
the other
one.
night, huh?
I did go drinking with them.
So do you have some slight bias towards how nice they are?
They're top lads.
There we go. Another Beastcoast fan in the room.
Taught me a couple of Spanish
Yeah,
phrases
they're
that I won't repeat on air.
Look, guys, the Beast Coast, they have some potential. They can win some games, but I think they have late game execution. Their late game execution is literally Lincoln Spheres. I would not be surprised if you ran the stats that they buy more Lincolns than any other team, and that is because they make positional mistakes in the late game, and they need that item to protect themselves. Like, Hector often dies once or twice in these like late game sieges that are throwy, and it really costs them big time. So I just, after watching Team Spirit yesterday play 3 amazing matches, I just don't think Beast Coast is on the same tier. I think this is going to be a clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0. Jenkins, what do you think? We're all intrigued.
Well, I casted the Spirit series, and they looked pretty good, dude.
Yes.
I mean, they're against Tundra. Tundra's looking...
That was such a great series.
They're looking spooky, and Spirit was... the thing with Spirit, though, is I do feel like throughout this tournament, they have had certain games where, like, their drafts just don't look like a Spirit draft for whatever reason. Like, they're trying things, I guess. It feels bad to, like, be the TI winners. Obviously, everybody has, like, copied your stuff, and then still feeling like you have to go back to it can kind of feel bad. Like the Mars, the Magnus and stuff, but like they're winning when they get their TI stuff. They really are. Like, they look extremely good, obviously, but then when they pick the other stuff, they can look rough.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but they hadn't played as much as a lot of the other teams coming into this major, had they? Like, I remember people saying that they'd sort of taken some time or whatever.
I've heard that.
It's because the DPCU season got delayed for Eastern Europe, so they didn't get to play till this qualifier right before. They played a couple other things, but they didn't have the rigidity of 1 match a week to keep them fresh,
So do you think that's affected, obviously, Jenkins, you're saying when they get their heroes that they were obviously had played a ton on, then they're gold. But if they're trying to experiment, maybe they haven't had enough time, enough competitive matches to really solidity those things.
It could. I mean, I don't talk to them, so I don't know how much these guys are scrimming. So it really depends. I would imagine you win a TI, you probably feel like you need a bit of a break.
Right.
You probably feel like you want to play a little bit less.
Plus, all your heroes get nerfed if you win it.
All your heroes
every
get
time.
nerfed.
Every time your heroes get nerfed.
Well, let's come back to Beast Coast for a minute, because playing in a different region, that's something that that they've talked about. Sorry, so let's have a little bit. This will make sense once you see it.
Otra región que me gustaría jugar, en caso no sea Sudamérica, sería China. Me gustaría jugar China porque siento que aparte de la liga de PC hay otros torneos, hay más movimiento, más competencia, eso es lo que creo. Y me gustaría estar ahí, ¿no? Más constante, como que más metido en el juego.
So he's not saying, "Oh, I wish I was playing in China." He's saying that there's more stuff happening in those regions. So I think that's kind of also similar to what you guys are saying about Spirit. You know, they couldn't play those games, they couldn't get into them. Beastcoast, he's saying we need more. We need to be more like China. And do you think that'll help the SA scene?
I mean, it would give them more tournaments to play, more games to play. It's also a common complaint of the DPC seasons as a whole, is they wish there were more matches per week. So, I mean, obviously Eastern Europe is a unique case.
Yeah.
And there are tournaments in other regions as well. But yeah, he just wants more matches to play. I think it would probably help Beast Coast a little bit because I think the only matches they did play was DPC going into this. But with that said, they still were kind of mediocre results in the previous 2 seasons. They got 3rd place twice in a row. They won their regional finals, which was excellent for them for DPC points, but they are still looking a little underwhelming.
So I haven't seen much of Beast Coast because they were a Group A team, so I apologize for that. But would you describe them as a team that is fast? Do they play fast, or do they tend to play for the late game?
No, I think they're in the nicest way possible, they're like a scrappy team. When you look at their draft, they just got like a lot of skirmish in them. They want to kind of get into you, take the fight. And like Purge mentioned earlier, that type of play, when you go into the late game, unless you have perfect positioning, those type of drafts get picked apart by these teams like Tundra and Spirit. So for sure, that's why you can't favor them in a lot of matchups. But when they get their heroes and they're just riding that wave, it's so much fun to watch. But yeah, that style doesn't like win you majors, it wins you games, but I'm hoping to see them maybe kind of tone it back a bit or kind of just fine tune it, and then we'll have a competitive
because
series.
Looking at the Tundra games, when Tundra beat Spirit, their 2 games, the wins were in 33 minutes and 44 minutes. The one that Spirit won was a 60-minute game. And a lot of people have been saying Spirit are a slow team. They like to kind of build up. You know, they're not like a run at you from minute 1 team. They get farm on their cores, and that's how they win the games. Do Beast Coast need to end these early because they're not going to beat Spirit late?
That's the problem, I think, is that Beast Coast, I feel like Beast Coast can get a gold advantage against almost all teams at the tournament, but I feel like they're going to often throw it away with small mistakes late in the game. So if you're playing ultra late game against Spirit, I think you're going to have trouble. When Spirit played against Thunder Awaken in the tiebreakers, Thunder Awaken got massively ahead from the laning stage, but Spirit did a bunch of cool stuff to keep themselves in the game.
Yes, they did.
Until they could eventually win it, or I don't remember if they ultimately won that game or not, but they
won game 2.
They made it very, very close, basically.
And game 1 was very close as well. Like for how far behind they were, they kept in the game more than
they really did.
Most other teams could possibly do. Like they basically executed flawlessly to stay in the game because the game looked like a complete disaster.
So I'd be surprised if Beast Coast could limit their mistakes all of a sudden. Obviously, it's their problem. They need to fix it, and they're probably aware of that. But I just feel like it's one of those things that Beast Coast has been struggling with a long time that a lot of other teams are perfecting slowly over time.
I feel like their drafts are not like the heroes that they typically like to play are not ones that are the like early game death ball pace heroes. Like you don't see Beast Coast playing like Visage or Nature's Prophet that much. Like these don't scream to me like these are Beast Coast heroes, and I think that's also a bit of a problem that like Spirit has had as well, is that the new meta heroes are not necessarily their style, and then when they do go back to their style and they just say screw it, like we're not going to do this new meta shit, let's just do our stuff, then they look really good.
Talking of style and looking really good, let's talk to Tsunami.
All right.
Another flawless throw. So it's the last 2 days here in the hotel, and I wanted to give you guys a peek of how the sausage is made, because it takes a village to build an event like this, even before the arena begins. So what you're hearing me through right now, this microphone, is compliments of my audio guy. Hello. You said you were wearing the mask intentionally because you don't want me to dox you, and so I won't say your name, but just know that we're on a first name basis with one another because it's very important to know your audio guy well. Tell me some of your responsibilities around here.
Well, I'm basically just responsible for all of the local audio signals leaving here, and that the signals coming in are working so that you can hear the studio and talk to the studio and go on air. Then we have an audio guy in the studio that mixes the show, ships everything, and we have an audio engineer in the studio. Now they are calling for me.
And so clearly there's no communication going on because you're in the middle of something very important right now, and you can mess with how I hear myself as well, can't you?
Oh yeah, of course. Let's see.
So I've been told that you can do like if I hear myself on a delay, it becomes very difficult for me to speak. Is that accurate?
Oh yeah, of course. This is your channel to yourself, and we can go in and do some equalizing. We can do some compressing. We can put in some delay as well, if you want.
Yeah, give me some delay, because I wanna see if this is all it's cracked up to be. Also, if you're ever reading Twitch chat and you hear yourself be compared to the NASL sound guy, just know that is the highest form of compliment you can receive in Twitch chat.
Okay, you ready for some delay?
Hit me with it. Okay, and I will send it back to you, Pyrian Flax.
He's having a stroke.
Thank you, Tsunami.
Yeah.
Nice. It is a nightmare. I remember people in arenas sometimes when you're doing an interview. I remember Slacks doing one, and he was talking to some girl who was in the crowd, and she started talking, and as soon as she heard her voice back, she just said, and it's very difficult. Try it in the arena if you get the chance. Anyway, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with the first game in this series. Do not go away. Somewhere out there is a series winner. The only way to find it is to make them play against another team. Team Spirit against Beastcoast doing battle here on Tuesday morning, somewhere in Sweden. Who knows where? It's Stockholm, of course. And the draft has already begun. And luckily, we're here to break it down for you and enjoy it. Let's go into the draft. Someone push the button. Push the button. There it is.
Oh, there's
Draft.
there's no. So this is very interesting stuff so far.
Fascinating.
Interesting.
Time has frozen in Stockholm, actually.
Are the teams even in the lobby?
Wait, should we
You
freeze
forced
as
it.
well to
Forced
try and
it,
make
Ted.
people think the
Let's-
stream's broken?
Ted-
All right,
on-
no. This is my favorite way to fill. You're going to give me 3 heroes that you expect to see
Venom answer.
from Beast Coast.
Okay. Oh, wait. Let me get my notes open.
No, without
Oh
notes.
no. Okay.
Oh, okay. I can do that without.
I want Venomancer.
Yeah.
I want
Spirit. They
Snap
like
Fire?
Spirit Snap. Yeah.
and I want a. Let's go for a Mars.
Mars. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah.
No.
That Bloodseeker. Oh, I wanted that to be
Too
Bloodseeker.
late.
I was thinking.
Oh yes.
What?
There's already a
There's the
Snapfire.
Snap. That's one.
I would like to take Bloodseeker.
You're taking
please,
BS,
And
yep.
I'm going to go Tusk at some point
Tusk.
in the series.
Okay.
And final pick.
Fudge.
Yeah, give me the Pudge.
You want a Pudge?
Yep,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
want the
You
Pudge.
never know.
That's double points actually in this game.
Burian, give me a Batrider.
Yeah.
Throw me a quick Sven.
Yeah. Get a spin in there.
Go ahead and toss me a Templar Assassin.
TA. All right.
Ted, I would like to solve the puzzle, please.
Solve away.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
It feels more like a takeaway order. Like
what
I'm
is
popping out
East
Mac.
Coast Gaming? Ted?
What about him?
It was a
That was
Jeopardy answer.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I thought we were playing Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
actually.
Yeah, that's a different show.
Yeah, Jeopardy, you don't ask for letters. That would be something. Grimstroke, okay. This has been a popular opening, the CK Grimstroke combo.
It is. I feel like Team Spirit's strength right now is the games is when they have these like stunner gank combos. They get a lot of pickoffs. They're picking a lot of Sand King for collapse. Those lanes have been good, like Sand King Mirana. Wouldn't be surprised to see that squeeze in later as well. That's a hero I definitely expect to see. I predicted heroes for Beastcoast. Was that what we were supposed to do?
Yeah, just Beastcoast.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, for Spirit, there will be a Sand King eventually.
The thing for me, Spirit, they did play the CK yesterday against Tundra, and they lost that series. And I think their version of playing CK was they were flexing it between carry safe lane, carry and off lane, and then they didn't cover themselves with enough of the pushing potential to get the CK that wins his lane to join the fight. They kind of fell flat a little bit. So I'm looking to see the adaptation on this, where maybe they have the elements of more aggression to play with a CK, because Collapse, he was top net worth after 10 minutes, but the rest of his team, unfortunately, not able to do it. And there's the
There's
Bloodseeker.
that Bloodseeker. Kev's got
My prediction. I was gonna do it without you, so
Okay,
but
that's
I'll
fair.
give you points.
Can we share? Can we
Yeah,
have,
we'll
you
share.
take 1 point, I take like 0.1 point.
I mean, if there's extra points that T can get, then I'm cool with this deal. But
Nobody
I
cares.
still want full points.
But me and Purge do. My mum does. She's watching this right now. She's like, oh, my son just
No,
got
she
1.1 points.
She ain't watching.
Okay, so like, that was my dad.
He ain't watching. He's got important work to do in the shed. Trust me.
Switch trains.
Mow the lawn. Plunge the
Oh, it is a
toilet.
Tuesday. Is he retired?
No, he works from home.
Works from home?
Yeah.
Well, he's got important work to do then.
He
Definitely
does.
plunge in the toilet.
Probably up in the office now watching it. Anyway, we've got the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, this is a hero that Beastcoast has been picking a decent amount for Hector. EG plays it too sometimes, but I would say Beastcoast is having okay success with it. It seems fine, but they haven't been like dominating. But it does give them some laning viability, makes their team fights a little easier when they rupture off. But just standard Bloodseeker stuff, Maelstrom, BKB, and then like I said, the Lincolns usually. And that's usually what's important against these like chain stunner lineups, because somebody has to go first to do the stun, and it's followed up with Grimstroke, Inkswell. So probably we'll still see a lot of Lincolns this game from Beastcoast.
It also secures your safe lane, because Beastcoast, they haven't run the Bloodseeker in any other role other than carry so far, so I'm assuming they're not going to break that mold yet. And if it is a CK off lane, it's the war of attrition between two cores that both have kind of sustained, right?
All right, I'm going to make a prediction.
Go for it.
Yesterday, Toronto, Tokyo, yawning a lot, looked very tired. Early morning for a Dota player because it's before lunchtime. And Team Spirit definitely looked pretty ropey in that first game. And if I remember rightly, he had a pretty bad game. So I'm going to say that the sleepiness is going to turn into a dub for Beastcoast in this series. I'm calling it now.
I can confirm in the hotel my neighbor is actually Toronto Tokyo.
Mine's Miposhka.
Oh my, okay, but for me, every morning at like 8:15, I hear boom, 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 boom on the door. Clearly, it's the manager trying to wake up Toronto Tokyo. Like, come on, buddy, you gotta win a major here.
I
2 days
was
in a row.
2 days in a row, same time, give or take, wake him up.
I was on the elevator with Miposhka. He looked very tired.
Was he asleep on the floor of the elevator?
He was very asleep.
But I saw Collapse this morning, and he had a skip in his step. He said,
Did he?
"Good morning," and he rushed into the elevator, pressing
Well, he's
the
been-
floor to the player lounge.
He's been popping off.
He has.
Yeah.
So,
Getting a good amount of sleep is very important, kids.
yeah, it is. Like, Chris Luck was not sleeping last night. That much. Partying hard.
Was he actually?
No, I wasn't.
No,
No,
Yeah,
we're
something
not
like
gonna.
He had a nice,
Slander.
Yeah,
I
what-
was
what's
having a
this?
drink at 11 p.m. 2 days ago, but
he had a nice
Yeah.
supper and then went to bed early.
oh, very
He
responsible.
did hand me his entire dinner though, and then I grabbed it and he started laughing at me. So he's still on the loafing train. If anybody remembers that.
I do.
I love
Always on
the
the
res-
lookout.
Love the respect from Spirit though, banning out this Venom monster. I know that Beastcoast, they've had, I think they're one of the only teams to have played it other than maybe Thunder Awaken as well. They've also tried it. And it has varying success. The 2 games recently they played, they actually lost, but they have been picking it quite randomly.
So it's only the South American teams that pick Veno.
Yeah, I believe it's like 4 picks total in the region so far, or in the tournament, and it's all from SA.
He comes from, if I remember rightly, Venomancer comes from the jungle, and there's a lot of jungle in South America, the rainforests and stuff like
Might
that.
be right.
Do you think he's like the spirit animal of the continent?
It's common in NA as well to beat enemy
There's not many
carries,
jungles
The
in-
spirit animal of South America is Huskar. Like, that was
You think that's
the
more?
SA mid hero forever. In EU, it's the Broodmother. So that's about the equivalent of that. There's not many NA Huskar spammers. It was all SA for a long time. Huskar's kind of like a
A hard
jungle
hero,
guy.
to be fair. Mechanically intense.
Well, they
Armored
committed.
toggles.
I mean, that's 3 bans that they committed to defend the Chaos Knight here: Venomancer, the Phoenix percentage damage, and the Underlords. So probably gonna be carry for Team Spirit. Doesn't have to be, but looks likely with that
Shadow Demon.
Overall, really nice pickup for Beast Coast right now. It's the Rupture, Monomer Kisses on top. Any form of disruption or save kind of disjoints that initiation. You'll obviously be able to dodge Blood Right as well.
And it's a bit of a block pick because Beast Coast in almost all their DPC games, they were actually picking SD first phase all season. They kind of ignored the meta of like Death Prophet and stuff like that. It was a bit interesting. But so I think it's like a 2-layered thing. Gives them defense, also counter picks or pick steals away from Beast Coast. So there's probably Gojira, aka Schofield's hero.
Yeah.
There's the Whisper Bat Rider that Jenkins predicted.
Bro, I like this. I think Bat Rider offlane is really solid. They've been doing a bunch of buffs to the hero that just scream to me that it should be a side laner.
Were you not watching, correct me if I'm wrong,
I was.
a replay
I was.
of their bat off?
I was watching some Whisper Bat, and it
Yeah.
looked good. Bro, he did the same build. And I may have watched him do this or something in pubs, but he did the same build that I was doing. And so I was just, of course, I was like, I love this build. You go Tranquil Boots if your lane is bad. If your lane is good, you just rush Drums. You get a Null for the mana. You get a Bracer for the tankiness so you can survive in the lane. This guy, he's fast, man. Barret's 310 move speed base now. His attack range is good. His base damage is good. And they go with Slardar, a fairly unpicked hero.
Yeah, we've hardly seen Slardar at all.
Yeah, OG's been trying it out a couple times with varying success, but the main thing here is it's the Grimstroke combination with the Inkswell, that fight. And going back to the Bat Rider quickly, I like the fact that you can go for, Boots of Bearing. You're not trying to go for a BKB rush.
Boots of Bearing.
Yeah, you're not trying to go Blink. It's more about you join your team and you go for the fight. And I think Beast Coast, they're so scrappy. These
You
heroes.
run around with like small stat items,
Yep.
and you legit just napalm people, and they have to run away from you. That's the idea.
In this case, it's Rupture plus Flame Break plus Lasso plus Toss. Very likely support Tiny. They're gonna like rupture one guy and just throw him around till he bleeds out.
Yep.
And that's why I'm a little bit worried for Spirit in regards to like Slardar. You naturally win most lanes if you're in the right matchup against melee heroes, but then the transition after lane is still trying to farm. You normally go like Mask of Madness, or you even greedier games, you do like Midas Blink if it's in like a pub scenario. But in regards to the majors so far, it's been Mask of Madness, then Blink. It's like 16, 17 minutes of like farming, unless you're like.
How many of
altering
those
the game.
games are ATF though playing that?
It's
Because
like-
I feel like
it's like 2 or 3,
the
yeah.
ATF build.
I feel like it's a little bit too greedy right now, though, because he had one game where he had a great laning stage. He got the Mask of Madness
He
and then
farmed.
Blink. But no, he fought with it, but then it delayed his BKB.
Yeah,
and then he
exactly.
had this, like, 5 to 10 minute window where his initiations didn't quite work well because he wasn't magic immune. So I almost wonder if you should just skip that Mask of Madness, go Blink,
Straight
fight
Blink,
a
yeah.
little
Bro,
bit,
it
then
definitely
get BKB.
it definitely can feel like a grief to go Mask of Madness. You're totally right. Like in the off lane, I mean, with OG I guess it's different, but in the off lane your other cores are going to take farm priority over you, right?
It can also feel like a grief though if you go straight for the Blink Dagger, look for some fights, and you're missing that
That's
extra
also
bit of
a
damage,
grief.
right?
Yes, yes.
And that's why for Spirit right now, it's Toronto Tokyo. His mid hero needs to be that follow-up damage, like some Void
Slaughter's-
Spirit-esque hero.
Slaughter's legit like kind of hard because of that.
Don't
Yep.
you guys also feel, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong here, but Team Spirit seem to be very single target focused here. You've
That's
got
true.
CK, you've got Shadow Demon, you've got Slaughter. You
But
tend to
if
go
they,
on one
if they
hero.
do go on a single target,
Oh, it's dead.
they're dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
he dead.
You pick anything, you get any items, that hero's dead.
You lose a fight outside Roshan, the Roshan's also dead.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you're gonna get an Aegis pretty quick.
Yeah, they've got Reality Rift plus Slardar, so lots of Mimes armor. What if Beastcoast does some tricky stuff and like swaps Bloodseeker to 3, puts Bat mid, and then picks like an illusion carry to solve this problem? Would that be
Like a
sick,
Naga
or
Siren, for example, who we've seen a few times. How does she do in this game?
Maybe she get pressured too much by the Slardar. Like the Slardar lane is still going to be hard, but surely Illusion Swarm later would be good. Am I wrong here?
Medusa also looked well.
Kev, I'll agree with you, but I don't know anything, so...
And if you do pick an Illusion here, they have an SD, so that part's kind of bad. But
Yeah, that is
Just a bit slow. I think for Beast Coast, it's more forward-thinking style of play. They want to be in your face.
Well, they haven't got long here. Is that a Wyvern ban? Yeah, that makes sense. And they've banned Lena.
why Wyvern ban?
Because they're all going to be grouped up, right?
Well, yes.
They're going to be running around as 5, killing everything.
Oh, they're all physical damage. So
It's all
Golden-
physical
Golden
damage,
Brace
yeah.
is actually good this game.
And CK will just like melt anybody.
That's true.
But you do have the SD counter.
And it's something they've picked before as well. They've played around with Rubik as a solution. I don't think it's going to be Rubik, but their solutions to deal with Grimstroke have been kind of abstract, less direct. So Rubik sometimes, it could be Chris Luck playing, or Chris Smile playing Tiny, but
See Chris Smile now?
yeah.
Gojira.
Chris Smile,
Should've told
really?
them that last night.
Nice little Pangolier.
Okay. I like this. Good team fight. It's going to be magic immune, disrupt the team fight, pressure, Grimstroke, SD. I like it.
I'm very afraid for Team Spirit because CK and Slardar, even though they have strong lanes, that doesn't instantly pivot to invading the jungle and taking fight. It's more use that success to find your next item. And that is a window in which a Pangolier, the Snap, the Tiny, these heroes, they can run at you. So the supports as well on Spirit might have a little bit of trouble in these earlier fights positioning.
And here's the SK. You called it. There will be a Sand King.
SK mid then?
Yep.
Yeah, it is
Yep.
gonna be
Mid
SK
Sand King. That gives them some team fight.
Yeah.
Beastcoast is waiting.
And tower defense as well. The early Sandstorm defending these towers.
Secondary initiator too with the Inkswell. Pretty powerful.
All right. Prediction.
I actually do kind of favor Beast Coast lineup.
You're
because-
going BC?
Yeah, they've hit the heroes that they want to be able to skirmish. The last time that Beast Coast had success was that victory against EG with this exact style. It was Bloodseeker, Snap, Batrider. They had 2 different heroes, but the element of winning lanes and just pivoting throughout the map, they played it exceptionally. And maybe Spirit's a little bit too weak. They rely on kind of time to get online. They're
Okay.
very good then still.
I like the Beast Coast draft. I think it's a little better. I'm not the biggest fan of SK mid, but I just feel like Team Spirit's going to beat them. I just
You
have a
just
hard
think
time
that
saying anything
they're
else.
that bit better.
Yeah, I just think they're going to play in late game, especially with all these instant stuns.
Yankees.
All right. My terrible, useless take on this, as I can't see the drafts, I'll try to remember, is I think that Beast Coast, I really like the Pango. I like the fact that there are 3 melee cores against him. I think he deals really well with them. However, I don't think Beast Coast is going to make it through the laning stage. I think Spirit's laning is really strong, and they're going to win off of that.
Okay. Well, with that all being said, let's throw it over to our casters. It's Shannon, Suns fan, and it is Trolls, Cinderin. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Shannon, Suns fan with Cinderin here
I was gonna say he said your name a little bit better.
for
That's
the
okay.
best of 3 between Beastcoast and Team Spirit. The lower bracket loser goes home or just stays in Stockholm for a little bit longer without playing Dota.
The loser goes Stockholm.
Wow, that was actually a good pun. I feel like you shouldn't do that this early because now it's just downhill from here.
I think it can only get better.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree on that as we're in the game now. So Bloodseeker, I have to say, Beast Coast draft, this is going to sound negative at first. It's quite cheesy, I feel like, but I love that because I agree with the panel that Spirit are probably just a better team overall. This is going to be kind of an uphill battle. But you have so many different synergies with Bloodseeker Rupture. You got the Toss, you got the Lasso, you have even Scatterblast if you get the Shard later on. Like, very cool stuff from Beast Coast. It feels a very aggressive lineup as well.
Yeah, and it's them, right? This is their team identity. This is the kind of lineup that I want to see Beast Coast running. Team Spirit, I think, have a, like, I don't want to call it a stronger draft, but it's very meta with this, like a lot of these stuns, these skirmish combinations, the Chaos Knight, which is an absolute top-tier pick right now that they got their hands on. But I think the type of lineup Beast Coast has is one that can dismantle these heavy stun early pressure lineups, just because I think both Pango and Batrider are total wildcards in a game like this. With some sort of momentum with the right items, they can just outpace Spirit's lineup, actually. But at the same time, I think Jenkins was very right about this. If Spirit win their lanes, it's going to be an uphill battle for Beast Coast the whole way to recover, because the heroes don't play very well from behind.
Yeah. But we'll see if they can get out of the laning stage. And Team Spirit, even though they're in the lower bracket, they have looked pretty good. It's not like TI level good, but I think some other people have thought the same thing, where they have kind of picked some stuff that maybe isn't normal for them. It feels like they're maybe slightly experimenting. I don't know if that's not giving their opponents enough credit, but some of it has definitely not worked the way that they were at least originally hoping for, because if it were, they wouldn't be in the lower bracket already.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel like it's just not like perhaps that elite level you're expecting, but this is a team that can recover and pick up steam during the tournament. At TI as well, they weren't one of the favorites by any means, and they just, you know, went on a hot streak, started getting really, really good, and having some very good ideas. I'd also say out of the CIS or Eastern European region, they're probably the team that is the most creative, which is very important if you want to go for deep runs in a tournament. The guy you saw in the picture there just a moment ago, Yatoro, had the most ridiculous hero pool at TI. He played so many different carries, so they weren't like pigeonholed in their strategic.
Wasn't it like all the way, like in the playoff stages at TI, it was something like he hadn't picked a duplicate hero until like lower bracket finals or something crazy.
I think he played 14 different heroes in a row or something.
Insane.
On carry, which he's not the only player in the world that can do that, but there's very few teams that are willing to draft like that, where they have that many strategies and that much confidence in mixing things up. So that also has me confident that if Spirit get off to a good start in this series and ultimately perhaps win it, then they're the kind of team that can build.
I mean, that's another thing.
Still go for a deep run from round one.
We've kind of talked about before, just the flexibility of players, not just the ability to play them, but like you said, the team's willing to pick it. Because if you look at, not to harp on EG, but picking very similar heroes every game, it doesn't mean they can't play other heroes, because we've seen them dominate, like whether it's Abed or Arteezy. But if you're only picking the same things in officials, then I feel like long-term that's not a good idea.
And I think a lot of the teams you've seen have success at TI. It's not always like this, because there's been different versions, right? You would have, for example, at earlier TIs like TI3, Alliance it didn't have an enormous hero pool, but they just had so many. Oh, hang on, we'll wait with that.
Gojira.
Huge trouble.
Just gonna say he's dead. Synderen gets it. Okay, the Avalanche was quite good, but he's gonna get chased by the entirety of Team Spirit. There's the crush. Smile is in the area. Okay, Cookie might save him for a little bit. Gojira looks to be A-okay. I was incorrect as always, Synderen. Just taking words out of your mouth now. Chaos Bolt holds Smile in place. Miposhka getting chased down by Whisper in the meantime.
I think he's dead.
Lots of damage being done. Miposhka, sticky napalm, Avalanche to follow, and first blood the way of Beast Coast. And of course, of all the people to get it, is the one that they had originally initiated on, Gojira.
Yeah, and honestly, just uncharacteristic there from Team Spirit. They did not have the clutch timing of the disruption into Slithering Crush.
Yeah.
He mistimed it. He got stunned by the Tiny, and they get to create the distance. They have to chase very far to get the Chaos Bolt, and it gives time for rest of Beastcoast to reinforce and save there. So starting off the game with a mistake like that, not a disaster by any means for Spirit, but no, that's one of those things where you just feel like they usually don't miss those, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
A little bit of mistiming.
Let's talk about this mid lane.
We're in the morning.
This is the strangest mid lane that we've seen in a little bit. We got the Pango mid for Chris Smile and Toronto Tokyo playing the Sand King. So typically Pango, it feels like a hero that just tries to survive against most matches, but against melee, maybe a little bit better off. But then again, it is a Sand King who loves playing against melee because of the caustic finale.
I think this lane is super difficult for Pango. I'm curious to see how Toronto skills this. If he's just going to max out Burrow Strike, actually, with just 1 point Caustic, or if he's going to put more points in Sandstorm, because I think it can be really oppressive in this lane. Whenever Pango goes for CS, just stun him, hit him, get a Caustic proc on a creep, and you just control the lane very, very well. So far, so good, though, for Chris here. 6 CS to the 7 of Toronto Tokyo, so pretty even. But I would imagine this is only going to get worse. And Sand King, obviously, also very good at farming the small side camp. So one luxury you do have as a mid-Sand King is you push out the wave exceptionally fast, and you can easily start stacking that small camp minute too. And this blocked for neither team, so I think Toronto should come out with an advantage here. He's missed
already
1 creep from the first 3 waves.
Yeah, 11-1 versus the, I guess, soon to be 8-0 for Pango. Yeah, we'll see how this progresses. I mean, Pango's not a hero that can take the little camps as fast as Sand King. Is Gojira getting gone on here? Shadow Poison's applied. That'll be a death one way or the other. So Team Spirit now on the board. As you can see, the stack successful for Toronto Tokyo. Now, talk to me about just mid Sand King in general, because as we're seeing a lot of damage with the Caustic Finale, but it's essentially the same build as off lane, but you're just getting your items way faster, is my experience from seeing this.
Yeah, and then you have the luxury, because you're getting items faster, then when you get to the later portions of the game, you can start getting luxury items that Sand King 3s usually don't get, like Octarine Core, for example, so you have the stun more frequently, or you can start building in towards, so like whatever utility your team needs, you can buy Hex. In some cases, you might even see Sand King upgrade a potential Yules into Wind Waker. You know, all these like options that you have that sometimes have value.
Right.
This is a potential nice Wind Waker game, right, against Bad Rider, for example. So perhaps we're going to see that later on.
Yeah, very true. That's
They're going to go for top.
Yep.
Whisper.
Yatoro gets tossed into the avalanche. He has 4 stacks of Sticky Napalm. I think that Beastcoast wanted to try to focus on him. Sticky Napalms continue to come from Whisper. Looks like they might get a residual kill onto Gojira, but with 6 stacks on Yatoro, just a couple more right clicks. But Whisper, he needs the vision, and he'll get it finally with that last right click. It's a 2-for-1 across the board because of the bot lane. Oh. That is a big kill on the CK.
I love the way Beastcoast set that up. This is how you want to play your Bat Rider dual lane off lane. You want to get that big wave into tower, and then you want to go for the dive when you have 2 or 3 stickies. Spirit's lane, fortunately for them, and obviously something they've set up, both have counters to Bat in the sense that there's a stun and a disrupt, so they delayed the kill a lot and got the trade. And now Yatoro's back, and we'll get another one here. We'll go to Mipushka, though.
And bot lane, we've seen quite a bit of action as well as the Inkswell onto Collapse with the bash. Doing quite a bit of damage to Stinger on that Snapfires. K1 buffed up a decent amount as he's going to get crushed, though. I already popped a Fairy Fire, and that last right click from Collapse from basically 400 range as a melee. He'll take that
nice
every single time. Cookie, though, nice turnaround from Stinger. Nice little outplay there for him. But bad news in terms of the Bloodseeker, K1 dying there.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the harder lane matchups you can have as a safe lane Bloodseeker. Slardar is extremely powerful against basically every melee hero in the game that plays in the safe lane. And you're seeing why. You combo that with a Grimstroke, that's the longest range melee hit you'll probably see today.
Very slow motion as well.
But it was there.
And that mid lane, I mean, look at the CS, Endurin. That is quite the catch-up right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Chris Smile, 37-3 to 33-1.
Did he steal some of the small camp? We might have not caught that on camera. Like maybe he went over while Sand King was farming this and he actually just grabbed it.
Right. I feel like that must be the case.
That has to be what happened.
If you look at the net worth, they're dead even. So
yeah,
not as big of a discrepancy as we were originally thinking. So that's really good news for Beastcoast. But still Spirit with a 1K lead relatively early on, as we can actually see the graph here. Very nice.
Stinger's in trouble.
Yep,
but they
rotate there.
Never
That's
mind.
An early roll from C Smile, and that's going to be enough to save his comrade, and in fact turn this around and to collapse completely. So nicely done from Beastcoast.
Yeah, getting that early level 6 on the Pango, got it before the Sand King by quite a bit. So again, I think just stole that stack and puts it to great use here. So nice rotation, turning what would have been an easy Snapfire kill for Team Spirit into a death on the Slardar and bringing K1 into a better position. They are very well aware that this lane is very important and difficult.
Yep, that's good.
Taro
trying to help out Miposhka. Of course, no more mana for the Avalanche from Gojira. So they couldn't really follow it up with much more. But this top lane, you can see Yatoro's CS sitting at 25 and 8, and then on the bottom lane, K1 26 and 3 on the Bloodseeker. So mid lane and safe lane, in terms of the carry and mids, are essentially a wash, Syndran. And if we look at the off laners, 2,500 net worth for collapse on that Slardar, and then on the I have to hold that thought though. Smiles come to the top lane. Nice avalanche onto 2 again. Beautifully done. Miposhka is dead, but a nice TP out. Looks like that'll be enough to save Yatoro on the CK.
I actually think they could have got both kills if he hadn't avalanched. I think the toss itself was so good in repositioning the Chaos Knight that if he waits on the stun, they're going to get more value out of that. They just need a TP cancel. Yatoro immediately identifies every single TP cancel is out of play, so he just gets back to base straight away.
And Toronto Tokyo came towards the bottom lane, working on a Blink Dagger right now. So no big surprise, obviously. And obviously we've already seen the Inkswell, but this is a very good Inkswell setup game between the Slardar, who eventually will get Blink, Sand King, who eventually gets Blink. In terms of, I mean, we talked about the Burrow for Soulbind being a decent I think we talked about that. Do you end up at the secondary target? Is that how it works?
I'm pretty sure if you target one of the heroes, you will stun to the other one. But if you ground target, you don't. If I'm not mistaken. Okay. But again, it's one of those mechanics that might have been changed over time. Like maybe my memory of it is outdated or whatever. It's not something you see every day. But I do think you can combine it with Burrow Strike.
Now we're going to see the Chaos Bolt into nothing. I mean, another one, it's not as flashy, but Corrosive Haze on 2 heroes.
I was going to say that too. It is actually
good.
Very nice. When you're playing against these lineups with multiple melee cores, it's pretty likely you get 2 melee cores bound together. Getting that Corrosive Haze on both of them immediately is very good news for Yatoro.
Yep, see the flame break into an instant Phantasm from Yatoro. Trying to dissuade Beastcoast from coming any further. And he is working on his armlet, already finished the Orb of Corrosion. In terms of like itemization for, let's just look at it from Beastcoast perspective, since we do think that they're the underdogs overall. Is there a go time for them this game? Like, are you waiting for, I mean, Pango's getting the Diffusal. Is that, do you need a Blink Dagger on top of that before you get ultra aggressive, where you start like maybe 5-manning a bit?
I think most importantly, you fight around Batrider, more so than Pango. What you want is for Batrider to start dealing damage to multiple heroes in the fight and ramp it up so that Bloodseeker can become the cleanup crew. I think the way you do this is you wait for Bat's first item, which in this case seems to be the drum that Whisper's going to go for, not Boots of Travel, but rather a more early game-centric item build. Oh, Miposhka gonna get tossed.
Have a toss back into the arms of the Bat. And that is a lasso death. Miposhka takes a tumble.
Miposhka pinging the top tier 1 tower. He wants them to defend, it seems. They don't have siege creep here, so this siege is probably not going to happen. Oh, Mira as well.
He is very dead. Could barely even get the Inkswell off on time.
Dude, Chris is owning on this Pango so far. He's been in 4 kills. One of them was obviously the first blood, so let's discount that. So let's say 3. Toronto Tokyo's been way more quiet, just taking more of a farming route, but he still has less CS than Chris, who's been involved in all these kills.
Yep.
So finding very good efficiency around the map on Pango.
I mean, that puts even more pressure on Toronto Tokyo to have good success, to get instant success, if you will, with this Blink Dagger that is coming any second now. About 80 gold away from finishing it. So I would expect a smoke pretty fast from Spirit in the next few seconds.
There's that full drum for Whisper. This is a pretty strong timing already for their lineup, actually. Tiny has some levels. You have a Batrider with drums. You have the Pango level 10. coming up on Diffusal very, very soon. So I could see them start looking to make an aggressive play top, maybe kill Toronto Tokyo, or rather kill Yatoro and take that tower. And this is when Sand King needs to start coming in clutch for them. They do have the Blink Dagger now on Toronto, so...
Yep, Yatoro finds Gojira. Toronto Tokyo in the area, gets off the burrow as well. But the toss back into the arms of Whisper again. But he doesn't really want to go on Toronto Tokyo, especially with that set he has equipped. Very fearsome indeed. Has like dragon scales on that mount. All right, there's the smoke. So Toronto Tokyo, don't believe the blink was shown. Could be wrong on that. Smoking up with Mira, though. Going to be sitting behind the CK, as they know the Bat Rider was in this area. This would be a very big kill for Team Spirit, as this game is essentially a wash right now in terms of just net worth overall.
So I think Beastcoast kind of dodged the first bullet, right, with not having a bad landing stage.
Around.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Whisper gets burrowed. Inkswell to follow. Toronto Tokyo's here as well, but here comes Smile. Oh, there it is. The Soulbind. Great counter to the Pangolier. Gets silenced a little bit late. You see the Mortimer's Kisses here. So it looks like Mira might be the sacrifice. So likely to be a 1-for-1. He just right-click down very casually. Pops the Fairy Fire just to live for one more attack, Cinder in Toronto Tokyo. Okay, staying a little bit long. They have the sentry there, and he's just going to get bursted down very easily. So Chris Smile, again, double kill for him. He is having himself a game.
I'm pretty surprised Toronto Tokyo stuck around for that. That's him. Very high risk, low reward. I guess to an extent he's delaying this tower push, but once again, there's no siege creep, so I don't think this was really going to get that dangerous regardless.
Yep, Collapse trying to bait this in a bit. Does a very nice job with the help of with Yatoro. Able to destroy Whisper, and now they probably just go for this tier 1 tower in the bot lane, which is likely not to be defended. Inkswell from Mira. He has some backup on the way. There's the Blink Dagger being shown by Collapse again. So the double Blink Dagger online for Spirit. Expect the aggression to increase tenfold.
Yeah, you don't have the most resources right now on C-Smile. If he TP's bottom, he's going to be low on mana, so I think he's just going to concede this tower. That was the one hero that could defend bottom, probably, is that Pango, but... well, it also doesn't look like Spirit are putting that much pressure on it. They're taking their time. They're not completely sure whether there's going to be a defense mounted, but now Yatoro will get to work. They're scanning behind just in case there's a rotation coming from Beastcoast, but there isn't. Now they're going to see them on the ward as well and feel very safe about this move.
Yep, so even trade. Yatoro gets the last hit. And he did finish the Orb of Corrosion first, but actually, did he change his mind with his build at all? Echo Saber looks to be coming. Just finished the Armlet. So pretty standard build overall from...
seems like a very strong BKB game to me. I'm not sure if he's going to do the Echo on the way. I also don't know if it's necessary, so... Echo obviously is a pretty big damage increase, but you're playing with Slardar, so I don't know if it's like overkill, and you'd be better off just guaranteeing that you get the actual hits in with the BKB.
Are they baiting this illusion? Let's see. Oh, but they know. Smoke does not pop, so they realize it's an illusion.
Found the right one here, though.
East Coast, looking for Collapse. It gets a quick blink off. There's the drums to try to catch up. Collapse, no sprint for another second, and that might cost him his life. He is going to get tossed and destroyed in mid-air. Toronto Tokyo gets... okay, he epicentered in place. Didn't find anything with that. As C-Smile, staying on a little too long, I feel like. Phantom's Embrace stuck in place as a result. So it's a 1-for-1, and now on the run is Team Spirit. The Mortimer's Kiss is doing a lot of damage to Toronto Tokyo. There's the lasso inside that Blood Right. Nice setup overall. Double kill for K1 as he's trying to clean up the rest of Team Spirit. Triple kill K1. It is a 4-for-1. For Beastcoast, and they're going to get an Ancient stack on top of this.
Can we get a replay? Did he take any damage on Sand King? Like, you can choose to cancel that epi if you don't want it to go off, you know, but he did the full channel and then just stood there.
Yeah, that
was really weird. I don't think anything is hitting Toronto Tokyo. He's going to epi here.
Epi.
There is nothing on him at all, and he's just like, okay, no valid target, so that's where you usually just cancel it, right?
Yeah.
It's like he got caught in...
maybe he thought, maybe his Blink Dagger was still on cooldown for some reason, and he thought it wasn't. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, that cost them dearly. A completely wasted Sand King ult. And Beast Coast, I mean, they're taking full advantage of this. A little sloppy play from Team Spirit. Panel kind of talked about Toronto Tokyo looks a little tired sometimes. Been yawning. I can't remember if it was him they were talking about. Somebody on Team Spirit. Need to wake up, Cinderin.
That definitely seemed like a little bit of a facepalm moment. I don't know, like maybe he was, you know, sometimes you start channeling your ult, you see the opportunity, and then the half second later when your channel is finished, the opportunity is gone, but you've gone through it. Yeah. It's kind of like he was expecting someone to combine with Tiny, and then when there wasn't, he didn't want to jump on a solo Tiny and just expose himself entirely and ends up just throwing it away instead. So. Right. Also a great showcase, that fight of how Batrider and Bloodseeker synergized so amazingly, right? Like just really just getting in there, getting that.
Pop, Avatos back into the fray. Easy kill again for Beastcoast.
Yep.
They have a 2K lead now. And
it's really cool to see how Schofield utilizes Tiny. I feel like out of all teams in this tournament, almost nobody plays Tiny 4. But Beastcoast are just finding a way when they run this hero to have major impact.
And he's been doing that without a Blink Dagger, which he now has.
It's only going to get easier now. I think if you're Team Spirit, it's not going to be the most obvious read in this situation, because you have a lineup that wants to play really aggressive, right? You have like all these stuns, these spell combinations, high burst damage, but it might be ill-advised to look for too many fights right now that there's a BKB on Bloodseeker. You're fighting into a very strong Pango. Perhaps you're better off farming yourselves your own BKBs so that you can stand your ground against every hero the Radiant has to offer here. And I think Beastcoast have the same idea. They're like, we're stronger right now. We're going to make a move. Rotating top. If Yatoro goes for this wave, he is instantly going to be dead.
Well, K1, he's going to get initiated on. Oh, okay. BKB popped instantly. Nicely timed as C-Smile pops that Rolling Thunder, gets a kill as a result, collapses dead as well, as Team Spirit just getting crushed in this fight. Yatoro is next, completely disastrous from Team Spirit's perspective, and Beastcoast increased their lead even more. K1, I believe that was the first use of that newly picked up BKB.
Yep.
And he is quite farmed, the only one in the 5-digit realm in the net worths.
It's... Okay, this is a little bit of a sidetrack. Isn't it just cool to look at this? If you look at this draft from the Radiant, do you feel like any other team in this tournament will play this? Oh, Whisper's actually going to find Toronto. We'll wait on that. Gets the Epi off. Actually doesn't get the Epi off. He canceled it.
That... Okay, I feel like he did not pop the BKB first. I think the stun projectile was going to hit him. Then he got reality rifted. And then the stun had to travel even longer, and that gave him time to BKB. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying, yeah.
Watch it right here. Look at the stun from CK. That will hit him. Then he gets reality rifted.
Back around.
And then he has to pop BKB.
Didn't they also miss the Slaughter Crush? He pulled him out of the Crush here.
Yes, that was a... Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
That is actually about as bad as that can go. I didn't notice that in the heat of the moment, but yeah, that's pretty huge.
I mean, he was not getting BKB up 100% there.
Back to what I was saying, is there any other team in this tournament that was first phase of Bloodseeker?
No, I don't think so.
Like it's just really cool to see
usually like a
counter have a totally different, like a really different take on certain strategies that they run, and they're just making it work.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a strong team. They have a very clear identity. They're not just doing the quote-unquote same meta stuff as everyone else. That's also selling those players short, obviously. But it's just, I look at this strategy, I'm like, this is the only team that will play this. And that's always good to see. Sometimes it also looks terrible, let's be honest. Sometimes these regions come in with strategies, whatever region it is, come in with an idea that's very different from the rest, and it can fall just as flat as it can look amazing. So they definitely have their finger on the pulse here.
That is very true. Beastcoast now sporting a 5K net worth lead, and we'll see if they're able to ramp this up even more. Question is, I mean, how good of a Roche team do they have? Pango's decent, Snapfire's decent. It's not the best, but they have some minus armor at the very least. It's not, I mean, Team Spirit could do it way faster, for sure. So that's one way for Team Spirit to potentially get back in this game, as we have the Epicenter used successfully with the Inkswell. C-Smile's dead.
That is a lot of damage. That was very, very nicely done. You know, it's pretty simple. Epicenter with the Inkswell on top. Just get nice and easy, quick kill and get out. Don't give Beastcoast any chance for a rebuttal. Maybe they're going to use this to lead into Roche. Yeah, Chris doesn't have buyback on Pango, so I think if you're Beastcoast, you smoke over here and you try to scout it with Napalm and you just go from there. You have a very good Roche contesting team even without the Pango.
Kisses are ready. They know they're in the area. Flame Break doesn't bounce them completely out. There's the Avatos. Not enough damage to kill Toronto Tokyo. Looks like Yatoro ends up getting the Aegis. Team Spirit with the kill on Roshan as well. Soulbind onto 2, but Toronto Tokyo ends up taking a tumble shortly after. 2 for 0 right now as Beastcoast looking pretty good in this fight. Whisper creating enough distance as well. So double kill for K1. They get a bunch of kills, but don't get the Aegis. Still, that increases the lead for Beastcoast. That was all without a Pangolier.
Yep. It's all about the area, and it's about their spell casting, right? They get a really good Avalanche. They get insane amount of damage out from the Mortimer's Kisses, and that's just cleanup crew for K1. It's so nice to play Bloodseeker when even your supporting cast has massive AoE damage that you can rely on. And that's why I feel like if you're Spirit, you gotta... I understand they take this Roshan. I think this trade for them is actually okay-ish because they keep the Aegis. But you need those BKBs so you can mitigate support damage from the enemy team, and that way you counter Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
He's just way too strong when they have 2 or 3 heroes on half health. He's just running over them.
Yep, well, we're going to see another potential kill onto the Pango. Nice Avalanche, though, creates a little bit of space, but the BKB's popped, and then he dies right after. That is really unfortunate for Beastcoast. As you see the Bash connect onto Gojira, but the Bloodright, looks like that might create enough space, although I say that, but the Miposhka ult comes in, Burrow Strike is there as well, and that is another deletion of a Beastcoast hero. Beastcoast need to reset as the BKB popped onto Bloodseeker as well. So a couple very defensive BKBs that didn't really end up doing much for Beastcoast. And this will buy Spirit a little bit more time. The Age is still there, obviously. You talked about the BKBs being built for Collapse and the CK. Let's see, how close are they actually?
Yatoro has his, he disassembled the Echo.
Yeah. And Collapse still a decent amount away from finishing that. But that's going to be a huge power spike for them to get the tier 1 tower to boot. A nice little exchange there for Team Spirit. That's a couple times now that the Pango has gotten caught off guard. 2 big kills for Team Spirit, and they're going to smoke up.
And you see his itemization, right? It's like, even though I have BKB, I still want a Linken's. They need solutions for these instant stuns. It's the exact same build that Chris Luck went for as well here. Or, sorry, not Chris Luck, K1 on the Bloodseeker. BKB Linken's on him. So,
yeah,
very
Linken's
clear idea
a
here.
lot, actually.
It does, which is both good and bad, right?
Yeah, it could be bad. It does not block the secondary Soulbind, I believe.
Correct. Right? It blocks the primary one, and it will block a Sand King stun opener, but it will not block the Slardar stun opener.
Right.
And that can be enough time for Collapse to break the Linkens with a Corrosive Haze, and then you can follow up stun with Sand King. So it's you're by no means safe with this item combination, actually. The Wraith Pact on Snapfire is, however, a very big item that we haven't really talked about enough in this game, I think, for what it does.
What do you think about an item like Linken's that you apply to your enemy, and the enemy cannot buff that hero?
It's kind of Nullifier, right?
Shut up, Cinder.
I mean, it's a good idea, though.
That feels like a right-click build.
That
right?
is a great idea. They should have come up with that three years ago and put it in the game.
It's like Lotus. Like Lotus is a support item, right? Utility. Nullifier, that's for your carry to get.
Yeah.
You know?
So you mean a Nullifier for supports, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can get the Demonic Cleanse for your teammates, I guess. I haven't really gotten to see that one too much from Shadow Demon.
Pretty sure he is gonna buy the shard here, but maybe he waits and gets Dagger first. I'm not completely sure.
Yep, has the Aether Lens right now.
The cleanse does look nice in this game.
Yep, takes off what? Lucky Shot, the silence from Bloodright.
Bad Rider Napalm.
Yep, Napalm is a big one. The debuff from Little Shredder. And not too shabby. So 5K lead for Beastcoast, and as we progress into the mid game, Cinderin, and approaching the late game at some point, which lineup do you like more on paper? Like, how well does the Bloodseeker scale these days?
He scales really well. And again, just to emphasize, the way their lineup works is really set up to make that hero shine. So I don't see this game expiring for Beastcoast, really. For me, the biggest concern I had for their strategy was how well are they going to get out of the laning stage, and they basically drew it, right? And then they started taking initiative after 10 minutes with some great rotations. So I definitely think this is a this is up in the air the whole way, especially when they're itemizing correctly. I do think this BKB Linken's build is the way to go here. So they're going to have a lot of longevity. And the real challenge for them, to be honest, will be overcoming BKBs. If Team Spirit's BKBs run out during a fight and they don't find key kills, and then they start taking damage from spells, they're going to get destroyed over time.
Right.
So they really need, Spirit needs to initiate fights, find a key pick instantly, and then make sure they get their money's worth out of the BKBs to find a secondary. And that's also not factoring in buybacks, right? Which is going to be a factor in this game, as it always is. If you have a lineup that needs to pop all these BKBs in the initiation and you do find a nice kill, well, if that hero buys back and has Boots of Travel or something and reconnects, I do have Beastcoast favored in that type of fight. So really a delicate balance.
Boots of Bearing online for Whisper, my boy.
He's had it for a while. He got the BKB.
Online for quite a while now, those Boots of Bearing.
He got the BKB, though. 9-seconder.
It is a good combo. Is there any slow? I guess Demonic Purge should purge the that active, I would think.
Yeah,
right?
they just want drums all game, I think. And the movement speed, obviously, on Batrider is very good. This is a great Batrider item. The reason you don't see it very often is that most Batriders are played in mid and they go Boost of Travel. Yeah. But I really do like this way of playing Batrider more personally as well. It doesn't mean it, like, I don't think it's better, it's just different. And Whisper is a player who does a really good job about playing around fight-centric builds.
Floating Skull there, the Wraithfire.
Very pretty.
The Wraithfire Pact. That would be interesting. That would be the upgrade to the Wraith
Can we get a
Pact.
zoom in on that?
Oh boy, we're gonna miss a fight here. That is fearsome. A glowing, hovering skull. Probably reused assets from something else.
It's very inanimated, isn't it?
It's yes. I don't think that Valve thinks they're keeping this in the game. Okay, Crush comes in from Collapse, trying to focus on the Bloodseeker. He gets tossed back though. Soulbind onto 2, but a nice reset from Beastcoast. They are going to lose their Tiny though, as Smile gets off a really good Rolling Thunders. The buybacks come through now onto the Tiny, but you can see already 2 supports dead for Spirit. There's the lasso. Oh, that is on the CK. He's inside the Blood Rite as well. He's going to be left to his own devices. Double kill for K1 as Beastcoast are crushing this fight again. And that's a dieback now from Aposhka as this lead gets extended even further. They lose, I believe, only one hero, which was Gojira, who bought back in the game.
Great fight as well there from K1. He identifies immediately where the real CK is. He ruptures him, and that's just Toro out of the fight. This hero is dependent on mobility, and he gets ruptured and then he gets lassoed and pulled up to the high ground. They just kill him no problem. And that was the perfect case example of what I was talking about, right? If Team Spirit don't find the kill in the initiation and they use their BKBs, the moment they run out, it's just, they get absolutely annihilated. That fight wasn't even close afterwards.
Yeah.
If they do get if they do get the initial kill, though, it's a totally different story, but they didn't manage to, or well, they did manage to get the Tiny, but you know, that's not what they were hoping for.
Collapse. Okay, we got a big epicenter from Toronto, Tokyo. They do get the range racks. Looks like they will finally take out K1 on that Bloodseeker. So a good kill from Team Spirit. A Stinger. Oh my god, the blind Inkswell stun will cancel the TP. So they get something and they don't lose melee racks. Team Spirit showing a little bit of life here. The fact that epicenter was still up actually baffles me. Was not used in that last fight.
Yeah. I think, I'm trying to remember exactly what their spellcasting looked like, but I think they did use the Blink Burrow Strike from Sand King on the initiation.
I like that. Again, they're going to try to take Roshan, and we talked about it earlier. They're much better at killing Rosh.
This one's just dead.
And this is kind of like a denial for a team which is Beastcoast that are up by a decent margin now. This is going to be Aegis and Shard. Question is, who gets the Shard?
Dirty.
I like Slardar Shard, honestly.
Yep.
They might be giving it to him. We see the replay here. So let's pay attention to Sand King. Okay, he's in the trees right now. He just never goes for an the counter initiation here. So they know they lose the fight, so I guess he just holds it here. That makes sense.
If Beastcoast hadn't overextended there and lost K1, this would have been an amazing game position for them. But now that he died and they lost Roche, I actually think Team Spirit are back into a decent position. They were almost 10k gold behind. They actually were at 1.10k behind. Now it's just 4 plus an Aegis on their own side.
Yeah.
This is anyone's game again. That Bloodseeker kill is just so enormous. He's easily the top net worth of the game, and he did not have the buyback to protect Roshan, so
yep,
that's big.
So Shard for Slardar, bigger AoE on Crush. and it will apply Corrosive Haze to anybody you crush for 5 seconds, I believe. So.
Yep, that counters Lincoln's as well, right?
Yep, that's right.
It just bypasses it. It doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong here, when you crush, they just get it on them. It doesn't like, you know what I mean? It doesn't cast it as a spell on them.
Correct. It just goes on them.
Yeah, so Lincolns can't block this.
I am 99.9% sure, because I am a Slardar lover myself.
That's quite sure.
Yes.
I would say.
Nothing in this world is 100%, Syndra.
That's true. I'm proud of you.
Even 1 + 1 = 2. It's not 100%.
Nope.
We could be in a simulation where we've just been programmed to think that's correct.
Anders would be so proud of you.
Sure. 4K lead for Beastcoast as Toronto Tokyo gets the burrow off. He gets flame broken though, pops the BKB and is just sitting inside his Sandstorm as Smile use the Rolling Thunder. Looks like Toronto Tokyo still in the same area. Gets the epicenter up but dies shortly after. Yotaro trying to find somebody. Going for Stinger now. Still has that Aegis in tow. Will barely get the kill on the support as Smile taking care of the other supports on the other side of the map here. Miposhka, or he actually misses the swashbuckle. Doesn't really matter though, as a very, very weird fight for Spirit as they are just completely segregated, it feels like. And now Collapse. Trying to get away. Blink Dagger continually getting canceled by Whisper. Gets off the crush finally. Smile in the area, and this is likely to be another kill. So a full team wipe in favor of Beastcoast as K1 cleans up that melee racks, and they can just go for more.
Yeah, again, just not feeling the... I'm not feeling the Sand King impact in these fights. Again, Toronto Tokyo just gets caught in this awkward position, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but these fights are very similar, right? It's Beastcoast either get a first pick or Team Spirit go in and don't find the kill straight away. The fight ramps up, the BKBs run out, and it's just cleanup so easy for Pango and Bloodseeker. I love the way C-Smile played that fight. He zoned both supports. First he killed off the Grimstroke alone, and then he went straight over to that Shadow Demon. So very clearly the game plan here is you take care of the supports, and then Batrider helps protect K1 with that lasso onto the Slardar. And they keep just using toss defensively if necessary. Just very clean stuff from Beastcoast.
And now a very large 15K net worth lead for Beastcoast. They have 2 sets of racks. They can reset. Still need to get that tier 2 in order to get megas overall. So Team Spirit will have another chance to defend. But it is looking very difficult. And remember, loser of this entire best of 3 is out of the majors. There's the crush. They're going on top of the Pango. He gets the Lincolns applied to him. Pasta BKB shortly after. Swatch as well. Doesn't really create that much distance though. Trying to get off his ult. Finally does. But there's the Soulbind. Nice counter again. And on the deck is the Pango for 95 seconds. Toronto Tokyo looks like he's going to live for a little bit longer here. There's the lasso now. They're isolating again the CK. Avalanche comes up. A Gojira dies shortly after. Yotaro spins very slowly thanks to that sticky napalm. He's doing a lot of damage though, as K1, like you said, still alive and kicking. Has the BKB, kills 1, kills 2, continuing again. Yotaro has to reset. Flame Break brings him out. He's going to tick down eventually. Triple kill for K1 as mass buybacks now from Team Spirit. They still have this tier 2 to TP into. Miposhka finally taken out as an ultra kill for K1. Can he get the rampage? Yotaro though getting help from Collapse, and finally Team Spirit able to win something here. But again, it's at a very serious cost as they are now down 18K. And Whisper looks like it'll be a full team wipe in favor of Team Spirit, but that cost Team Spirit dearly, Cinderin.
3 buybacks. They paid their position 1, their 3, and their 4. So if effectively they died 5 heroes and then used 3 buybacks in order to just, you know, try to break even. Man, just... This Bloodseeker is a pretty big problem, I gotta say. They did an admirable job at trying to defend that, but he's just rolling. He got the Rupture off on the Sand King in the beginning of the fight, so Toronto Tokyo goes for Burrow Strike and dies from the travel distance. So he stunned into the Bloodseeker and actually healed him with that stun at the beginning of the fight. And K1 did a great job holding his BKB until it mattered the most, so he could go for that dive, get those 2 or 3 extra kills, and force 3 buybacks. So... keep in mind that fight, Pango actually died early, right? He was soulbound and got taken out, and they still were able to fight just because the BKBs are down and they did the initial damage.
He did stay alive for a long time, so that made them chase him for quite a while.
That's all you want. That's all you want as Beastcoast. Drag out the fight and do damage over time, and you will come out victorious unless it's K1 getting killed first.
I mean, to be fair, even with those buybacks, that was an 18K lead about 30 seconds ago. It is 13K now, so they do make a little bit of a comeback here.
But there's just so little margin for error now. If any of these 3 heroes gets killed, you know you have about 100 seconds as Beastcoast to claim something big. You could delay and wait for Roche if you want to fight there. You could go for an offensive smoke. The game plan is pretty clear. Kill Slardar or kill CK and you just win. So
I don't know. Did we have this Shadow Demon Ags in that last fight? Moshka has Aghanim Scepter, so triple charge to Demonic Purge. Shield Crash won't be doing anything if you can get it on him. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy item.
I think he wants to pile them onto Bloodseeker. I think he wants to stagger them just to slow him down. This guy is
very good.
The key target. I think the Dispel in this game is not nearly as important as the slow. So just keep Bloodseeker immobile.
Breaking Thirst is kind of a big deal in these fights, right? He's making good work of that spell. As we have a smoke down from Team Spirit. This might be the last attempt in this game. If they're not able to come out victorious in this little engagement, I do believe Beastcoast will take game 1.
They do have 2 wards placed here. If this smoke breaks around this high ground, it's perfect for them.
Mile, that's a huge initiation. He gets off the shard, though, and he is good to go. Actually gets off the entire ultimate. I don't know how he even got that off in time. Lasso's going to cancel the TP. Collapse is dead. That is the first one for Team Spirit, but is a big one because remember, a lot of these heroes have bought back. Toronto Tokyo able to get out, but now it's a 5 versus 3, and we'll see if they're able to defend.
Very quick fingers there from Chris, just instant roll-up.
So it was a roll-up into his ult.
He rolled up and then cast his ult. He just did it so fast that they didn't manage to get the opening they were looking for. The only counter they have to roll up is actually Slardar's Bash. Otherwise, that Rolling Thunder is just going to come off every single time unless they get
Tokyo, Epi. They're going to need to go in here. Gojira goes in a little bit deep. They know that Toronto Tokyo is here. His little shard went off for a moment. There's the epicenter. Doing a decent amount of damage, but it's only to the support Tiny. Now he's completely surrounded and bursted. Team Spirit left with only 2 heroes. As it looked like this is going to be the end of game 1 sooner. So Beastcoast, the underdog, take game 1 in extremely good fashion. You have to be worried for Team Spirit. There's one more loss and they're out of this tournament. GGs are called. And like you said, one of the few teams that will pick up Bloodseeker early on. What do you pick to counter this year? Because it worked out so well for Beastcoast.
Yeah, they tried to counter in lane, right? They specifically picked this Slardar to contest him in the laning stage. Didn't really find too much success. It was okay, but for me, Smile just with some amazing early rotations really offset the advantage that Spirit were building in that bottom lane. That one gank brought K1 totally back in the game, and he finds amazing farm afterwards. And it's the strategy as a whole, right? I think from Beastcoast's perspective, I would imagine what makes them feel so strongly about this Bloodseeker strategy is actually having the Snapfire in the opening. I think that's what really enables it a lot for them. It gives them a solid laning stage. It gives them the Mortimer's Kisses later on to do that spread damage in the fight that ramps Bloodseeker up. And it gives them tons of options in the second phase for what combos they pick. They can pick all sorts of stuff that works with Snapfire, like melee heroes that can get cookied, heroes that can do spread damage and enable K1 to pop off, such as the Bat Rider.
Look at that score. 18 kills and 3 deaths for K1 on the Bloodseeker. My goodness, he was almost done with a freaking refresher as well. And he already had the double rupture talent, I believe, at 25, yeah.
Yeah, he ought to have 4 of those bad boys.
Indeed. That is a disgusting Bloodseeker. I feel like we don't usually see it pop off this hard.
Yeah.
Especially when it's that early pick.
It's very much a snowbally hero. If this game gets played over again and Beastcoast lose their lanes, we'll be like, damn, Bloodseeker was useless. So you need to know how to enable this and how to set it up. And Beastcoast, I love their strategy around Bloodseeker. I think this is how you want to draft with this hero, and they brought the plays to the table as well to make it happen. So,
I mean, I would still, even with 18 kills on K1, I think Gojira on the Tiny. His scoreline,
played a great
1, 7, and 18. I think he's the MVP, though.
Yeah, he played a very good game. I would, if I had to take one, I'd probably put it on C-Smile. Even though he had those 2 deaths around the map, they can happen.
Yeah.
I think he made a really good rotation early on. I think he had good spell casting in fights, and he zoned supports. which was very important for Beastcoast's success and did a lot of that damage that ramped up the BS.
So Beastcoast up 1-0. Do they have a chance, Synderen?
Yeah,
looks
absolutely,
like it.
Of course.
Nobody gave them any credit on the panel.
I think two of them said they would win that game.
No, that's a lie.
That's
I won't lie. I don't listen to the panel at all. But I'm pretty sure they all. I'm pretty sure they went for Team Spirit, Synderen.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the panel has to say. Maybe they think that's right. Maybe they think it's wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you think they remember?
Let's ask them. Goodbye.
Oh, we remember, and I believe T said that they would win, and apparently I said that they would win 2-0. Although also, like but I tend to forget what I've said. We're going to talk about this game after a short break. There's lots to talk about, so don't go away. Welcome. Team Spirit really did not look themselves in that game, to put it bluntly. But Beastcoast absolutely stepped up and squashed them like bugs. A very dominant win by Beastcoast. And we're going to get into how dominant by asking this fine panel of gentlemen exactly what went down in that game. T, I'm going to ask you first because you favored Beastcoast.
Yep.
Was it the
Yeah,
draft,
T.
or did you just think they're up for it? They're up for it, I can tell.
No, I think it was just the draft gave me more confidence. Just the fact that after laning phase, even when you're behind a little bit, the value in which their net worth translates into making moves in the game just felt better for a longer period of time, like 10 to 20 minutes. Beastcoast, if they're proactive, they're looking for the engagements, they should be able to break down the map, and they did that. They punished Team Spirit time and time again, and sure, there are a couple
you said before the game that they will be looking to win the lanes and then get into map control.
And they did that. Yeah,
they
exactly.
did that.
It was honestly like a really enjoyable game and like flawless in regards to the aggression around Bloodseeker.
I think the crucial part is that in the group stage, Beast Coast got slammed a lot by these like stun initiators, and Team Spirit, that's basically been their playstyle. So I feel like Beast Coast has leveled that up a little bit. Their first BKB timing, that one that we looked at in reverse a bunch of times where the CK stun was delayed, BKB got popped, and then they won a team fight. I think that fight was so crucial because if it goes the other way, Hector dies to the chain stun.
Yeah.
This one here.
That fight
was so
insane.
big. He gets
I've never seen
BKB off,
this.
then they win the team fight and get 2 kills. If Collapse starts with an attack, his 3rd hit, or if he lands his stun, completely different game.
Yeah, completely different.
But just to be clear, that's like CK stunning the Bloodseeker going this way, and the Reality Rift which brings the Bloodseeker
You would
towards
think-
the CK, you'd expect it'd meet and then
No,
bring.
it's a portal, remember?
Yeah,
it like teleports
It's like,
through.
yeah, so Portal 3, whoop,
But it's like
straight through.
usually people throw the CK stun first and then Rift in order to connect it quicker. So there's some like angular stuff going on where he like ran over to the right, so the stun was over here to the left. So when he got pulled back, it didn't pull him through the stun.
Also, he rifted him away from the Slaughter, who was ready to stun him as well. It was a bit of miss.
It could have also been Sand King there instead. Then he doesn't miss. It's instant. That's maybe a big mistake, genuinely. If Florida goes first and bashes.
Wait. Before we go on, Jenkins, I have something quite interesting. We didn't get a chance to show the pre-game, as in pre-series interview with Team Spirit. Take a look at this.
We are playing scrims, but now good teams is playing tournaments and they don't have much times. So we are playing pubs or watching replays and just and learning on our mistakes. Our expectations as a team on this tournament, I guess we can win it, but we need to try hard, and if we do everything well, we can easily win this tournament, but we need to try hard. For the fans who support us, I can say watch our games, have fun, and be careful.
Be careful and wake up, because there was quite a lot of Toronto Tokyo yawning in that game. I feel like these early morning series are not his friend, and I did like the that sets you up for victory when your team is like
really funny.
Just wanted to come in for the interview, and he was just like, "Hi, can I say something?"
I love how he was looking, like the gaze that he had towards his carry player, longingly. It's like, please let me have the interview, please. Just like the farm in the game. It's like, just give me something, please.
Let's have a look at the PvP matchup, because this tells a story as well. We got Chris Luck against Toronto Tokyo, 8, 16, and 4 versus 1, 9,
All
and
right,
7.
Chris Luck did not die 16
Wait,
times.
16.
That is
There's
not
no way.
right.
Yeah, the deaths are actually on the end there, so that's
flipped.
16,
See, with
4, and
8,
8,
4,
or
16.
CAD. That was
8,
a
4,
CAD.
8, 4, 16.
8, 4,
okay.
16.
Yeah, he did not die 16
even
times.
Still,
Don't worry.
I feel like 8, 4, and 16 doesn't really even capture his profound impact on that
Right.
game. I felt like Team Spirit would, they had like a snowbally draft and they would win the lanes and snowball with that. So it was really on Beast Coast to find some way to get through the lanes and do well in those. And I feel like it was almost entirely Chris Luck. Like we saw like in Whisper's lane, for example, there was some back and forth killing, and it was very back and forth in the side lanes. But then Chris Luck just shows up. It's like, oh shit! Now
Great
it's,
rotation.
Now
yeah.
it's just like a 3-for-0 or something like that.
Yeah.
And so he just he made it look really good.
And every team fight as well, they literally just stopped this solo initiation. At the tier 2, Hector looked like he was going to die. Gojiro jumps in, tosses him back.
Yeah.
He dies, but then they win the team fight. That happened like 3 in a row, and that put Beastcoast so far ahead that they basically couldn't lose the game at that point.
Phenomenal game, and that's only the first of potentially a 3-game series. Let's see if Beast Coast can keep this momentum going as we go into game 2. See you in a sec. what has been said between the players of Team Spirit during the break. Whatever it was, I'm hoping for their sake, it was motivational and inspiration. Beastcoast just need to keep their heads, keep playing this level of Dota they did in the first match, and defeat Team Spirit and send them home with, I don't think they get any points if they get knocked out at this point. No DPC points.
That's
Or
right.
money, yeah.
Or cash.
Yeah, you have to, if you get one win here, you get 240 DPC points, which is a lot.
Dollars?
Yes, $240. Can you
Holy
believe that?
crap.
They share it between them.
10 pizzas.
They pay them in pennies, I believe.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Good game.
Incredible. Oh, we got a draft.
Oh, look.
I see a Timbersaw just first ban. Timbersaw and Storm Spirit ban for Beast Coast.
I think for me, in Game 2, Spirit will be looking at how Beast Coast... They did make some mistakes, even though it was a win.
They did. There were a couple of spells whiffed. I noticed some Pango spells being missed and a few other things here and there. And you just think, oh, these guys are, you know, a couple of mistakes is all right. But then Toronto Tokyo seemed to do quite a few more mistakes. An Epicenter that just did nothing and sort of standing around a little bit a few times. It was a disjointed game. But Beast Coast, you said, they love that chaos of the fight.
And that's the chaos that I think Spirit need to look towards, because after Beast Coast was winning some engagements, they'd look to take another one straight away. For example, like the top racks, they overstayed their welcome, then they got killed, then it opens up a Roshan. And I think if Spirit, if they have a little bit more entry into post-laning fights, they're going to be able to bait Beast Coast into their own playstyle, maybe go even, and then propel themselves from there. Because if Beast Coast wins, like goes even in lanes, wins the fights, they have like an insurance policy in kind of making these over-aggressive moves.
Uh-oh. K1's been banned out.
I'm sure you can play more
Bloodseeker?
than one hero, though, right? Maybe, I think the
What is he going to do? Be Sven?
Oh, there's a life stealer as well.
Oh, God.
he has played some Lifestealer in this tournament, but the Bloodseeker's just kind of nice because of the lane sustain that it gives. Kind of covers all bases, gives you team
He'll
fight.
be CK. Unless Spirit
Spirit
picks
first
it.
pick
I
it,
think
yeah.
Spirit has to first pick it, or else Beast Coast will be CK.
What if they just picked the Grimstroke instead? Would you still run the CK without the
you
green?
want the CK more than you want Grimstroke.
Yeah.
And you want the Pango. There's a very contested hero.
I prefer this though, because I feel like Spirit hasn't had success with CK in the last couple of days.
Well, I also think Pango counters CK.
Exactly, so just take the Pango. Now Beast Coast probably might veer away from it, or unless they're super confident, they could easily just do CK Grimstroke here, right? Grimstroke deals with the Pango, a good CK game.
Yeah, I think that sounds
player.
really good. That sounds really strong.
But Spirit are looking more towards, they're playing for, we prefer playing the Pango, we're not going to fall victim to chasing the meta and picking what's...
Pugna's still available too. I think in the first game it was it ignored? Yeah, completely ignored. That is crazy.
What if you wait to pick like CK until later phases, potentially? I mean, maybe Team Spirit still wants to grab it, but just not later. Because I do feel like those two heroes were more instrumental. I think Gojira's Tiny is really, really effective in terms of what he does, in terms of grouping heroes together,
But it also,
saving
it
allies.
also seemed like it was like he initiated, he stunned, but he saved so many times in
He
that
did.
game, right?
It's pretty multidimensional, and that's generally how he plays. He likes to play close to enemies at almost all phases of the game, kind of messing with them. He's like one of those in-your-head players, and some of his deaths look dumb. You're like, why was he so aggressive in that moment?
Right.
But but he's also been performing decently well. He played extremely well last game. I think that was maybe one of the best games of the tournament for him.
You know what we didn't see at the start of the patch because everybody was playing Tiny Carry? The tossbacks into the new Avalanche. Like the fact that it's a perma lockdown rather than something you can get out of.
Right.
That's true.
We just didn't see that because everybody was playing at carry. But I imagine it was probably great at the time.
Yeah. If you look at the win rates of Tiny, I feel like it's South American Dota who are the team that are holding it down with a good win rate in the position 4 at least. You know, Matthew yesterday as well. It's this toss back into a second hero, then the Avalanche on 2. You're potentially just locking down multiple heroes in team fights as a pos 4 Tiny.
That combo is looking good in every single game that we see it. Like every time there's a toss back into 2 and then an Avalanche, it looks sick.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem that crazy hard to pull off. It's fairly consistent with the Blink Dagger.
I really liked it in the laning stage too when Batrider was just fireflying, because normally you just do a lot of damage to one guy, but all of a sudden he puts them together and they both took like 300
exactly.
damage. That was pretty cool.
It's smart. It's really smart. It's a
This
way to make their
team
heroes
fight
work.
central here as well, isn't it? So far, you've got Snap
On both
Tiny,
sides,
you've got Pango Mars.
I do think Tiny's fine against Pango though, because if you do ever catch Pango in those pre-initiation stages, you can chain stun him for a long time, prevents him from getting out of it. So I think it's fine.
I also see some fun, you know, we just mentioned tossbacks. If Mars initiates on a single hero pre-BKB, Tiny can just quickly blink in, save that person who's getting jumped. Maybe
even grab them
sacrifice
from the
himself.
outside of the arena, too.
But for Spirit though, this opening is very kind of face value because their Mars always pretty much collapse. They're, you know, Pangler, Toronto, Tokyo. So this isn't like Spirit's kind of surprising anyone with these openings. It's just a double core opening, whilst Beast Coast, a very marginal amount of flexibility, but showing double support.
I feel like Batrider's on your mind if you're Spirit for a ban here, just because Beast Coast with the Tiny, we saw it last game. I mean, basically, they had these exact heroes, right? So it still seems like a good bat game. It's great against the Mars. Maybe not so great against Pango, but I don't think Beast Coast care. I really don't think they give a shit. I think they just feel like they want to get their heroes. They want to combo them together, and you know, maybe K1 this game will be the guy that's like the counter pick to Spirit's draft.
They do seem like a team that prioritizes their comfort a little bit more than countering their opponent's drafts, so I could definitely see that.
They picked Venomont's like 3 times in a row where it's like, yeah, we're just picking it to use our ultimate and buy ags. Like, they very much are. They draft for themselves with slight respect to what their opponent is providing.
It's decent this game, but that's a lot of lockdown while chain stunning, and I feel like Veno can get tanky enough to survive like an initial half alpha kind of thing, but like not a chain stun from full to dead type thing, because if he doesn't at least get like Gale Spirit Vessel ulti off, he's going to feel bad. But he is great at area control. That part can be good for objectives, but...
You know what looks dope here for Beast Coast? Faceless Void. Got the Granny combo, you toss heroes into the Chronosphere, time dilation versus Pangolier, and then you counter Mars in lane too.
Yeah, I'd love to pair that as well with like a Leshrac mid as well. Like a quick hood to deal with the early damage of, you know, Pango Mars, using BKB to ignore kind of the arena mid game.
Yeah.
And it kind of opens up the fight for Void to get the good Chronos.
Just like Leshrac, yeah? Oh.
Go down there and give him a chat about that.
All
Give
right.
him a call.
All right.
Yeah.
Get the phone out.
Yeah, get on the phone. Let's see if they pick those heroes out. People are going to be like, they did it! They actually did it! That's Twitch chat. That's my impression of Twitch chat.
Yeah, actually sounded very similar.
I don't know what Twitch chat sounds like because it's actually many people.
There's a lot of screaming. Ban out Coddle, which would have been really good with the Pangolier. Decent damage follow-up from Mars combos as well. And then a Death Prophet ban on the Team Spirit side. Definitely could have been their frontliner, survivable BKB type hero.
So what does Spirit want here? There's no IO.
Bane, maybe?
Bane?
It doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily counter the Beast Coast heroes particularly, but it's something they go with consistently.
I find it
themselves
very interesting. Sorry, T.
That's right.
I find it very interesting the body language and the sort of way the players of Beast Coast group around when they're picking. There's a lot of conversation, a lot of talking, a lot of checking. Some teams, most of the players just seem to sit there staring into space while 1 or 2 people focus on the drafting.
But you see that in the draft as well, because the heroes that they're picking, it's a little bit more kind of in the moment kind of feeling, right? Other teams, they've got a bit more of a script that they follow, what's available, what's not, what's meta, and Beast Coast is a little bit more kind of, it feels loose, a little bit more free.
Do you think it makes them harder to predict?
Sometimes.
Because you guys seem pretty good at predicting what heroes they're going to pick.
Ah, well, it only takes you so far. You can't pick every hero.
Right,
you need to still practice some stuff. But for Spirit, I'd like to see like a Shadow Demon, potentially, for them. The idea of the save, we mentioned how valuable tossback is. If you're ready on the SD Aether lens, you have to quickly, you know, disengage and prevent that Tiny from making those saves.
I don't know if I like SD that much against Snapfire Tiny, though, because it's a lot of AoE stuff to deal with. And he's like one of those heroes that, even though he's on the backline, if he's getting bombed by Mortimer's Kisses, like, he's going to struggle with it. So,
the
but
block
they pick
Bane
themselves.
Awesome.
So that means could still be core Snapfire, could be core Tiny. It's a decent way to pivot if they didn't necessarily get the Bloodseeker they wanted. Switching up the lanes a little bit is a good ultimatum.
See, Spirit needs they need a support. They need a spellcaster right now, like a Dark Willow type hero. Seems pretty solid. Actually, Dark Willow seems pretty.
Have not seen much
Pretty nice.
Willow in this tournament. Not in the games that I've been seeing. We've seen a lot of Willow. Or
I think EG ran it
Visage.
once with a Mars combination.
Yeah.
They didn't win the game, I don't think, but
Visage, okay.
Oh,
Visage.
is that a first? Yeah, I think it's the first Visage for them in the tournament.
Wow.
Cool. Well, it's been popular with other players. It's still flexible on lane. It's probably going to be I was going to say their carry, but we really don't know. Just probably not their support. But some players play it off lane, some players play it carry. Still very flexible draft for Team Spirit with that monkey pick, and they will still go back for the Batrider.
You know what? Okay, they're asking for it on Team Spirit though.
Yeah.
Like
Kinda,
that is like the hardest counter to Monkey King in the game. It's so hard to play that as a core now.
It's good against Visage too. You break through his armor.
You break
so
through his
quick.
armor super quickly in your magic damage. Like
Yep.
you don't. Yeah, it's. This is a great Batrider game. I'm shocked that Beastcoast was able to get it in this situation. Like this is crazy good.
I just checked the pubs as well from Team Spirit, the 3 core players. In the last 8 days, none of them has played, Visage. So this is either going to be a...
They played Visage?
Yeah, they have not also played
This
Visage.
is either going to be
Every
a
time.
Matu Alchemist situation.
No, yeah.
Where he hasn't played in
Okay, come on.
a long
There's
time.
no way that they haven't played in a scrim since the start of the tournament, though. It has been a hero that many teams have played around with. Like, surely they're ready to pivot. And
Bro, you
again, they were
say that,
flexible.
you
They're
say that, and
flexible
then
on the
these teams get interviewed, and they're like, yeah, we have never played this
Yeah.
shit before.
I've never even played Dota before.
I mean, it's good
We
against
just don't
Bane.
line up.
It's good against Snapfire. It can interrupt those ultimates from a good range, but yeah, it does seem a little counter.
It's just it's exciting to see that they maybe have played, let's say, 1 or 2 scrims of it potentially in the last week, but not enough to be like, we've perfectly practiced it. So this is going to be a
interesting
new
one.
little bit of spice.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Bane or the Abaddon Ben is perfect. Very good against both Bane and Bat.
Yeah, that's one way to like take this, god tier bat game and turn it into like at least Monkey gets to play Dota is by getting the Abaddon out. I would even imagine like, I don't know, an Oracle ban seems good too here, just to like take out these dispels.
And then Oracle Monkey King as well gives him a way to stand his ground. They do kind of need a way to save from the grip right now, because Beastcoast, with Tiny jumping in, Batrider preventing the Monkey King vision advantage, it is going to enable Bane to always get that grip off on the Pangler, I feel, unless, Visage just, beelines through the fight.
Jug ban a little interesting. I guess he's survivable against Mars combo, can get away from Pango.
Also good in the lane against Mars.
Okay.
And potentially
They do
Team
take
Spirit,
the
they
Oracle
just
out,
want to
yeah.
ensure that they have even lanes at least. If you lose your lanes with this type of lineup, this Bat, Boots of Bearing running you over, amount of early damage that Beastcoast has, Spirit could struggle.
All right, I am interested to see how Spirit answers the bat. I don't think you can just not.
And the Oracle was banned out, yeah.
Yeah, that
Disruptor.
just sounds... Disruptor is the lowest win rate here on pro level pubs. That's a rough...
But how does Oracle do in those games? We had to ban Oracle.
He does well, actually. He's like around 50%. He's been good since they changed.
Ooh.
There's the answer. Okay,
Yeah.
so they're going to pivot, and the carry is going to be PL. And here the thing with doing that though is one of the highest win rate carries versus PL is Tiny, and so that's an issue. But then you are forcing Tiny carry, which sucks. These
Can't you
days.
put Tiny carry in like a Leshrac mid, and then you just join the fight together and go?
Lesh mid sounds pretty dope. That sounds pretty good.
It does, yeah.
There's no save for him, no good save, which is one issue. Like I feel like if Lesh can somehow survive the fights, you're gonna kill every Team Spirit hero. But there's
You
no
can get
saves.
tossed to safety. We've already seen it.
Sure. Okay, that's a save. Yeah. If you have the
Toss
right guy
Nightmare
playing it.
And Cookie. Those are their saves, I guess.
Yeah. But then you carry Tiny and you're using your Tiny to save your Lash.
I mean,
Yeah, it's still fine.
They did undermine the Batwell with the PL pick. He's going to be able to dispel off the sticky napalms. That'll be Monkey support, so he's not as countered. So it's kind of cool, but it is also kind of slow. They can't necessarily death push with the Visage like they maybe could have before. So the Visage pick feels weirder.
I have it. Earthshaker. You
a lot
Earthshaker
of stuff.
mid.
There it is.
There it is. The Earthshaker. As predicted.
Okay, so lots of damage. Some blind is good against like Monkey, Visage, and PL. He'll go Battle Fury or Mjolnir or something, deal with PLs. It kind of works. Lane-wise, how's it do against Mars?
Fares pretty well. If you buy a casual stick, you're always going to have charges due to the Mars spam. I think in the early game as well, you can join your team. And when PL gets like Diffusal +1, there's going to be like a Maelstrom BKB on the troll potentially. And I think that just fight advantage is going to give Beastcoast a bit more confidence again.
It's a 5-position Visage, actually.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was the
Sea
bait
Smiles
switch.
Snapfire.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I like the mid snap. I feel like they're going to be able to go to PL's lane and punish the crap out of him with rotations. Chris Mel's been pretty successful with these lately. Can Toronto Tokyo offset it though? That's a possibility. But Visage 5, I don't think anybody's been playing at support, right?
No, not really.
So
It's a good 5 though. It is like Soul Assumption does way too much damage at level 1, and it's really good against Tiny, your 0 armor guy.
Are you not afraid though of Spirit after laning phase again? How do they stop Beastcoast running at them? How do they say, no, we control this territory? It's like a rolling thunder or the arena. Outside of that, they're hoping PL finds the farm.
All right, very quickly.
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
I think Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
Look at them, how they joined us so quickly, huh?
3 for Beast Coast. Let's take it to the SAS. Sunsfan and Cinderin. Who dares wins?
Thank you very much, Pyrian, Flack, Sunsfan with Cinderin. Game 2 actually already underway. We're in the game right now, believe it or not. These are some cool picks. I don't know anything about Dota. 4 melee into Batrider Troll. Sounds kind of good for the Batrider and Troll, theoretically.
Yeah, I think
Your thoughts?
this is an incredible Batrider game until the last pick PL. And even after that, I still think it's fine. So, judging from how much value they got out of Whisper last game on that bat, that has you very hopeful for Beast Coast in this game. The last pick Troll for K1 is a hero they don't play very often, but he's definitely shown in previous tournaments that he's completely capable. And this is a good Troll game. He is a very good hero against PL. He's good against Visage because of the Whirling Axis blind. He's playing against a lot of melee heroes, like you pointed out, so there's targets to actually hit during fights reliably. And on top of that, he has multiple heroes in his team that have good lockdown, so he can stay on the same target and get those fervor stacks built up. Playing with Tiny, playing with Bane, playing with Batrider Lasso. There's plenty of options. For Team Spirit, I think, in a way, it's a bit similar to last game, that I think if they get off to a good start in the laning phase, that can allow them to scale Yatoro the way they want. Oh, hang on, this might be a bad start to the laning phase.
Yep, Gojira is here. He's got the Avalanche, and that is first blood for K1. So again, first blood going the way of Beast Coast. They might get another kill on top of that. Nice blocks from Gojira. Naposhka, one more right click will do it.
Charges.
And yes, double kill for K1. Troll Warlord, position 1 double kill. That is pretty disgusting.
That is such an awesome start for him, obviously. He's going to go to lane with a 350 gold advantage over the Mars. Looks like Mira has actually skilled Jingu?
Mira, he does have the Jingu proc, so he can get some HP back, but he takes a heavy, heavy damage as a result.
I find that a little bit of surprising way to skill in this lane, considering you're playing against Troll, right? So if you prioritize Jingu, as soon as the blind starts coming out, you're in trouble. Yeah, he's getting bullied.
That's a fairy fire expended. He does live.
They don't have a salve yet. He needs to wait for it to arrive from the courier. That's going to take a good 20-30 seconds that he has no impact here. But yeah, I think now that Troll knows this, he's probably just going to skill Berserker's Rage level 2, right? And just start blinding Mira whenever he goes in, and he's just negated. So I would say this should be a good start for Beast Coast in that bottom lane. Mid lane, I would say Snapfire against Pango. Should be a Snapfire favored lane as well here for Chris. And then top lane, Bat Tiny against PL Visage. PL usually very good against the Batrider, but I think his lane partner is atrocious against it. So that is a bit concerning there as well. So overall, I can understand where the panel is coming from with the prediction that Beast Coast is going to win this game. You factor in how they played last game, you factor in these lanes. Team Spirit definitely have their work cut out for them here. They've got to be very careful. But fortunately, Yatoro did say in an interview that you need to be careful. So
That's true.
They should be...
Do they listen to him, though? That's the real question.
That is a very good question.
Courier was killed with a couple mangoes from Beast Coast side, so they're not going to be able to get a little bit of that regen that they need. Obviously, K1 and Sting are both basically out of mana right now. As you can see, Gojira, toss back up. Okay, I'm allowed to say a couple stupid things per game, Cinder. This one's, it's not necessarily stupid. I just know it's not going to happen, but I want to mention it.
Yeah.
Okay. Eventually,
that's stupid.
If the game goes late enough, Troll Ags is extremely good this game.
All right, so I was saying as a joke that it's stupid before you actually said it, but now that you did say it, it's stupid.
Okay, so let me explain why.
Okay, it's actually not stupid. All right, hang on.
Make up your mind, for God's sake, as Whisper getting chased a bit here, Maposhka. Gets off another soul assumption.
Good damage.
Tango there from Whisper. He should be good to go for now. Still more sticky napalms overall. Of course, the Doppelganger, a good way to dispel those sticky napalms when they get to be too much. But anyway, against PL, the Ags is amazing because of the low cooldown. You're constantly blinding him with each Doppelganger, which means he has to go MKB, which he never wants to go. You also have Dispels, or you can dispel the Jingu stacks on yourself. You can dispel Shield Crash off of Pango, which is a core Pango. I think it's a good... The problem is like that build was more for mid troll, which isn't really a thing these days. As Gojira gets killed in the bot or in the top lane.
Yeah, I do think Ags on troll is a possibility.
But it's like a later game item.
Yeah, they're probably going to hope it drops from Roche.
Oh my.
Trade-off there. Bad Rider showing off what it can do against Visage. Just run it down and get it done. But yeah, I could see it. It's just... You always need to consider, like, what else could you get for 4,200 gold, right?
Yep.
That's the comparison. Always mid lane, Gojira finds Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh my, that is rough. And now we got a Nightmare from Stinger, so he's not even going to get chased down. This is looking quite good for Beastcoast to start things out. Stinger, okay, he actually sticks around a little bit. Just going for this D-War, but it's denied as Mira. Gonna get the activation on that Jingu. Stinger, I think he's gonna be fine though. So
he's fine.
Yeah, Whisper is fine, as you alluded to here.
Good.
Here's the replay. So the cookie setup and just the Avatos.
Yeah,
pretty
nice
simple.
and easy. Pango has very bad base health, one of the lowest in the game. So a great target for Snapfire and Tiny to combine on.
And the deny of the rune, as we see Troll getting gone on. K1 gets off the Whirling Axes. Mira in the trees now, so you just need to get a salve, which they will get successfully. K1, in terms of CS, 22-1. Look at the Mars, by the way, collapsed, 25-5. He's having himself a game, but he's going to get gone on right now. Nightmare with the right clicks to come from Stinger. K1, you can see the Monkey King jumping in, collapse, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible, but with the Troll Warlord, right clicks, and Whirling Death. By Whirling Death, I mean Whirling Axes, of course.
Death by Whirling Axes.
There is no
AKA
Timbersaw.
Whirling Death.
There's a Timbersaw in this game, unfortunately.
Whisper's gonna get onto Miposhka here. That is a dead Visage. No escaping here. He will almost kill Gojira there.
Yeah, Miposhka is actually quite fast, but eventually will be burned down into oblivion. So another kill going the way Beast goes. 6-1 advantage. And what does Team Spirit need to do?
I think they need to play around Pango's ult. I think once Toronto Tokyo hits level 6,
Nightmare
to do what Chris did last game.
And a first Mortimer's Kisses of the game. So early rotation from that mid Snapfire. It's not quite enough, but with the Whirling Axes again, this time in... I wanted to say death. you knew I wanted to say...
I know.
I've been casting so much Timbersaw, for God's sake. But the slow from the Whirling Axe is enough to combo with the Mortimer's Kisses. So another great rotation, this time from Chris Smile on the Snapfire. And are we expecting a similar build that we've been seeing from the occasional mid Snapfires with the Blink Shard?
I think so, yeah. It definitely looks good here. You have, like we talked about, there's multiple melee heroes in the enemy team, right? So you're likely to find a combo when those heroes come in nice and close. And you have good follow-up as well. If you get the initiation first, there's so many heroes that can pile onto the target you find. You go in with Troll and ult, you have the Snapfire yourself. If you have a dagger and you just reposition slightly out, you have the follow-up damage, obviously.
Right.
Tiny Avalanche Toss, Bad Rider Lasso, tons of things to play with. So.
Man, Gojira's movement here has been pretty freaking good. He secured the Invis rune for C Smile. He takes the enemy bounty rune. Now trying to set up for another kill in this top lane. See if they're able to get it as Whisper.
He's close to 6. He's actually trying to set this up for himself. He's starting to marinate them right now.
Marinate?
Mm-hmm. That's what Bad Rider does. He marinates people with that license thick in napalm.
And collapse with no regen and very little HP to work with.
What do you think about a Bad Rider set where sticky napalm is you throwing sauce?
Can it be combined with the taunt from Ember Spirit that has the shish kebab thing?
Yes, absolutely. So you're like marinating them, and then the lasso is, you know, the cooking.
Okay. So do you need a chef's hat for that, though, right?
Sure.
I'll
allow it.
That's going too far. The chef's hat is where it really breaks lore.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
You know, I always talk about how I would like the items to fit the character.
Yeah.
And I don't like
does.
these outrageous things. I feel like Batrider being a chef is very...
Toronto Tokyo, this is his first rotation of the game. It looks to be a kill onto Stinger eventually. But
we'll
obviously
get him.
just a support, but they're going to give him a solo kill. It's K1, okay, Rolling Thunder's coming. He's going to need some TP support. Actually takes out the tree, nicely done. And that might be enough for him to survive with the rotation from Gojira. Toronto Tokyo's ult finally ends, but there's the avalanche. Perfect timing into the toss, whirling axes again. Not quite enough to take out Toronto Tokyo. He's going to limp back to base.
Just surviving there for K1, though, I think is a victory for Beastcoast. That was a Pango ult. He's forced to rotate all the way back to base. If he doesn't get this, he will get the Arcane Rune, so maybe he will be okay, but still very low on resources.
Poshka's dead.
Yep, that's...
Doesn't even need to use Lasso here for Whisper. Very easy kill. Obviously, damage over time, very strong against Visage in general. Just breaks right through that cloak. Toronto Tokyo. I mean, look at his net worth versus the Snapfire. He is a few hundred off.
Oh my god.
It's going to be even worse now with another great rotation from Gojira. We talked about how well he played last game. Even if they kill him here, this is mega worth for Beast Coast. And now they're going to use this extra space to potentially go on top of Collapse, although...
I don't think he's even going to die. He's going to have his spells soon.
Boundless Strike. A couple more right clicks, and
like I
down
said,
he goes.
He's fine.
Yeah, he wanted to go back to
be fair, though, 1 second later and he lives. He almost had Avalanche Toss ready again.
Oh my.
Close call, but nice from Mira there.
Oh, all right, a courier.
Convenient. Oh, what do you know?
Delicious.
Jumps into that.
Rolling Thunder. Yeah, this will be a nice kill onto a Whisper for Team Spirit. That's the pig pull. Not going to help you now. Swashbuckle's there as well. Okay, Flamer gives him a little bit of space, and there's a Mortimer's Kisses on top of the lasso, but the solo assumption gets the kill first. At the very least, it's a 1-for-1. So good rotation from Beast Coast. And it looks like they're going to get a second kill on top. Man, if Batrider lives there, that would have been devastating for Team Spirit.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely insane. But they're still happy with this trade. They trade 2-for-1. That was again the Pango ult, and he's the one to die. Visage gets level 6, summons the birds. I think one of them got killed, so Miposhka playing with half an army for another minute and a half now. And, you know, Spirit's lineup, in essence, needs a lot of time. PL is a pretty weak carry for quite a long time.
Yep.
And so is Troll, but his matchup into the PL is good. So if they're both in a similar game state, and the 4-man of Beast Coast is doing a better job than that of Team Spirit, I think Beast Coast should feel very comfortable with the development.
Would you agree that Troll is... He's a bully in lane, unlike PL.
Yeah.
So usually you'll be able to get a little bit better farm early on. And he is going for the Battle Furies. There's the initiation from Mira. And there's the first ult from Mars. And that's going to be a very nice kill for Team Spirit. Toronto Tokyo.
They needed that.
Ends up netting himself the money for that, which, like you said, is much needed considering his... Is it 3 deaths now? Yeah, he's 2 and 3 in that mid lane Pango role.
He's more than 1,000 gold behind the snap of Chris Smile here.
Is that intentional? It looked intentional.
Who has Boots of Travel now, by the way. Do you think this is a little greedy, or you like this pickup?
I think it's good in this game. I think they have what it takes. As long as Batrider doesn't also go Travels, and again, you see Whisper going for the same build as last game. He's going Drum into BKB.
Okay.
It's really useful for Snapfire. You have this ability to push waves very quickly and very easily. And the move speed helps you a lot with getting in position to land the cookie in particular. Bottom lane, they got
dead.
Stinger.
Nightmare keeps him alive for about half a second longer.
Okay, Spirit's starting to make some moves here. That should perhaps lead to a bottom tower as well. They have the siege creep coming in from the 10-minute wave.
Yep, Collapse is showing mid. He's going to get backstabbed here. There's the cookie to start. Actually uses the rebuke already, and there comes Gojira with the avalanche into the toss back. TPs are coming. Collapse isn't going down that fast. Spear not going to connect, though, onto the tower. Mortimer's Kisses is enough to finally get the kill onto Collapse, but it will be a trade for Whisper. But that took a lot of rotations from Team Spirit. Grip near the tier 1 tower. There's the Wukong's command, but there's a scatter blast to follow. And C-Smile cleans up Toronto Tokyo, as now he is getting chased. Pops that Fairy Fire. Monkey King getting in close proximity. Gojira trying to cut down a tree, but not in the right area. There's the Avalanche. Doesn't look like they'll be able to... Mira can get up a couple right clicks if he wants to try to heal, but wasn't going to be enough. At the very least, they find that kill. Toronto, or Yatoro, I should say, picks up the DD. So again, Pango dies. This time, at the very least, it was a trade for Snapfire, who is worth a lot more at this stage. And K1, Battle Fury is on the way.
12 minutes.
Hey, he's going to Ags, baby. Look at that.
Wow.
What did I say? It's a god tier Ags game, Syndrome. Watch him change his mind, make me look like an idiot.
How often is a broken clock right? I feel like that's what you want.
What is that doesn't even make sense.
That's just.
How do you break something twice?
That's just a functioning clock, I guess. Actually,
yes, two negatives make a positive, or so I was
if
told.
you end up being right, I salute you. That would be impressive. Because I think you've suggested Ags 100 times and been wrong, and this might just be the one.
That's a lie. As Collapse gets off the arena, he's going to get Nightmare, but here comes the ult from Toronto. He's stuck inside the wall, though. Very unfortunate for him. Stinger's going to be the first to fall in this engagement, but it's going to be the trade for Mira on that Monkey King. Scatterblast doing so much damage as Toronto Tokyo trying to create enough space for him to get away, but he has a bunch of stacks of Sticky Napalm, and even the Troll ult expended just to secure the kill. A 3-for-1 as we have a pause.
I love the pause. Pause instantly, all caps, sorry, from Chris. He pressed his troll ult, and when you do that, your keyboard actually switches on caps lock as well. It's a little known fact about this ult.
That's true. Not to go off on a tangent, Sinner, but the caps lock key, why does it exist? Why do you need it? So, like, it's in a very prime spot where something useful could actually be. Why you could put that button where like the home and end button are on the key.
What would you put where caps lock is?
Anything, literally anything.
F9 for Dota.
Okay.
I think I would put
Make
F9
it a bindable
there.
key. Yeah.
Isn't it?
I mean, if you unbind caps lock,
I'm pretty sure you can do that in the registry, Shannon. You were used to be tech support. You can help me.
I know. I was tech support, and guess
Help
what?
yourself?
I told people to do not mess with registry.
Actually.
Yes. Don't do it.
That's really good.
4K lead for Beastcoast as they are looking on another level this series. This is the biggest. This actually is the biggest surprise of the tournament so far for me because, again, we know that Beastcoast can show up, but this is against a TI winner. They've looked good this tournament. It's not like they've shown up and just gotten beat by everybody, but they are getting manhandled in this series.
Yeah, Beastcoast are definitely hot today, and it also feels like Team Spirit overall have been a little bit cold as well. I think it's a bit of both, but to me, this has been one of the most impressive showings we've seen from Beastcoast this tournament. And this is the time to do it when it matters the most. It's actually, we talked about this during the DPC. This is a team that plays the best the higher the stakes are, right? So in the DPC regionals, for example, Beastcoast really stepped it up when there were more points on the line. They won the DPC there, that regional season. Then they make it to the major, and they do okay in groups, and now we're in the, now it's crunch time, so now they're going to play their A game. It's a great quality to have as a team to be able to really step it up when it matters most, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I should mention that Toronto Tokyo picks up a Diffusal Blade. 15.5-minute Diffusal Blade as a mid-Pango is not what you're looking for.
That's not where it's at.
Apparently it's 1 minute slower than the average. That does not seem, I mean, is that including supports is a real question. Because you're inside that Wukong's command.
What support getting chased? Diffusal, Shannon.
I do.
Game.
Me.
Yeah, well.
Actually, that's not true. I just go Maelstrom. I don't bother with Diffusal. It's more fun.
All right, Shannon. So far, K1 has bought the Ogre Axe. What do you think he's going to buy with it?
It's BKB, I know.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. He has the Alacrity, though. So I'm not sure. We'll have to hold that thought. Collapse gets off the spear with the Arena to follow. And looks like they'll be able to clean up Whisper, but here comes Smile. Doing a decent amount of damage, but that's just on a support Monkey King. So they get the trade, but favor of that exchange going Team Spirit's way. Oh, Mortimer's Kisses.
Okay.
All right. Doing some farming. Oh, they actually cancel the TP on top of the grip as well. So a nice find by Beastcoast ends up being worth it in the end.
I love that play from Chris. It's so good, right? He knows that Doppelganger is on cooldown from the fight bottom, so he's going to use the Mortimer's Kisses primarily to give vision. Like, they just needed to see where the PL was so they could get a grip. And even though they don't get the grip, they get the vision for the Tiny to come in and then ultimately set it up. So
yeah,
very, very nicely done to get that trade in the end. I thought that was finally going to be a good moment for Spirit, but every single move they make is getting punished. think they've traded literally every move they've made. And now this is going to more than likely lead to a mid-tier 1 tower as well. See Small here with the illusions. Just a couple more hits will do it. There we go.
Yep, and as we see, he has his BKB, of course. Toronto Tokyo, we already talked about the Diffusal Blade. Obviously for Yatoro, he already has his Diffusal Blade along with the casual Yasha, which will be a Manta style, so extremely standard build overall for the PL. And oh, nice catch by Gojira. Mira ended up leaping into the Avalanche, and that's going to be another easy kill going the way of Beastcoast. Takes it for himself.
I'll say it, I don't want to play Monkey King in this game. These matchups are pretty rough. I think both Snapfire as well as Batrider are 2 of the worst.
Avalanche, toss back. They don't have grip this time, though.
They have Nightmare.
They do have Nightmare to close the gap for the rest of the team to follow. Drums are popped. You can see the lasso is available, and it's going to be used. Not that much damage, actually, because of the shield crash, but they find it in the end regardless. Another nice kill for Beastcoast.
Max level Nightmare, that 7-second sleep is almost enough to give Tiny his spells back. It's kind of like chakra if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Just wait so long that he gets them again.
Troll only picked up a total of 4 Aghanim Scepters this patch. It will be the first in Premier Tournament. That can't be right. I've seen it. Wait, NA Dota is not Premier. My bad.
In this patch, Shannon.
That's right.
In this
I know.
patch.
I'm talking about NA DPC.
Yeah, that wasn't this patch.
When you say this patch, does that mean C or 3-1? I would assume 3-1.
I would assume C?
No, I would not assume C.
No. That's actually a good question. I don't know how they consider that in stats.
That's our trivia question. What do you mean, production, by this patch?
What is
Sunsfan right or Cinderin? Or neither, somehow?
Oh, that would be the best, actually. When we say this patch, we mean the last 4 years.
Yes, of course. Makes perfect sense. 5K lead. We have the Wraith Pact online, by the way. Who's holding that? It's actually on... Oh, is it the Visage? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Brown Boots, Wraith Pact.
This Roche is dying very quickly to Troll with Drum.
Yep. And he has the BKB ready to go. The Nightmare on the trees.
Oh,
actually help him out a little bit, but they find the kill nonetheless. Requires him to go to the high ground. But like you said, Aegis now for K1. And he is, in fact, going for the Aghanim Scepter next, Cinderin. Has the Alacrity, Blade of Alacrity, and Point Booster, so 2K away from the dream.
Shannon, you're going to be right.
Well,
I can't believe it. I feel like I'm about to give you a diploma. Like, congratulations.
Participation diploma. Thank you so much. This patch is 7.31. So you could have just said, I was right.
I could.
Okay. I'm talking about production.
Oh.
NADPC was not before that. Doesn't make any sense. Somehow we're both wrong? That doesn't make any sense. Either way, the Tier 2 tower will be destroyed. You can see Mira on the trees. They're actually going to fortify this. Oh, do they see him? Picks up a tree, but it's not the one Mira's on. Yeah.
I would think.
He's getting out of there. And that's going to be a Tier 2 for Beastcoast. Gojira ends up missing that Avalanche. Yeah, they're scanning now. They really are annoyed by Mira. K1 going high ground, absolutely.
He doesn't have the Ags yet. They're just going to try to force... Yeah, they force Team Spirit to TP back, and then they get the hell out of there. And Spirit have to rotate with the Troll plus Siege Creep.
All right, let's talk more about the Ags again, because you know me. Am I missing anything that it dispels? So if you use the... It lowers the cooldown of Whirling Axes in general, and then the range version will dispel enemies. The melee version will dispel yourself. So what did I miss that you can dispel, other than Shield Crash, the Jingu stack on yourself? I don't think you can dispel it from Monkey King.
You can dispel the Grave Chill Visage gets when casted on enemies, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you should be able to.
Yeah, that's sound.
Oh, Gojira.
Yeah, Avalanche. Toss back, and the lasso in midair, and the grip. Using everything. Gets off the Doppelganger. Going for the illusion, it looks like. He might be able to live through this. Yeah, they baited him out. He's going to get out, it looks like. But there's the Nightmare. Nope. Whirling Axis comes in. Both versions. Down goes the PL. K1 pops the ult inside the Wukong's command. Just going absolute ham on Mr. Collapse. Double kill for K1.
Toronto Tokyo
Beastcoast
did
looking
not
good.
have TP. The Pango is stuck in the top lane.
Indeed, toss back again. Triple kill K1. We were expecting a 2-0, but not for Beastcoast.
Nope.
And
I'll
it has
admit it.
not been close. This is a very masterful performance by them.
Just another example of us both being wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
But there's the ag, so that's a constant reminder that I am correct.
yeah. I guess.
Toronto Tokyo,
they got
the
him!
cancel on the ult, gets tossed back and brought down. Does have buyback though. Gojira is all over the place. This guy is an absolute god. And down goes the tier 3 tower. They can see the TP from Mars coming in, and he has to cancel it. There's the buyback onto Pango though. K1 getting bursted down, but does have the Aegis. It is consumed.
He doesn't have
Rolling
BKB yet.
Thunder is coming. It's going to be timed perfectly, and there's the spear into the Mars arena. And unfortunately, the Aghanim Scepter did nothing, Cinder, because he's dead. And the rest of Beastcoast likely will try to fall back as Collapse is having a weird 1v1 battle with Tiny, which is himself. That doesn't make any sense. Gojira finds the kill. And you can see some laughter there from Beastcoast. It's a 2-for-1. Gojira has his blink, but
I feel
no
like
TP.
we're watching literally the same game we just did. It's the exact same thing, right? They're really far ahead. They're doing great. They push high ground, then they die on K1.
Yeah, true.
And now they're going to chill. And if everything goes according to plan, well,
all right, and he's just standing there.
okay.
Makes it a little bit easier for Team Spirit to get the 3-for-1. If you want to count the Aegis, 4-for-1.
It is actually, if you are looking to min-max in real life, if you're sure you're going to die on your hero, not clicking will give your mouse more longevity. So if you're sure you're going to die there, just take your hand off the mouse.
That's true.
You'll need to buy less mice.
There's only so many clicks within each mouse, and you never know when it goes out.
Right.
It's just like a tennis racket.
Yeah. There's only so many clicks in that.
That's right. I mean, when they mess with the wire, that's kind of clicking. Or badminton for you.
Now I'm
I
picturing
know you're
you
a badminton guy.
playing Dota with a tennis racket as your mouse. That would explain a lot of things about what heroes you like to play.
That's right, and we can see Smile. He's getting close to the level 20 Lil Shredder using your attack damage, already prepping for that with the Chrysalis.
Yep.
Of course, it doesn't do anything yet, really, for him.
He's going to go into Silver as well.
Okay.
So he will have that break against Mars, which will be very useful for Troll in particular to just kill him instantly.
Right.
In these fights, when Troll uses ulti, the dream scenario for Team Spirit is that Collapse is tanking all of it with the Bulwark. Has known to be a pretty bad matchup for Troll at times, and they did willingly pick it into Mars here. Wasn't too big of an issue so far, but if those conditions are met, that can be a very, very big deal for Spirit's defense. Which they will probably be playing for a while here, let's be honest. The map is definitely not in their favor. I don't know. I feel like this is the hardest game I've seen Mira play in a long time. He has nothing.
Yeah, it is uncommon for us to see that.
He has Orb of Corrosion and a Void Stone. He's almost completing a Yule's now. He actually has the gold for it, but then he wouldn't have buyback. But
Mass disconnections, everybody's lagging.
this is a very rough Monkey King game.
Bulba probably using all the bandwidth in his hotel room, affecting all the players. Just downloading all his anime, of course.
Oh.
Nothing nefarious.
I thought he was downloading Storm Spirit replays.
There's just so many to go through.
I mean, once you have that fetish with it, you want to see all of them, you know?
That's true. You might have missed something.
Yep.
Absolutely. So what does Team Spirit need to do to get back in this game? I mean, 7K is not insurmountable. We've already seen one Roche, and the Aegis was taken out pretty fast, so he won't be up for a few minutes now.
I think...
I mean, because can Team Spirit, can they take Roche fast with this lineup? You got the lucky shot. It peels,
Visage 15 helps a lot with it, right? Because then if he...
the corruption.
But he might take the double Soul Assumption hit as a support. I'd probably still take the other one, I would imagine. But yeah, with that, they can kill it reasonably fast, but not super fast. Beastcoast are easily the quicker team here at killing Roche. I think for Spirit, the big goal is, honestly, find a way for PL to connect on the back line. Like, you want PL to kill Bane. You want PL to be able to run at and fight potentially the Batrider, but he has BKB, so you need to catch him in a stun first. It really is about attacking the fight in a way that isn't just flat out head-on, because I think those fights are too difficult for you. So you need to use PL as an assassin almost.
Yeah.
I think if he just runs in the front, he can't fight anyway, right? He's just going to get zoned out by Troll and a Snapfire ult, so has to be very aware of his attack angle.
We missed a couple things. Self-dispel from the Ags on Troll will take off Lucky Shot, obviously. It will take off the slow from the Rebuke. Will take off the slow from Spirit Lance. So allows K1 to actually not be kited as much, which was kind of I would assume, the intent of the item in general for Troll, since he does get kited a lot. Likely not to see the Shard, though. Even if it drops on Roche, give it to somebody else.
If it drops on Roche, he's going to break it rather than have it.
Rampage. I mean, it sounds like a great spell, but we've seen it used, and it's a bit underwhelming. I think there's a couple ways to probably improve it, but we won't get into the theory crafting, Cinderin. I think the idea is cool, though.
Yeah. Oh, the status resist isn't too bad this game, actually, for his team, I suppose. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to use a lot of the time. And you mostly don't want to buy it, right? If you get it for free and none of your other the thing is, there's other teammates you would rather give the shard to anyway, right? Give the one to bad.
For sure. I mean, this guy, I will say, giving a bunch of attack speed in range form to Tiny, even a support Tiny, hitting buildings, that could be quite good. But I don't think it's worth picking up over something.
Honestly, now that I'm looking over the heroes, I actually don't know if you'd rather have it on anyone else. I think his might be the best.
Really? Brain Sap's not that great this game.
It's okay against PL.
Snapfire already has hers, I'm guessing. That's the best one in the game for sure.
Has that. And the Bad Rider one is the one with attacking during lasso, which I think is largely inconsequential this game. The way he's building. So, honestly,
okay,
it's probably him or Bane. I think the Bane one is pretty nice against PL, actually.
You don't want to give it to support Tiny?
No.
Really?
Not with this build.
Even, I mean, it's not for fighting. It's for sieging once you win a fight, right?
His attack speed is going to be atrocious, though, right?
Well, not with the rampage that you buy after the fact, right?
Good point.
All right, they find the monkey again. Down goes Mira again. How many deaths is that this game? That is number 7.
Oh, they scanned them out mid. Whisper almost got vision there with that napalm. That one he definitely did with. Toronto, Tokyo, but can't chase him down.
I feel like if you consume the shard on somebody that already has shard, you just get 1,400 gold. Doesn't that make sense? Give it to Snapfire.
That would be pretty crazy, actually.
Would it?
Yeah.
I guess 1,400 is a lot. Cheese is only, what, 250?
I think you sell it for 500.
Sell it for 500?
Yeah. I think that's been... I feel like it's been done before, but it's exceptionally rare. But I think I have seen a pro game where somebody sold the cheese.
Well, when you need an item, you need an item.
Yep.
And you can see Beastcoast playing a little bit slower pace now, obviously waiting for the second row since they have the advantage in taking it. Abyssal Blade now online for K1, and he's going to be going for Scotty and then eventually the Blink Dagger to likely replace the Boots, or if he ends up consuming the Aghanim Scepter. And there's Roche. All right, so you actually do think K1's Shard will be the play here.
Yes.
Which we will talk about if he actually gets it. But you can see Team Spirit are actually on their way to attempt to contest this.
They're too late.
It's going to be too slow. So K1 getting Aegis and Team Spirit, they're going to get found out. They're going for the Monkey King again, tossed back into Whisper's arms. And he's going to die. Number 8. And see if they can find some more. Gojira gets off another toss, but he's in the midst of a lot of summons here. There's the Rolling Thunder to follow. BKB activated, and K1 ends up helping get yet another kill in favor of Beastcoast. And a nice catch by Whisper. And this is another kill going the way of Beastcoast. The Spirit not able to even get to the Roche Pit in time, but they still lose 3.
I think they might have even got a better outcome there, potentially, if K1. I think he wanted to try to Abyssal the Pango, but ended up clicking either Visage or a Bird.
Yeah.
If he gets that Abyssal off and then gets a lucky chain bash.
Rampage! Sorry.
There it is.
It was in his backpack for quite a while, because like, surely my shard's not the best, right? Oh, but you already have yours on Snapfire. Okay, all right, I'll take it. So basically, if he's in ranged form while that is activated, his whole team, yeah, you can see the activation, nicely done. Range form, everybody gets attack speed. Melee form, everybody gets status resist. And it actually is dynamic, so if you're switching back and forth while that's activated, it will actually change back and forth for your team.
that might be, you know, when it comes to like trivia and Dota, that might be the thing that you know that least people know. Is
What, shards?
How Rampage works.
Oh, Rampage specifically.
Yeah.
And we did talk about it at TI, and it was used to very little effect, if I remember correctly.
It's one of those shards where I actually really like the concept of this.
Yeah,
I think it's very interesting, and I love the fact that it's dynamic.
Yeah.
But
it used to be attached to, I believe, Battle Trance, which was atrocious. Now it's at least
maybe a couple
okay-ish.
Maybe a couple of tweaks on the numbers would make this a more appealing pickup for pro players.
Yeah, I mean, how long is the duration?
5 seconds.
5 seconds and 80 second cooldown. Come on, man.
Yeah.
80 seconds. That's longer than Battle Trance. What in God's green horses? I don't understand.
God has a green horse?
Gaben.
Oh, Gaben has
a green horse. My bad. Toronto, Tokyo.
Oh, no, they see Mira. Oh, he's fine. I thought for a second they were going to catch him there with...
So, is he building an MKB? He's going for Bloodthorn, it looks like, on the PL. So, not trying to counteract the blind at all from K1, which is obviously an issue since it's up all the time.
On PL, you said?
Yeah.
He's going Bloodthorn, right?
Right.
So he's going to have the True Strike from that, but...
It's not as consistent.
It's far away, though. It's a very expensive item.
Ooh, all right. Good attempt there from Collapse. He's going to get Abyssal Bladed, though, and gripped down. No buyback, and they find the lasso on guess who? It's Mira. Buys back in the game. Didn't even have time to see his dead body, in fact. As K1, okay, we got the jump in from Whisper. He's going to get bashed, though. Gets off the lasso, onto the Pango, getting dragged into death. No buyback again for Team Spirit. And they're at the numbers advantage. Still have to go through this Aegis on K1, who's just focusing on buildings now. And Smile has that talent, so his little shredder does a lot of damage. And okay, that's a dieback now onto Mira. And this might be it for Team Spirit at the Stockholm Major, surprisingly enough. First round lower bracket, 0-2 to Beastcoast, unless they have some miraculous finish here. The jump in from C-Smile, that is another dead hero for Team Spirit. And Beastcoast looking ungodly today. This is where you say you agree.
I agree.
And they won off the back of the Aghanim Scepter and Shard Troll Warlord. Unbelievable, Cinder.
I wonder what the win rate is of that combo. Troll with those two items. It's got to be astronomically high.
Because you'd only buy it when the game is over.
You only get them from Roche almost always.
That is true. The toss back, another kill onto Visage, buys back in the game. Gojira creating some space for his team to just go for the buildings. Objective-based gaming for K1 has his sights set on nothing else other than killing the Ancient as GG's come out. Team Spirit eliminated from the Stockholm Major, upset big time by Beastcoast in a 2-0 victory for them.
And they lost 2 games in a row to this tiny Snapfire Batrider combination. They did not ban any of those heroes that Beastcoast ran in game 1. They banned the Bloodseeker in the first phase, but they still gave the other 3, and it makes you wonder, could you maybe have approached this a little bit differently strategically in the second phase with your bans? But at the end of the day, just looking at the quality of play here from Team Spirit, you've got to feel a little bit disappointed in... They're usually a team that's really clutch and plays very tight together in fights. I felt like there were uncharacteristic individual mistakes today. They weren't playing as clutch as a unit. Like, it became a little bit of these random individual moments more so than coordinated plays. And Beastcoast on the other side, fully well-deserved victory. They were super good today, really showed up. Loved their strategy in both games. And I gotta say, the player to me in both of these games that just is absolutely standout is probably Schofield on the Tiny, and then also Chris Luck on the mid, right? These two players in both games. I don't know, man. These are heroes that other teams, I guess the Snapfire other teams and the Pango, right? So Chris's heroes were pretty standard for others. This Schofield Tiny is maybe something to think about if you're facing this team later on, which is funny because no other team really seems to play 4 Tiny, but he just gets so much value.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen multiple games now before he gets any mobility, any blink, any force F, which he had both of eventually. He's getting these tosses back with no mobility whatsoever, and it's setting up kills constantly. His rotations early game have been god tier. Itemization from the entire team was terrific. Beastcoast just playing out of their minds today. So I guess let's just see what the panel has to say about not the game, not Beastcoast moving on, but the Troll Warlord Ags.
Yes, thanks, chaps. We'll be talking about all those things and more after we take a short break. See you soon. Well, if you came here this morning expecting to see Team Spirit crush Beastcoast, you'll be leaving disappointed because instead, Beastcoast turned a mismatch, as some people thought it was going to be. Oh, this is the most lopsided match of the day easily. Beastcoast 2-0 Team Spirit. They didn't just beat them, they whooped them. It was an old-fashioned whooping. Chaps, I've got to say, Beastcoast surprised a few people today, but not everybody on our panel was a surprise. T, that's your signal to smile and say, yeah, they'd win all along.
Go
Congratulations,
Beastcoast. Woo! No, congratulations,
Yeah.
Beastcoast. No, stop that, Jenkins.
It's
No,
all about T, Governor.
No, it's not. It's about Schofield and his tiny. I think this lad, I think South American tiny players are incredibly talented. I think there is a lot of, players in that 4 role that are going to be looking at this because the win rate in tiny at the major has been like, what was it, 30%?
Oh, yeah, that toss out.
But look how goddamn good this is.
I can tell you why. Because in SANA, these guys are used to playing on US East, with the dumbest core players ever. So they have to. Okay, well, this was a little dumb.
No.
There's a Schofield classic right here.
Look at that TP force, though.
You know what? He loves doing this. Like, he gets off to this, number one. But I love this. This is the most classic Schofield thing to me here. He's done all that he can, and he just stands. Because he knows that he's done. He's already wasted enough time.
Right.
The best part of that clip, though, is beforehand, when he started winning, he started putting on the hoodie, he was like, day's done. As soon as he dies there, he's
Takes
like,
it off.
he's like, oh god, oh no, oh god, I can start playing again. No, but
Schofield's like one of those guys, if you showed me one of his replays without names, from just the way that his hero moves, I could tell you that it was him.
Okay.
Because he just does the goofiest thing.
That is true, yeah. But the funny thing
wait,
is...
Kev, I'm going to cut you off there because unfortunately for Team Spirit fans, but thankfully for the production, we do have an exit interview with one of Team Spirit. It's Mira, and here it is. My boy Tsunami. Take it away.
I got it. Yes, Mira, Team Spirit, thank you for taking the time to do this with me. I know you were able to avoid doing such interviews for all of TI, but unfortunate result coming out against Beastcoast. How does it feel actually coming into an event with expectations? Like, TI, you guys are underdogs the entire time. This time, it seems like a lot of people are paying attention to you.
Yep, this time I think people wait that we gonna win like everything and stuff. It's of course we feel really bad. After this lose, you always feel sad after lose like this. I can say a lot of stuff that we didn't expect that we're gonna play in the tournament at all. We didn't prepare well and stuff, and our mindset is bad right now. But the one direct reason why we lose is that we just play super bad right now. It's not our best shape, like individually. So it's all coming together, and we just play bad. And we know that we don't try to hide it from ourselves. We just say yes, we play bad, but we're gonna try our best. It's not enough this time, so we're just gonna try to understand meta better than now. So yes, we're gonna become stronger.
So seems a little bit more internal than external, but do you feel like any teams or regions took you by surprise in particular, or was it more you guys losing to yourselves?
I think this time we lose to ourselves in the lower bracket, but I think there are some surprises, like Thunder Awaken. I think they are really good, even after we win them 2-0 in the group stage. I feel like they play really fast, really well. I think they're gonna reach like top 3 this tournament. I really like their gameplay. It's like the old OG. The mid laner just run around map and carry farm a lot, and they play 4+1, and it actually works. So I think it's fun to watch. And of course, the other teams, Thunder and stuff, are just stronger now than we. So we knew it. We knew that it will be really hard when we lose tiebreakers, and we're like, oh, we're gonna play against Thunder. Especially at 10 a.m. it was hard for us because we usually wake up at 12 or 13 p.m. So yes, it was hard for us to play this early. But still, I think we wouldn't win anyways. So
No, I like it. These are the gamer hours. Waking up in the morning, it's not my style either. These morning shifts are killing me. On a slightly more positive note, True Sight hopefully should be coming out soon. Do you have anything that you're looking forward to seeing in it?
I think it will be really fun because we were like super chill during the finals, a lot of jokes and stuff. But I think it will be not soon because it's not over. I mean, they didn't shoot everything yet. We're gonna finish it soon, so it will be, I think, before TI, before next TI. Yes.
All right. Well, we're all looking forward to it, Mira.
You too. You too.
Yeah, because I know, I think I saw an interview with maybe Toronto, Tokyo, but like you guys have watched all the True Sights, right?
Yes, sure. Yes, many times. It's super fun to watch. It's like inspiring you to play better. Didn't do this this time though. Maybe that's the reason we didn't watch True Sight before Major. So I think we're gonna fix it as well.
That's right. More inspiration, more motivational stories, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, Mira. Appreciate it, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Tsunami. What a terrific exit interview. A great attitude as well.
Yeah.
Yep, we absolutely knew we weren't up to it. We had some excuses we could come up with, but we just didn't play well. And they really didn't in that series.
That series, those two matches were definitely a big disappointment compared to their group stage stuff. Their group stage stuff, they looked pretty good. They had some fall on their face moments, but those two games were definitely, they underperformed big. Beastcoast way overperformed, so props to Beastcoast for winning the series, but sad to see sad to see Team Spirit go.
Absolutely. I mean, just for an example, Mira was 1-10-10. Schofield was 7-4-24 in that game. I mean, Collapse went 0-10 as well. These are not the kind of disasters that you can come back from. Just in the laning stage into those early game fights, it's all going wrong. But Jenkins, Suns fan wanted us to ask about Troll Act.
Oh my God! Don't give in to this.
Go on, Jenkins.
What about it?
It was good, wasn't it?
He predicted it, and he wants you to talk about
Just
it.
say it was good.
He did predict it, and it was on screen for about 20 minutes, and neither of them noticed that it was in his quick buy. I was just sitting there, I was like, look at the quick buy. Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's a lot of dispels for it. When Troll was good, that was what people were going for. You know, Topson mid-Troll, Radiance, Aghanim Scepter, that was a thing. Even carries were building it. I mean, Troll just sucks. Like, people just don't really pick Troll, and when they do, usually we make fun of it, and then it feeds. And when we're right about something, it means something's really bad. But Beastcoast is just so good that it, doesn't matter.
The rest of the team all popped off and got the Troll where he needed to get. And where we need to get now is to the winner interview, which Tsunami has. He's a busy lad down there today. Tsunami, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ted. I can hear you. I'm back. I'm going through the highs and lows of emotions because I got Chris smiling here. He's cheesing after that win 2-0 against Team Spirit. How'd you guys prepare against TI winners, as Avo will translate?
¿Cómo os preparasteis para jugar contra los ganadores del TI?
Estuvimos tranquilos, ¿no? Porque sabíamos que era el oponente que nos íbamos a enfrentar. Y es más que todo, ya estuvimos preparados porque anteriormente también habíamos jugado con ellos en Screen y le habíamos ganado. Así que solamente jugamos y ya.
They already knew their opponent beforehand, so they were kind of calm about it. They prepared beforehand a lot, and since they already scrimmed against them and beat them in scrims, they felt pretty comfortable about playing against Team Spirit, so they just played and that's it.
Seems like South America is showing up strong at this event, probably one of the strongest. You think that Thunder Awakens momentum is going to slow down and you guys will take the torch, or both of you maybe in grand finals?
Sudamérica está fuerte, Thunder está incluso más fuerte. ¿Creen que Thunder comenzará a perder y podrán ustedes superarlos, o creen que os encontráis la gran final?
Pues sería una pena si es que ellos pierdan, ¿no? Pero lo mejor es que, para mí, en mi opinión, es que todos los sudamericanos sigan subiendo y escalando más, ¿no? Y yo creo que sí le pueden ganar a Tundra. Y así que sí creo que pueden llegar a la final, tal vez.
His best case scenario is all South Americans just keep on growing and increasing and winning every single game. He thinks that they can actually beat Tundra, and it'd be great if they could meet at the grand finals.
Right on. And then I guess, I don't know, I'm still in exit mode right now. I'm trying to figure out other happy questions. I don't know, anything you want to say to your fans that have been probably very anxiously watching the previous series?
Yo entendí, así que gracias a todos los fans y que sigan apoyando, ¿no?, a los equipos de Sudamérica, tanto como Thunder y a Timado, que también está en un equipo de Norteamérica, pero aún así es sudamericano, y creo que todos vamos a hacer un buen papel y que sigan apoyando, ¿no? Y que gracias porque se haya madrugado, tal vez porque en Perú es un poco más temprano, y gracias por su apoyo.
Says thank you to all the fans that have been supporting them, and he asked them to support all the South American teams, themselves, Thunder, and also Timado, who is, even if he's playing North American team, he's still South American, made a point of that, doesn't lose your nationality. And he also wanted to extend a thank you for all the South American fans from South America who are probably getting up really early to watch these matches. You know, their effort is very, very noticed.
The regional love runs deep. Chris Luck, congratulations on the win. Avo, congratulations on doing half of my job. And we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Tsunami, and thank you, Avo.
All right.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. These lads seem so chill. Like, we were chatting to them in the hotel the other night, having a beer and talking and stuff, and they're just a very relaxed bunch of guys. They seem to be having a lot of fun playing, and I think that definitely carries through into the way they play.
We're at the halfway point of, the TI season, the DPC season, right? Like this second major, getting knocked out early, you already know that like you got one more chance to lock in the points in the groups next tour. You got one more major after. It's the exit and the winner interviews in the next tournament. So I was like, oh, but no, this is the chill spot. Like teams like Beastcoast, if they get like an extra 200, 300 points, they're kind of locked in for TI, right?
There's going to be a lot of SA teams at TI, actually.
Yeah, we're going to have like probably maybe 3.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe
very
4.
possible. If Thunder Awaken has a really good series or a really good tournament, they're in. If Beast Coast goes maybe even a round farther, they're looking really good too.
Yeah.
And then, there's gonna be a qualifier spot, and then there's the last chance tournament too. They could win that also.
3 slots SA. Let's go.
Do you think Arvo is the happiest because he's like, oh, interviews to translate?
Oh yeah,
Get that money. What next for Beast Coast? Who are they playing in the bracket? I don't actually have that information.
Probably the winner of the next series that we're covering.
Bet Boom against Team Liquid. So the winner of that series is who they'll be playing. Thank you, Kev.
Yep.
I should know that kind of stuff. Apologize. I think they could beat either of those teams in all honesty.
I'm wrong, actually. It looks like.
No, you're right.
No, I believe you're right.
Liquid.
Okay, I'm right.
Yeah.
Well done, Kev.
And then eventually after that series, Beast Coast will then have to play TSM or GG, and then after that series, they'll play Tundra. You know.
I mean, honestly, I think if you can beat Team Spirit, that should give you the confidence. Because even if Team Spirit doubt themselves, you're thinking to yourself, look, we just beat the guys that won TI in a knockout, and we beat them 2-0. So anything's possible now. You have to be thinking, wouldn't it be great if they could play against one of the other South American teams in the grand final? That would be the dream for SA, surely.
It's funny that Team Spirit in their exit interview talk about motivation, and I think, like, ironically, they motivated a lot of the teams here to be better with their run through TI, and also motivated them to be better through playing against them in the group stages and losing. Like, it's like, we beat Spirit. Like, we're good. We're actually good. So, at the very least, Spirit has motivated a lot of people. I mean, especially when True Sight comes out. There's going to be a lot of young Dota players out there looking to pull Spirit.
But apparently not all of it's been filmed yet.
He gave us a little hint. He was like, oh, we've got a bit more filming, and then after that, we'll get
Sounds like interviews, basically.
Yeah.
They're going to do interviews with them talking about it, most likely.
And maybe stuff about heading into the next TI, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Gosh, you hope they make it, eh?
I mean...
they will.
Okay.
They have to make it.
Yeah, they
have to.
If they come, I think, top 3 next tour, they should have around about that 900-point threshold. That should kind of put them into TI. And don't forget, like, the teams below them right now in DPC ranking, 3 of them are in the lower bracket right now, of which only 1 will survive the next round. EG got knocked out. So I think realistically, if you're Spirit, yes, you did just get knocked out of the major, but
it's not all rain clouds and thunder.
Exactly. It's on themselves. Like, as long as they perform at even like half of their level going back to their region, they're still going to easily make, top 2, top 3, and that alone should do it. So
reasons to be cheerful then for Team Spirit. We are going to take a break now ahead of the next series. So get some lunch in you, or if you're just waking up, get some breakfast, or if it's late where you are, get some dinner. And we'll be back with more Dota for us all to feast on. We'll see you guys soon.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool.
Hello! I hope you enjoyed your short break, because we're going to chat for a little bit before the next game, because we're on the clock now. Teams need a time to swap over, get their keyboards and mouses and mouse pads and whatever other peripherals they use, get all ready, get all positioned, their joysticks perhaps, their steering wheels, their pedals, get all that stuff sorted before we go into the next series. So luckily we get to spend some more time with T-Governor.
Oi!
Purge.
Hello.
And Jenkins.
Yeah.
What do you want us to talk about?
I don't know, just relishing, because what normally happens is Jenkins normally says something, and then we have to respond to it.
Oh, God, yeah!
Let the chaos flow.
Wait, let me tell you about Spirit Breaker.
Unpicked heroes? You want to talk about that? Yeah?
Yes.
That's a very angry
He's doing himself.
Oh, no, I can't do Jenkins.
You're just doing yourself.
What heroes have been unpicked?
Do me.
Jenkins.
Yeah, do you. I can't. I'm just being here. I'm just sitting here.
All right, tell us about the heroes that haven't been picked.
Well,
that is interesting.
That is interesting. And let me load up the actual correct.
I can tell you one of them, Pudge.
Podge is unpicked, yes.
Well done. Has Techies been picked?
Techies has been
Amir
picked.
picked it.
Oracle hasn't been picked. Has been banned.
Has been banned.
A couple of times because of the
Primal
Bat
Beast.
Rider. Yes. Primal Beast
done.
has been banned, unpicked and unbanned in the entire
All right, let
tournament.
me look through it. Let me keep
Crazy that.
That's a Jenkins stat for you right there.
Sniper. Unpicked.
That's true, I think.
Is that true?
Yes, when I play
can
in
see Gammon
Arkosh,
picking
I
that
love
shit.
picking Sniper, personally, in my offlane duos.
There's no sniper there.
Oh, sorry, I'm the content
Oh, wait,
creator.
yeah, it is.
Sorry.
My bad.
My bad.
Let me see. What else? Give me this.
That's not the unpicked list. It's right
Share
here.
it. Let's share it.
Have we seen Legion?
Yep, Legion's been picked.
Elder Titan?
I say Shadow Fiend's one of the only question marks. I thought that hero, some tread, some drum beat.
Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter? I don't think we've seen Bounty Hunter.
Nope, we haven't.
Because all the teams that picked that didn't make it to the main.
Omni Knight? Is he unpicked?
He got
that
picked.
hero's
He got
got to be
picked.
pretty good. I mean,
Drow? Have we seen a Drow?
I don't think we have.
I haven't.
Surely Drow's been picked.
Drow
We've been watching all the liquid
Drow
games,
unpicked.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Drow was unpicked. Don't worry. Yeah.
Meepo?
Unpicked as well. Gladiators haven't picked that one up. Game Gladiators.
Sniper? So
Unpicked, yeah.
Oh, you got my
have we seen an AM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spirit.
Spirit.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. It
Warlock
was,
and Zeus are unpicked also.
Warlock.
Dazzle?
The hero for just healing.
Dazzle? Haven't seen Dazzle. have we?
No Dazzle either. No, yeah.
You know what? With Dazzle, it's because the ulti's too confusing. People read it.
true,
It's
It's
Harry
a block
Potter.
of text.
It's Harry
Yeah.
Potter, the extended director's cut, and they're like, I'm not going to read that, and they close it.
All right, here's some more. OD. I don't think it's been picked.
Were you going to explain what the Dazzle ult does to me?
Yeah, Wes, do you know?
Go ahead.
Read the text.
Do you actually know? Do you know it gives armor to your team as well as lowering your enemy's armor?
I don't care.
Okay.
It was way simpler before. 25% cooldown reduction.
I liked it before.
Remember when it would allow you to just insta Midas, and there's the Midas bug, where the Dazzle would just keep putting it on the guy with
Just
the...
fix that.
No.
Don't break the whole
You don't
thing.
remember that?
No, I don't.
There was a very brief period where Dazzle could go over to a carrier that buy Midas, and you just farm the jungle together, just Midasing everything with no cooldown.
That was
the same as like when Underlord had the Firestorm bug.
With Ags. With the Ags, right?
Yeah, with the Ags.
Yeah, wouldn't they drop the Ags and pick it up again?
Yep.
It would refresh it. And you just keep refreshing Midas.
Yep.
And then you have a guy that has like 30,000 net worth at 15 minutes. It's like Underlord when you could one-shot people.
Dazzle's really not that bad though. I mean, people hate on him, but like his heals are really powerful at the moment. That's
Would
one
you say
good
he's like
aspect.
he's an intelligence hero, Kev, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah.
Well, here's another intelligence thing for you. We got the Dota equivalent of the SATs. What a link. Take it away.
Welcome everyone to another edition of the Dota SAT. I will give you a question and then there are a couple of answers, but there's one really right answer. I want the really right answer. I'll give you partial credit otherwise. So we'll take it from the top. Any theories?
Rubik still every spell.
Rubik?
Yeah, but you can only steal one spell though, or with Scepter, whatever too.
Yes, okay. I choose Rubik.
Okay.
I take Field Grip and I take Chrono. And now I have like 13 seconds, and with the Telekinesis I have 16 seconds. Now I have 16 seconds stuns.
You're on the right track with one of them. How about you, BZM?
Bane, probably?
Yes. Yeah, he was on the right track with Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
What's the highest minus armor?
Oh, SF Presence of Dark Ward? No. No, you need to cast it once. It's Dazzle Ulti, old Ulti. Like in 5 years ago, when Dazzle has the...
Yeah, I'm not talking about old patches. I'm just talking about historical. I'm telling you 7.31C.
Okay. Weaver bug.
Weaver! Well, I'll give you one for Weaver. Yeah. Move on. How much time can you put someone under control?
For next year?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
No, refresher shards. Okay, so 50 seconds. No.
Oh my god, you nailed it. It's 50 on the dot. Sweet. I know, right? BZM.
How is it possible?
Name heroes in 7.31 that had the highest win rate.
Bane. Mars.
No Mars.
Wait, no Mars.
Although you should know number one. No, come on, just name your heroes. You named Mars.
Timber.
BZM's crushing you, dude.
How is it Timber?
66% win rate.
How?
Because he won 2 out of 3 games.
He's a creep. He's not a hero.
The numbers, I'm looking at them right now, Amar. I don't know what to tell you.
Huskar.
No Huskar. I don't think Huskar had more than 70 picks. It was Abaddon, second place, Medusa, third place, Shadow Demon, fourth place.
How would I guess any of them?
Your guess, let's move on. Name the lowest win rate heroes. How about that?
Mars.
No.
Cop.
No.
What? SF.
No.
Viper.
No. My goodness. You guys are getting destroyed on this. Do you remember who had the highest win rate?
Medusa.
No.
Abaddon.
No.
Shadow Demon.
No.
No.
You named everyone other than
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw.
Yeah, you heard that? But it's not a hero, it's a creep.
I'm telling you the numbers, man. I'm telling you. I think you guys are going to be held back a grade in the Dota SAT, but we had a grand time nonetheless. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Well, that was an interesting quiz. Do you like Dota quizzes?
Yeah, hit me.
Well, I don't have one on. I mean, I will if you want me to.
Did you guys know the answers ahead of time?
I wasn't listening.
How did he guess 50 seconds correctly?
Yeah, that was insane.
That's where like, he plays with the
said
gut.
forever, but that was wrong.
Yeah, you can't forever.
No, it's 50 seconds. We just saw.
We'll see about that.
You have to test it. Yeah. What if you had an arcane rune?
Oh, you probably
permanent.
remember then.
That's probably permanent.
Yeah. It's free 30% cooldown on everything else.
They might have came up with those questions when cooldown reduction didn't stack.
Oh, that's possible.
Did they say with the spell?
Did that include refresher or not?
It was with a refresher.
But not refresher shard? Or?
No.
Ah.
I think it was with Ag's Octarine refresher.
It's Octarine refresher. Didn't it have? Wasn't it with the? What about with the?
Shadow Shaman might have.
What's the?
Close to permanent.
Neutral item, debuff duration.
Spell.
Timeless Relic?
Timeless Relic.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I can get an answer right for
I
once.
like that one.
Well, you can test this out in the sort of
computer room.
The computer.
On that PC.
The computer.
Yeah.
On that own computer. Computer.
We could, yeah.
Yeah, we could. Okay. I think we actually have. I love seeing Tsunami. Let's go see Tsunami again. I think he's got an interview this time with perhaps one of the camera operators. Tsunami, can you hear me? Oh, I thought he was taking a lead.
I can hear you. That's right. I figured we're going to continue our backstage reveals on how games are made, our tournaments are created, and I figured what better way to do it than show the camera guy who's been roaming around. This is known as an RF camera. What exactly are your responsibilities around here, my friend?
Well, I following you around, doing these bits. So yeah, keep you in frame and keep you in focus so we can see you clearly.
And what is this giant apparatus you have attached on your back, this periscope-looking thing?
Yeah, this is so I won't break my back when I'm 35. Yeah, it's... Hey, let's see you, baby. Doing good.
We'll send it back to you guys.
I knew that Slacks was not a hand washer. It's just 100%. That is, I think RF is remote feed camera. I could be wrong about that. Any people out there that know? I believe an RF camera is a remote feed, so you can roam around and do things like that.
That's pretty cool. And the thing to like hold the camera for him, so he doesn't have to hold it on his shoulder all day.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Because previously it was just like a pad. You'd have to rest it, so now it's like a support backpack. But what happens to the part of your back that is attached to bionically? That
surely
would have
it's
to
distributed, surely. It's going to be like lower down, so it's going to have like full body support, so your whole body's like helping support it rather than just like one point.
I think it's more about like making it equal from the front of your body to your back. That way it just feels like weight going straight down on you. That's easier for your body to handle.
Don't get him started.
Whereas if it's like offset, then like the different sets of muscles are being utilized the whole time, and it gives you actual more like
weight distribution, you're saying.
It wants to be equal. It's like wearing a backpack of weight versus like holding 2 dumbbells. It feels very different, right?
Do you think the backpack in Dota should be bigger though?
We were saying the other day that I can't remember who was chatting to, said that there should be a dust pouch.
That was me.
That was him.
There should be.
There should be a little, because you've got a backpack. You've got a pocket.
That is
for your
unacceptable.
TP scroll.
No. There are games where cores can just get rid of like a bracer or, you know,
how
a
good they are in
branch.
25 minutes?
Well,
What a
doesn't
waste.
matter.
What a
Dust is more
waste.
important. I am too tired of my cores doing it. And there have been games where like Amar, ATF, we just saw him in the interview, he and his own pubs are literally screaming, us cores can buy dust. He is one of the leaders of the dust club. Yeah, he literally, he shouts at his carry, like, sell that Wraith band, get it out, sell your wand, carry
But
dust.
then what happens if in the next fight, The carries are going mono a mono, and one guy's got a Wraith Band with all those big juicy stats, and they win the fight because the support survives and has the dust. The carry's job
5.5 armor. That's a big deal.
is to do damage.
But then your teammate with the Solar Crest is pumping it onto your carry, and the carry with the dust is in a better position, so that Ricky carry man fight you're having is actually seen in the fight. I'm a big fan of buying the dust on all heroes, not just one, not just two, but at least 3, maybe 4, and if you're really lucky, pow, 5.
But that means you can only be a 5-slotted hero. That's the thing. There's no item that gives you true sight other than the gem.
There is a
that is
point
also
where that
useful. You should be able to take a gem and socket it into an item.
Oh, like an upgraded gem.
Yeah, so you can get like your rapier, you can socket a gem, and now the rapier has.
What if you distribute dust on your team and that gives them true sight vision for like 4 seconds or something?
I have an idea. What about
yeah.
if you buy the pouch? You have to buy the dust pouch first to get the slot.
Right.
So that way it's for cores in the late game.
Yeah.
Because that's the only problem that I have is that when I'm 6-slotted and I've bracers and I'm dying every fight, I'm not gonna toss a bracer away. But Mirana, this person's pressing Mirana ulti. Everybody's invis. You need one. So it's just like, oh, congratulations, because you have Mirana ulti. Everybody on my team has 10 less strength because they can't have a bracer. That's legit what it is. It's a debuff. It's a stat debuff.
You want Zeus to be even more irrelevant.
Yeah.
Poor Zeus. Oh,
he did get banned. He did get banned in one of these games.
Did he?
Yeah,
he did. Yeah.
Really? Why?
Can't remember why.
I think it might have been like Tundra that banned it. It was against TB. I think whichever team had TB.
Right.
TB. They banned the Zeus. So somebody out there thinks it's all right.
So how much? I'm thinking that the pouch costs like 1,250 gold.
That's what I was thinking. That's almost the exact number.
Exactly.
How many dust are you making to do this?
It can carry 2 dust in there, so it's a lot. But the thing is, it's a bit like, when you upgrade things so they take up less slots. I'm just saying, we gave people a backpack. It's obviously
we have a
problem.
It needs a ludicrous build-up.
Yeah. How crazy is it?
Really expensive.
It needs a ludicrous build-up. When you click on the dust pouch, it's like X 20 dusts plus 1 like 200 gold recipe. So you're buying it, you're like dust. I got the pouch now, guys, and then you get 2 dust in return.
Maybe.
How about?
That doesn't sound good.
How about
Jenkins
this?
It costs a gem?
No, sir. You earn it by buying dust during the game, and it's a reward.
Successful dusting
for good work.
No, because that doesn't make it, that's great in terms of like, congratulations, you're supporting. Not that supports don't already pat themselves on the back enough. I'm friggin' Mother Teresa.
Oh, Mr. Core player over here.
Look, I put a hill ward on. I'm such a great guy. Give me a friggin' medal. It's horseshit. And I'm sick of people going around pretending supports are out here feeding starving children because you place wards. All right, sick of that shit. What's your question?
But you got all the gold, and you're not doing it.
Well, yeah, because I'm lazy. Go do your shut up and ward.
Oh, the full circle, huh? These core players.
Core players,
Very
right?
entitled,
Well,
yeah, very entitled.
We're going to take a little break here before the next game, but this is a slightly different break because we're running a whole bunch of content and stuff like that we might not have time for otherwise. So this is your chance to see it. This is good stuff that good people worked on. It's good content. By God, you should watch it. We will see you soon for the next game. Bet Boom against Team Liquid. Don't go away.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Guess the Hero. Today we have Betboom, Saneko, and oh my God, I forgot. How do you pronounce it one more time?
Dahak.
Dahak. Before you are some pictures. These are very zoomed in pictures of heroes. Your job is to guess which hero it is. Well, don't skip. Your job is to guess what hero it is. So, gentlemen, you must look at the picture together. What hero do you believe that to be?
It's hero?
Sven.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm
We
pretty
need to
sure.
show or not?
Sven.
Sven.
There is not a lot of heroes who has shield.
That is true.
Does he have shield?
No, Sven typically not.
Who else?
Bara?
Chaos Knight?
No, blue one. Bara.
Is that your final answer?
Okay.
Well, I don't care anyway, because we need to move on.
Ricky?
It is not Ricky. It is Ancient Apparition. Can you believe
Wow.
it? That's right, Ancient
you cheating.
Apparition.
Understandable.
Very
how he
hard.
can have a shield?
All right, next picture, please.
Temka?
No.
Who'd you say?
CM.
CM, okay.
Maybe Lich.
It was CM. Congratulations. He is a default
Okay, that was easy. That was easy.
All right, next up.
It's also hero, right?
Yes, they're all heroes.
It's OD.
OD, okay. The confidence, I love it.
Yeah. I agree with him.
Okay.
It's definitely his
That is Pugna.
stuff.
That is
No, really, yeah. It was OD, but you changed it to Pugna.
It is Pugna.
It's INS.
Balanar, Spectre, who can be in jail?
He thinks it's Slark.
No, I don't think it's Lark. Who said second?
He disagrees.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who's
You just don't think it's Night Stalker?
Yeah.
All right, anybody but Night Stalker. It was Night Stalker, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's fish, right? It's head of the fish, right?
Yes. So? Tidehunter. It definitely was Bristle.
Bristle, my God.
It definitely was Bristle.
It's some kind of skin, no?
Yeah,
It's not
clearly,
the
yes.
original one.
That is the game. Yes, it is Bristle. This one is a default model. I will say that. Default model.
Bara.
Baron, Spirit Breaker. Gentlemen, that is Visage. That is Visage right there. I'm so sorry. This one is impossible. I'm sorry. Good luck.
It is easiest one. I say Lich.
Lich.
Yeah, actually I agree.
Lich.
Looks like Lich.
This is
course not.
Pangolier. This is a weird one. I'm sorry.
Who is it?
That is Pangolier right
I mean,
there.
it's just...
Now, this one you got, though.
This is just clouds.
No, it's not clouds.
It's Io.
Bottle of water.
It is Io. It's
Io.
Congratulations.
Oh.
That's it. Your score is...
It's bad, right?
No, it's good.
Just say true.
No.
It's so bad.
We're first from the end.
Don't worry about it, Betboom. You know, you're not here to identify heroes. You're just here to kill them. So,
We just
well done. You did great. And we'll see if anyone can beat their very competitive score.
catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
Welcome to the Roshan Challenge. We have Team Liquid here, Matamba Man.
Oh yeah, hey.
That's where you do your big intro. And then we have Insania. Yeah! And then we also have Dota Tomoe here who set it up for us. So the challenge is very simple. You will be microwaved a team of 5 heroes of your choice to go into the pit. As soon as someone hits Roshan, the timer starts. What pro team can level 1 Rosh the fastest using their big boy brains? It is time to find out. Gentlemen, who would you like your first 2 heroes to be?
I would like to pick Ursa Warrior.
Ursa?
For my Tamba man.
I'm Ogre.
Ogre Magi, a unique choice. Please select your heroes. We'll get you into the game, and you
I'll
guys
play the Ogre.
can discuss
Play the Ursa.
the other 3 heroes.
I feel like, what do you think? What are you thinking, Mr. Roshan connoisseur?
I don't know. We have Bloodlust, Gloves of Haste, Ursa, and then I suppose we just need to tank it.
I feel like most noobs are gonna pick Beastmaster. Wait, let me check Beastmaster's numbers. Okay, we're gonna go with a negative armor strategy.
Okay, smart.
And Undying.
We have chosen Undying.
So we would like to add to our draft.
Okay.
Shadow Fiend.
A Shadow Fiend.
1 Templar Assassin.
And I believe you get 1 more if I'm good at math.
Bristlebug.
I feel like we're not gonna kill this Roche, but send it.
That was a very... All right, Bristleback and that Bristleback. All right, gentlemen, your heroes have salves.
Yeah, maybe we can't even kill this Roche. When I was saying the heroes out loud, it was like, yeah, maybe.
Each one seemed good until the bristle. But let's go ahead and unpause and go to the pit, guys.
I only get 1 mango?
You can buy whatever you want.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
You only get 1 mango. Apologies.
Wait, actually, I fixed it.
Bristleback, you went for the goo. Is that the bristle strat? Is that negative armor? Nice.
Dude, this Roche is like already in the negatives. See, he's already losing.
Wow, look at that. He's already melting from Shadow Fiend. All right, are we ready?
Wait, hold on. Matu, you move the TA and set up the meld. I'll do the 60 hertz Bristleback.
Oh, Shiba did.
All right, here we go.
Hold on. I need to set the...
I didn't get it.
All right, we're good.
Go.
And go, that's it. All right, we are starting the fight officially.
Why is Ursa tanking? Team.
Ursa's slightly
You need to use meld,
here.
bro.
Meld it up. He's TP. He's trying to TP. He's griping. But it is okay. Roshan is melting. That is some BM right there from Matumba. The man
Kill it!
being out.
Team!
Okay.
Kill it!
We got plenty of sounds.
Oh, your heart is so shit.
No!
Oh, watch out! Ursa's got to get out of there.
No! Kill it!
It's not done. It's not done.
Kill it!
And that is it. That's 38 seconds. Only Roshan. He only
How did you
kills
die? Dude, I was trying to solve. I was using my normal hotkeys. I'm like, nothing's happening. Oh man.
I don't have anything to say.
All right, well,
Except we got it done.
How did you think you did?
Pretty poorly, actually. I think this could. We lost the bristleback stacks on the Roche, which I think was our #1 mistake.
You did that.
Yeah, because I was trying to solve and then press Q and it didn't happen. Because I'm like,
well, thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see how they did compared to the others.
I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just Girl, come over. Let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous. See what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me. Sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room. Big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't a dollar. The same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night. Never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la.
We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
Hello and welcome to the Roshan Challenge. We have Team Liquid here, Matumba Man.
Welcome everyone to Who Am I? It's a simple game, but it's an exciting one nonetheless. I am going to present our good friends from Boom Esports. I got Mushi, I got Yopaj, with some Dota-related thing. It could be an item, it could be a hero, it could be a team, it could be a player. All they will be able to do is ask the other person, or me, a question, and we can only respond yes or no. Eventually, hopefully, they figure out what they are on their head. So, looking at you, Japoi, what do you remind me of? I'm thinking... Please do not judge my 4-year-old handwriting. I write like a child. Don't look. Put it on the forehead. And now let the questions begin. What do you think you are?
Am I Rush?
Wow, you're really starting with a very specific question.
Is it not a thing?
Yes, it has to be.
Support?
Only yes or no answers.
No.
Hero?
No.
Item?
Yes.
Gem?
No.
Wait, you go so specific.
Is this a core item?
Yes. It's a good question.
Mid item for
Yes.
the core. It's like BKB?
No.
I can ask, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can keep guessing. I feel like you can get more hints with other questions, but if you just want to name every single core item in the game, go for it.
Okay. Is this my hero?
The hero
Yeah.
is an item.
Ah, yeah.
We're regressing.
Dagger?
Yes. Wow. You got that out of nowhere. I'm impressed. Mushi, I got one for you. Let's begin. Who are you?
Hero?
Yes.
Undying.
No.
Why do you guys just immediately go for a guess?
Strength.
No.
INT hero. Intelligent hero.
No.
Agility.
Okay, by process of elimination, if it wasn't strength or int, did you really need to ask the third question?
That's what I'm trying. Mid hero?
Yes.
Temple assassin.
No.
Yeah, you guys are playing TA mid in Southeast Asia? Are you trying to read through the note card? I see you looking up.
No. I'm just thinking. Am I blue?
No.
Am I red? No. I'm gonna get them all. I'm gonna just ask them all.
We've run out of primary colors.
Am I dark?
Yes.
Shadowfin.
Yes.
Wow. Well done. I had to do Shadow Fiend for you, Mushe. Now it's my turn to make a fool of myself. You guys can choose one for me.
Okay.
Yes. Don't worry, no spoilers. This is fair integrity gameplay. I don't like how much giggling is happening here.
It's good.
Okay.
Conka is my name.
Am I a human?
Yes.
I'm a human.
Yes.
This is good. Am I in the game of Dota 2?
Yes.
I don't like how skeptical you were with that yes. You're like, yeah. Am I a hero?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a playable hero?
Yes.
Are you guys trying to trick me or something? It seems straightforward. Am I an agility hero?
No.
Am I a strength hero?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a beard?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Conka? Well done. I like it. Good choice, my friends. It's Conka. Let's go. And that was another edition of Who Am I? With Boom Esports.
Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day, I choose to see of scum or sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing off your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Ooh. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Take your time, hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
I think other teams would describe us as unusual team. We don't play usual strats, and like we do things by our own.
They do things their own way. That's Team Liquid. I was talking about BetBoom. Hold on one sec. That's Team Liquid. Yep. Keep waiting. There they are, BetBoom. Gesture. Come here. The united arm fold. I love the moves of those lads. They're here in Stockholm, competing as everyone else is for a place at the major this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tickets still available. Don't forget. Whoo! First series out of the day, out of the way today. First series of the day out of the way today. It was Team Spirit getting knocked out of the tournament, gentlemen, by Beastcoast. And now we've got another potential knockout. BetBoom versus Team Liquid. That's the series we're here to discuss. You saw their pictures at the start there, doing this and this. Can we? I want to do a united. Can you pop that down for a second?
Yeah, no worries, mate.
First, when I finish doing this, we'll cross our arms. All right? Are you ready, Jenkins?
I'm ready.
Pretty good. Needs some work, but pretty good.
This could be the tournament.
They made it look cool.
This could be the... Can I go ahead?
Speak.
This could be the tournament of upsets. Here we are. BetBoom. They could knock out Team Liquid. They could knock them out right here.
They could.
We just had Beastcoast knock out Team Spirit. What the hell is going on, T-Governor?
Look, if there's an underdog story in this series, it's about Team Liquid because they got crushed in tiebreakers. Morale is down.
Right.
In fact, the first game that really messed them up was against Team Spirit. They played Lone Druid safe lane from Atomaman. He died like 4 times in lane. His bear had to be resummoned 60 seconds after one of his deaths.
Oh.
He had a rough time, and it tilted them for the whole day. They need to come back and play well today, and if they can, then it's going to be a close series.
They had a day of relaxation, though.
But they were...
We'll talk about Team Liquid in a minute, all right?
Okay,
Let's
sorry,
talk about
host.
BetBoom. That's
Okay.
all right. Can we talk? Can we bring it back to BetBoom, please? Because these lads
boy.
might not Liquid out, as you said, but let's focus on them. How might they knock Liquid out? Why are they in such a position? And it's not just because they're both in the lower bracket.
Oh, that was going to be the easy one. No. No, I think yesterday they had a really amazing series against Thunder Awaken. They did have Fury and Carry in all 3 games, which I think they might get it once in this series, but I don't expect Liquid to maybe give it to them all the time. But they have resilience, like incredible resilience in games where they look like they're out, but then they find that one pick-off, they find that one kind of snowball effect.
Oh, yeah,
and then they just roll it.
They won such a dank
Yeah.
rap victory.
That
We were
was
very
good.
happy watching that.
Oh
we
my
were
God,
favoring it.
that is exactly the action that you want when you pick up the position, whatever the hell Furion. That's what you're playing for. That's all that matters.
He was carried. Yeah, he was post
Doesn't matter. He's just Furion. It's the same hero no matter what. Even if you're 5, you just steal all the last hits.
I take back my point. I actually want Liquid to give the Fury away because, one, the game's fun, always knowing there could be a rat, and also, it did technically lose yesterday, 2-1. So if I'm Liquid, give it to him, but then just play around it.
I would also like to see the stats on how Team Liquid have done when they've had Fury, because they've tried that a few times. Is it worth picking?
This is going to be...
You look that up while the rest of
It's a wrap.
Good man.
If it's not Nature's Prophet, it's going to be like Lone Druid or Visage.
I don't think Visage is getting through. I don't think Visage is getting through for these teams. Like, my feeling on the Visage versus Furion is that there are people, a lot of players have counted out the Furion as being like somewhat overrated. I don't think Visage is overrated. I think it's looked good in basically every game, even when it loses.
Well, last game.
Yeah, still looked fine. Position 5, man. What's he supposed to do?
Not go 0-10.
Okay, relax. That's a TI winner right there. You relax. All right, Baldy.
Actually, I think he went 1-10. He went 1-10.
There you go.
50-50.
All right.
Liquid have won 1 game and lost 1 game with it. And the game that they won was against Spirit, where they just walked over them, winning laning phase and then using the TP.
I'm sorry, I just enjoy shuffling papers.
Shuffle more, please.
Good. Yeah.
It looks very
It does look
posh.
Looks newsy.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Yeah. Kev, what are you hoping to see? I mean, we're talking about competed heroes, or contested heroes, I should say. Fury and Visage. Am I thinking there's room for a Kotl in there? Because we've seen that. Grimstroke is going to be quite heavily contested.
There is.
That's true of most of the series.
That was another hero that Team Liquid lost to in that first match. They played Kotl mid. It was against Akunka. We saw in a previous series that is one of the heroes that undercuts it. So,
yeah.
If Mickey has a good early game, no matter what hero he's on, I think it can be effective. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mickey maybe even pick Ember Spirit or something to beat Nature's Prophet. Let him get what they want, but then get the counters for it.
What about Pugna? Because he seems to have been popping up, not so much in the last couple of games, but he seems to have been quite a heavily contested hero to this point. Liquidy kind of hero, Pugna?
Kinda. They have played it so far, but I feel like with the resurgence of Beastmasters, Lycans, and overall kind of overwhelming push.
Creepmen.
Yes.
Creepmen.
How's gonna go no to push? He likes big
Doesn't
team
like that.
fights and like kind of open areas, but
Oh yeah, cast those spells. All right.
yeah.
The
but
dragon like throws some fire. He's like, no, not you, not you.
I would like my one bold prediction of the panel. I would like to see Alliance not. God.
You okay?
He's
No,
lost.
sorry.
He's
I've lost it.
You
Sorry.
guys just shout on Alliance so much during DVC. You're just used to.
I'm not car, okay?
They're not at the major. I
No,
relax.
okay. All right, sorry. Okay, so I'd like Liquid.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was a confusion. Old lines down.
We're halfway
Liquid.
there.
There
Go
we
on.
go. To give away the Furin and then play that Alchemist again.
Okay,
They
you want to
surprised
see
us
the
with an
out?
They haven't played it in like
Bro, if you're
PUBG
right
much.
on that prediction,
Yeah, they haven't scrimmed, but I feel like that's the type of matchup where with the trees coming in, the overall farm that you have in base, I think that will just slaughter.
Do you think they may have got a taste of it?
Yeah, they got.
I don't know if I
that's
like
gold.
Like in the ultimate late game, yeah, I agree. There's gonna be tons of things to kill, but the nice thing that BetBoom does with Nature's Prophet is when they get like one fight win around a tower,
That's true.
Prophet shows up and he takes your towers. And if that happens above the
Fast.
safe lane,
Yeah.
you don't get as much time to hit creeps as the
Indeed,
Alchemist.
indeed.
So I don't know if that's
The bold prediction. Do I have to do
it
that?
is. It's bold. It
A
could happen.
bold?
Yeah.
Bold.
One day I'll be bold.
relax. All
Brother.
right, I already made one ball joke.
Can't do two.
What's that?
We've got a little
So-
content piece here. This is Dahak talking about how he's happy to be back with the fans if they get there.
I kind of missed a crowd, but I had a break for a long time. I was a streamer. There was no LANs in Dota, so yeah, if we get to the crowds, it's gonna be awesome, especially for young players. For them, it's first LAN, like for 3 or 4 players.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me. I have a very jaded view of Dota players, probably because I've played it for 10 years, and I feel quite jaded. A lot of people that I meet, you cut to the mid game and they're passive, dead-eyed stare. You know, they look like soulless husks of people just sat there playing Dota, and I
Horrible.
think they're not going to enjoy anything.
No.
But it turns out they really do enjoy playing in front of the fans, and they're looking forward to it. It's my first time in front of fans,
Well-
and I think, aren't you a Dota player? You shouldn't just be like, people.
The
That's how I
problem is
feel.
there's nothing. They play in front of fans once, and there's nothing that comes close to it. It's like it's just too high up there that everything else feels low. They're like, come on, give me the fans.
There's nothing better than hitting the big spell and hearing like not only the base of the arena, but then the fans cheering after you win the series. You can like, wah! Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing that beats a crowd in an arena. You know, we've been waiting for like 2 years for it, if not slightly longer.
Let's switch back to Team Liquid. You guys were desperate to talk about them, and then I had to take you away to BetBoom. Let's go back to Liquid. Had a rough start to the tournament, then recovered and did quite well, and then had a really rough period. Lost all 3 games of the tiebreakers, and now here they find themselves.
Roller coaster.
Yep.
If they're roller coaster, and if it's down, up, down,
It's up.
they're due and up.
It's up.
right?
They're
But
due
that's
and up.
not really how things work, is it? Unfortunately.
I think
is
they
it?
can, though. I mean,
We'll see.
it's not guaranteed to go up and down, but I think it's going to definitely be a refocus period for the squad. Boxy said to me in the elevator, "Oh, we just made a couple stupid mistakes and we got tilted," is how he described the tiebreaker matches. And that was certainly what happened. They got punished a couple times. Collapse punished that even further, got so many kills ahead that Team Liquid, like Matoman queued up a Midas on Lone Druid because he was like, dude, I'm so far behind. And when you're playing from that kind of a mental disadvantage, it is going to affect you a little bit going into the later games. Even if the other ones were slightly better, they still lost them. So
Also, Justin
they've
picks
had
like
days
the,
off.
the Clinks pick that people were
The
kind of
Clinks was
Life
fine
healer,
against
Clinks,
it was
Lone
it was
Druid.
fine against the Timber and Lane. He did an okay job. It's just they made a couple other mistakes in that second game. I didn't catch the third one, but regardless, they've had some time off to play until today. They've had 2 days to relax, play some scrims.
Get their minds
I think they're going to
straight,
be
right?
reset.
Let's see what Insania had to say, because we had a little pre-match interview with him. Let's listen to Insania.
I think the vibe is pretty good, but of course there's pressure. There's always pressure when there's elimination, but it's also one of the most fun parts of competition, right? That added element of pressure. So I'm enjoying it, but of course it's there. I mean, I'm from Stockholm, or from Sweden, so it's a lot of family coming by, so it would be a big disappointment not to make it to the main stage. Thank you so much for supporting us, despite maybe our not so impressive performance so far, but we've been saving it all for the playoff stage, so you can see some cool drafts come out today.
Saving some strats and some drafts for when they are most needed, and this is a good idea of a time when it is most needed, because of course one of these 2 teams is going home today if they lose this series. I always feel like in any situation like this, you want to get that first game under your belt. You want to win that first game. Otherwise, you have to win back-to-back games. You win the first, you've got 2 chances.
Yep. I mean, for Liquid as well, don't forget that in the groups, they're at the point where they're 7-5, should be looking at upper bracket, and then just the way that the final 2 series went, it's like, wait, oh no, we have to play tiebreakers. So I think that they've had plenty of time to overcome that, and this first game, like you mentioned, it's the most pivotal one. If they lose this game after 2 days ago losing 3 in a row, it might just hit that ball rolling again. It's like, oh, okay, nothing's working for us. How do we fix it? And that panic can set in a really important series. Like,
focus the mind. Yeah. I think we can go and talk to Tsunami actually and see what he's up to at the venue. Tsunami, come in. Can you receive me? Are you hearing me? Can you receive me?
Come in, Major Ted.
Wow.
Ground control. I can hear you. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit more inside the booths than I probably should be because I'm trying to get on the ground floor of some Liquid memes. I'm here with their photographer, Dennis. What exactly have you been doing for the past few days around here?
Lots of video and lots of shooting.
Are these a photogenic group, do you think?
At least one of them is, yes. More so than
Which one?
Die.
Okay. But what's the worst picture that you've ever taken of any of these guys? I mean, like, sure, I can actually see Blitz is adjusting Zai's hair. I'm not joking. He's actually adjusting Zai's hair right now. But what's the worst picture that you've got of any of these guys? I'm curious.
Also Zai, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's see this. Okay, so he's thinking about something. When was this picture taken?
This was at the media day for the major.
And this is a high quality picture. I think we got a new Twitch emote. Zai Thonk. Yeah, I'm thinking Zai Thonk.
Zai Thonk.
All right, hell yeah. Okay, and then I guess you're the best person. Any expectations for this match versus BetBoom?
We're gonna destroy them.
Okay, that's the confidence I like to hear. The photographer knows. I mean, if they say photography, you reveal a part of your soul, right?
They're revealing a lot today.
They're revealing a great deal. Hopefully they reveal a victory, and we'll send it back to you, Ted.
Thank you, Tsunami. I would love it if somehow we could tweet that picture of Zai Thonk just to make sure that we get the most high-res Twitch emote possible.
It's better if it's low-res.
Low-res actually might be better. Oh, man, what a picture. Insania there basically saying, look, the chips are down, we're going to have to do this. And the Liquid guys saying, oh, they're going to destroy them. Obviously, morale in the camp has fluctuated a bit, but they seem confident now.
They should be. The group stage there was basically no chance they got eliminated after the first day when it was for sure that Mind Games wasn't able to make it. So what he said about saving strats, that sounds really legitimate. Play group stage, do your best, keep your morale in a decent place, but then have these like really good draft ideas that you prepped for weeks, have those ready to go so you can actually win in really, really important games.
What would you like to see Liquid bring to the table to try and beat BetBoom? Mr. Jenkins.
Well, I can tell you, Furion is going to be a big piece of this match.
I'm making a note of these hero names that you guys say are going to be contested. So I've got Furion, Visage, Grim, and an Alp question mark. I'm going to underline Furion.
Yeah, underline Furion.
I would be mind blown if Liquid allows BetBoom to have either Furion or Visage. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's possible that BetBoom leaves in Furion for Liquid, and Liquid gets Furion. But I think for the flip side, BetBoom looks much more reliant on those heroes to play their style of Dota than Liquid does. And Liquid has picked some crazy shit. I mean, just here, it's like their last few carries have been, let's see on this side, Nakes, Clinks, Lone Druid, and then I think before that it might have been...
Well, we'll have a look at that when we get back to the draft. Alchemist. Okay. We're going to go to a break, then we'll come back to the draft and we'll talk about it then. Don't go away. Series is about to begin. Game 1 of this best of 3. Will we have another 2-0 walloping? Will this be a more tightly contested contest? I can't wait to find out. I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat. We have fine panelists ready to talk about the game beforehand and afterwards, and of course, an excellent casting duo as ever. I'll find out who that is because I've forgotten. Never mind. We've
Can we
got.
tell you?
Yeah, please.
So it's a Cap and SVG.
Cap and SVG.
Yeah.
Wait, Dota capitalist?
The one and only.
Holy crap.
I did see them upstairs having lunch. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together.
They're already in. Oh my goodness gracious.
Hey,
and have you noticed something that has not been banned or picked?
Nature's Prophet.
Wow.
You guys were super wrong. Visage has been banned.
It's early days, boss.
They're so they're like so next leveling each other.
Well, Team Liquid picked Storm Spirit. It is like the NP counter for a long stage of the game.
All right, here's my prediction.
Wait. Wasn't Storm in the game that BetBoom won with Furion?
Yes. It was the... No, it was
Thunder
the
Awaken.
Game. It was a...
Thunder Awaken had Storm. They lost with it to Furion.
But they had Storm plus Faceless Void, right? And the Faceless Void was pretty countered by the Leash, so that was...
Yeah. That was kind of the...
It was more about Void losing. Then the third game, they picked like TA so they could outrange it.
But I feel like this Storm Pugna is my favorite opener from what we've
It's
seen.
a lot of fun, yeah.
I think it's extremely good. It feels like as long as, you think about banning an anti-mage right now, definitely. If you ban
that
certain
has been
heroes-
very typical. There's a Furion ban, by the way.
Yep.
But yes, it has been a very typical Storm, Pugna, and then ban AM. That's
maybe
happened
even
like 5 times.
maybe even get Nyx out, just because I know that Thunder Awaken have been using that to break this opener, in particular Storm, with any of the other Storm openers.
Just to give context why the Pugna obviously works with the Storm, it's just about the life drain, right? Storm's able to go aggressive when you reset. Your Pugna just quickly life drains. Once you're full HP, you then regen the mana as well. Some Pugnas buy Tranquil Boots to help with the regen and keep out on the map. Realistically, you don't need to. You have pretty decent regen anyways, but it's just about giving Storm access to resources outside of having to go back to base.
Storm uses mana better than any other hero in the game, and
they've banned Bane, actually.
HP per second is much easier to acquire than mana per second if you look at all of the items, and Pugna can convert it. So that's why this is so busted. You're like converting a resource that you shouldn't be able to into a hero that can't do the same thing, that uses it the best.
And it's perfect because he gets so many null talismans that the mana that he does spend is very
worth
little.
more.
So it's extra value when he stacks so many.
Regarding the Tranks on Pugna to regen up, I'll be honest with you, his spells are such low cooldown, especially life drain. It's like 10 seconds, I think.
7.
7 seconds. So
I
you can just
actually-
suck a creep.
I actually am.
Exactly.
I used to be a 3 Tranquil Boots buyer, and then I was 2, and now I don't even think you need Tranks on Pugna.
Just life drain the creep, yeah,
You just
like
life drain a
Ted said.
creep. People are just life draining big creeps.
That's
It's
what
like,
I'm saying.
Conveniently, he also has a great way of gaining HP. If he didn't, if it was just the mana spell, it would still probably be decent. But then you'd need Tranquil Boots and things like that, but I don't think you need them.
That's the nerf to support Pugna, like half effectiveness on creep, like make it even worse to like suck the creep.
That would actually be a nerf. I think that would be a good nerf.
Slightly longer cooldown. 7 seconds is kind of ridiculous.
It is. But that's too new. That's too new of a change.
Yeah.
They're not going to change that.
Also, please don't do it because I really love this hero.
Kind of interesting Mirana pick here from Team Liquid. Usually when people are grabbing that hero, they have stuns to pair it with, but my assumption is they're going to round out their draft with a DK, so it's kind of like a quick pivot here in that second phase. Is it banned?
It is banned.
Oh no.
So what's the other hero? Let's see. CK is banned. Sand King, I guess?
Is that a destroy?
Hold up.
He's facing the wrong
Is this
way.
a counter to like the Storm balling down creep waves and cutting my waves, and now they're just going to glimpse him or something? I mean, they just want to kill Storm or crapload is what it seems like to me. They're pretty good at escaping on the Liquid side. Glimpse against Mirana can work too.
Here's what you do. You pivot into Pos 5 Storm. My friend Rorty does it all the time.
Bro, Pos 4 Storm is actually good. And offlane Storm. He's good at every role. He's just a busted hero.
Weird, nobody plays it that way.
Lone Druid.
I do.
Ted's friend and Jenkins over here.
We have seen 3 disruptors at tournament so far, and the only victory did actually come from BetBoom. But in that game, it was super aggressive. They had Storm, Furion, Slaughter, IO with Disruptor, so all-out aggression, running down your opponent. So the value of Disruptor was about catching people who were escaping. And now we get to see the Lone Druid from Liquid.
All right, the redemption game from Atoma Man.
It's a much easier game though for this Druid. The lane isn't too pressuring, and overall in the game, like I think killing the main bear itself, the Lone Druid himself, it's going to be pretty difficult outside of the carry pickup.
he looked distraught at the end of the tiebreaker series going 0-3. He really didn't look like the happy-go-lucky Matu that we all know and love.
I mean, they were a team tied.
Really pissed off.
They were like tied for second or third or whatever it was,
Yeah.
and then they suddenly went to being lower bracket. Like,
I do think it's a bit weird that because obviously everybody got those wins from Mind Games not going, so it kind of messed the group up a bit. It only being, it was less teams. It was 16. It kind of changed the.
I think the toughest
flow.
thing about it was that there was 4 teams in tiebreakers. Only 1 team went to lower bracket, and it was them because of the way it played. So it was like a large mistake, consequence to him playing poorly. So even if it just was largely the first game. But they should be doing better. It is still a little scary being against Grimstroke plus Mars because that's a lot of burst combo, but as long as they don't make major mistakes, they should be able to cover him. Pugna should be able to make it a little bit harder for him to die. Not amazing, but it could be something.
I said that people could use Disruptor a couple of days ago, and people, it's got the lowest win rate in pro pubs. And you're an idiot. In pro games, nobody picks Disruptor. If it wins now, I would like an apology.
Might be even lower.
It's pretty bad against Lone Druid, I gotta say. The
Hey,
kinetic field is good.
You know what?
Sure, but
Huskar has the second highest win rate in the game versus Lone Druid, and the number 1 highest win rate in the game against Pugna. Actually, number 2 highest win rate. So it's number 2 against both.
Can I throw another hero in?
Yeah.
For Bet Boom? Naga Siren.
Yeah, Naga's alright. The only thing is you have the Pugna to clear illusions, which is a little annoying.
Kind of. I just feel like with Bet Boom right now, they already have so much wave clear with Grim, Puck, and the Mars that they're kind of happy to take fights with those 4 and allow a big carry to farm behind.
The only problem is they do have second to last pick, right? So
Pango is still in the pool, by the way, uncontested. Nobody interested in a Pango?
Not for Bet Boom. They do need to pick up their carry in the last one, and for Liquid,
you can't against Puck plus Grimstroke.
Yep, Liquid again looking for quite a beefy boy offlaner.
I mean, Sand King, is he banned?
He's banned out. Yep.
So we're looking for like probably Mirana combos. That would be the Sand King, the Mars, which is picked, DK banned, Sand King banned. What else is there for offlane?
In regards to heroes that Zai's played at the major so far, it's not really the stunners left anymore.
They banned Pango.
It's just the
It's like all the traditional ones are gone. I mean, there's like Venge or something, but they need like more. They need
They have all
setup.
ranged heroes, man. They need a beefy boy. CK is
banned.
First phase.
Yeah, they banned the Naga. Good job, Liquid.
Centaur War Runner.
Yes, dip into the unpicked offlaners. Axel the Centaur.
Oh man.
Oh, and the Necro at the very end.
Night Stalker. Oh, they go for the
Beast
Necro
Nest.
into the Pugna.
Yeah.
They have done this, like a very similar draft to this before. It's just crazy to see this against Pugna. It's like traditionally a counter, but not anymore.
Beastmaster on Liquid side, it's pretty high cooldown stun though.
Oh, I mean,
I like the overall tempo of the game though, where Druid and Beastmaster kind of join up at the same time. I guess the fear is just the coil, the arena, the big team fight.
I feel like you punish this Necro. Like you have last pick against Necro, just go Batrider or something, right? Like
you could, yeah.
It's weird and
Or
maybe
at least, I like the Night Stalker concept just for going like second item nullifier, like phase BKB nullifier
just
style.
seems bad. It just seems bad in lane is the only problem.
For sure, it's into Necro. It's a pretty horrendous lane. So suggesting it,
You could also technically offlane the Pugna if you wanted to do something crazy and then pick another support.
Little Nyx 4 situation.
This is Batrider, Viper.
They are really giving this some thought.
Like, there's a lot that could dumpster Necro in lane. I don't feel like you just let this shit go through. It's a really good... Is Anti-Mage banned out?
If the laning stage just goes okay,
Oh,
their
they
mid-game
decided.
pressure is hard.
All right. They did bad.
It is bad.
I feel like you can't just not punish it.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are putting all your eggs in the Necro basket.
Yeah, and any strength hero they picked to lane against it was going to feel bad anyway, so it's still a little spooky. But for their frontliners, because it's going to have to be either Bat or Storm going in late game, but still, like, last wing into Arrow is actually quite good. That's a really, really solid.
To me, Beastcoast just proved this hero can be played as an offlaner. You pick Necro, this is arguably the best counter in the game to it. Correct.
Yeah, I hope to see it go for the same style of build. You know, that boots of bearing, the drum, the aggression through just
Boots of Bearing,
positioning with
having
team,
the Tranks in lane sounds extremely good again, and it is Zai. So yeah, having the Tranks in lane against Necro sounds like you're going to sustain infinitely against him, and you have the move speed to actually kill him once you have a few stacks of Napalm.
T?
I do prefer Liquid's draft.
You're going Liquid?
Yeah, I think, the Batrider lane, the concept of how you play it nowadays is very strong. And yeah, I think Storm Spirit's going to have a great time because both Bat and Lone Druid will open up the fights, and Storm will always be able to connect on the backlines. And BetBoom kind of need the backlines to survive to kind of win the big team fight. So I think, the Storm's going to be so disruptive.
Kev?
Yeah, I feel like Liquid has pretty survivable cores outside of like Storm get initiated on. So I feel like Matomaman should have a good game as long as his lane goes well.
Jenkins.
I think the Bat Rider is going to have a pretty free game, but I do want to say I am worried for Liquid that they have been baited into picking 5 ranged heroes. Like, they don't have much of a frontliner other than Lone Druid, their carry. It's a bit sus, but I'll still say I like the Liquid draft because of the Bat.
Okay, well, let's throw it over to Cap and SVG. Lads, have a great cast.
Thank you, Ted. That's right. We're going to have a great cast because once again, we're set up with a bit of dichotomy between the two teams. On one side, we've got BetBoom, a younger, more inexperienced team who has figured out what they like and keep on jamming with it. And on the other side, we've got a much more experienced, I would say, dare say, probably one of the most veteran lineups in Dota right now in Liquid. And they seem a little bit lost, SVG, when it comes to their drafting and style. I mean, I feel like, particularly Matuma-Man's heroes, it's all over the place.
Taking a page out of Yatoro's TI book, it feels like, in terms of this guy will play anything, whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Potentially even going mid here. He's angling at it. Probably not, but maybe he's not that hipster yet, But I agree, Liquid, we saw Blitz drafting there. That's a switch up for them as well. This team is definitely struggling to find what their groove is at this tournament, trying to build some momentum through this lower bracket. Not the easiest place to do it sometimes, but if you do get rolling, that's where all of a sudden they can gain that confidence very fast. And as you said, BetBoom, this team they're never going to deviate too far away from what they're comfortable and confident with, especially for Dahak. This guy, he knows what heroes he wants to play. He knows how he wants to play them. It's up to you to show him that they're not as strong as he thinks they are.
Yeah. And also, once again, we're going to be seeing a Mars. I think they've got like an 80% pick rate with Mars or something like that. Like, it's pretty insane. BetBoom just keep on rocking the same old heroes and just seeing if teams can beat it. And maybe that's maybe it's an element of lower expectations. Maybe just going with what they feel like they're good with and just seeing if teams can beat it. Meanwhile, Liquid, obviously, probably heavy expectations on them, particularly when they ended up in that 4-way tiebreaker for 3 slots and ended up being the 4th team out there.
From top of the group to lower bracket.
Yeah.
One of the crazier tiebreakers I think I've seen. As well as already some chaos trying to get these lane matchups. It's going to force Zai to make the long trek up top and Box even getting zoned off that early XP. Normally the support would soak it, but BetBoom getting some nice early abuse here.
Okay, to be clear, what are the matchups that both sides want to be able to have?
Liquid definitely wants this Bat versus Necro matchup. That is the biggest priority for them.
Okay.
I think whatever else, I mean, you're going to get the others as a response, but that is the biggest thing that they want to have in this early game. Do not want this Lone Druid Bear going up against that Necro in the early phases of this game.
Right.
And at the same time, I feel like a lot of this game, it's going to come down to these mid heroes and what impact they can have as these side lanes progress. I feel like Puck for BetBoom has been one of their go-tos in terms of the initiator, the play action, making up for, maybe not making up, but compounding on this pace that they want to set with the Hawks hero pool.
Yeah.
So I'm really going to look for Laurel to set the tempo of this game. If he can contest the power runes, that's amazing. But even more so, he's the one who can go in and create some of these play opportunities for his Necro and Mars to waddle in the fight and deal out the damage.
And we've been talking about it. It feels like the mid laner is particularly important for both of these teams, as maybe that's the tie between them. Both of them have to get a lot done. Dahak, he may end up dying here, once again getting very, very low, sub 50 HP, again, off of what seems to be some well-placed arrows from Boxy so far in this lane.
I was about to say, he doesn't have the easiest setups this game, but sometimes that's when Marauders hit the most arrows. Guy just goes zone. He's feeling it. Something to look for.
And it looks like bottom lane's not going super well for BetBoom either. At least the Mars is having a bit of a time struggling with all this harassment. Boxy baiting out a couple more hits before he pops the stick, turns around, throws the arrow, misses. So Seneko will keep that clarity intact. That'll be nice to have.
We saw the Hawks start with boots on this lane too. This is a player who knows his matchups for his heroes very well. And this is oftentimes when you can turn some of these around that are pretty disadvantageous. Like if there was a player I had to pick that can maybe get out of this bad Necro matchup, it's probably this guy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Boxy, actually a little bit of a misstep there. And it'll be fine, but takes a little bit of extra damage unnecessarily. But yeah, like the boots actually saved him twice from dying. Otherwise, he would have been chased down by the sticky napalm play. So
especially when he's in the off lane.
Yeah,
it's a lot harder. If this was Necro safe lane, you have that tower to protect you on the bat dives, but you can get chased down the length of the lane. Disruptor can help a little bit with that, but not in the early levels. This is a hero that you're pretty much picking for the mid-later portions of the game. Is a very volatile hero, and a lot of times he does not function from a behind position at all. That's the downside of these two supports for BetBoom. It's aggression, right?
Yeah.
And again, that's why so much of it comes down to Laurel in this puck, I feel. If Noticed has an amazing game, he can pop off, but Grim Disruptor need their cores to be strong out of the laning phase so they can create the aggression, create the openings for these spells to come in.
Trying to get aggressive. Matumba Man is going to be hit by the angle. Well, they're going to be able to get the angle for the spear back in, and Insania can do nothing to stop this damage. First blood for Noticed, and they're going to get some good damage on Insania on the way out.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. If these cores can get aggressive, their supports are going to feel really good about it. And I feel like this is another one of these lone Druid lanes where Matumba, he's struggling a little bit more than I feel like I'm used to seeing him on this hero. And Pugna, maybe not doing the hero any favors on the lane. Being in the off lane maybe doesn't help either. A little bit of an awkward setup, but definitely not as bad as that other Liquid game, so
10 stick charges, but Dahak wants to be able to go for the kill. The flame break pushback is going to be enough. He won't be able to close the distance and get a nuke in. That probably would have secured a second kill for BetBoom. All in all, I thought these side lanes were going to go bad for them, considering all the damage they were copping, but they're actually the ones turning things around now. Look at the pressure coming into Zai. Zai is stuck here, and there's nothing they can really do to stop it. Boxy arrow that completely whiffs. Zai actually barely stays alive. Boxy's not going to be able to compete for a kill, though. He is also going to get chased out, and that is a full creep wave of experience lost
This
for
is
Liquid.
almost worse than dying.
Oh, it is.
Not
In
even
fact,
the first blood.
Looks like maybe 2 lanes possibly is Dahak if he can keep them back enough.
This is what you want to do right here.
Beautiful. Look at that. Couple creeps at least are going to die without anybody being there. Really well done by BetBoom.
This is what I'm saying. They understand these matchups. He's pushing it to the limit here, gaining an advantage out of a lane that Liquid probably wanted more going their way. I mean, Bat isn't some crazy early laner, but in theory, it should be hard to pressure him when he's in his safe lane like this with a ranged support.
Yeah.
That said, I still think this Necro Bat matchup is a lot about the mid game. What items does the Hawk choose to go? Is he going to go more utility to be able to play this matchup? That would be traditionally things like a Greaves or Lotus Orb. Try and rush one of those. Or does he try and play that greedier carry role and go more damage, go more individual item focused, let his Puck and Disruptor try and control this Bat? That's going to be another interesting choice for him this game. We'll see what he ends up doing. He's already queuing up Hood, so might just choose to try and go that tanky route, let their spells do the damage until they get into that later portion.
Stany has been sitting around that mid lane for like the last 45 seconds, and it does secure Mikke an Arcane Rune. So first power rune of the game, and he's going to make a move with it. He's going to go up to top lane. They're also trying to get aggressive bottom at the same time. Let's stick with top lane. Dahak glimpse back. Mikke doesn't actually dodge it, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill anyway. The puck is counter-rotated, so they do get the Bat Rider a coil kill. So trading out cores.
That was an Arcane for Storm, though. Hard to tell if he got the XP before being glimpsed, but this is Catapult top. And this tower is taking a huge amount of damage.
Yeah. Boxy does manage to slip an arrow past Seneko and gets the Catapult out of the way, but it's still a lot of damage as Laurel has continued to stick around. Zai, oh no, he didn't wait long enough! He was hiding in the trees for a bit, but he counted wrong. Only counted to 3 seconds instead of 5. He gets glimpsed back to base. They're going to make a play now for bottom with the little bit more mana that Stormbeard has. But once again, Laurel is here to Decrepify. Really well timed there. But the puck is on the other side of things. He's hunting Mikke right now. Mikke's just got a little bit of mana to deal with, but the raindrop does not save him from that orb. Laurel gets the kill anyway.
And Laurel putting on a show in this early game, matching Mickey's moves here. This is exactly the type of game he wants. Let the Storm commit. He gets to respond. That's the power of this Puck Storm matchup. He always has Coil waiting in the wings. BetBoom's going to be pretty happy if they can shut down some of this early Storm aggression, get their puck going. Because again, he's going to enable their supports a lot, and their supports need the enabling.
Yeah.
Seneko, he's already up to level 5.
Yeah, interesting that Necrophos has chosen to just start playing jungle. He's going to stack for himself and let Seneko get the levels. Very interesting. Coil.
Rune battle.
Inkswell stun.
DD for the puck here.
Pretty easy kill, potentially in the puck nut. There it is. Stroke of Fate finishes him off.
There's a
Mickey,
Reaper.
he's got to be careful. The Reaper Scythe comes in with double damage from Laurel, and that's enough to get the kill. Saves Force Major's life, and the tips start coming out too. BetBoom, they're getting away with this laning phase, and they're feeling very good about themselves, I'm sure.
Part of this is Boxy feels pressure to stay top because of what happened in that lane. Zai getting glimpsed to base, he's pulling waves. This is normally where Liquid would love to bring both their supports to help with that rune fight. Just getting outnumbered with the Necro rotation as well. Not one you would expect, but insane value for the Hawk off the back of that play. And of course, the Rune of Destiny doing a decent amount of work there.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, it's interesting to see, like, as you said, that they switched things up and they had Blitz, the one actually hitting the buttons for the drafting. But to be honest, even if they do fix the drafting, it seems like there are some play elements still need to be solved here for Team Liquid. As they're going to be losing their mid tower here, most assuredly. Would like to be able to just commit for that one. Laurel makes sure it doesn't overextend himself. Once again, the glimpse back. They do have the Storm Spirit here to be able to catch up. Seneko's still not level 6, so won't be able to save himself from Mickey's aggression. Still, though, a 5 position for a mid tower. I'd say that's fair.
Take that every game of the week right there.
Yeah.
This is also time. It's more time spent from Zai, who, whenever he has to respond on this bat, it's going to slow him down a lot. He's low level. His early game was kind of gimped. This is not the ideal flow you want for this type of hero. He benefits a lot from being able to either stay in a lane, get super high level very fast, or if he joins these fights, he needs the kills off them in order to get to that fast bots or drum, whatever his first item chooses to go.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried he's going to fall too far behind here.
Especially if he was to die to rotation from notice, but fortunately Zai does notice him and gets away with a flame break. But it's still a move that BetBoom is looking like they're going to be able to secure another tower here, just locking down this area. Yeah, you can see Zai is falling behind.
All right, Cap, I got to talk about something right now.
Yeah?
The Hawks item choice this game.
Okay, what's he queuing up right now?
This is you get a Reddit thread one way or the other. This is not an item that we see almost at all anymore after the changes to how the damage ticks.
Yeah.
Especially in a game where they already took the tier 1s.
Yeah.
It makes me think, how good is this hammer really going to be versus multiple mobility heroes? I mean, 3, right? Storm, Bat, Mirana.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I mean, there's a fight going on, but the Meteor Hammer is still on my mind.
It looks like they're going to be able to commit for the Storm Spirit kill, as he's just not going to be able to get out in time, and they still can potentially chase down Insania as well. Zai does manage to get himself a solo kill onto Notice.
There's a glimpse here.
Yep, he's going to be able to glimpse him back into the puck with the Inkswell there as well. Very easy 2 kills for BetBoom, offsetting the death of the Mars near top. But yeah, very interesting indeed. Do you feel like, is this an adjustment overall that like BetBoom feel like they're not closing out games fast enough, and that's why they're now in the lower bracket?
I mean, maybe this is some new tech, I don't know, but I feel like it's just a grief item, to be honest. Normally, I try, you always understand where people are coming from, but this item is extremely volatile. When I say that,
yeah,
it's maybe the one item in the game where you have to get impact off it. It is not some crazy stat item. It is not, there's not alternatives where you could get mana regen or some more tankiness. You're choosing this item over progressing to something like a Boots of Travel that would help you farm or a Lotus Orb that would help you fight.
All right, hear
Hard
me
for
out.
me to see the idea, but maybe, again, this guy understands his heroes right now.
Oh, he tried to hit him with a surprise arrow, but Laurel was super ready for that. As you said, no setup for these arrows. Nice. Used to the Inkswell and gets the silence off. So Zai, in his attempt to try and get a lasso, is maybe going to overextend himself.
Nice
They're going to
arena.
lay it out the arena. That's going to be able to catch the Bat Rider and the Pug Knight here. Mickey still wants to be able to commit to this fight. Static Storm immediately going out, protecting them, and actually catches Boxy as he tried to leap in. Now tries to go for the leap out. Denies the Invis rune before he's going to go down. Spitefully indeed. 3 dead on the side of Liquid as they just seemingly can find no ground in this game against Bet Boom. I am honestly shocked that the net worth is as close as it is because it feels like it's Bet Boom all day.
Part of it is these Radiant supports are just innately going to be poor as the hero design, but this can start to pick up pretty fast as this puck gets more and more levels. He can play more aggressively. These are fights Matumba's not joining. It's also just a numbers thing, right? Liquid keeps getting caught in these 2-on-3s on the river, 4-on-5s in mid. A lot of those early power rooms and ganks went the puck way, not the storm way.
Yeah.
That means he can enable some of these support spells on the backside of those fights. Just so much gunk Mickey has to jump into.
Also, let's not forget this Meteor Hammer will start speeding up to Hawk's farm as well.
Exactly. You can start pressuring the tier 2, farming some stacks.
Try to catch Mickey. Nice. Blink Spear stun with the Inkswell, layering the stuns very nicely for Bet Boom. And these pickoffs just continue to grow. One person who hasn't been touched in a bit here is Matumba Man, the bottom lane. He is in danger, so he's actually going to TP out to the other side of things. All right, hear me out, though. They do have a bunch of circle spells, SVG, all right? Kinetic Field, Static Storm, Arena, Coil. The increased AoE of Meteor Hammer might actually be useful in these fights with all these circle spells. I'm just saying.
I mean, let's hope so. I'll be pleasantly surprised. If his idea is he can land it off a static field, that's some next level play.
Well, that won't save you from this bear. He is totally undeterred. They do manage to get the spear back onto the actual hero. The bear's going to have a couple more feet to hit, but eventually does have to give up on that chase. Liquid did have some heroes in force, as it seems like all of Liquid are going to start grouping up a little bit more to try and match Bet Boom. Gonna go for the smoke up, a 3-man smoke up only, as somebody's probably got to show themselves mid. Someone between the Storm Spirit and the Lone Druid. Somebody's got to show on the map, otherwise Bet Boom gonna be playing pretty skittish.
Yeah, they know this mid lane's in super deep here.
Yeah,
that's the benefit of getting this mid tier 1 down so early. It gives you all the information in the world during a portion where Liquid are trying to get aggressive. Again, though, it's kind of just Zai running, drumming in and lassoing somebody, not necessarily reliable. There's a glimpse in the wing. At some point, there's going to be this Grimstroke shard as well, which is super powerful this game versus the stacks, versus all these disables. He's rushing it. Force Major knows what his job is. Help his Puck and Mars take those extended fights.
Yeah.
That's going to be the name of the game here from Bet Boom as we go later and later. If they can survive these fights, sustain through some of the initial storm and bat jump, they're going to be pretty happy on the back end.
You've described sometimes Grimstroke's shard as a save in some ways, and I feel like Necrophos is probably one of the better heroes to utilize that extra heal, especially in this matchup against like the Bat Rider.
I mean, for sure, if you can save him so you can get that hammer off, that's a huge turnaround, you know? And he did end up going back for the bots. I like this. I think this is a game, especially when you play this hero on 1, you need this item at some point.
Yeah.
So you can play a bit greedier and then still join the fight. This hero doesn't have insanely easy ways to build up some cleave mechanic to farm jungle or something, right? It's based off your spells and how fast you can move between the camps. This is one of the best items on this hero, and it'll allow him to get to this BKB pretty fast. This is the power of the hammer. It'll help you farm a bit faster.
Yeah.
So he's top of the net worth. Decent. I mean, he had a decentish lane stage considering what he was up against, playing in the offlane versus 2 ranged heroes, including a Bat Rider. Bet Boom gonna start to hit their stride here. This is the point where they start to win 1 or 2 fights. Might be able to close out the map. Liquid's gonna have to resist the storm here for a little bit.
Bet Boom looking for it, not gonna find it. Boxy able to leap away, no glimpse back there. I think it's really interesting how Laurel kind of babysat Dahak when he was farming bottom, and then the rest of the team in 3-man smoked up and Dahak TP's up there. So like everywhere Dahak goes, Bet Boom is kind of guiding him in his way around the map, making sure that he doesn't really get ganked.
I mean, this guy's an absolute Chad. Have you seen him, you know?
True.
I'd want to be next to him, too.
Hangs out with the hottest dudes. The orb doesn't actually spot Zai's Bad Rider, so he's able to hold this position.
This is a pretty slow push from Beppu. They've committed 5 heroes here for almost a minute.
Yeah, and Zai sees that. He's like, okay, I'm going to cut one of these waves real quick. Let's see if he actually gets out, though. He's got to respect the rotations of Bet Boom. TP out. Mars is closing the distance, but he will not be able to blink Spear in time.
That's 2 more TPs down as well. This is a lot of time wasted here. We're talking about Liquid weathering the storm. This is ideal for them right now. They're just getting to get to their next round of items.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which are really big for them, and I don't feel like Bet Boom is getting what they want out of this time period. It's also hard for their lineup to just walk in Roche, for example, and force it. Just the downside of something like a carry Necro.
A Deso, a DD. I wonder if Liquid are going to think about fighting here, or if they're, as you say, pretty content. I mean, they've swung the net worth back into dead even in this game. They've managed to trip up Bet Boom, and they're chipping away at this tier 2 tower.
They're still up here as 5. This is getting ridiculous. Like, you're giving them time to farm BKBs here. You're giving them the whole map. Liquid even got good vision out. And you're slowly chipping this tower with a Meteor Hammer, but you don't need 5 heroes to do this, right? Feels like they're giving Liquid too much space here, and Liquid wants to fight. This is BKB on Mickey all of a sudden.
Reman smoke up. They've hit their timing. They've hit a really nice window. If they run into the right heroes here, but I'm not sure if they could really do anything about Laurel. They're going to tries to jump him. Really great reaction. The phase shift instantly out. They try and hit him with a fear. Missed out on that one. Laurel gets a small jump away, hits the coil, but he does die. Ultimately, the Storm Spirit Mickey locks in on him. The Soulbind is actually keeping the 2 of them in space for a moment, but instant static storm. Mickey, his BKB runs out. A great reaction from Sineko, and they will not be able to out-heal that Reaper's Sight. Still, though, there is Matumba Man with that Desolator, and Zai coming through in the back. He's going to be able to pull Hawk up to the high ground, has a TP. Arrow stops that one, and he is going to be the victim of an Artur.
I knew that one was coming, but what a fight from Liquid again. Mickey goes down, but that BKB Storm, just immortal, causes so much chaos and forcing them all back. And Bet Boom's lineup is not one that acts well when they're forced to retreat like that.
Yeah.
Or you get a cheeky turnaround kill, but that's just free reign for this bat to run in, deal all his DPS. The Mirana, multiple good arrows in this fight. Even with the Mist Roar, just so much physical burst. If this puck ever gets pulled, he is guaranteed dead, it feels like.
Yeah. Then we had this nice reaction from Sineko, but ultimately turning and fighting was never going to be in the favor of Bet Boom, especially with Zai finally able to close the distance. I feel like that's the first time in this entire game he's gotten on top of the Necrophos. That's what this counter pick is entirely designed to do.
Yeah, especially if you can cliff him. That helps a little more, too.
It does help a little bit, yeah. And now, all of a sudden, Team Liquid up by 3K. I'm presuming that's the life drain. I bet he just took his hands off the keyboard and just, yes, drain more.
While his target gets reapered into oblivion. You get reapered, you look to your right, see your captain doing that. That's the in real life taunt. That's what it is, you know.
It really is, yeah.
His in-game taunt was on CD, so he's gotta do it for the boys.
All right, 4-man smoke up from Bet Boom.
If they can find the Storm before BKB, that's the biggest.
Oh, it'd be super good if they could get the Blink Spear, but he blinked the wrong direction. He went down. Maybe it's the right direction, though, if they can actually catch these 2 heroes, but he's got nobody behind him. He throws out the Spear, but everybody else was stopped dead in their tracks by the Storm Spirit of Mickey. He caught the 2 backline heroes, and there was nobody to help out poor old Notice.
This game feels like it's getting a little out of control for Bet Boom. I'm not sure how they take these fights into what is now 2 BKBs on both of Liquid's big initiators. This Lone Druid, I don't even think they've come close to killing him in any of these engagements, and the Hawk's just getting run down.
They're going to try, but Laurel is here, and Zai's by himself. He does actually have a BKB, so he can commit to this kill. He's going to be able to get it all by him damn self. I feel like Bet Boom was doing so good in the first 15 minutes, but they never secured a big lead. They clearly got stalled out.
I think they just had issues deciding how to convert on it. I think the way their lineup functions is they pretty much have to just keep chain killing Storm and Bad for that entire 10 to 25 minute period. Some old school CIS Dota. It can work when you have something like a Disruptor who can constantly chase around and provide you the catch before BKBs. But if you let them get to this timing on even footing, these fights are going to be a nightmare. That's where, I mean, the net worth difference doesn't even matter. The second those BKBs come online.
Yeah, that's true.
Good luck. And again, how do they convert on anything else on the map? Their lineup can't Roche. Can't do tier 2s that well.
There it is. Give them all the health. Give them all the mana, Insania. Well, they're clearly having some fun. I'm sure they feel like they're in the driver's seat in this game. And Bet Boom's just left with one or two options. I mean, we were going back through their matches earlier this morning, and you were talking about, like, if these games ever go much past 30, 35 minutes, it's like all but assured that Bet Boom is probably going to be losing.
I think they definitely struggle in these later portions of the game. It's just a function of how they play and how they like to draft, which, you know, everything in Dota is a trade-off, but this is a game that feels like, at this point, if Liquid wants to go late, it's in their driver's seat to do so. I mean, what's going to catch the BKB split push? Ag's Puck or something? It's pretty out of the question. And again, they don't even have to do that. They can just take the fight using this Lone Druid on the objectives. Exactly what they're doing, smoking into the triangle here.
Yeah, they're cutting through with the Lone Druid pushing in this top lane. The rest of the team cutting across the jungle area. Be really nice if they caught a hero, and they're going to go for Seneko here. Not the biggest pickup, but it's still something nice to be able to work with, something they can start exerting their influence over this left-hand side of the map. They've already taken the tier 1, and if they can catch more heroes, this is an easy tier 2.
Blood.
Notice, he's going to blink out, but I'm not sure if he can get out. The Eul Scepter into the arrow. BKB is his response. Zai's going to respond with a BKB of his own as the arena goes out, and the tier 2 was already dead. That Lone Druid cleaned up that tower so quickly.
Probably just straight into Roche here. It's going to clean it up as well.
Just gets from bad to worse here for Bet Boom. As you can see the difference. A meteor hammer only resulting in 1,000 building damage for this Necrophos. They really could not exert enough control over the map to stop Liquid from farming, and now they're left in sort of a do-or-die Roshan fight.
Bet Boom has to fight this, I think. They cannot give this up.
They're going to have to go in without the arena and just lead out with the Ink Swell, but the scare back isn't going to be good enough. Mickey immediately jumps to the 2 supports in the back lines. A really good Soulbind catches the Storm Steward, but unfortunately he's not slowing down just yet. Managed to get 1 support kill. The Reaper Scythe comes in, but this time the heal is enough to be able to counteract. Storm Spirit, Mickey very healthy, and the rest of Bet Boom is limping on a last life here as the Hawk. He's probably going to be dying here, chased down by some heroes. Mickey's going to ensure that Laurel can't get out either. It's going to be a full-on 5-man wipe with nobody lost on Liquid.
Where is the damage come from in this game? And Latumba knows it. Like,
yeah.
Hey, you see me? I took my hands off the keyboard. That was pretty cool. You wanna micro my hero and sing it?
Yeah, I mean, for a team that we were setting it up as like whether or not they're feeling good about themselves, how confident they are after losing that tiebreaker, after finding themselves in the lower bracket, after switching up who's doing the drafting and stuff. I'm sure there was a lot of uneasiness, but now that they are handily winning this game and probably not going to be letting go of it anytime soon. They're having a jolly good time as they're going to land the spear onto the Lone Druid and actually bring him a little bit low, but he's still got 20 Magic Wand charges. He's still got the Mugna behind him, and now he's going to be able to turn around and start going for Dahak. An arrow from downtown.
That's the
nails Laurel, a perfect target too, and the Bet Boom immediately calling GG. Team Liquid.
This was an impossible game, it felt like. Unless they smashed that early game, which they had some good stuff going for them, but they couldn't convert on it anyway. They just got stalled in that top tier 2 jungle area forever. Suddenly Storm and Lone Druid get the farm for 3 or 4 minutes. That's the period where I feel like their lineup had to close out the map and gain a 6 to 10k net worth advantage, so they have some utility survivability. When that BKB timing hits from Liquid, they're able to survive the initial jump. They pretty much had no itemization to be able to do that. There's a random hammer, Seneko goes Veil. These are aggressive items to push the tempo and control the map, not items where you get storm jump, they're helping you do anything.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I'm not the best when it comes to draft analysis, but looking at this in hindsight, considering how well I thought BetBoom played the laning phase and how they were getting some momentum out of it, it feels like a draft problem if your lineup just falls apart so quickly like that. And maybe BetBoom and some of their predictability is beginning to fall a bit short when they kind of need it most.
I honestly think their draft, I mean, you can always argue draft is very team and player dependent on how people understand the game and what they want to do. I don't think this draft's impossible to win with. I do think the Necro pick it's not doing their first 4 heroes any favors. I think their first 4, if you can give them a high physical hero instead of that high magical sustain, that allows them to, again, convert on the kills into better objectives earlier, Roshan, and be able to fight them when they're in that BKB, because they do have a Grimlink. They can lock them down in it. It's not like this Storm wasn't getting linked and disabled, but then what's doing anything in this period?
They pop BKB and nobody was able to do anything.
So I feel like if you have some hero that can compensate for that, that game would have felt a lot easier and natural for them to play instead of the pressures on them to have to snowball that early game so hard.
Yeah.
Liquid was able to resist it. Those later fights are just way too easy. I mean, the slow and Druid hero already is an insane survivability hero. When you lack damage to be able to deal with him, he just feels insanely busted.
Well, Team Liquid, a very important game for them as they can start resetting and start building some momentum through the lower bracket. But now we'll see whether or not BetBoom can offer us a little bit more and survive in this series.
Indeed. Thanks, Cap and SVG. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back to discuss that game. Game 1, remember, of this potential 3-game series. We'll see you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Trending with the cool kids. I wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Designer brand exclusive. I wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and then I'm out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy.
This is the city where this game just took place, geographically speaking. But in another way, it was a game for the ages, and a game that will reside in our hearts forever. Because Disruptor lost in his only appearance at this major to date. And that made me kind of sad because I kind of like the hero. But chaps, there was serious problems with BetBoom's draft that Liquid revealed as the game went on.
But there was a lot of issues with Liquid's draft that were really revealed in the first 15 minutes. Like the Batrider struggled heavily in the lane.
yeah.
They're throwing Mirana arrows with no combos, so like you can't fault him. He's missing arrows. There were some issues on Liquid side too.
Yeah, you do have to give a lot of credit to Liquid in regards to their heroes in laning phase and the exit of that. They pretty much only had like 2.5 heroes that wanted to make any moves on the map. The rest were just kind of watching. But in doing so, they did buy time for the Lone Druid, Matumman to find his farm. So I think this could have been a game where if Liquid felt like they had to make a move, they run into BetBoom, they'll get wiped, they'll get off a Roshan, they'll probably lose the game. So they kind of won the game through AFKing because they didn't just have any heroes.
They couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Jenkins, would you put this down to somehow both teams managed to screw themselves over in the draft? Is that kind of what happened?
Yeah, honestly, kind of felt it that way. Like, I think Liquid's happy that they won that. They felt the inadequacies of their draft in the early game, but I also think that they were good enough players and experienced enough players to know what to do when they have a really weird draft, and they just need to delay the game. And all they were delaying against was a Meteor Hammer Necro, so it wasn't asking the world of them,
right?
But it still was difficult. They were losing.
They had to be careful, didn't they? I think we actually have a replay which should give you some idea of how Liquid went about delaying the game and buying that time for their Storm to get that precious BKB. And this is Zai top, lads, and he's just saying, do you know what? You guys all came up here to push this tower. You've meme hammered it twice. Sod your creeps. I'm going to blow them up and then get the hell out of here. And look at all those heroes chasing him.
But the worst,
it's a minor thing.
But the worst thing about that moment in that play is that if you look at the mini-map, you have 2 TPs as well trying to chase the Batrider. Meanwhile, you've then got bot lane being farmed, mid lane being pushed out by Liquid.
Mickey was in enemy jungle too.
Exactly.
Taking camps there. Like they were evading.
Yeah.
The reason that I think that that's a good play is because it's an example of a lot of minor little plays that they were doing to delay the game because they knew all they needed to do was delay. And it worked. The game it looked impossible for BetBoom after first 15 minutes.
Was it Kev? Was it just that BKB on Storm? Once you got that, everything else could fall into place. The Lone Druid's got enough to fight. Was that the turning point?
That definitely helped a lot because I mean both of their dual lanes sucked, right? It's like Pugna Lone Druid. He couldn't defend Lone Druid when Lone Druid gets gone on. He can't stun. He can't decrep. There's nothing there. The Mirana arrow didn't combo. But once they got to enough net worth there with the BKB on Storm, they could actually take a fight to Puck. That was the big disrupting hero that did such a good job on all the rotations.
It also helped that BetBoom, when that BKB on Storm arrived, BetBoom were in such an aggressive position underneath Liquid wards that they were able to surprise the Puck. Sure, he nearly survived getting a quick phase shift off, but it was just enough to make sure that BKB had massive effect.
Yeah.
If they didn't have that clean initiation and get that team wipe, you might have had a more even game because they'd have been able to get a BKB of their own or maybe the Necro play it out, but just having good vision, biding their time and making the jump at the correct time, it just shows discipline from Liquid and not falling victim to Death Bally style lineups.
Interesting. I know that you guys talked about how the Meteor Hammer Necro, I think it's quite interesting because they kind of lack building damage. Let's have a look carry versus carry when it comes to building damage, because of course you got a Lone Druid on one side, you got a Necro on the other who just builds a Meteor Hammer. Let's have a look at that.
I mean, it looked weird from the Necro side when he first started building it, but they literally had no building damage, and Meteor Hammer was a way to try to compensate for it. But like the casters pointed out, by the time it was finished, well, both of the tier 1s were dead. It's usually used to siege those pretty easily, but they had to take the tier 2s to really open the map.
This to me is the difference between an actual building damage hero versus playing a non-building damage hero and compensating. Is 1 to 8. That's how much damage you do.
And just to give context, the Puck as well in that game also had 1.1k building damage.
Right.
And then on the side of Liquid, no one else even got over 500. So it very much was Necro compensating, didn't really help out because when he actually tried using it, the Batrider skipped that crucial wave and then they got wiped soon after. So we didn't really get to see the item come into effect because, Liquid just saw it, identified the problem, and then fixed it within a matter of, minutes.
Yep.
And it gives them like tower damage, but it still didn't give them damage through BKBs. So when Storm gets BKB, the damage was Reaper Scythe. Well, that's not going to do anything other than stun Storm now, so they just lose the fight anyways. Especially if like the Pugna is not disabled in the backline.
The problem is definitely the all magical damage, because I was thinking like Meteor Hammer is building damage. What other building damage items are there in Dota? Necrobook got removed, right? There's AC, but that's only good if you have physical damage. There's Vlad, but that's only good if you have physical damage. Deso, only good if you have physical damage. Helm,
okay.
also buffs physical damage because it builds into the Vlad. So it does feel like one of those things you just can't push towers without physical damage or some sort of spell that actually hits towers.
Indeed, indeed. Let's check in with one of my favorite people in the Dota scene. It's not Tsunami, it's Sir Action Slacks. Jake, how are you?
Hello, thank you, Pyrian, for that very casual flame there for no reason on Tsunami. I'm doing so well, sir. I'm doing so well. I am over here by Team Liquid. The energy has brought me over to this booth. These guys are having a great time. They came in very cool, calm today, like, oh, yeah, we're going to play some games. We'll see what happens. But after that game one, man, they were popping off. They were excited. So we'll take a little peek here. As you can see, Blitz, the Hydro homie, he does pack this booth full of water at almost all times. I mean, I don't know what kind of diet he is on. He's looking ripped, but they are drinking and they are going. They're drinking not because they're choking, it's because they're doing a good job. So, okay, they didn't like that one. I'm sorry. We're gonna move on there. It's all good. It's all good. But where people might need some water from choking, no, I'm kidding. BitBoom is over here, and they have been pretty serious after that first game. A couple guys had some talks, but they're getting back into it. The pressure is on, and you can feel it. So the gravity of the situation is definitely present in both of these teams. This is no time for jokes, my friends. Somebody is going home, and you know, that's why we're in the all black today. It is time for somebody's funeral. And it is heartbreaking to see one of these classic teams leave.
Indeed. Thank you, Jake. Keep your ear to the ground, sir. Well, lads, we're going to take a break ahead of this next game in this series, I should say. And you're going to see Jake again. Don't go away because Slacks has an interview with the one and only Miracle. You'll want to watch it.
Here with an extremely special guest. This has been quite surprising, ladies and gentlemen. Nigma's Miracle, how you doing?
I'm doing well, but I'm not Miracle.
Anyway, man, so good to have you on an interview once again. It's great for you to get a new job and check things out. What are you learning by watching OG?
I don't know what you mean by like new job, because this is what I do. Like, I'm a freelance video producer, so this is what I do. I'm not actually Miracle.
Yeah. Well, now you're a freelance media producer. Can I just say, you have gotten so much better at interviews, man. You used to be so standoffish, hardly ever did it, but the smile, the attitude, you've really improved. Tell me about this thing. When did you learn how to use that?
Well, I knew how to use it once I was born, so pretty much my entire life I've been able to just wield the camera, you know. So yeah, this is what I do.
Have you done stuff besides OG? Any other Dota teams that you're interested in?
I mean, I used to work for Alliance as a video producer, so yeah. I mean, yeah, I have.
That's crazy. I didn't know that Miracle was on Alliance. I thought it was just OG, and pretty much that's it. So congratulations, though, on your new career. Do you think you're going to soar even higher than your Dota career on this one?
For sure, but I have to say once again, I'm not a Miracle, but as an individual, as John, as the video producer that I am, probably yes.
Okay. And how can people find you if they're interested in having an esports journalist out there that's working in the field?
Well, they could find me on Twitter at President Slendy, or you could just search for Slendy and you can find me.
Okay.
Yeah.
At Miracle. You can find him on Liquipedia as well. Thank you so much, Miracle. It's been an absolute pleasure. Good luck to OG.
Thank you. I'm not Miracle.
Okay, fantastic.
It's crunch time for BetBoom. They have to win the next 2 games or they will be going home. For Liquid, is a chance to close out this series and stay alive for another day here at the Stockholm Major. This is gonna be close. Liquid, I feel like we discussed prior to this, good team, you guys fancied them in the draft, but BetBoom have definitely got some game about them. They could definitely take this game to Liquid, couldn't they?
They definitely can. I feel like with everything said and done, maybe it was just the last pick that hurt them. The Necrophos kind of screwed up their draft, but we're going to see very different stuff. Different bands from BetBoom and different heroes make it through.
Wowzers. So, I remember underlining Furion some time ago. There it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look, so BetBoom get the heroes they want, but Team Liquid also gets one of their great strats, the IO plus Razor, something they like.
Yes, the idea, in my opinion, in my stupid opinion...
It's not a stupid opinion. I value
Razor
your
and
opinion, Jacob.
Thank you.
You should value your opinion.
That makes one of us. Is that you run around the map with Razor. People like to run away from Razor because he 1v1 outfarms anyone. He just links them and they can't do anything. And they die. And so they run elsewhere. And then you have the IO relocate. So basically you cover the whole map and make it feel unfarmable. It's like one of the most oppressive strats. And everybody was fiending this combo like a month ago.
And last time they run IO Razor, they also had like a clockwork support as well to help set up the relocates and to help kind of find the engagements. And with a Furion on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if it was either picked or banned because it feels like it just slots quite nicely into Liquid's lineup.
It's a great laning stage as well. Razor's already good by himself, but sometimes he can get out harassed occasionally by spells and things like that. IO gives him more mana, makes sure that his HP is pretty much always full, and he gets to go full damage items.
So the idea, of course, he's in almost every case, he's going to be up against Mars here, the Razor.
Yeah, it's a decent solution as well, because you can spear him back. So
right.
At least there's that.
Yeah, it's actually not the worst for Mars.
Ooh, okay. They go Snapfire.
Very popular in the Beastcoast series. Little mobility stuff, get people out of sprouts. Lots of range damage.
Again, the development of teams at the Major. They haven't played
very
Snapfire
quick.
much. Oh,
Look
wow.
at this very quick Skywrath Wyvern picks. You guys have been saying, well, basically, I'm going to say it. You've been shitting on Wyvern. A lot of people have been saying.
Who?
I
Loads
have.
of people.
Why?
I've been crapping on Wyvern.
You have 10 seconds on the queue now. It's sick.
Look, Beast Coast, this one time they picked it just as like a Pango solution. It didn't like if they don't do a lot of physical damage and your Cold Embrace doesn't solve that, it feels like one skill is just garbage to me right now. So the other ones are fine. Winter's Curse can be good, but I just feel like there's better supports typically. Like,
It's a very hit and miss hero. If you don't have like a really clean way of going, if I Cold Embrace this guy, he will survive and be able to turn it around. In this type of lineup, you already have Monomer Kisses on top of the Cold Embrace target, so you can do damage there. And there's still 2 more picks. I am a little bit worried personally about Winter Wyvern overall. But it can have those games where you never catch the backline. You're always getting the big curses, stopping the IO, tethering the core, you're killing off the IO. So it is very hit and miss. And the way that BetBoom wants to play this game, which is naturally quite forward thinking, that does allow for supports that, you know, can play behind that pocket.
Well, why,
I suppose.
Why did they pick it? I'm not quite sure.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Kev. Razor steals a ton of damage. You give her the old flip-flopperoo.
Yep.
You Wyvern ult someone, and now all that stolen damage is actually being used
on the IO.
For yourself. He's gonna kill that IO.
It's okay, but a lot of Razor's damage is just like your ulti lowering armor. So like, yeah, if they static link for like 12 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, and then you Winter's Curse, it could be good, but.
All right, Kev, I was just having a bit of fun, mate.
Yeah.
No, that's no, you're right. It's okay. I'm not saying it's bad. I just think that it's going to be kind of limited in scenarios where that's effective.
You can say I told you so in a second when the Wyvern wins.
When they win the game with that play.
I'm a Wyvern doubter right now.
They've gone back for the back.
Oh, they go back.
Again, it does feel quite filthy, doesn't it?
It's a pretty nasty back game. I mean...
Good against Prophet.
Wyvern does nothing against that. It's like one of the worst heroes to Cold Embrace against.
This was my
free stacks.
This was my fear though, because like when I see Wyverns do well in games, it's often when you see 3-4 heroes like a PA style carry, the Slardar off lane or something.
Yeah,
you
like
know that
you've overcommitted to physical, so I'm gonna punish that.
So like a premature Wyvern now enables Liquid to go, okay, we're just gonna
this
one pick a deal.
Doesn't seem like the best Wisp counter. I mean, if you want a Wisp counter, I would think, you know, Grimstroke comes to mind for the same sort of I will punish you for tethering people sort of thing.
Yeah, some people have been playing with Lich as a response, but its win rate is kind of up and down.
You know what, though? They've got an idea with this.
All right, okay. Quick point.
Okay.
Wyvern in lane, though, potentially against an offlane Batrider, should do somewhat okay just because of double slows. If you're trying to chase down and you're already arranged here and you're playing positionally, you might just be able to play on that. And if Bat then comes onto tower, your mid lane TP's in, you get a couple kills. It could just be
what
like
if this is
it could be kind of quirky.
What if this is a core Wyvern? What if we're looking at this wrong? This is
Like a mid-Wyvern?
mid-Wyvern with Witchblade. Then all of that shit that we just said is
Irrelevant, yeah.
irrelevant.
Well, Cold Embrace still is going to suck, but who cares?
Yeah,
Law has played one game in pubs.
Really?
No. I mean, in all of Dota. He played one pub.
Okay.
How long ago was this?
It was
he's got a butterfly. Oh wait, no, that's a TA game.
It was 8 days ago he played TA. That was it. So he hasn't actually been playing pubs too much. He's been more in the scrim department. So we won't know if they've been practicing or not. I did bait you there.
I thought you said you played
I
one
thought you
Wyvern.
said
No. I was teasing you.
All right, that's it. We got it. It's the core Wyvern.
No, I was teasing you.
Because, you know, it's core Wyvern. 10 seconds. If you think about what's been buffed about the hero, it's not Cold Embrace. It's the other spells. Splinter Blast, it's fast now. And the Q lasts for 2 seconds, which is insane for a core Wyvern. That's just nuts.
It's like 10 seconds you're flying around hitting people with it. Yeah, that's true.
And the cooldown was reduced too.
That's pretty true.
It's got very high uptime.
Both teams kind of light on stuns. You've got Spear, you've got Snapfire, Cookie, Windrunner.
It's a support Wyvern.
Or support Windrunner.
I mean,
which is more likely, mid-Sky or mid-Wyvern?
Mid-Windrunner.
Neither. Why didn't you say Wind Ranger in there?
Because you said it's a support Wind Ranger.
No, I meant Wyvern, sorry. Did I say Wind Ranger? I meant Wyvern.
I think Batrider destroys Wind Ranger. I do not see where the bat counter comes in here.
Yeah, that's true. If he gets stunned to a tree and then Sky ultied, if he gets Mars comboed, but you're right, there's not even like easy setups on him either.
What are you going to do when he gets the BKB?
No, I feel
Winter's
like-
cursing him every time?
I feel like they're just confident for the lane in regards to you got double ranged. So Batrider level 1, 2, 3, you try and go aggressive, double slow right clicks. In the game, it doesn't feel good, but at least there is going to be like a 5-minute
Can't
window.
you just play bat mid then?
You could do, yeah.
We are forgetting. This could just be a mid bat.
Yeah.
Could just be a mid-K bat. And I think you're baited to do it. I mean, against Windrunner, it's like, what are you going to Windrun away from magic damage? It just doesn't do anything.
Oh.
And they pick a Sand King in the end.
Mid Sand King, probably.
Or
Maybe?
Sand King Snap, also pretty decent.
The last time they done this strat, they actually put the Sand King mid in this scenario.
They did.
Okay.
That's why I'm thinking it's a mid Sand King. But I feel like mid bat looks really good in this game. I don't see what any of these heroes do to a bat who has some levels in farm.
And it's going to be, the mid bat, yeah.
It just... This is a better Batrider game than the last one.
I'm a little bit worried for BetBoom in regards to when they played the Furin 3 times in a row yesterday, their biggest issue was connecting cleanly on like the towers in the first 10-15 minutes. For Liquid, they have an abundance of tower defense just through raw aggression, be it the Sandstorm from the Sand King, the reinitiation of Monomer Kisses, relocate. Like Liquid can defend their towers real easy. And heroes like Windrunner,
Sandstorm,
they need, exactly. They just need a bit of time. So, I am favoring Liquid again in this lineup.
Well, I will say this. BetBoom were losing that game that they won.
That's
so
true.
This is the win condition that they're saving themselves. They're like, at least we can always fall back on the profit if things don't work out. But guys, very quickly, who do you favor?
I do favor Liquid.
Liquid?
I like Liquid.
Liquid?
If BetBoom wins this, they're just the greatest profit team of all time. I don't see any other way. Like, this is the best Batrider game ever. I think Liquid.
Let's throw it over to our casters, Cap and SVG. Chaps, have a great one.
Well, we'll try and have a great one, but it doesn't sound like BetBoom is going to be having a good time, at least from our panel's perspective. Hopefully you can offer a little bit more optimism. Wait, who am I talking to? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, there's a guy over there. Like, optimism, that's not my department.
All right, well, hit me with the realism then.
This is going to be a hard game for them.
Okay.
The one thing, though, about this game that's different from last one, I think this Furion functions a lot better for them than something like a Carry Necro.
Okay.
Because let's say they get out to a fast start like they were on the trajectory to do last game. The Furion can convert on that a lot easier, right? He shoves the waves in. He can take the greed farm while still joining the fights. He can give them a Roshan. He can give them some of these tier 2s on the split push. And he can scale with the physical damage a little bit better. So they have that a lot more going for them in that regards, which I like. If they're still going to commit to the skirmish style, that's a play style they're committing to. If you believe in it, you go for it. I can respect it. But I think in theory, this game becomes very hard if Sand King Bat get the items that allow them to play the map, because there's just nothing stopping this Bat and Sand King running at your Furion or running at your Wind Ranger, stunning, shackling them, pulling them into the damage.
Yeah.
Io can even help play the map on that Bat as well. And I mean, honestly, this looks like a miserable Wyvern game to play. And I don't think Wyvern functions that well in the games where he's very sad. Like,
yeah,
Liquid's lineup has so much hybrid or magical damage that can come out, even scaling magical damage. They have no heroes that are going to kill each other in a Wyvern ult. The Embrace does not feel impactful here, so it's pretty much for this Arctic Burn in the slow, which can be powerful. But this is, again, I'm going to look for Bet Boom to get out very quick here, try and run this early game over and build a lead to where this Furion can compound it, unlike last game, and really push them into that mid game.
Well, if anybody can figure out how to be able to make a good Wyvern game out of a bad setup, it's got to be Sineko. Easily one of the most prolific Winter Wyvern gamers out there. I believe it's his 4th most played hero, so let's see. See if he can manage to make it work. We did have a little bit of back and forth, in case you guys missed that, between the players. Everybody was giving their good lucks, and then Dahak said, because Enjoyer's here? And Insania said he's a Dahak enjoyer. So a little bit of cute back and forth between these two teams, but now it's time to get deadly serious, as after all, Bet Boom, elimination on the line here for them in the Stockholm Major if they lose either one of these next 2 games. So see how they do. Lanes being all important, it sounds like, both from you as well as the panel. I mean, Bet Boom, they have to get off to a great start, right?
I think so. Maybe you can get away with early waves being rough, but at some point you got to kick it up a notch. Especially this Sky Mars lane. The problem is Io is just a hard hero to abuse on lane, and so is this mid lane matchup. Like, these are 2 lanes where I don't see Wind Ranger abusing this Bat. It's a very tough one-on-one in general. No Dispel, no real way to solo kill him to skew it back. At the same time, Sand King pretty favorable versus Furion over the long run if you don't get zoned off the first wave, which didn't happen.
Okay.
And here you have a Skywrath. He's trying to harass into an Io lane where they might get a cheeky kill at some point, but overall, I think Io's going to be able to sustain through this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not going to be easy all around. You could see he's got double salves, still 2 more Tankos to burn through, so he's well aware that he's going to have to play a bit of a regen game here, and as long as he stays topped up, then the Sky Mars kill combo may never come to fruition. But all eyes on this man down here, Dahak, Nature's Prophet. It's been a big winner for Bet Boom throughout the group stage. It does seem like they, in some ways, are getting a bit figured out, but this has probably been their most potent strategy so far.
For sure, and I think the fact this hero can play fast and convert on their skirmish power is why I think they're the only team left that has confidence in this still. I feel a lot of people lost it at some point on the way.
Yeah, I mean, so Team Liquid was one of those teams that did try that, right? And,
so that says something,
alongside
right?
half the carry pool for Matama Men, so maybe that says something different.
Quite possibly. And maybe the Hawk's just willing to go down with the Titanic, so to say, you know? Ride or die with his boy Nature's Prophet.
Good spear. Insania does have some regen. He's going to start pumping in. And
Salvo. This Mars Sky is usually a very potent lane. But again, I feel like Io is one of the few supports I would not feel amazingly confident playing into just because of how much he can get his core through that early game.
Yeah. And on top of that, you're a tanky ranged hero, dare I say. Like, Razor's actually got some decent stats. He's not going to be close enough for a God's Rebuke most of the time, so they're not even going to get the full firepower a lot of times out of this duo. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Let's see once that Nature's Prophet is level 6 and we get the arena up on the Mars as well. We can definitely have some big rotations coming in. I mean, that Nature's Wrath is pretty insane, so it's feels like that's really what it's going to come down to, is these side lanes hitting their ultimates.
Definitely could turn around some of these matchups. That timing, though, is dependent on XP for the Prophet, right? And that's also the downside of this Wyvern Prophet lane, is Wyvern is not a hero you can sacrifice XP on. Ideally, you even want to abuse pulls here. The one route they can gain some extra XP is kills, but their lane isn't really a crazy kill lane.
Yeah.
So as long as Boxy helps control the equilibrium for Zai and control the pulls, which is what they're doing, it's going to be hard for the Hawk to get a super early 6 as much as he would like. But that turnaround potential top is something to look for. That is probably the biggest move they can make, that either the Furion ult or the Furion ult and TP into that top lane for the Razor kill, into trying to abuse the tower push, get a Mars to level 6 if the Razor comes back. I mean, it sounds like a lot of detail, but these are the kind of things you kind of need to go your way in this early game, I feel. Well, this is one way to do it, too.
Io, not around. Now is going to tether over. Let's see if they can actually get out of here. The last nuke is going to be just enough. Force Major finally manages to force that first blood, and Bet Boom, I mean, just in time, too. It felt like they were in need of some plays here. Nice cookie from Boxy. They're going to get a bit more damage on Snako before he flies away into the trees.
It's a huge kill, and Dahak, he was pump faking the TP bottom, so he was ready to join and convert on that Razor kill as well.
Yeah.
And this is the point of weakness for Liquid's lineup, in my opinion, in this early game. It's where Bet Boom have to attack. I don't think this bat is attackable on mid, and killing Sand King does not progress the game. So if you're Bet Boom, the name of the game is kill Matoma as much as you can in this early game. Off the arena, off the Fury on TP, abuse the burst damage you have.
Yeah, I mean, if they can set some of these lanes back, they've already blocked out some of the neutral camps. They blocked out the hard camp to make sure Sand King doesn't get to be able to farm back through that way. They blocked out the easy camp for that Bat Rider who's going to be using it a lot of times. So they've slowed down the farm of the other two lanes. Now if they could just keep Matumba Man down, who's once again is going to be speared back after he attempts the static link.
He's taking a decent amount of chip here. The more they can chip this lane, it also will potentially set up for those numbers rotations if they can get them.
Arl, he has his level 6. He's hoping to secure a power rune here. Force Major joining him, playing the 50-50. Actually, not even the 50-50, because they actually had Sineko on the other side of things. Trying to get that, so was Boxy. They get an illusion rune, which is nice. I mean, that comes with a free dispel playing against the Bat Rider, so that may come in handy.
This Bat Rider, he can do a lot of work in this game, especially with his support combinations. This IO back goes back a couple patches now with the new spell amp this hero gives.
Oh, yeah.
Extra move speed, extra spell amp just turns this hero into an absolute monster, especially when you can get fast levels off mid with the early bots. Mickey is looking to rotate bottom, so preemptively shut down this Prophet so he can't make any move of his own.
And he's already caught him with the lasso, pull back into multiple stuns from Liquid. In fact, Zai even tries to convert and get the extra stun out of Force Major, but instead puts himself too far forward and does trade out his life. Mickey, the first successful rotation from him, returns back to the mid lane to keep farming.
I think Liquid will take that trade though. This is another time period where this Furion can't get to his ult, and he doesn't get to play the aggressor, make the move, progress the game style that Bet Boom wants to come out here. Now he's TPing mid, he's still level 5. No lasso, no mana on Mickey, so this is a decent tower push.
Notice comes over as well. They are really securing this one. An early 4-man mid at 7.5 minutes. Not trying to time it with a siege wagon or anything, just okay. Well, that's the start of something for Bet Boom. Current record 6 minutes. Was that also set by Bet Boom? I have to imagine it was.
Probably. I mean,
the way they've been playing. Either way, well ahead of the average tempo here set by Bet Boom, and they'll get back to their side lanes in time to catch this creep wave coming in.
It's a nice tower take, abusing the longer CD on this Bat Rider. Zai even TP'd mid, but too little too late. And this is going to be another game where they're going to get these tier 1s down early, and then it's going to be a question of can they vert on it better than last game.
Right. Especially since you know Team Liquid's going to be splitting them up a bunch. They've got both an IO as well as a Boots of Travel hero in the Bat Rider. So, like, they're going to split you up as much as humanly possible.
Stall the game, get to your timings.
Yeah.
They would love to have a similar thing happen last game where they can get to their BKBs or early items and just cruise through the team fights.
Zai caught by the shackle shot, interrupted though. Boxy.
Nice cookie.
Oh, the turn actually, but the Nature's Wrath is just enough. Hawk saves him with a big burst of damage on Zai to finish him off, and then the win run allowing the bit of damage coming from Boxy to be totally disregarded.
Necro ain't gonna do that. I'll tell you that much. That is the
isn't.
big difference. Like, you can see how Bet Boom wants to play. This is why they have so much confidence in this Furion. He can make that play bottom, help them skirmish, and be instantly back into mid to keep the farm rate up, so they're not getting too punished for making these moves.
Yeah.
almost a nice turnaround, but that Furion ult.
And as we saw, it was indeed Bet Boom in their match against Thunder Predator. Thunder Awaken. Unsurprising that it happens in the match with the probably two fastest tempo teams at this major. 4-1, Bet Boom, slight net worth lead, but we also saw how that happened last game. So as you said, they're probably going to be taking some early towers. The big question is how they're going to be able to convert from taking those early towers and actually securing, you know, kills and further map control that shuts down Liquid, as opposed to just letting them have their way with farm like it happened last game. Laurel?
This is 10-minute rune. Both teams won.
Oh, what an ankle. Somehow that actually hits the Bat Rider, and a shackle shot that potentially sets up for a kill onto this Bat, as they're going to have a hefty amount of damage coming in once again from that Nature's Rat. Hawk keeps on canceling his ultimate. What a curse. That's going to pull the Bat Rider into a Doom position. The spear damage actually dodged. The winner's curse was still up, but it didn't matter. Full team of Bet Boom here to secure those 2 kills. And just a slight move across the river from Liquid, immediately punished.
That rune even got denied by the Hawk there, so Mickey not even getting the iron price paid. I mean, that Wyvern ult was right on the edge, let me tell you that.
Oh, yeah, that was perfect.
That is a very difficult spell to hit when you're a Brown Boots Wyvern just walking into these early fights. So we were talking, this is a difficult Wyvern game, but if you're going to have impact like that, an amazing, I mean, I'm not even sure that shackle should have hit either. That was an angle
was
right there.
Insane. And that immediately...
Furion bounced with that spell amp off that Skywrath silence.
Oh, yeah. That just blew up the Snapfire, did a ton of damage to the Bat Rider. Back inside the game, though, Matumba Man's going to be in some trouble here. He's stolen some damage away from the Mars. Oh, Laurel didn't actually want to keep committing there. Doesn't get the kill on the Razor. Now it's Seneko who may end up dying here as Zion's going to catch up to him. 3 levels of the Burrow Strike is enough to nail that one. Team Liquid this time, a bit of aggression seems to be poking out from both sides, but both Liquid and Bet Boom ready to go with the defenses.
Bet Boom doing a decent job of forcing some rotations out, backing off, not overextending. But those are kind of fights they'd like to convert on.
Oh, this would be really, really good.
Really nice kill.
Silence, Dahak.
Out of mana, though.
Yeah, they're going to need Dahak here, I think. Just a little bit of extra damage, and he's there. Actually secures the last hit.
He's rushing Desolator.
Yeah, he is. What do you think about that?
This is a man's build right here,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
Much better than the Meteor Hammer last game?
No, I like this, because if you're going to play this tempo, just go in, commit to it, itemize for it. This is going to destroy some of these Liquid heroes in the early fights. Who's building armor on this lineup?
I mean, you were literally saying the Meteor Hammer just isn't a good pushing item anymore. And
that item's not a good item, I'll tell you that much.
Well, you made a point of the lack of building damage that it does, and you said you just like, I'd much rather just have a Deso when it comes to pushing towers. Well, now you're going to get just that.
I like this a lot more. This is kind of abusing these like semi-carry route Liquid's taken. Because again, there isn't some high agi hero that's naturally going to have a huge amount of armor in this game. So it's going to amp up their damage a lot. It's going to help the Mars DPS in the fight.
Sure.
The Ranger DPS. And even Force Major, he maxes Ancient Steel. We saw in some of those earlier fights, this is an insane amount of burst that can come out. The Furion ult's going to bounce through. You get hit by some random power shot. It's not like he needs some crazy stun to land his ult this game. Whoever gets Ancient Sealed in focus before BKB is going to have a rough time.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess, on Zai. He's the only one who wants to go in and tank spells.
Shots coming in. Laurel in some trouble. Once again, just a much easier kill combination. Good winner's curse, though, if they can get the units coming in. Bet Boom on the other side. The Arena's going to be able to land with the spear, and they should be able to finish up at least one side. Does manage to get a really good epicenter Burrow Strike. Looking to be able to finish off Force Major. If he can get this hit, the pop goes off. Notice takes a bunch of damage as a result. Matumba Man closed in from behind, though. Finished off the Winter Wyvern and almost... Oh, the spear from the side. Notice catches him out.
That was the Desolator as well. Seneko just freezes himself during the entire link. I thought he was going to get killed on the back end, but this Razor's not doing enough damage.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Liquid might even feed their Sand King on the back end.
Yep. Spear into Shackle. He is done.
All right. Bet Boom picking up the pace here. It's game is pretty close net worth-wise, but they're starting to gain some momentum. The more you bleed away some of these early fights before you can get to your big items, the happier BetBoom's going to be, especially Dahak when he commits for something like this. Now, this is what we didn't see last game, right? This is the power of Desolator over Meteor Hammer.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Some actual objective taken here for BetBoom. Much bigger difference. The 15-minute mark last game and the 15-minute mark this game. I mean, this was kind of the start of BetBoom getting stalled out, not really knowing what to do. Here, they've got clear objectives in mind.
And it's the way they're playing the map. Even during that, they were smoked up on Noticed and Force Major, looking for any potential freebies they can get on top of that.
Yeah.
Last game, we saw a lot of 5-man, a lot of clumping from BetBoom early, trying to force some tier 2 that even if you get it, what does it do for you?
Yeah.
This game feels like they're a lot more natural in terms of how they want to play the map, not getting out-farmed, using the kills to build a lead off of. That's the important part, right? Getting kills in Dota doesn't do a lot for you if you can't turn it into more.
Sure.
I feel like that's what kind of happened last game. They got stalled out. This game, the NP will help do that naturally, but feels like just a bit smoother for them. On the flip side, Liquid, they are trying to get to this Batrider BKB, and Sai picked up his blink.
Yeah, I thought maybe they would smoke up just because they did hit that blink timing, but as you said, it seems like they really want to focus on perhaps the next round of times, or maybe they just want to try and take down this bottom tier 1 tower, force a reaction from BetBoom. Mickey is going to TP up the top, sees the Nature's Prophet push coming in.
Mickey, he kind of wants to fight on this great observer they have. Liquid doesn't want to join him at the moment. I think Matumba feels this tier 1 needs to go down pretty soon so they can open up the map.
Yeah.
Again, they're playing an IO lineup with a bot's bat. All 3 tier 1s are still up for BetBoom here, and Seneco's just being so annoying on this Wyvern with the defense. You have to kick this guy out, I feel.
Yeah, and bring just one more hero member. Matumba Man trying to scout for him. Mickey did get ahead of the push at top lane and burn some of those creeps down. But they're having a hard time. Just a single Wyvern and the threat of more.
I mean, this is a spooky dive, right?
Yeah, it is.
The Nature's Prophet will join automatically off the bat. The Wind Ranger still has Aegis to TP in. And Mars and Wyvern love to fight these defensive fights.
Mass TP's coming in. Shackle shot not going to latch. Insania
double
playing
damage.
very far back, but they're going to fully commit. The double damage allowing them to rip apart Matumba Man, and they could not get the relocate save in time. So now Insania, he might die as well. They're going to chase back any allies away and surround this IO. So that's going to be 2. Good pickup for BetBoom. A nice defensive rotation, keeping that safe lane tower alive. And do you think Matumba Man's right if he's saying that? And he was like, we need to take this safe lane tower. Like, how much of a problem does this pose Team Liquid?
I guarantee you he's feeling it. They have 3 cores who all want to be able to shove waves and farms, split BetBoom up so they can find the pickoffs. If all 3 tier 1s are up, it just makes it so hard to do that. It makes it harder to invade the jungle areas. I think that was the call, but...
Oh, your courier! No!
Careful there, Matumba.
Those greater treants, they hit pretty hard. Gotta be careful. Speaking of, he does have that shard, so then now you're gonna start seeing tier 2s being chipped away by Dahak constantly.
He's having a great game here. And we're also seeing this Laurel Wind Ranger starting to pick up speed. He's having a quietly good game, 5-1-5.
Yeah.
How fast that Razor melted in that last fight. Part of that was the double damage, but this is not an easy hero for Razor to interact with at this portion of the game. Wind Ranger, he's kind of this anti-carry hero in some ways. As long as he can keep on you, have his spells going, not a lot of cores man-fight him. That's the strength of this hero, in my opinion. So, something to think about. It's kind of Mickey's job to isolate this Batrider, take him out of the fight so Matumba can enter. But if that doesn't happen, if the script is flipped, who's going to deal the physical damage for Liquid in those fights?
AC second item for Matumba Man is they're going to go right back to trying to push that bottom lane. It's low enough that just a bit of a presence would be enough to take it, but you could see how skittish they are. They really are just respecting the possibility of BetBoom showing up at any time. Of course, we know that BetBoom's actually on the opposite side of the map primarily. Seneco defending and pushing mid back in.
Liquid just doesn't know where they are right now. They're worried about a smoke, worried about the bottom fight, and I think even around mid, Zai playing super hesitant here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is extremely conservative approach from Team Liquid. Do you think that is something specifically to deal with Bet Boom's ideas of the game? I mean, it seemed like they were pretty conservative last game as well, and just kind of saying, okay, Bet Boom's lineup is gonna spiral out eventually.
I don't think this is the same game as last game, though. I think last game they had a lot of wiggle room to just play it slow, play for their items, feel okay. I don't think that's the case this game. I think this Wind Ranger Prophet are going to pose much more of a scale problem, especially for Matumba to enter these fights. He feels pressure to get second item Assault Kuros in this game just to deal with the physical burst that can come out.
Yeah.
So this is a situation where if BetBoom ever get the jump, you better hope that reload save comes out fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially with the burst damage that they can lay down. This Wrath of Nature can do insane amounts of damage. When it's level 2 and he's got the talent, the last tick does 900 damage. Obviously, the chance of you getting on the last tick are maybe low, but still, the high numbers that are able to be put out combined with, like, the Ancient Seal, that amplification of damage as well, it's pretty far off the charts. I mean, I feel like a lot of these heroes are just going to get near one shot if they're left in that exact conundrum. So BKB complete now for Tahawk, so he can be a lot more aggressive with his Deso BKB buildup.
Looks like BetBoom want to make a move soon here. Both teams pretty scared here, honestly. Matumba's behind his tier 2, not even hitting creeps. I don't think Zai has touched a creep for almost 3 or 4 minutes here, just playing off the map. Usually Furion wins these types of map trades though, because, I mean, Tahawk's just been hitting Ancients this whole time.
Yeah, he has. Throwing Treants occasionally around, but other than that. And yeah, I mean, I've been watching the vision between these two teams. They haven't seen each other at all in these last few minutes.
Now here's Liquid smoked their own jungle, found nothing. BetBoom's going to smoke their own. They have a full Lotus on Noticed, BKB on Wind Ranger, and BKB on the Hawk. This is a very nice item timing in terms of making their cores a lot more sustainable in the fight. They're going straight triangle.
Yeah, they know somebody has to deal with the top lane push, right? So they're like, okay, anybody that we catch in this triangle is probably dead. Nobody's home. Wyvern kind of showing himself that Splinter Blast push because Team Liquid was looking at that mid lane. So they know their triangle's being occupied. They're going to play the other side of things. But still, as you said, I mean, BetBoom, they've got to be feeling good about just the amount of farm that they're getting out of the map.
I do feel like this is the period where Liquid wishes they were a little farther ahead so this bat could be chasing people down on the lanes.
Yeah.
Instead, they're going to just have to kind of group up and take the fight head on. Then it's going to come down to who jumps who, and you know, if somebody doesn't get their BKB off in time, who gets a free fight? The Hawk's never going to get jumped because he can always come in last.
We're about to find out. This Winter Wyvern is actually sitting on the high ground with a Blink Dagger.
This is a hard hill to run up.
Oh, yes, it is. And that's maybe why Liquid are going to go all the way around here. And this may catch BetBoom by surprise if they do a full circle around. Seneco's looking around. He's like...
There's a Blink.
Yeah, he's
just ulting.
And they actually spot him. The Snapfire is going to try and lay him down. They do actually hit him with a couple gloves, and that's going to be enough. They recognize how important Seneco is to the team fight of BetBoom, so they make concerted effort to be able to catch him out. And as a result, they'll be able to get the mid tower as well.
Imagine he made that play a few seconds earlier. Probably would have resulted in some crazy team fight.
Yeah.
Instead, ships in the night. BetBoom still want to fight on mid. They're smoked again.
They are. They're going to blink forward. Spear, not going to land. BKB goes off first, but the Lotus Orb does bounce back that static link, so Matumba Man's not going to feel very good about this situation. Plus, they use the relocate. You could see Insania, his instant reaction to the initiation. Didn't look great now, but he is trying to prep for that burst damage you were talking about.
I mean, you have to. If you don't press it instantly.
Oh, look at this mass rotation.
They have a Wyvern ult.
Nick A He doesn't have a TP for 22 seconds, so
Firefly's out too.
I don't think there's any way out of this one for him. He is going to be caught in the corner. He knows it too. Nice read by BetBoom.
What a very interesting game. It feels like BetBoom is the one hunting Liquid on the lanes, whereas I thought it would have been the other way around.
Yeah.
And even this rushed blink on the Winter Wyvern by Seneko does a lot of things because it means he can space the fights or even these types of ganks properly, and suddenly this Winter's Curse, you can't rat the lanes and BKB TP out anymore.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get blink cursed, and then all of a sudden you're dead off it. It guarantees a shackle. So suddenly, this map's getting a bit difficult for Liquid to play almost.
Yeah, very much is.
Second Roshan. This is your big shard to somebody. Who do you give it to?
It looks like a freebie to me.
Give it to the Skywrath, everybody's favorite.
The shield of the Scion. I'm going to say, you know, an upgraded spear is not too bad when you've got Io specifically. I think the chance of you hitting a two-man spear not bad, but if they're trying to catch heroes, Gale Force is also pretty nice.
I could see double spear because you have that Winner's Curse, though, if you ever lock multiple heroes.
Oh, they give it to Seneko instead.
The Hawk's just TPing in here.
He really is, and he's going to be TPing right into all these heroes. They already have the pullback in lasso. Matumba Man's going to be able to start getting some static link. The Hawk turns around, does what damage he can, but even with Laurel helping him, they don't stand a chance. The Arena goes out, blocking out the Razor at least, so Windranger is able to reset, but Notice has to give his life to be able to save his mid laner. That's going to be 3 down on the side of BetBoom. They get the Aegis out in the hands of Laurel, but the team fight does not feel good.
That's one way to not have a blink on your Batrider, just have that carry TP right in front of your face. Does the work for him.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just an unlucky teleport from Dahak, misreading where Liquid were on the map, and a nice smoke play to that triangle. Would have been a very interesting fight because
he doesn't have BKB on Windranger. They are immediately going to pounce on him here. The relocate's coming in. They're actually going to try and punish and save Mickey's life, and they do. Insania immediately drop the tether, pass it over to Mickey. So he heals Mickey up, and they get the kill on Force Major as well. Liquid, I thought it was a nice move from BetBoom, but it seems Liquid was one step ahead.
That's going to hurt a lot of BetBoom's momentum. Every time they wanted this Aegis, they wanted to be the ones who were aggressively playing the map.
Yeah.
Suddenly they lose a huge chunk of time here. Not to mention all that gold that went Matumba's way off the back of those kills. It's almost up to Refresher here. Blink on Mickey, Haste Rune to top it off. These team fights are getting a little precarious here. It's really going to come down to who jumps who now.
Yeah, and well, when you've got a Sand King Batrider, it does feel like that initiation is to the advantage of Liquid, but then you've got the counter initiation of Seneko with his own Blink Dagger on the Winner's Curse. So it feels like in a way they're kind of dead even in that regard.
Really might come down to how fast Seneko can pull the trigger on that counter initiation.
Yeah, certainly.
At the same time, it's also a question of how early does Liquid pop their BKBs when they commit in on a lasso or burrow strike so that ult doesn't have effect. If you get caught, it can be a disaster, but if Liquid just mass BKBs and runs in, they preemptively understand it.
Also, one more save and kind of an initiation tool. Not going to be used as much, but Boxy does have the Aghanim Scepter. So look for that save at some point.
Yeah, just chuck your Razor in, you know?
Yeah, just throw it in. He can be an initiator too.
I mean, we saw Dahak, he just went in. You know, just put your Matumba in.
I feel like maybe you learned from his mistakes, though. BetBoom, once again, occupying that triangle area, really hoping that Liquid walks into them at some point, makes their initiation for the team fight easy. Sadly, does not happen. Team Liquid playing around their own vision here inside of the Radiant jungle and setting up for perhaps a bit of a poke at the tier 2. BetBoom can do the same for mid. Both teams can opt to try and force a reaction out of the other.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Of course, Dahak is ready to go wherever.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Liquid definitely feeling a lot more confident now than they were 7 or 8 minutes ago. Especially Matumba, top of that net worth chart. It's the power of this Io Razor. Once you start winning the fights, you get to take over all the farm on the map. This is a hero that definitely uses it well.
Dire's middle tower.
His build-up from Laurel is interesting because it does mean he'll be able to challenge the Razor even more with the Lincolns. But at the same time, it does feel like he's going to be lacking for damage as a result of going BKB and then Linken's, right?
Definitely a little bit. I feel like even that last fight, he had a decent ult on Matumba, but he's going to have to power through the IO sustain as well. He's already up to Mech and Holy Locket. It's a lot to chunk through for just a Maelstrom.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Maybe he feels like he needs it this game, and they're going to play for some ultra late timing, which we've seen them do before with this Furion. So in that sense, it can be good for later on. But for right now, yeah, you're going to lack a little bit of damage. I think Bet Boom is gearing up for, you know, the fight 10 minutes from now rather than the 1-from-1.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks he's going to be passing that Linken's over onto Dahak to try and stop the lasso. I don't know. It feels like...
you still might just lose the man fight, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. It's just like, okay, yes, you can stop a certain spell, but are you going to be able to win that team fight anyway, especially when a refresher Razor is pushing into Team Liquid, 4-man smoke up, and they're trying to force something now. The Aegis is just about to expire, so they're going to try and catch Bet Boom in that timing. But Bet Boom is really well set up here on the high ground. Force Major, he's going to break the smoke on a mid-game. Mid-game immediately Fireflies and moves back. Does not try and go for a blind initiation.
Bet Boom have tried to bait Liquid into going high ground multiple times this game because they understand how necessary the vision is for their team fight.
Yeah, yeah.
Liquid refuses to bite the bait. Rightly so, I think.
Once again, it feels like just a change of play that feels particularly targeted towards Bet Boom style, you know?
Potentially. I think Liquid's also one of these teams that they really like fighting on high ground wards, so they also respect it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could probably say that about any team nowadays. I mean, who doesn't like high ground wards? They're broken, you know?
After Spirited TI-10, yeah.
But I feel like they're one of these teams who will just sit on the hill forever, you know?
Sure. Well, the Hawk,
he doesn't want to.
Apparently, he's willing to teleport wherever. He teleports right in front of the high ground, probably one of the most dangerous places to be. Instantly pops his Silver Edge, doesn't actually chase up there yet. He's going to be building for a Scotty next, and now he has that all-important. I mean, I feel like this talent has made Nature's Prophet carry in this patch. The level 20 talent, mostly Sprout leashes, but we've also seen 1 or 2 Sprout mischance against specific heroes. But the leash is obviously probably going to be way more important in this matchup.
Definitely pretty solid.
Doesn't have quite the same oomph, though. Just because we don't have a spirit hero, you know? Biggest hope is he maybe, keeps the Razor from being able to chase down heroes?
I guess so. I mean, ultimately, I think the fight's just going to come down to the man fight more than anything.
Yeah.
If you think something's going to help you in that regard, I could see this mischance potentially having a decent effect later on.
Yeah.
But it's hard to pass up this other talent.
More Linken's. They're doing everything they can to be able to stop Team Liquid's initiation with the Lasso Burrow. Or maybe they'll be able to stop a static link.
Definitely makes Razor's fight a lot harder, this Lasso a lot harder. What's going to break the Linken's from Liquid side? They don't really have much, right?
Yeah, it's all very key spells.
Yeah, I mean, you have to Burrow strike someone or Link to break a Linken's.
Oh my god, he threw the Bat Rider in! He did it! Mickey! He breaks through the Linken's, but the Lotus Orb counters him. He's just lassoed himself. A leashed up Sand King, not able to go anywhere quite yet. Pops the BKB, hits the Burrow onto the Mars. They do stop a lot of this initiation from Team Liquid, but are still getting overwhelmed. Dahak realizes too, with the rest of the BKB, he teleports away to safety. Honestly, Bet Boom, the reaction was good. They still lost a hero, but it could have been a lot worse, I think.
Yeah, I think they should have lost more there if they weren't super quick on the fingers.
Yeah.
Even Taneko, he ults this Razor off the Link in the back. I thought Laurel was dead for sure here.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to come out.
You could see Matumba Man was a bit skittish about challenging that one Ranger initially.
And then he realized, oh, this guy is not doing much to me, actually.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a damage item past that Maelstrom. So, actually, no, he does now. He's got a Chrysalis, so he's beginning to build up some damage once again. Also, he's got the 20 talent, so that seriously upgrades things as well for the Wind Ranger.
Yep. I still feel like if BetBoom can extend those fights and get to the back end of them after that lasso or initial link are down,
yeah,
they can take those fights at that point.
There's a sneaky attempt at Roshan here from BetBoom, and they do it so quickly. The Deso plus this Focus Fire, they can't get there in time. It's going to be a freebie. And Aghanim Scepter for free as well for the Wind Ranger, who's already going a right-click build. That's going to help him get in and around the Razor quite a bit.
Undispellable Blind.
Yeah.
Oh, he passes it, though. I was about to say, this Ags is nice, but I don't think it's doing much this game.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I was like, wait, it no longer gives 2 charges?
Skywrath Ags, though. This is an Ags that can deal some serious damage in the late game when the BKBs are lower duration. It's a huge amount of net worth injected to the BetBoom side.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, especially the Ags being given over to Skywrath really makes me feel like BetBoom is going to be pretty happy going late game.
Maybe now, yeah. That's the power of this Roshan. Suddenly you just have a random support who is much different than he was in the previous fight.
A breakthrough into the high ground with this smoke. Laurel's going to lead the way with his Lincoln's BKB and an extra life in the Aegis. He's going to challenge anybody from Liquid. They're just trying to catch anybody they can, but Liquid stays one step ahead for now. Insania TP's out. Zai blinks away. BKB Burrow TP. He is being ultra safe about not getting caught here.
And Seneko, he makes the call top. He wants people to TP with him.
Oh yeah, they're going to make a really fast move. Oh, catch
Matumba.
The Razor all by himself. This would be a dream pickup here. Matumba Man not expecting a move this quickly. Pops his BKB as soon as Sprout goes out, but he can't get out of the trees, and that leaves Laurel to be able to lean onto him. The lasso actually stopping some of the damage, but Matumba Man goes down from the last hit that comes out from Dahak, and now they get the ultimate, the curse on to Mickey leaps into the shackle shot as well. They finish up the Skywrath Mage, but Zai's got to get out of here. A relocate back into play. Insania wanted to be able to tether to his Sand King to safety. Stopped again by Laurel.
Absolutely nasty single target burst coming out from Bet here, and Matumba just getting caught off guard. Super nice call from Seneko to tell his team to commit to this. They all instant TP'd Rainbow style. The Hawk can get there on his own. We saw the multiple Lincolns and Lotus's pop on that fight. Too hard for Mickey to save his team there. And Razor's the worst target Liquid can ever have getting gone on this game because he has all of their sustained damage through the fight.
Yep. And that's going to be a full lane of barracks, if not more. This team can take these buildings very quickly. Focus Fire coming back up in just 3 seconds. So it's looking like 2. What a big win. BetBoom, just an explosive move from them. That's going to net them giant windfall.
They still have Aegis up. They still have Cheese on the Hawk. Full BKB for Notice now. They're just spamming the spheres on this Nature's Prophet. Come at me.
Yeah, yeah. All right, that's 2. BetBoom, 14,000 net worth lead, 2 lanes of barracks, Aegis, Cheese, everything going their way. And it all happens in the space of just 5 minutes.
This is a very interesting game and a very interesting lineup that BetBoom put together. Very much in their playstyle. You can see how certain heroes are just super key for what they want to do.
Yeah.
Even this Wyvern. This is a very tough Wyvern game. I'll still stand by that, but it feels like he's had a very decent impact, and it almost just seems like they wanted it for the BKB stall in some of these fights.
Yeah.
Like if he can waste the BKB duration from a core or even 2 and get them to the other side of that hill, then their lineup shines, right?
Yeah.
Especially now with like an Ags on Skywrath. I mean, he's ahead of his Mars.
Mars, who does have a shard himself. They've taken the tier 2 bottom lane, so that opens up the last lane of barracks, and they actually caught Matumba Man's courier in their secret shop. Curious what that had on it, but he's going to be completing a Scotty pretty soon here, so he's about to be, full up 6 slotted.
The Hawk sitting on Divine Rapier level gold.
I don't know, don't you, like, from that last situation, do you consider going an answer? Like, Lincoln's... Does it stop Sprout? Why is Matumba Man going that? Isn't some of his issue the fact that he can't move in that Sprout?
Just some decent spells to block here. Not sure. I feel like he needs more either survivability or damage. And I don't think Lincoln's is the type of survivability. Like, maybe you can argue Satanic's decent here, because it lets you man fight the team fight longer.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know. I almost feel like he just needs more physical damage.
We'll see. Again, with him going a Blink Dagger as well, it really is all about the initiation. The scan up the high ground, allowing Liquid to get up there. Radiant actually scans as well, and they catch him, but it's not going to be enough to give Force Major the heads up to get out of town. He'll get picked off by Liquid. Small potatoes, though.
Yep.
And time to push out that bottom lane. I mean, that many heroes are going to show on the outposts and stuff. They'll at least get a little bit of ship damage from the Treants.
Once more, Bet Boom just defending their high ground wards. It's been the name of the game for them.
Yeah.
This entire series, it feels like. Very stubborn about what they give up. Okay trading a bit of farm if it means they get to hold the part of the map Seneko says they should be holding. Once more, Dahak, he's still sitting on almost 7k gold, so the big question is, what item does he want to try and close this game out? Does he want something like Satanic? Does he want more damage like an AC, Bloodthorn, Nullifier, these types of aggressive items? World's his oyster here.
Any chance he considers like the all-in Divine? Or are you just not necessary?
Oh, we see what type of player you are now, Cap.
I mean, I'm just saying, he demolished that Razor pretty good.
I mean, honestly, if you stack some Lincolns and Lotuses on him, he probably could go Divine, and theoretically it's okay, but
yeah,
I doubt it. You know, I think back in the patch where it had the Pierce and it was a bit more robust of an item.
Yeah, that's true.
You would have seen it, but I think he's happy to just build something more conservative. And
yeah, he just keeps on considering that Scotty and then rethinking it.
He's thinking hard here.
He's got all the time in the world, after all. All right, now he starts committing to it. Buys some of the pieces,
buyback.
Holds on to his buyback, yeah. Very
Tumba wants to preserve his high ground ward.
Yeah, wants to, but may not be able to. As he's going to get kicked out by the 4-man of Bet Boom. They deal with the ward. Immediately a push to the other side. Liquid say, okay, you invade the area we wanted to control. We're going to do the same. Take away your vision. But at the same time, while they're playing these games back and forth, that's a tier 3 down. Last lane of barracks are exposed.
The Hawk level 25 took that Treant talent.
Yeah.
These are no joke.
No, they are not.
2,500 HP on the greater Treants. You're going to lose your... This is the other problem for Liquid. 2 racks is down. The last one standing versus Nature's Prophet. You fight outside your base, the Hawk is going to take your base.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, BetBoom get to choose how they fight, how they want to. As long as this Nature's Prophet never gets picked off. Him saving buyback as well might not even guarantee that.
Everybody all in on the tree, and they immediately smoke afterwards.
I think they saw that, maybe.
Yeah, I think there was some lingering vision for sure.
I mean, honestly, BetBoom, they're just standing on the observer anyway. I'm sure they're always ready for Liquid to smoke into them at this point.
They don't necessarily know where Liquid's going to go.
3v5.
Oh, they're running into the Hawk, but they don't have the vision. They actually burrow strike through now, but it's a bit too late. They've caught Seneko, but they can't burst him down fast enough. Instead, it's the Bat Rider who dies. They relocate in on the other side. Matumid's going to chase after the Skywrath Mage, but Zai and Insania are caught inside the arena right now. They need the help. The cheese goes off, and Tumaman on top of Dahak, trying to win this man fight. Dahak says, I'm not going to need it. Oh, the cookie, no! Matumaman faces the wrong direction. A critical kill they absolutely had to have there.
The Hawk's looking for the back line.
He is. He's going to try and TP in last second to see if he can catch another one.
But meanwhile, your base Cap.
The base is gone. Megas are out. They needed that kill on Dahak specifically because the risk involved going outside of your base. They needed to get everything they possibly could.
That's the power of Roshan's in this patch. The cheese keeping him alive, letting him TP out. The base goes down during all of that. The Lincolns did block that Sprout, but not enough damage in the tank to deal with this Wind Ranger and Furion when everybody's locked in the arena.
Yeah.
I mean, Mickey just got absolutely melted on that initiation.
Yeah, he really did. Seneko, he was the one who picked up the refresher shard, so we can look forward to perhaps double winner curses.
And you know what that was? It was a full hex on Force Major. I was looking for where that came out.
Oh, that, yeah.
Just didn't get BKB off because of the quickness of that.
Shackle
Yep,
shot,
boom.
Lincoln's, that's going to break. Sprout
wanna
doesn't
end
go
the
down.
game.
They do actually get the Sprout. They're going to be able to get the Spear as well. The magic damage is coming in. The relocate, there is none. No save whatsoever for this Razor. They're going to buy back on Zai as well. But Bet Boom's like, okay, have fun dealing with Megas. We're just going to reset.
Yeah, we're chilling. I mean,
big chill.
Refresher chart on Mars. Full Gleipnir on this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, yeah.
Worked on my pronunciations. Don't flame me here.
You got to put a little I in there. Gleipnir.
You can do it from now on. I'll just keep a pause there and you can fill it in.
Focus Fire kills advanced cooldown by 20 seconds. So now, if he does get a kill with that Focus Fire, which considering his current damage is very likely, then he's just going to be able to get another one almost right away.
I mean, at this point, he might only need one though. Matumba Man, no buyback. And again, he is their team at this point. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
All they have to do is lock down this Razor, make sure the reload doesn't save him. It feels like that might just be the game. Even Trickster Cloak on this noticed Mars. A lot of ways for BetBoom to initiate.
Yeah, and he's the one with the Refresher Shard now, passed over by Snako.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, looking for that opportunity.
A little D-warding.
The Hawk's ready to go when necessary. He's also trying to farm up his Swift Blink.
I think BetBoom goes with this Aegis. You still got 3 minutes.
Might as well. Shackle Shot attempted.
That was just the warning shackle, you know?
Gleipnir does manage to catch. They're going to force out the BKB from Matumba Man.
All right, no BKB now. I think this is your opening to try and end this game here.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know how they deal with this one. Instania's going to have to get the relocate. They're going to immediately, Laurel trying to track down Instania as quick as possible. The arena does do a really good job. Matumba Man uses BKB to be able to get out of it. He doesn't have the IO. Notice is going to be going down to this Razor, but at the same time, Matumba Man is in deep, and now he is susceptible to Hawk, who just turns and lays in the damage, eats the cheese right before Zai can make his initiation. Denied once again by the Spear. No Burrow Strike opportunity. Zai looking to be able to skitter away while Mickey and Botry deal with Laurel, and the throne is also exposed at the same time. Mickey struggling to get back to the fountain, does do so, but there is no savior for the Ancient. That is going to be game 2 with Bet Boom evening up the series. A little bit more life yet for this team, as game 1 was very rough for them.
That felt like what they wanted to have happen in game 1.
Yeah.
They said, all right, they got away with it a little bit, but game 2 we're going to bring the heat. The Hawk picking up the tempo there. Or I should say, picking up the Ancient farm while his team picks up the tempo and being able to join in. This Rat is still good and alive here at the Major. The Hawk putting it to good use.
And Team
You're
Liquid.
Think about that Fury on game 3, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, certainly. Team Liquid, who we just saw, who were all smiles and laughing in game 1. Very serious faces after a loss in game 2, as that was not a friendly bout for them whatsoever. Got shut out in the game, goes late. One mistake from Matumba Man opens up 2 lanes to Barracks, and they just really had no chance of coming back after that. As Team Liquid, 3rd game against Bet Boom. You said you got to think about that Furion. I'm thinking ban it.
I think
You're
it's
too good.
banned 99%.
Yeah.
I think they could have dealt with this game. They had the tools, but honestly, the way Bet Boom plays, it feels like the one carry that can capitalize on all of their little skirmishes, get them that Roshan that we see. They struggled so much when they didn't have that in game 1. I think the other big one is Chaos Knight, but they've been banning that. At the same time, that's the position this team wants to put you in. Like, oh, you have to ban 10 different Dahak heroes. What are you going to choose? I would give the Visage over the Furion personally, but we'll see what Blitz decides.
Yeah, and we'll see what the rest of our panel thinks, as we're going to head back to them.
Thank you, Cap and SVG. And the chaps will be giving you their opinion after this short break. Yes, we are back. And you knew it was going to go to a third game. I knew it. You knew it. The panel knew it, I'm sure. No, wait. They all said, look, we're going to win this one, no problem. But no, BetBoom have pulled it back from the brink of elimination. Instead, we now have a third game in this terrifically close series between two teams who definitely want to stay here. Of course, as everyone does. But one team in this series, that was BetBoom, pulled La Rata out. But is it really ratting if you're kind of in their base all the time?
It's
pushing?
not ratting.
This wasn't ratting.
But it is being a god-tier Nature's Prophet team. They're too good at it. They just know how to use this hero. We could see the stats in that game. Was it like 30% of people go for the 2x treants damage talent? And for the Hawk, he just does it every game. It's not like, oh, I need to rat this game. No, it's the better one. Everybody's just stupid. He's the guy that knows the right thing to do. He just knows how to play the hero on the current patch.
Yeah, I think we had our concerns in going into game 2, but I think...
Were they about the drafts? Were they about how Liquid had addressed Profit? Because that was something Cap and SVG touched on, was that they'd addressed the Profit problem.
Yeah, they did. They addressed it.
Why didn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, the 1-2 punch for me was from Lao and Winner on the mid lane. He kind of shut down the Batriders, having a pretty good time. And then Seneko on this Winter Wyvern, we were worried about how he was going to enter the game, but the way in which he was always ready, setting up, it was not about Cold Embrace, it wasn't about any of this, it was just Splinter blasting the waves and ready with that Winter's Curse. Every second of the game, like bot lane punishing them. I think the crucial thing, when he TPs top, catches Matu off guard.
Go
on, Jenkins.
So you just made me have a realization.
Go on.
That I was not thinking about when they picked the Wyvern. The Wyvern Q is extended by 2 seconds, right? What did we see him doing that game? He was holding the safe lane tower.
Yeah, he was defending it like a treant, basically.
So that is the ability you use to do that. I literally did not. I thought Wyvern was good. I like this hero, but I wasn't thinking for that reason. Like, oh, you can sneak around in the trees, but it's like he got super high level and a ton of farm by doing that. Gets the blink dagger. All of a sudden, he's setting up across the map like he's a core.
Yeah, so they picked it to defend the tier 1 tower.
Can you bring that in after the replay? We need to show this replay. I would like you to talk me through it. I was waiting for someone to talk me through it.
Well, the main thing was Seneko instantly TP'd to top lane, basically telling his entire crew to come up, and Matu was all by himself on his lonesome because just seconds before this clip, BetBoom, they were all the way in bot lane. I think that's the key takeaway from this game. The speed in which they play around the map, respecting the fact that their carry is Furion with this global teleport.
Deso build, Chad.
The Deso build as well. Like, the Hawk on his Furion, I think in the last 4 games, his itemization has been different every single game. He itemizes for the moment. He doesn't have a certain script he has to follow. It's not the, I've got to buy my mouse to BKB, build it.
He feels it in his blood. He's got rat blood.
So basically, what was really important is that they defended the towers for so long that it gave them time to have the right items that they needed. Wind Ranger is a great matchup against Razor because you can solo kill him even through BKB while locking him down. And then it gave them this nice carry-to-carry matchup. It wasn't Liquid able to open the map and get pickoffs all over the place. Wind Ranger just did it better because they defended their towers so well and had good farm for Seneko. And if they did get out of position, he was going to be ready to Winter's Curse off of the relocate to allow them to disengage any bad fights. So they basically just got to take ideal fights for a lot of the game.
Thank you, Kev. I know that I asked you to analyze the replay, and then T jumped in. I did, but it's too late.
It's fine, guys. Totally.
We're going to go to Slacks now, and hopefully he can tell us. He can take the temperature in the room and tell us: is it getting spicy, Slacks? Is it getting hot down there, or is it cold? Is it mild?
It's very hot. You're very warm. You're getting very warm, sir. There's a time for memes. There's a time for jokes, and this ain't it. To be quite frank with you, things are very serious here. Both the teams left. It's very serious. It's just a lot of discussion about strategies, a lot of discussion about everything. Let me remind you, jokesters on the panel, that an entire league happened to this moment. Winner of this potentially goes to the international, almost has enough points combined, pretty much made it 80-something%. And the loser goes home, back to the grinder, back to the leagues where nobody wants to be. No offense to people in the leagues, but it's no time for jokes, gentlemen. The teams are now gutting back into the booths. It is all serious, all serious stuff. And I gotta say, just the way you guys have been conducting yourselves on the panel in such an unprofessional, jokey manner for this moment, this very moment, disgusting. Anyway, back to you guys.
We'll check in with him again later.
I thought he was going to do a joke at the end.
Nope, he's just appalled.
Insulting us.
He's just appalled.
He's just angry because he tweeted before the game like, "Oh, you picked Wing Runner, you're gonna lose." And then obviously they won, so he's actually just taken that.
He's in a bad mood.
Projecting in his segments now.
He's got that bad.
He was sweating.
Yeah,
he was sweating. He needs to relax. That was an intimidating energy coming from him, and I didn't like that.
I agree. I didn't like it either. But what I would like is a little break before we come back in for a draft. See you soon. Comes down to this. One of these teams will be going home after this game. One of them will be thanking their lucky stars that they get to stay at the Stockholm Major with a chance to play in the arena again. Sunny team still a bet. Which will it be? Will it be the team that has been playing Nature's Prophet better than probably anybody else in the tournament? Or will it be Team Liquid, who have had a rocky time of it? A win, a loss, a win, a loss. That's been the way things have gone for them. They need to solidify. Kev, what do Team Liquid need to do to win this next game? Other than, of course, destroy the enemy's aim.
What if they pick it themselves?
Why are you asking him?
The true 180.
Don't get him started on Nature's Prophet. He'll
play
never
it
start.
I can't help myself.
They play it sometimes.
They do.
They have
Could let it
Matu.
through.
We've seen Matu Prophet, I believe, in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they play their semi-carries sometimes. Maybe they're a little bit more traditional hard carry, but They switch it up. It could happen.
My heart can't take it.
You know Will better than any of us. Does he like Nature's Prophet? Is this a hero that he likes?
He did used to play it sometimes, yeah. He does like to hit creeps. Big fan of that.
Little Willy.
Now this is the debate. They have finally banned Prophet. They banned Visage and Prophet. They are very heavily targeting BetBoom here, but they've already got the CK under their belt.
They got first pick.
That
so they
Storm
picked
ban
CK.
from BetBoom, so smart though. They banned the Storm, so Liquid has one more ban before BetBoom first picks. It's like, alright, if we take away the Storm from the game and you don't ban Furion, we're gonna have a great Furion game, you know? So I kind of like it. They forced the ban. They literally forced the Furion ban out.
What have we seen as a nasty counter to CK? I feel like Pango's look pretty damn solid.
That's true. AoE stuff to deal with his illusions. Yeah, Pango's good at that. Sometimes Underlord, but it's usually not picked first phase, otherwise you can get crushed by roll swaps. And then I feel like Chain Stuns in the mid game is really good against him. Chain Stun Initiators. So that will work too.
They're really
yep.
Very early Pango pick, isn't it? Very early Pango pick.
I think the main ones from CK has been Pango Grim, Pango Snapfire. I think they've been like the top two.
The Grim for BetBoom looks really solid.
I mean,
right
CK
now.
Grim has been probably the pairing of the tournament so far anyway, and is very good against Pango. Feels like a certainty.
It feels good. It feels good.
It's a little bit away from their normal strategy, though. I feel like BetBoom plays the game different in a couple different ways. No, they're still gonna
there it is.
Just felt like their prevalence of Sky just made me feel like they cared more about like pick off damage, but I guess
We're just blowing people up.
yeah, and Inkswell does do that, but it doesn't provide as much damage.
Do you want a fun stat? With
Yes, I
CK
would
Grimstroke?
love a fun
Yeah.
CK Grimstroke has only a 25% win rate at this major.
And yet,
it looks so strong every time, but it just seems to fall flat.
which teams have been picking it?
Has that been EG picking the CK?
There's a much more complicated,
whoa.
much more complicated stat is which teams have been picking it the most.
I'll jump back in. Give me a
You
minute.
do that,
boss.
yeah, you do that.
Okay.
We've got time. The draft takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know Kev wants to say so many things right now.
Kev wanted at least
Kevin,
a minute of time here
please.
to talk uninterrupted, but he will not get it because, of course, we have Jenkins on the panel.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, brother.
Forgive him, brother.
So what are we looking at here? See, you know, the issue with these are great openers because CK can go off lane, he can go carry. Pango, he can play support, he can play mid, he can play off lane. Nobody knows what the hell's going on right now. Mars is still around for both teams if they want to solidify, you know, that these heroes will not be played in the off lane.
I feel like Mars and Pango with Snap is a pretty terrifying trio on their own, no?
Yeah, damn right about that.
It does provide them like the chain stun I was referring to earlier.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Wait.
Pushes CK away, whoever's Inkswell. What's up?
Where's the IO? IO's just chilling? It's just there?
If you
don't care about it this time?
I mean, if you pick it, they could have hypothetically picked it. That way they could ban out the Mars in second phase, but then they don't have the CK solutions, and they're addressing that right now. So maybe they pick it second phase. That's pretty terrifying too. If they just leave it in and their opponents don't want to play it, just do the Razor second phase.
Yeah.
Going back to the Grim CK stat, it was actually EG and Spirit were the main two. Obviously, they're now eliminated from the tournament. And after that, OG has played it once, and T1 has also played it a couple of times.
Those are the wins.
So
yeah, these were the losses, where the L's were coming from.
So two of the eliminated teams.
Yeah.
And two
other
low
teams.
bracket.
Exactly, yeah. So it has been mainly being picked up by.
Interesting.
But maybe they're lower bracket because they value a combo that's not good.
Maybe,
exactly.
Maybe so.
Who knows?
Exactly.
Hard to say what's up there.
Still ban out the Skywrath Mage on the Team Liquid side.
I like that they're banning the weird heroes. They're just like, all right, you guys pick some weird crap. If you play normal Dota against us, like, you ain't winning, you know? I would be interested to see BetBoom play something that resembles normal Dota, but they play their own game, man.
Kotl is still in the pool. Could that be something they go back to? The Kotl Bristle lane? It's worked for them in the past.
Yeah, or Kotl mid for Liquid.
I'm not sure you like Bristle that much against CK, personally. You're gonna get locked down, he'll do a lot of damage to you. It takes forever to kill the illusions. You're just much better off using magic damage to clear those, which they've got, but I think
You want your carry to be able to do it as well, you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they looked decent with Lone Druid in the first game too. Savage Roar against Inkswell combos is great. Just shoo the guy away from you right before he blows up. That can work too. And Lone Druid does get a lot of armor right now, so he'd be pretty survivable against CK. They could still go that way if they want.
Yeah, I like Lone Druid a lot too. Oh,
They've picked up
they get
Wyvern.
It's tower defense. In this case, it's the third skill is actually good against DK.
Yeah.
Plus the ultimate's quite good. It's a good way to mess with him. Even hitting him with Splinter Blast is good. But a little interesting to see that become the hero of the series a little.
Batboom hasn't played any Batrider yet, so this whole idea of like, oh, Batrider's pretty good, jumping the back lines, it's like they haven't played it.
It's like you're watching the mainstream, right? And you see some hero like Own, you're like, damn, we should pick that hero. You pick it and you're like, okay, it's good. A little situational maybe. And now it's Wyvern.
Was Wyvern being picked much before today?
It was occasionally being picked. I saw Beastcoast played a little bit too, trying to find solutions with it. But yeah, it really is about the tower defense thing. You sit behind the towers, you Splinter Blast, and when they come hunt for you, there's just so many places in the trees you could be. So unless they have like an Ember Spirit or like Haunt or something, you can't kill that guy, and then you can't take the tower after.
Oh my
That's usually
goodness.
what you do.
We got Void Spirit Doom. So we got the old double Doom combo. Void Spirit has not been popping up much in these games. Really surprising. In fact, has he even been picked to this point in the tournament?
It has been picked with the tournament, and it has a much better win rate. With Void Grimstroke, 75% win rate.
I thought you were done. That's why I started.
No, sorry.
So someone was picking Void Spirit with Grimstroke with Inkswell Jump. Which team was it? 0 and 1?
No, OG.
OG.
Give you the...
Oh. I was like, oh, it's going bad?
No.
0 and...
No, but this combination, it is a 75% win rate combination in regards to Void Spirit Grimstroke. And that was, at the very start of the tournament, it was, for example, like OG, they played it a couple times in their earlier wins. I think Tundra played it as well.
Double Doom's pretty spooky, obviously. Was it really worth not banning Doom and taking Skywrath ban instead? That part seems scary. I guess Silence against Pango would have been really good. And if they did plan to pick Wyvern, it makes sense to ban it. Maybe that's the difference.
And they do go for the Lone Druid.
Doesn't care if he gets doomed.
Doom Core used to be really sick against Lone Druid because you would just keep pressing your
Infernal Blade
on the bear, and it just does percentage damage. I mean, just in general in the game, that's actually quite strong.
What's the lane like? Some Winter Wyvern Lone Druid versus this Doom off lane?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's technically double slow if you get Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah. It's going to be one of those lanes where you're dragging the fourth, drags the wave around, and just playing kind of shenanigans. You're not playing like a natural lane.
If he gets Ice Armor, it's not the worst, I guess. That's one upside, but yeah, it could be hard.
If you get Ice Armor, Doom wins any lane. Actually, that creep is fun.
The rotation could be really good too. Like if you bring Void Spirit to the lane, you could definitely burst down Lone Druid pretty quick.
Timbersaw ban, Enigma ban. Liquid banning out Necro in the previous phase, and now their last ban is going to be... Jenkins?
I would assume this is going to be an offlaner that they're picking, a ranged offlaner. Never mind.
It's AA.
That's
It's
smart
AA.
Ben. It's a hero that Batboom's been picking.
Oh, melee offlaner. Never mind.
So,
Yeah, I figured it would be Doom 4. It just seems to be the better role to run Doom in right now.
Especially with Grimstroke, it's like you don't need that much farm. You just need to get the double Doom off.
Yeah,
and
you
you're
get
so
level
happy.
6 and you're cool.
Good
Like
lord.
Frank's Blink Dagger, yeah.
These are some beefy boys for Bet Boom.
Yeah.
CK, Doom,
I mean,
Underlord.
percentage damage looks sick right now, but it's all banned. Like Necro's out, Death Prophet's out, Underlord is picked, Timber's out. What percentage damage hero is there?
Oh.
You just take the spells from your opponent.
All
and use them.
right, you take the Underlord.
You
Yeah,
just get the Firestorm.
Wow.
Okay.
This is a hero that Beastcoast also used to try to beat Grimstroke a little bit, like throw them away kind of a thing from the Inkswell. That can be an option.
I remember this going disastrously for Liquid and Gamers Without Border. The Mickey... Oh, no, it's actually Insania Rubik. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Zai Pango, mid Snapfire.
But this is an Insania specialty, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
I mean,
Blast picking your 5.
He can definitely defend a bit, but I guess the lane's not that bad if it's Doom 4, right? He mostly just sits around trades, so I feel like Rubik's not that worried about dying.
T, who are you giving it to?
I'm kind of torn. I prefer the overall draft of Bet Boom. It kind of reminds me of what Tundra's finding success with, but that Winter Wyvern in Game 2 gave me kind of, some good vibes, and there's 3 melee cores here. You jump in, big curse, turn around.
Could be big.
Could be big, so yeah, I kind of favor Bet Boom, but it's hard to say.
Okay, I'm going to stick you down for Bet Boom. Kev?
Yeah, I think I like the Bet Boom draft better too. I just feel like it'll be a little bit easier to execute.
Jenkins?
I hate to do 3 Bet Boom, but I feel like it's easier to execute as well. I think they have answers to the bear, tons of percentage damage, and their lanes are great.
Can I just go for a liquid just so we don't have
No,
super
sir.
steal
You
attack?
said bet boom, and I like people to stand by what they say.
Okay.
This is going to be a close one. It's going to require some outplay from Liquid. Best of luck to both teams, and good luck to Cap and SVG. Have a great cast.
Oh, I'm certainly looking forward to this. Game 3, Team Liquid, bet boom, elimination on the line, and I don't really care about the draft, honestly. I just feel like bet boom, they've got the momentum going here. They managed to win that game 2. They forced a Nature's Prophet ban from Team Liquid, which I'm sure felt good, and they have shown, just like Alliance of old, and we keep on going back to this, is like if you can just play enough strategies, like you can't get banned out. So they had to ban what? Visage, Nature's Prophet, that left the Chaos Knight.
What are you saying? He's Admiral Bulldog now?
From the safe lane? Kind of, at least for this tournament anyway, right? I mean, you were talking about what would you give?
I would have given Visage.
You would have given them Visage.
I think
you
people
say
are
no
too-
way you give them Chaos Knight.
I mean, I'm
Why
not
is
in
that?
those scrims, but I think Chaos Knight is a force to be reckoned with at this tournament. Like, even the counters to this hero, he seems like he can just force his way through them. I think Visage is beatable in those late game scenarios, whereas this hero, he just gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah.
At some point, he just doesn't care about anything. He's too tanky, too much damage, too much chaos in the fight. But we'll see if they can outmatch it here. This Lone Druid lineup, going back to some of Matama Man's roots, and this Liquid lineup can come on fast. I think from a theoretical standpoint, they might even be favored this game if they can hit their stride, because this Boom Bet team can be a little slow. Doom 4, an Underlord. They don't have the easiest early play action. It's all on Laurel's shoulders.
Oh, can they get this? 2 seconds? Matama Man's got to get the bear out of vision now. Otherwise, Hawk is going to be able to hit the Chaos Bolt. That does secure the bear kill.
Jacked it, though. What a monster.
Damn.
Stone Cold.
That is stone cold. He's like, yeah, I bet you would like that. Hawk, 300 gold for me instead.
The Hawk complained. Neko just said, see you outside the hotel after this game.
I mean, like, Seneko did need that gold in a way. He went Ring of Bacillus straight. So he has some extra gold for the regen he's going to be tunneling in off of the courier, so that part's nice at least.
Yeah, he'll pay it back to his Chaos Knight.
Yeah, certainly.
I have to run up the lane. Last pick Rubik, though. This is the other big thing for Liquid.
Okay.
You're giving Ultra last pick to a 5. You better show up. It's Insania's signature hero. This guy's got more gold on cosmetics on this than I think I earned in a couple of years at NADPC, so he should definitely be able to put in some work this game. And he has really nice spells to steal, right? This is like an anti-Underlord hero. Even getting the Doom, throwing it back on the Void Spirit would be huge.
Yeah.
This Liquid lineup can come on really fast and start the ball. Potentially abuse some of the greediness coming out in this Doom Grim support duo.
And perhaps a Rubik game is exactly what Insania needs, because we've been kind of theory crafting, just the idea of them pulling on their coach to do the clicking of the buttons or the actual drafting for Liquid midway through the tournament, right? And you said that's a concerning sign. There's some sort of loss of confidence somewhere, right?
It can represent. I don't want to say they lost confidence. Sometimes someone has a better read on the meta. They have a better feel for it. It's no problem. Teams have done it a lot.
Is Mickey dead? Oh, he's got the Fairy Fire still, but Laurel, okay, no. He's got nothing left, it looks like, and he's just going to ensure that many as denies as possible.
Boxy getting gone on top.
Yeah.
Gonna freeze himself.
Cold Embrace will spare him quite a bit here. I'm also interested to see how Boxy fares as the Winter Wyvern. Just because I don't think he ever played this off lane.
Haven't seen it a lot on him. Typically plays roamers or gankers or some of these, backline team fighters, which Wyvern somewhat fits the bill. Honestly, his job is pretty vital this game, I think. This Wyvern Lone Druid combo is very nice. Forcing them to try and fight your LD and then bailing him out with both your defensive spells is insanely powerful this game. And this Winter's Wyvern Curse, it's a big teamfight resetter, which those types of spells can always be powerful with high committal like Doom or CK Phantasm. If he can separate the fight, reset it, let Liquid re-engage off the back of Snapfire Rubik spells, his job is of the utmost importance this game, so look out for him in these fights in terms of what he itemizes to go to. Is he going to go more mobility like we saw Seneko go last game? just try and play for the spells, or is he going to try and build auras to amp up the 5-man?
Yeah. On the subject of Boxy's Winter Wyvern, he actually has played it once before, though not in a serious match. He played it in some sort of Midas mode show match. That's the one win that he has on Winter Wyvern, so this is effectively his premiere on the hero, so we'll see how he does.
Very high skill cap hero, so...
Yeah, seriously. And comparing it to the Winter Wyvern on the other side, we got to see Seneko play it in a hard Winter Wyvern game, but Seneko is such a proficient player on that hero that he was able to make that game work for him really well anyway. So it's going to be a tough standard to set yourself to if you're Boxy.
Lane's pretty even here. Trying to go on this Underlord bottom.
Yeah, and they get him a little bit low, but...
It's just like tanky lane. This Lone Druid matchup is hard.
Yeah.
The damage reduction, how tanky this Underlord gets. The AoEs. Lone Druid is not really a BKB builder naturally, the way the hero functions, so it gives Underlord a lot of free reign in these mid-game fights. It's going to be a powerful pick for them. Think about who deals with the Pit of Malice this game on Liquid side.
Yeah.
Not a lot. Again, it's up to Insania to try and throw some of this back Bet Boom's way. But if that doesn't happen, Thunderlord could get out of hand because he's having a free early game.
He certainly is.
Once more, feels like we're seeing this LD get a little punished on lane.
Top lane, they're going to go for the kill on Seneko and do get it before the Inkswell couldn't explode. So Boxy is actually the one to pick up the first blood there.
Nice golden fusion for him. Fast boots, which makes a huge difference on this hero.
Yeah.
Especially on 4 position. Like, when you play hero 4, getting off to a good start, it means a lot. Otherwise, you're just kind of stuck in that role of you're going to have to clear waves for a while. You can't be as active.
Mid lane 24 and 10. Mickey doing a really good job on the denies. Laurel trying to keep up in CS isn't too far down, but a big difference. Who's going to be hitting level 6 first, presumably.
To go bottom.
Sania caught behind. Telekinesis does not save him here. The burn damage between both the Doom and the Underlord is enough to get the kill.
Part of why we see this 4 Doom come back is this early mana aura you can pick up off the neutrals.
Oh, trying to get the kill before he hits level 6. Very smart from Mickey. We said he had more deny, so he was going to hit the 6 first, and he actually uses that to his advantage. Gets a big, big kill.
This is a nice way for him to gain some momentum and strike back, because I feel like that game, too, he probably felt like he could have popped off a lot more than he did.
Yeah, you said it was a dream Batrider game. Most of the panel was saying it, too.
Nice to see him gain an advantage here in the lane and put it to good use. Just solo kill with Snapfire.
Oh, yeah, he just straight up just started throwing it out there right away. And no real opener of like Cookie or anything like that. Back over to mid though. Mickey is going to get ganked. Insania was also rotating to put some pressure on that Void Spirit. So it looks like, another unfortunate Cookie incident. As the team just seems to be not getting on the same page when it comes to those cookies. And Laurel, with the Arcane Rune, is going to look to chase down Insania, who could have gone up the river or up to the high ground, but he's decided to go down the river, and they're like, okay, he's stuck there.
Insania's trying to fight for these runes, give his Lone Druid the solo experience. Not working out, though, and swinging some momentum back Laurel's way. Once more, these are 2 side lanes where Bet Boom is feeling, I think, decently happy with what their cores are getting out of them.
I will say, Boxy's reaction so far with the Cold in the Brace has been really on point. He hasn't been chain stunned by the Chaos Bolt into Inkswell combo yet. He's always been one step ahead.
It's a nice way to counterplay those kill combos.
Yeah, it is. Because it's an okay amount of magic damage, right? But the real threat is the right clicks that come in with that level 3 Chaos Strike during all that stun time.
Exactly. So, again, his spells are insanely powerful this game. It's just going to be a matter of how much net worth he can get to help him use them. And already, Liquid, they want to put the pressure on.
They do, and they're going to get the slows in with the Mortimer's Kisses assuring the kill. A good smoked rotation from Team Liquid to shut down that Dahak Chaos Knight. I mean, if you're going to shut anybody down in this game, I feel like you have to deal with his Chaos Knight. Courier going to get picked up by Force Major, who's playing around in the jungle. Eat some neutral creeps.
Is under attack.
This is a bit of a different style from Bet Boom, though, than those first 2 games. We're going to see Laurel going in here.
Yep, trying to go for the kill onto the Rubik. The Cold Embrace once again saving him, but the magic damage, well, it's coming out a lot from Void Spirit, and it's going to be enough to secure the kill. Mickey missing some spells there. And actually, with the kobolds there, that Stroke of Fate did a lot of damage. Oh,
killed by the Hawk.
The Hawk right back into it and tips Zai with a dead body there.
I was about to say, this game just feels a little different because I don't think BetBoom are nearly as dependent on the first 10 to 15 minutes like we were talking about in those other games.
Yeah.
I think this is a lineup they're perfectly happy going late with. The double Doom off the Grim, the Void Grim combo that scales like a monster. Meanwhile, you have Chaos Knight, arguably the carry that has proved he can go the latest versus almost anything. And Underlord, I mean, he's going to destroy these fights with the farm he's getting off the early waves.
Yeah, and then you've got like a 4 position like Doom, and actually Grimstroke scales really well.
Yeah.
Liquid's lineup, they're definitely going to be the ones having to take the pace in this game. BetBoom, they're also going to do that support into mid lane, smokes up the mid laner, and rotates to one of the side lanes here. They're going to try and catch Insania.
No TP.
There's no core down here to gank. Couldn't even get off the Fate Bolt to stop this push in, so with the DD, going to do a lot of damage to this tower.
I feel like if you're winning or going even in the early game with Grim Doom supports, you've got to be pretty happy about it.
Yeah.
It's just going to make it harder for Liquid to hit this mid-game timing with that Lone Druid, with this core Snapfire. But we've seen it happen before. Matumba can still potentially take this game over off the back of his timings.
The double damage, the last remnants of it, still up for Laurel, and he's going to use it to put some pressure on Azai, who doesn't have the swashbuckle, turns around, has to go for the Rolling Thunder. Stop. Denied, in fact, by Notice, who uses a Dark Rift in, a pit to stop the roll, and then right back to the bottom lane, keeping up that pressure. Beautiful play.
This is one of the things about this Underlord here. We've seen him first phase this tournament. So I honestly think this Fiend's Gate is an insanely broken spell conceptually. Like, it's a built-in reload with the ability to go back as well for multiple heroes.
Yeah.
It's insane what you can do on the map with this spell. And think about, if Liquid wants to commit a push somewhere with this Lone Druid, you Fiend's Gate up there, stop the push. You can send someone back through. You're not losing on the map like you were before. This is a very different spell in the interactions. I think we're seeing people start to understand it a bit better. Sai trying to get something going here.
Yeah, once this kill and with Matumba Man cutting in from the other side, looks like they'll have it too. So with this, they should be able to secure the tier 1 tower and even things out in that regard. But BetBoom, even with the tower bounty soon coming into the way of Liquid, BetBoom is still pretty decently ahead.
This is going to be a fast Atos for this Underlord, who again, he's benefited the most from this early game, and I think this is a great Underlord game. Yeah, there's some percent burn from Wyvern, and you know, there's some Rubik interactions, but overall, this guy's going to be a menace for Liquid to deal with early, because I think it is a lot about Pango and Lone Druid getting in there and dealing the consistent damage.
Yeah.
And the sooner he gets these utility items, just the more annoying that becomes.
Look at that. The Hawk still getting faster than the average on his armlet pickup, despite the heavy rotation that came in to shut him down earlier. So,
I mean, BetBoom are just cruising here. That's what it feels like. Like, they're just farming up.
And Liquid, I assume there's going to be some sort of timing where we're going to see them be super aggressive. I just don't know what that is.
It's also a question of who gets stuff started for them. Feels like it's kind of on this Pango to just go in, set up for his snap and support spells.
But he's not going Blink Dagger, he's going Diffusal Blade.
It's the heavier scale, which I can understand, and this is the kind of fight you can take where BetBoom maybe a little overextended here.
Yeah, and the Rolling Thunder is going to catch up to the Hawk, tries to roll back around the corner, does slow him down a bit with the Orb of Corrosion. Now the shield crash as well. Boxy was trying to get in position for the cookie, but instead they give it over to Zai, gets the kill for Mickey. Double for him, in fact.
Confused as to which target needs killing.
Kind of a weird gank attempt by BetBoom. I mean, maybe you can kill this Rubik under the tier 2, but he's a Rubik under tier 2, you know? Just feels unnecessary. Liquid with the good punish.
Boxy could have used the curse right away. Afraid for Mickey's life.
He's Inkswell hasted, though.
Yeah, he's hasted. The Inkswell doesn't actually close the distance quite yet. They get a hefty amount of damage back into Laurel as he gets a little bit too close to that Snapfire. They throw everything they have. Oh, they actually almost got him there. That was a little sneaky, but again, the haste rune A little bit too quick for Team Liquid. They're going to give him the healing salve, but it almost seems like they want to go again.
This is the power of Grim Void Spear, right? You have no cooldown on these spells. Seneko even
challenging, but the chain disables here from the Underlord. Make sure that the Inkswell stun lands. He helps out with a Cold Embrace, but he's still locked in by the roots. He's got a Shield Crash, and Bet Boom have run out of spells, so not going to chase after him.
Force Major was debating dooming him there, banking on the fact they might have been able to get it without it.
Yeah.
But the upside is he'll still have that spell up, and Seneko, he hasn't skilled his Soulbind yet, opting to just play around the Inkswells on this Void Spirit. I honestly think it's a decent choice. I don't think you need to play for this Double Doom this early in the game, you know?
Okay.
The Double Doom is really going to shine later on when you're removing so much presence from multiple heroes in those later fights. Like, how reliably are they going to get a Double Doom at this point in the game?
Yeah.
Extra nuke points.
I agree, but what about the fact that you're dealing with both a Pango and a Lone Druid, which the Soulbind latches onto the bear and it can stop the Pango?
Yeah, that is the downside, being able to restrict this Pango's mobility in the fight. At the same time, maybe their game plan is just not to team fight this early, right?
Yeah.
If you want to play the map, just find the pickoff, split push them until you're confident you'll take the 5-on-5. The extra Inkswell points can pay off.
What do you think about the Boots of Travel pickup from both of our mids, both Laurel and Migay, built up in early bots? What does that tell you about the game plan here?
I think mid-snap always has to build this item.
Okay.
I mean, 90% of games, it's just too vital to how the hero moves around the map, gives them extra move speed to play around in the fights, helps him scale, helps him join the small engagements without falling behind on farm. That's the biggest thing for this hero.
Void Spirit's less so, though, right?
Yeah, I think so, but again, I feel like Bet Boom are pretty confident going late game, so in those scenarios, you're okay to pick up an item that'll help you shove the waves out and stall the game. Get more out of the map if Liquid tries to group right. They want to group around this Lone Druid and force towers, force an objective like Roche. The bots will help you maintain the farm and make them come back afterwards, which is what you want. It's not really a 5-on-5 item, but in Void Spirit, this is a pretty decent bots user as well. Move speed's nice on this hero.
Zai is going to change his mind, no longer going to fuse a blade, which I feel like is the right choice here. My little scrub opinion. They need some initiation, right?
That's what I was saying. Where's it going to come from? Blink Pango will help them initiate. It's also a question of, you know, how much are you going to find, and are you going to fall too far behind if you group up, which Liquid 5 heroes mid. It's just heavy committal here.
See if they can get this. And Bet Boom, are they going to give it to them? Zai set up in a position here to be able to get off, but he's going to get to him right away. They had the vision on the high ground, and now they don't have their initiator. And immediately a roar comes out from the bear, and with the kisses coming in, Force Major is going to get a little bit low, but they will manage to commit at least to finish off the Pango winners first. That actually hits the real Chaos Knight. Not that they necessarily know for sure. They actually have to retreat either way. I cannot believe they just played that spot without dewarding that high ground.
Absolutely destroyed them there. Could have potentially even been worse. Only getting out with that Pango death, but again, that's a 5-man from Liquid accomplishing a death for their own team.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see in these early engagements, where their lineup is built to take these 5-on-5s, right? This is where you get the nice Rubik's deals, you get the really strong Snapfire spells. Definitely a big win for Bet Boom here in terms of momentum and getting to their next round of items. It's a full blink on Force Major here.
Oh, stolen to Simulate. Not going to be good enough, it looks like, as he's going to be caught by the pit. The play from Force Major. Force Major, by the way, not able to get the kill, but does have that fresh blink dagger we just saw. So he actually got his blink before Zai did, which says a lot.
And now you have that Soulbind up, so even if you do blink in with this Pango, you run the problem of potentially getting linked to that bear, like you said.
Yeah.
The Hawk, he's just spamming
with the blink dagger pickup, they're going to try and get this. They're going to try and roll, stun him, and then really hope for an entangle here. The fear's going to go out. No entangles. Oh, they're going to use the cookie to try and catch him, but Laurel was smart enough to see that coming. Went up instead. No roots whatsoever. I thought you said he could pay Gaben for those. What happened?
I guess he ran out of funding or something. This guy, he used them all up in the group stage.
Yeah.
They do have level 4 Firestorm on Insanity, though. This is what they picked it for.
Yeah.
Now's a pretty good time to try and force the fights, potentially even Roshan if they feel like they have enough damage to do it quickly. You do have Pango Snap, so decent amount of minus armor. I think you just Roche here, but
I
would
mean,
a bit hesitant.
That is kind of what that ward setup is for, right? That high ground that Insania just placed. They would have to, they don't know about it, but there is wards from BetBoom just outside of the pit, so they're well aware of the Roche possibility that Liquid can do.
I think you either have to be picking BetBoom off on the map here or punishing them by accelerating one of your cores, which would probably be Lone Druid. If Liquid's doing neither, I worry for how these later fights are going to go.
And what do you mean by accelerating the Lone Druid? Like how so?
Just trying to bait BetBoom into a fight or letting him open up the map more. Like, if you put an Aegis on him, then suddenly he can be pushing a tier 2 alone, and you can smoke elsewhere on the map. Suddenly it puts you in a position where you get the fight a bit easier. Like, right now, is BetBoom being forced to react to anything? Not really. They're just Phantasm, farming out the jungles, spamming out mid-wave with Grim.
Sports running into each other in the jungle, panicking.
So I want something.
Once again, trying to catch Laurel. Laurel's got to be feeling really good about this. Again, as we were pointing out, the vision in the river, giving him the heads up, no doubt. And Notice is actually going to give a bit of a poke here. He's going to Dark Rift to have his allies come into play here. The shield crash is going to help Zai survive, though. And BetBoom. Did anybody come through the portal for him?
No, they just did it the hard way and walked.
They walked over. He's like, guys, come help me. Now he's going to take a lot of damage from the Mortimer's Kisses. He's pretty tanky.
Still no room.
But, oh god, they need one more hit. Anything. Zai jumps forward. Blink shield crash. That's going to catch it. The Soul Bind, he was able to stay away from anybody there. Seneko was hoping to be able to stop him, but does get out. Aghanim Scepter complete for the Void Spirit, though. So this pickoff on BetBoom, it hurts, but they just hit a really big timing.
This Void Spirit's insanely strong. It's going to destroy these backline of Liquid if he can get in there with a Thankswell on him. Shard also already up on Seneko, the benefit of him being able to shove out that mid lane forever.
Oh, once again, this ward could pay off very big dividends. Zai, he's on the high ground position. They're going to use the ward. Jump him first. Get the silence on him. Chain it up pretty nicely with Force Major blinking in as well. A smoke successful. As now they're going to try and use that pick off to put some pressure on mid, it looks like, where the Hawk is already there.
Still have a Doom up waiting in the wings. Laurel's going to bot top to keep the map pressure up. Once again, Liquid are the ones kind of reacting to this play. I almost feel like that last fight, Zai used his roll, hit nothing, and then Notice just walked up into him in the jungle. And they ended up getting the kill, just didn't know why he was there almost.
Yeah.
But that was not a fight that Liquid just started how they wanted to, right?
All right, well, Boxy now has a Blink Dagger, so now they've got another way to be able to catch this Boots of Travel Void Spirit. But it definitely feels like Liquid's got to get something going here. I mean, all of the, as you said, Notice was just kind of like gave away a kill in some ways. I feel like I haven't seen a successful move from Liquid in a bit.
That's what it feels like. At the same time, let's say BetBoom messes up a fight here.
Yeah.
This Lone Druid will take the Roche very fast and start to accelerate. This next fight's extremely important to both games here in terms of what both teams want to do with their game.
Team Liquid.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Been playing again very conservative in their positioning, playing grouped up around mid. Nobody's showing to defend this Phantasm push of the Chaos Knight. They're gonna 4-man smoke over to the Roshan. The vision is still there, both the one on the high ground, which they got, but now the one on the low ground. They still spot them. So they know this is going on, BetBoom.
BetBoom will definitely fight this. They are completely ready to fight in a 5-on-5. This Soulbind can destroy them here if they get it on good targets.
Oh yeah. And they're not going to get out of the pit fast enough. Laurel's going to go in first. Gets his first silence in. Inks to stun. Does manage to land on the two bears. The Soulbind doesn't actually catch anything. Zion's going to try and interrupt the back line. Matumba Man stuck inside of the pit.
Low on
and
Lone
he
Druid.
is going to die there. Meanwhile, the kisses are going to come out while the Lone Druid's dead. A nice curse actually stalling up the BKB, but they don't actually have any damage. Not without the Lone Druid. You can see Notice he's not scared of them at all. Zai is also in trouble. Blown up by the magic damage. Now it's going to be Mickey caught by the Rod of Atos, and Notice just keeps on barreling forward, taking anybody on, and Laurel is going to help him out in a second here, perhaps. No, actually thrown up onto the cliff. Notice I'll have to reset here, but it looks like Bet Boom should be able to get Roshan for that.
Huge fight for them. I don't want to say it's the nail in the coffin, but this game is a real uphill battle now for Liquid, I think, because I think that was their best chance to take a 5-on-5 like that. They got the level 4 Firestorm on their Rubik. Yeah. Boxy had a free fight in terms of spellcasting. He did a nice job of trying to stall out and reset after this Doom went out. Boombet didn't even really get the link off the Grimold, but it just didn't matter. So much damage from this Void Spirit got Matumba low early enough that they were able to clean him up.
Yeah, notice Dark Rift there on the left-hand side of the pit. They just immediately surround this area. Nobody of Liquid is able to stick around and help him. And Zai, I mean, he did what he could to disrupt the back line, but he got soulbound, he got doomed.
I mean, if Lone Druid dies, that's their damage for the fight at this point in the game. If you want pure damage with this Mjolnir, that's the one target Liquid needs to prioritize in keeping alive. Good target prioritization from Vetboom.
Blink Dagger or Ag Shard pickup for Mickey, so they can have a bit more stuns, but at this point in time, they can get all the stuns in the world, but it looks like Bet Boom is just going to get so damn tanky. Echo Saber, Armlet, BKB, now a Blink Dagger. With that Aegis onto Hawk, he can help his team run around, and their initiation can happen in an instant. You're going to see it here against Matumba Man, potentially silence him up. Dark Rift on the other side. He does manage to get off his ultimate with a roll-in coming out from Zai. He's going to run into Notice, who does have a BKB, but doesn't have the damage to really be able to threaten Matumba Man, but Dahak does. Dahak shows up, 4-second stun. The Cold Embrace is going to be able to hound out. A beautiful Winner's Curse as well. They're trying everything they can to be able to get Matumba Man out of here, but there's just too much. At the same time, Mickey and Zai were able to deliver the damage to finish off Notice. They want to be able to catch more, but they're not going to be able to find it.
Beautiful curse there to catch two. Maybe a bit lucky Void Spirit jumped in there, but enough to get them 2 kills on the back end of that. We're starting to see the power of some of these Liquid spells if the fight can get stalled out at least a little bit, but Matumba's still going to pay the price. And that's ideally not what you want to see.
Yeah, it seems very awkward, the fact that they have to bait out Matumba Man, and Matumba Man is the biggest source of damage. Like, that just feels like an icky combination.
Lone Druid can excel in that situation. Some of the mechanics going his way. This shard can proc even if he's getting stunned. He can, you know, maybe potentially span some Wraith Bands, but it's a question of how long they can keep him alive. The more Cold Embrace levels Boxy gets will definitely help, since this Lone Druid bears a huge damage sink in terms of raw HP.
Yeah.
So Liquid does have some things starting to pick up for them in terms of that skill. But now you have a Blink on the Hawk, you have a Shadow Blade on this Force Major Doom. Multiple ways to initiate, multiple ways to guarantee good spellcast in the fight for Boombet. Still a hard period for Liquid to play. And they can feel it. They're just grouped up again behind their tier 2.
Yep, very scared.
No wards on the map for them either.
Boxy, Glimmer Cape, trying to help these heroes that get doomed. Help them be able to disengage. Force Major just around the map hunting. Gets a nice aggressive lane ward that's actually going to spot some rotations here from Liquid. So a lot of information. You can see instant response. Sineko wants to fight this. Yeah.
He can do Mickey here.
He absolutely can. That's what he's going to be doing first. Boxy with a really nice response. A Winner's Curse that goes out. Now he's only going to get so far away. They may still be able to chase down Mickey, or maybe not. Matumba Man's here to try and help out. Maybe they will. A Fear goes out. A pull long range catches him, and Mickey falls, and the Soulbind stopping the bear, stopping the Pango. Oh, this is going to feel real bad. They're going to lose the bear easily. Zai's going to get the last little bit of the roll, and a swashbuckle out. Not going to get him far enough away. Bet Boom in an instant. One initiation from Force Major, and then the whole squad is there.
What an observer ward, honestly. Just playing that sequence to perfection there from Force Major. Sets the entire fight up for his team. Doom's arguably the best target he can Doom in this game, outside of maybe Wyvern if he can take him out of the fight.
Now Boxy, Force Major leads off, Infernal Blade, then a Centaur stun, nowhere he can really run to.
Does have Glimmer here.
And he tries, but there's
already a gem too.
Oh yeah. Laurel. Got that one in tow. Dahak. Keep the pressure up. Let's watch that one again. Setting it up just very nicely here. I mean, Boxy, great reaction with the Blink Dagger, but...
I mean, he does all he can here.
Yeah.
But the chase down from Bet Boom is just so high. Again, Blink pull on this Chaos Knight. It's enough to clean it up.
And then the Soulbind on the two things that are frontlining for them, the Bear and the Ball.
Yeah, the only thing that went Zai's way is the Hawk killed this Bear so fast that the Link ended. So
yeah, true.
That's not exactly what you want to have happening, though.
No.
And that's also part of this Lone Druid CK matchup. I feel like it's mostly CK favored. Maybe there's some ultra late game stuff that I'm missing, but this Chaos Knight he's tanky, he's illusion based. He's gonna shred your Bear with built-in minus armor and the items that he likes to go. It's not the easiest matchup for Matumba to just itemize and be able to stand his ground.
Once again, this lane ward. It's going to read where Matumba Man is at. He does manage to get out the fear. The Inkswell is going to be dodged here, and he actually goes into it. Oh, what a juke from Matumba Man. They're going to try and chase after him, but they're like, what the hell? What kind of Houdini bullshit was that? Winner's Curse locking down Laurel. They're going to try to throw the damage in. They managed to get the fear going out as well as the Chain Stun from Mickey. A very important kill. Gems on the deck. Dahak is going to chase after Mickey here, and the BKB is going to wear out 3-second stun. They get the disarm out from the Zai, but at the same time, the Firestorm's a little bit too much, and now he caught the Winter Wyvern with the Pit of Malice. He immediately throws down the Cold Embrace for fear of the Chaos Knight that's coming, but they don't have a way to stop the Chaos Knight from continue swinging on that Winter Wyvern. Jump back in. Pango came back for the kill onto notice, so a late Doom is going to be used, collecting another kill. God, hats off to Matumba Man for that quick reaction. I want to see that one again, because it was an instant decision by him.
That was a beast of a play. I guess you shouldn't Fiend's Gate that close to him, you know, or stun him up. I think he was chuckling about it even.
Yeah.
The downside is it takes him out of the fight, right?
Yes.
And,
yes,
good luck, boys. I'm out of here.
There it is. Instantly clicks on it. I almost wonder if he accidentally clicked on it initially and just went with the flow.
I mean, Notice went back through and tried to chase it here.
He's like, wait a minute. Get back here.
Super chaotic fight. And they end up being able to pick up the Void Spirit on the back end. Super nice chain stuff. The Bear still got the Roar Fear, so
yeah,
from across the map, Matumba having impact.
But again, they just don't have an answer to this Chaos Knight.
Oh, they don't have nearly enough.
Back inside the game here. We're going to watch this setup in bottom lane. Telekinesis. They didn't quite hit the shot there with the shard, and Laurel is going to be able to get away. He's too tanky. And they could potentially both die for this one, as Insania's he's certainly going to Laurel, and Mickey has to run back with his BKB. Zai is going to do a show up here with the Mortimer's Kisses chainsaw on the Laurel. A beautiful initiation, but a Soulbind actually catching him and Mickey. They're both pulled into the hands of Dahak. Boxy trying to find a curse target somewhere in there. Now has to TP away, but Zai is surrounded by heroes, so he is not getting out.
Just another bad numbers fight that Liquid gets. They end up getting dragged into off the failed gank attempt. Do pick up that Void Spirit on the back end, but definitely not worth it. The Hawks all the way up to a full Assault Cuirass. This is part of the power of Chaos Knight in this meta. He starts to win a couple fights or his lane. This hero just takes over the map in terms of net worth.
Yeah.
It's hard to come back versus hero. Almost 4,000 HP. Yeah, you can Firestorm him. Yeah, you can Splinter Blast him, but who's going to finish off the next 3,000, you know?
Yeah. He'll protect his Bear with the use of that shard that we were talking about earlier. A roar on one means a roar on both, but just dodging away from this Chaos Knight is not going to win you this game. And it seems like Liquid left in a situation where they have to go late game, but what would you give their chances? Particularly with a lead like this against BetBoom.
5% or below, right?
5%.
This has got to be an extremely difficult game. The problem is so much of their scale at this point is dependent on this Bear being able to hit people, which means BetBoom can literally just itemize for Matumba. yank his game hard, and they don't have to worry about much else. As we're going to see, this Notice Underlord, he's going Shiva's guard.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this Shiva's guard is for the bear. There's nothing else in this game he's doing it for, and that's the type of itemization that they can just be super comfortable with. Whereas for Liquid, they have multiple threats they need to deal with. This Void Spirit, he's going to be solo killing cores with the Grimstroke spells behind him. The Hawk is obviously just a monster. Not to even mention this Force Major Doom, who's almost on par with Mickey, has a full BKB.
Yeah, and he's going to go with the Shard next, which is another great answer to the Lone Druid Bear, the constant Infernal Blades. E-Blade on Laurel. We'll see whether or not he's able to use that at some point in time defensively against the Winner's Curse of Boxy.
Could be nice. And they're baiting this Roche.
They are.
Look at the patience. They don't care about the Roche. They care about the fight.
And Boxy's going to be the first one shows. Defensively blinks backward, though. Boom. Tahak is going to chase after him with the Inkswell stun on him, but the Glimmer Cape is going to allow him to live for now. The Glimmer, the Soulbind is actually going to lock down some heroes, and they're going to be able to finish him off with the Void Spirit. There goes the Winner, but he's going to come back with a buyback, and this Tahak Chaos Knight actually just got chained down all the way through. Laurel had to get out. Notice going to use the pit to be able to jump away as well, but they're going to chase after whatever heroes they can catch at this point. It's going to be Sineko first. Looks like Laurel did manage to get out. Force Major on the right-hand side with the Shadowblade. Blink Dagger gets away. A bait for Roshan, but now it's turned into an opportunity for Liquid to take Roshan.
Just didn't get Phantasm off. Matumba just shredded him in the man fight. The link went on Matumba and his bear. That's probably best case scenario because you'd rather just not have it on anybody else.
That's true.
Doom just not having the impact they need. Now it's up to Laurel to contest this.
They are. Bet Boom is still in a very good place. They can't afford to give up this Aegis Shard, I think. And yeah, they're just going to back away. I'm glad for it. I feel like this is one of those situations where you panic a little, go, oh, guys, we can't give them this, and then you feed away some more kills. So Bet Boom, calm, reserved. They're just going to be like, okay, it's fine, guys. We slipped up. They get some items, but we are still massively ahead. Let's just play for our game.
Probably going to be a farm period for them. I think it makes it pretty difficult to fight this Lone Druid when he has a second life.
Yeah.
Unless they find pickoffs on the other heroes, which they can still definitely look for on the back of this Void Spirit.
A Shard pickup for Rubik. So we're going to see that defensive telekinesis that was being pointed out earlier. So that will be another way to be able to help out that Lone Druid or whoever, I guess, gets gone on by the Chaos Knight. It feels like that's going to be the counterplay attempt anyway.
Help is Wyvern. We saw who they're focusing, and every time he's going to be the best target to take out. He'll free up a lot of the control in the fight. But yeah, this Rubik lift is no joke. It's a way better 4-staff. Can have a huge impact in these fights, resetting positioning for his cores.
Yeah, especially if somebody's like stuck inside the pit, for example. The Rod of Atos chain stun that Notice keeps on doing.
Oh, for sure. That's your best friend at that point.
Yeah. And then you can see it's just demolishing the bear here. In fact, the bear is just dead. Telekinesis too late. Bear's dead. Bet Boom. They got to try and get aggressive with this timing. A resummon of the bear. Team Liquid all sitting around this lane ward. They thought about fighting, but they're thinking better of it, it seems. They're going to retreat.
Fights are still hard for them unless they can bait it super deep like that, get the turnaround, abuse buybacks. The one thing that can potentially go the way those later this game goes is that secret Snapfire scale that comes out on the back of those physical talents. Mickey can get to some, he's going Daedalus, Silver Edge, these types of items, start to scale, get that split shot. Suddenly you have a better Lina, so to say, in a lot of these situations. The DPS is insane on this hero late game.
Do you think it'll ever be good enough to, like, clear out the Phantasm illusions?
I mean, every little bit helps, right?
Sure.
The illusions can never BKB, so they're always going to have a decent amount of spell damage from Wyvern and Rubik that can get them low. Not to mention this Pango who can disrupt it.
Yeah.
It might get to a point where it puts them over the threshold. They can survive long enough that this bear just keeps hitting people.
Well, a dream item build up for Laurel. He's going for the 38-minute BKB timing. So his very successful Void Spirit game is about to culminate in a very timely late game BKB. So I don't know how you play support against that once he completes those items. Shadowblade for Dahak as well. seen this build up from him quite a bit. He really likes this item, so they're going to have multiple Shadow Blade initiations.
And all of this is designed to clear out Liquid's backline. If that happens, the fight becomes way easier for this Chaos Knight and this Doom to just pick their targets, destroy Liquid's cores. But those saves, the disruption has to go down first.
Yeah, that Aghanims from Void Spirit is so disruptive to a backline like this. We'll see how Liquid is able to posture here, how well these supports are able to do, but you can see exactly what you're talking about. Bet Boom is going to smoke, and they're going to wrap around here, and they may just run headlong at a team. Liquid smokes are going to break on each other. Boxy, defensive blink, he gets away. Small silence goes down from Laurel as he also retreats, lays down a ward. They see this coming. Zai trying to roll into these heroes. They spot the Winter Wyvern. Laurel really wants to be able to get this kill. The cookie goes out. Matumban, his bear is actually going to be caught. They throw out the Winter's Curse to be able to catch out this Chaos Knight. Boxy still trying to survive through all this one, but Mickey has already been run down by the Doom. They're going to be able to catch this Winter Wyvern inside of the pit. Matumban's going to start laying into Force Major, but what about the Hawk? What about Laurel? What about all the rest of Bet Boom who are going to be able to bring down this bear quite easily, body blocking him up, leaving the kill to Dahak, at least kill number 1. Now, with the second life, there's nothing he can do, obviously. He's just going to die again. Disaster for Liquid as they try and get their initiation from Zai and find nothing. And once again, the fast rotation to Bet Boom, then runs right into Mickey, who just bought back.
He has no TP for 7.
Yeah, and he's going to BKB, but he's pulled back by the Reality Rift, so now he's dead.
Absolute disaster.
Oh!
Seneko making sure they clean up every little bit after that fight that they can. It's just not the place that Liquid wants to take that engagement. Super chaotic. Bet Boom get the flank on them. Laurel runs in. He wards for his team. Every little small thing matters. Boxy, he was just gone from the start of that fight. Cannot use any of his spells to save his Lone Druid or help him in that man fight.
Nope.
Now it's up to Zai to try and stall this out, but Matumba's not even going to have a bear for 10 seconds after he respawns, so that's 50 without the real hero.
Look at Laurel. He's zoning out Insania because their only saving grace right now is the fact that Insania has Firestorm. And that's obviously incredibly good at defending, so he's not going to let Insania even get close.
You can steal the spell, but can you use it?
Yeah, exactly. Insania gets a little bit close, throws it out now. Tier 3's already dead, though. So they can start focusing on that melee. Winter Wyvern coming up in a second here, so Bet Boom. They try and retreat, actually. Ball, Zai rolls on through. Winner's Curse onto Dahak. He's very low. They need just one more nuke to be able to come in, or maybe they take damage to Fateful lands. Armlet goes off, and he's out. Dahak lives.
Literal 3 HP there. Yeah, he's going to sigh relief. Overplayed his hand a little bit too much there. Underestimating just how much damage this Wyvern can do.
Watch that one. Cursed up. Damage over time, burning through, and he's going to go for an armlet toggle here with the BKB. 100 HP, 50, 40.
One.
Oh, it goes down to the one with the toggle, and there was no damage.
That's where you wish you had another swashbuckle.
Yeah, wish you had anything. Even just the slightest spell would have killed him.
He can die if he's getting chain stunned under the magic damage. Honestly, I think that's the only way Liquid can win a fight, because otherwise, as we saw, he will just shred this Lone Druid bear twice.
Yeah.
I mean, that fight, he just killed the bear twice before Matumba even lost Aegis first, so that's not a man fight Matumba's winning anytime soon.
Yeah, he goes down to 30 HP, 20, somewhere in there, 23, and then pops the toggle. Crazy stuff.
Get that Rubik right click in there, you know?
Yeah. Everybody run at him. Back inside the game, we've got a 5-man smoke up from Bet Boom as they're going to take over this triangle area. And, well, the rest of the Team Liquid are huddled together, not with the smoke, not trying to play offensively. Just trying to hope and pray for a miracle at this point, as they certainly need something to be able to change this game. His bear, I mean, he had to go with the Mjolnir, right? Because the fact he's dealing with an illusion hero, but you almost would love to see an AC on him instead, just because that physical damage, as you were talking about, the Chaos Knight rips that bear apart.
Yeah, he's still on 16 armor 40 minutes in. I mean,
yeah,
it just gets evaporated. He needs too many items this game, and that's where Mickey could have helped him. But again, he used buyback in that early fight, and it's killed his item progression here. They don't have a lot of map to work with, so every bit of that counts.
Successful scan. Force Major will not get there in time. Insania completes his TP, but it does go to show that Bet Boom, they've got all the right ideas. Tower's gonna fall here, both in mid and probably bottom.
This is why Thunderlord is going up in value. Those small ganks, all right, it's one hero on Doom, right? But Thunderlord can join him.
Yep.
Bring his whole team.
Rolling in, Zai trying to do something, trying to protect the bear. Insania's also going to come in with the telekinesis. Laurel immediately blows him up. And all of that to be able to not save the bear in the first place. I'm not sure what that was, because it didn't really feel like Liquid wanted to go in.
I mean, Zai was chain stunning to Hawk in the crevice, but Laurel's just way too disruptive on the backline. He's way too invincible in this BKB. Yeah. Maybe they can Wyvern ultimate at the end of the duration, and then Roar stun him out of it. It's maybe their best bet. But of course, it's just a tough game vision-wise. Bet Boom is not going to give you an opportunity to come and deward these high ground wards as we've seen all 3 games. Quite happy to sit on them, gain a net worth advantage, and force Liquid into their position.
Damn, you talk about burst damage potential. Even though he went the Rod of Atos build, the fact that he went for that 25 talent that we just showed, the 50% atrophy allied hero bonus, that's some real burst potential for this Chaos Knight.
Yeah, that'll add up.
We've got the Dissimulate stun from the Void Spirit as well. I mean, this hero is just pretty bonkers late game. So hard to play any support against this kind of firepower and maneuverability. He's going to go for a refresher, so add +1 on top of that. Force Major is currently shadow blading around. He's underneath the Sentry. They actually try and hit him, but he gets a blink away. Too bad Zai was already there with the Rolling Thunder on the other side of things, so a small pick off, something for Liquid to work with.
Every little bit of map control helps, especially when you're potentially building to try and contest this Rosh.
Yeah, and especially when Roshan is
one,
just now spawning. So Seneco's going to spot that.
I mean, this is a near impossible Rosh to contest at the same time. So much net worth going Bet Boom's way if you do give it up. Not sure they can win the fight versus this Refresher Shard, which that's amazing on a lot of these heroes. You could get a quad Doom on only 2 people, but you could still, you know...
Throw the ward up into the high ground, see if they can catch Laurel. Zai spooks him, force down the BKB. Meanwhile, they're doing Roshan during this time, so it's not like Bet Boom's actually looking for a fight. They're just making sure Liquid can't get here to stop them.
That's a Refresher Shard on Laurel.
Yeah, does he even need the Refresher Orb?
I mean, level 25 too. In case you didn't think Void Spirit had enough spells in the late game.
Yeah.
Now you get 2 of them.
Gives the cheese over to the Underlord, so that guy is super beefy. Overwhelming Blink Shivas, the BKB, cheese. He's going to go the Abyssal Blade route. The Hawk's going for that Arcane Blink that we've seen a couple times from these Chaos Knights, so now your Blink, Reality Rift, Chaos Bolt combo is very quick, and you've got the opportunity to just keep the pressure up on Liquid.
Natumba did get to level 25, so his bear is... He's got that attack speed talent. It's going to deal a lot of damage if he can sit there and shred people.
Yeah.
The question is, can Liquid survive the onslaught that is about to come their way in terms of everybody from Bet Boom blinking in, throwing all of their spells? You're going to need one hell of a winner's curse, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. Liquid is going to have to outplay the hell out of Bet Boom just to have a chance of winning this fight, if it's on the low ground anywhere. A high ground fight may still be a little bit difficult for Bet Boom. That's why they're respecting that. I imagine they're going to try and push high ground with the Aegis, but it's Liquid who are going to go out of the way here. They're going to try and chain stun up the Void Spirit here, but where is the Pango Ball? They managed to land it. Laurel ends up going down. Dahak comes through, but the winner's curse on his illusions. Oh, what a disaster. Their Roll Thunder through him, but they don't actually commit for the kill. They're just all out. They heard the buyback from Laurel. They say, that's good enough for us. Now that it does leave them in a 4 versus 5 with a Cheese and an Aegis, but they got a buyback out of Laurel. It's a small sliver of hope for Liquid.
I feel like this is the most decisive we've seen Liquid in a lot of this game.
Yeah.
These late game ganks, they're executing them extremely well, backing off properly at the right time. Huge kill for them to get on this Void Spirit. Can see the amount of DPS this Bear can output on a single target as long as he's not getting stunned.
You see Laurel, he agrees. He's like, okay, maybe I don't need a refresher. He's going to pick up an Aeon Disc since he did expend his buyback, so best to be safe here.
Potentially double Aeon Disc as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That play is a lot harder now. Sania did manage to get up to this Ags, which is always a fun item to see. He can potentially do a lot more work in these fights now. I mean, even the 2 spells he has in Pit and Remnant, these are pretty strong. It allows him to chain stun someone, right? You can pick someone up, throw him into a Remnant, Pit behind them as well. His net worth has to do a lot in this game because, again, Zai has played sacrificial to keep his Lone Druid net worth up with the limited space they've had.
But what if he steals the combo?
Oh, you mean Soulbind Doom him back?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I mean, if he does that, I'll retire for a 3rd time, you know? I'll be majorly impressed.
SVG comes out of retirement just to retire again.
I mean, I've seen some crazy stuff in Dota, but if he can flip that around, he'll be deserving of a last pick Rubik.
And the best part is I still have my doubts about them being able to win that fight. Even if he does land that epic combo of spells. Arcane Blink, Doom, just items flowing in for Bet Boom. They've got all the time in the world here just to be able to keep farming up. They know how dangerous a high ground push would be. And they are just going to let Liquid pick up whatever scraps head their way.
Liquid has more experience in these types of games, though. That's what I feel.
Yeah, okay.
They're used to both sides of this coin, you know?
True. But
so, if there's a team that can hold on and pull out a win when you least expect it, potentially this Liquid squad.
I feel like it's having a lot of experiences against the Kobayashi Maru. You know, if it's an impossible scenario, it's an impossible scenario. It doesn't matter how many times you play it.
Yeah, but at some point, the odds get so bad, it flips back around.
Oh, okay.
It's like a fresh game.
That's when Dota Plus tells us it's 100%. Ticks over.
I mean, there is some truth to that in Dota. Like, at some point, the net worths don't matter anymore, you know?
Sure, it just becomes
so bad for so long, and then it starts to compress again.
Yeah.
Because everybody just had, I mean, you're limited by slots, limited by what you can do. And I'm not saying this game's easy by any means, but
there's a chance. There's always a chance in Dota. Bet Boom are going to keep that chance as small as humanly possible by continuing to get a larger and larger deficit between them and Liquid.
The other thing to keep in mind is this Grimshard, the Inkswell that came out. That gank they got on the Laurel Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Snake was pretty quick to throw it on him, and he died in the 3 seconds burst. If that procs and he gets out of there, then it's an entirely different situation, right?
Yeah.
So Liquid's on the clock when they go on people too. It's not just a guaranteed go, even if they do have the capability to chain stun someone down.
Also, all these spells being cut down by the Wraith Pack that he also has.
Oh yeah, Wraith Pack, Underlord Aura.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. They've got the double. 2 for spells and attack damage, both of them being severely limited. It does feel like there are some teams definitely playing with these stacking damage reductions.
For sure, I think it's one of the meta strategies of this tournament.
Yeah.
Just so hard to lose in these later game engagements when you're reducing the damage output across the board. You know, maybe if you're up 10 or 20k, you have the luxury to focus this totem down or be able to cut through that reduction. But when you're on the other side of it, you need every ounce of damage you can get.
Level 25 now for Pango, so we're going to have the cooldown on the Rolling Thunder. He's going to need as many of those as possible. They're going to try and save the bear here.
Looking for the chain stun.
Both Okay, that's actually a decent amount of damage to Hawk.
Getting bashed.
He's in a bit of trouble here. The bastions are coming in. Fortunately, he's just going to be able to silver edge away. There's no detection on the bear. The pit goes down. Now focusing on the Underlord. He's down to about half as well, but the bear is eventually going to die here. And Liquid, if they're not careful, they were running through that pit of malice. They got to be aware that Bet Boom could strike back at any point. So ultimately, a lot of damage being done, but it was just a bear that died.
There's a lot of gold on Bet Boom's side here.
Oh, they're going to smoke up. Is this... Do they think they're going to catch Bet Boom unawares?
Potentially. They know Notice was pretty low, and he used that Beam Gate aggressively.
And the problem is the pressure is everywhere from this Chaos Knight. They got to deal with these lanes first before they really push out. Smoke's going to break across. Force Major.
I mean, Insania has Chaos Bolt.
That is a pretty good steal. They just go for a blind Rolling Thunder up into the triangle area. Laurel he says hello. He's not scared. Not scared whatsoever. In fact, deals with the sentry laid down by Zai, so they do know there's a word there.
This Chaos Bolt is a really big spell for him to have. It's a huge duration stun.
Oh, yeah.
The best way they can take fights is that they can lock down some of these cores for a long time out of position. Lift back into the Bolt is a very big deal here. You saw Matumbo will kill people. It's not impossible. This bear is almost 6-slotted.
All right. They couldn't force it, or they didn't want to force it with the last Aegis. They get this Roshan. Like, surely Bet Boom,
yeah,
you're going to feel strong enough to go high ground.
I mean, you try it.
You try.
The downside is they have committal heroes in terms of Phantasm, Doom, Soulbind. That's a decent amount of their team fight at this point. You play into buybacks. Liquid's going to have them all on that high ground. That
like
fight is scary.
Bit of deja vu. Sineko's sitting AFK in the pit. Roshan spawns. The Hawk's instantly there. And they're just going to cream Roshan real quick.
That's how you like your coffee?
Never heard someone use that for talking about killing Roshan.
Force Major. Once again, they're looking to be able to stop Liquid's initiation inside of the pit, and he gave the warning bell to Hawk. Thinks about backing up. Laurel's going to go in there. Immediately response. The Dark Rift as well. Poking a Team Liquid here, seeing if they can get some sort of response out of the AF. This is going to go down as well as the BKB of Laurel. He's got a refresher to work with. He actually spots an Echo. That's a decent kill, but nobody of Liquid feels comfortable chasing after this one.
Roche is low.
They are, and yeah, like, Bet Boom's like, okay, if they weren't going to commit with that Rolling Thunder, they're not committing at all. They're giving us this Roshan. Another Aghanim Scepter. This time, the Hawk, are you going to take that? Nope, Sineko. He wants the Dark Portrait. Is Dark Portrait even that good this game?
I don't think so.
Ah, the Doom will take it.
Yeah, and they get a break on that too, which isn't too relevant this game, but just that extra duration, even the stats. Pretty nice here. Pushes them ahead of Laurel. And
they're getting sandwiched. Laurel, he spots Insania, immediately jumps him as soon as he's in vision, blows him up in half a second. That is Zai dead as well. They both have buyback, but Bet Boom, with the Aegis freshly picked up, are surely going to force it out of him.
I mean, now you definitely try and force the fight. You already got one of those buybacks. Full Bloodthorn on this Chaos Knight. A Hex on this Underlord. They have more lockdown now, more ways to use it.
There's a ward up into the high ground. Laurel just fishing. Abyssal Blade, he has the Undispel. So he's going to be okay. The Soulbind actually catching the bear and the Lone Druid together. The Mortimer's Kisses to try and force Bet Boom back, but Bet Boom, Telekinesis is actually going to pull him back in here. Potential for any stuns? No.
BKB forced on Mickey.
It's a little bit too late, yeah. Another BKB down, more and more spells and items being used by Team Liquid. They're trying to hold on to this Zai buyback, but they're going to go for the bear kill. Easily chain stun down. Insania in a bit of trouble. Actually uses BKB. He's going to be okay for now. Matubba Man down to half health, but it's the Underlord who's perhaps overextended himself. He does die. Melee Barracks dies at the same time. Dahak's going to get swept up by the Rolling Thunder once and twice. does have, oh, nice soul bind. That's going to be a good hold. That's going to be stun on Desire. 4-second stun on top of that one. The last bear, it's going to go down as well. The Abyssal Blade goes out, but the bear cannot retreat fast enough. And Matumba Man himself is in some trouble. Dark Ridge onto the other side. Oh, the Winter's Curse might just be able to bail him out, but Matumba Man dies anyway. Either way, without the bear, they're reliant on the magic damage and Mickey to pump out something. Force Staff trying to get him away from this dangerous Laurel Void Spirit, who still is working with an Aegis. They can take a beat here. They can take a moment. They can focus on some buildings or focus on getting the pick off onto the Winter Wyvern. Now a jump forward from Laurel. He gets blown up. That's going to be life number one. The Lucian's also being taken down. Matumba Man is going to be in some trouble here as he's in bear form. All he's got is a Wraith Band and some brown boots. Nobody behind him.
No buyback for this Matumba. No bears anyway.
No buyback.
Define on Mickey.
No more kisses.
He's trying to fly it in.
It's coming in on the courier right now. They're going to go for Megas first. This will give Mickey an opportunity to pick it up.
How strong is Little Shredder in the late game? We're about to find out.
I don't know how they do this. Well, it's going to try right now. Going for the Underlord. Wasn't quite enough burst damage by itself. Pops the BKB. Gets back to the fountain. A reset. Another round of Little Shredder. But Bet Boom, they don't need to do anything here if they don't want to. They've got Megas. Doom going out. Winter Wyvern, he's going to be kicked back to the fountain while the rest of the team, Dahak, focusing on the building. Soulbind pulls him out of the fountain and demolishes Mickey. Drops it down, and that is going to be GG. Bet Boom staying alive, and we'll move on to the next round.
What a performance from them in this game 3. I feel like they completely switched up the tempo from the first 2 games, going more for that late game, more for the scale, overwhelming team fight. We've seen this Chaos Knight Underlord be first to this tournament. This duo is just so hard to take those late game engagements first. What an uphill game from Liquid. They showed some signs of potentially being able to come back, but once you fall behind in a game like that and you start to lose those Roshans, that net worth is just way too hard to deal with.
Yeah.
It's like 5 cores they have to kill, you know? It's Matumba versus 5 cores. Mickey gets that Divine at the end, and we're starting to see some damage output come out. And then you're in a 2v5. It's just too little, too late.
And another one of the veteran teams that will fall. First, it was Evil Geniuses, the first one out of the tournament. Then, Team Spirit, the TI winners. Now, Team Liquid. Again, one of the most veteran teams at this major. Old dogs. They just keep on falling by the wayside here.
Gotta teach them new tricks if you want to stay up, and
yeah,
that Boom came to play today.
They certainly did.
They busted out everything they're comfortable with.
I love the fact that they were able to go late game as well. Yep. Like we talked about how like so many of their games wins, 30, 35 minutes at most. And this time they're like, let's just go ahead and take a late game lineup.
Yeah, it seemed like Liquid were trying to combat the early tempo in this third game, and then that Boom's like, whatever, we don't care.
Wonderful stuff from Bet Boom, and that closes out our series. Team Liquid, they're going to drop down. Bet Boom moving on to the next round with a 2-1 score.
Yeah, tremendous result for Bet Boom. Obviously, they're going to be absolutely delighted. Liquid are going to be absolutely devastated. We'll find out. I'm sure we'll get a chat with both teams after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
BetBoom taking the series 2-1, a very, very hard-fought trio of games. Fantastic Dota, unpredictable, some interesting drafts, some fantastic play, and all in all, honestly, just an absolutely brilliant series. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, it means that they go home. We have an exit interview with Zai from Team Liquid. Tsunami, take it away.
That's correct. Yeah, I've got Zai here. Disappointing result, as I'm sure you're feeling right now. I was curious, though, how this is the first LAN that you've played with these guys. Your previous team, Team Secret, how do you think the emotions between these teams and this current team compared?
It's hard to say, but I would say for this team as for the previous one, you know, we come in wanting to win and expecting to do well, but I think as for my individual performance, I think it's maybe one of the worst ones I've had. So for me, it's about just, going back to the drawing board and kind of regrouping for the next one,
And I would imagine that with this being a new roster, TI is the long goal in mind. For this performance, this tournament, is this just part of the growing process for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, of course you have to see it that way. And I think for any Dota player, TI is the end goal. But along the way, you wanna learn things, you wanna improve. And I think we definitely have things that we can take from this event going forward. And hopefully we'll just regroup and become better. Yeah.
And we are gonna leave it there actually, because we have other teams that need to play, unfortunately. But thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, Zai, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you, Tsunami. Commiserations to Zai and all the Team Liquid guys. I know they're very popular. I'm a fan, but it's not to be, chaps. Very quickly, T. Just didn't work out for them this series.
No, it didn't. But again, just to give some context to the whole point, they've still got the Tour 3 to play for. They're currently 11th in DPC points. So if they can kind of lock in like a 3rd, 4th place to get to their next major, then TI's still on the cards.
Kev.
I would say in that game, they did a really good job with the Wyvern in the laning stage. They didn't defend their tier 1 tower like BetBoom did in their second game. I would have liked to see that maybe, because ultimately their late game was really hard to execute against all that percentage-based damage and the double dooms.
Okay, we're going to go and talk to Slacks now, who has a winner interview with Seneko from BetBoom.
Thank you so much, Period. You're doing a fantastic job over there. And you are doing a fantastic job. What a series. What a comeback. Things were looking rough after game 1. But how did you feel going into that? Did you guys think that it would be that kind of win?
Yeah, it really was hard, I think. But the first game we were sleeping, I guess. And even now I can't breathe normally. It was just a rough game. But I'm happy that we won, and we keep survive. We will try to keep surviving.
Wow, you're doing a good job so far. So kind of representing the region now, Team Spirit knocked out, Mind Games not able to make it. Feel any pressure on your back, or have any words to say to the boys out there watching?
Oh, actually no, but I'm just trying to support my teammates and just say that they shouldn't have pressure. They just should should just enjoy in the game. That's it. If they enjoy while they playing and they playing normally, like without any pressure, then I'm happy. Even if we lose, I don't care. If they play it as they could and they enjoy it, then we're fine. Just for example, in first game, I felt we had some pressure, or probably we were sleeping. But second, third game, we just we analyzed what we did wrong. We changed some our picks, and then as you see, we won, and I'm happy.
I can definitely tell. Well, thank you so much for such a fantastic series. We're so excited to see you guys moving on, and we'll move it on right back to you guys for talking about the next.
Thank you, Slacks.
Good attitude.
That's it. That's it for me and the panelists here today, but don't go away. There is more Dota coming your way with Shiva and a whole new crew after this break, so enjoy that, and we'll see you soon.
The Stockholm Major continues. More eliminations on the horizon here. Our final series of the day. In the lower bracket, it is OG versus Boom. We got ourselves a best of 3 between them, and one of these teams is going to join Team Spirit and Team Liquid in the eliminated teams of the day. We're going to start by focusing our attention on Boom Esports. They come into the lower bracket, and before we talk about anything else, we are going to learn more about Yopaj.
I think Yopaj is a very good guy, and he's very humble. Even outside the game, it's not about Dota, but he's a very good person.
I just want to be humble, I think. It's a good thing as a player.
And the wave clear from Yopaj, it's a bit slow going, but they are actually going to be able to find that top set of racks here.
That they are. Pretty decent trade, but now Yopaj will jump in. A little bit of a cheeky remnant back and forth. He'll go in onto Rogi, refreshes. Look at the damage output. Yopaj, he just cleans them all up. Moon, he's still around. The mid one is stuck in the middle of the Wukon's command. Oh, goodness me, Yopaj. He just shreds through him.
I think before I joined the team of Boom Esports to coach Yopaj, I think he was just two flashy players, and he liked to do so much like a special move, like killing around the map, but he didn't really think about himself. He like sacrificed too much for the teams, but end up that he didn't realize that he actually sacrificed too much.
1, 2, 3, yeah! Let's go!
Me and Yopaj back at that time of Neon Esports, I think Yopaj can really shine. When I was playing with them, it was really about him. We all think that he's gonna make it.
This is falling very fast. You take a look at the potential area control of the split earth. Roshan's about to fall. It's the third one of the game as well. Yopaj jumps in. What can he steal? And Ryu's going to try and follow up as well. See how all these remnants are going to come into play. But now with all the AoE, split earth's getting dropped along with the supernova. Yopaj is such a menace. These remnants back and forth, jumping around. Galaxy Racer just can't control him. Try and TP out and he makes it.
I think Yopaj's biggest weakness is being easily influenced outside the game. In the in-game, I don't see any weakness on him. He's a hard-working guy.
I'm really excited to play with the crowd because playing with the crowd is really exciting moment. I think it's just it depends on the player, but for me, it boosts a lot of my confidence. I don't have much expectation, but we will just do our best to get with the main event. So yeah.
When it comes to Yopaj's humble approach, I think it's like kind of goes both ways. Like if you don't stay humble, you are too arrogant sometimes, you know. But I think everything just needs to be balanced. But I like the way that everyone's acting in the team. Is like we stay humble, we stay learning. Yeah, I think this is a great success that we have.
Boom Esports with Yopaj has been looking very good before coming into the major, and I say that because I think there were high expectations placed with them, and Lacoste, they have not really made those come true.
Yeah, I mean, everybody set the eyes on Yopaj. Like I was covering the Southeast Asia DPC previous season when he was playing for Neon, and you can see him like being better than everyone else. Everyone's talking about him. There's like you can see his improvement throughout not just seasons but also tours. He's steadily improving, and now a little bit of uncharacteristic mistakes being made by him, like a couple of mistakes in the laning stage, some of the matchups that he's not supposed to lose, he does lose those. I don't know what's the case. We saw him with that he had, I believe, a nosebleed as well. Yeah. So might not, feel as comfortable as well. Might be some little health issues, but yeah, all eyes on him. I think everyone's looking at him, and we were talking about the mid laners, like who's the best. His name definitely pops up.
Could also just be how they're playing around these runes and around mid lanes. Like we see some of these teams and it feels like every 6, 8, 10 minute rune is contested. And then if he's just, they're used to him being on an island with some TA or Ember getting his own levels, like playing solo. feel like he gets skirmished on sometimes and can fall behind. And that's where you need Jackie and FPZ to pick up that weight, which I do think if anyone has had standout games from Boom this tournament, it's been those two. I feel like the games they win, Jackie just looks like a beast. He plays some weird fighting hero, like the Ricky game he played was really good, I think, or that Juggernaut game. It's kind of unconventional carries, but he can go and fight and make some space for Yopaj, who wants to get to that highest net worth point and take over the game. But if that doesn't happen, then it feels like it falls a bit flat going into that mid game, which is not an area you want to fall flat with versus a team like OG, who they're going to have to beat in a best of 3.
Yep, and the good news for Boom is that after the group stages, they did have a day break yesterday. OG did not. They did play yesterday. As we focus our attention on them, they have played in the upper bracket. They got smashed down by TSM FTX. And to be fair, OG's playing with the stand-in. We still got to keep that in mind. They have looked good towards the end of the group stages for sure. But the fact that they're in the lower bracket is not super unexpected, I would say, while playing with a stand-in. Also curious to hear from Noto on how he feels before the upcoming series.
I mean, we're a team that always learns and always gets smarter, and I think we got a lot smarter. We grew a lot. Things are never ideal when you don't have a full roster, but I think Seb has finally learned to buy the wards, so I think this should be even easier for them. I blame the one loss on Seb.
Okay, well, that's one way of saying it. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in this best of 3 series. Has Boom taken the day off to fully recover and come out smashing here in the lower bracket? We're going to find out game 1 of this best of 3 series starting after this.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
It is OG versus Boom in the lower bracket of the Stockholm Major. This one series will decide which one of these two teams will actually play on stage for the playoffs, the rest of the playoffs, I should say. So one series between them and playing in front of an audience, which we heard Jopash says makes all the difference. And very curious to see how this is going to go, especially since this is a little bit of a continuation of a series that started in the group stages. Both teams coming out of Group A. Boom was notorious for basically tying almost all their series. And SPG, a team like Boom, if you would imagine that the series in the group stages were 3-game series, Boom might have just been on top of the group, right?
Or the bottom.
Or the bottom.
You never know how that works out. I imagine they would have done a little bit better. I think this is a team that is kind of one of those slower teams to start, and then once they start getting warmed up, they have more an idea. They're just very fast. I think Mushi's very good at understanding what his team struggles against and then adjusting for it. Not necessarily the best at going in game one and just, oh, this is what's going to blow this team away. So I would tend to lean that way as well. And at the same time, though, OG, no slouches in terms of learning and progressing over a tournament historically. They have some very capable coaches and leaders behind these young kids, so they lost a couple members, but they gained a couple rings.
Yep, and they also gained a little bit of speed, I want to say, Lacoste, in the games, because they've been playing a little bit more with the old OG flair in terms of tempo and maybe also in terms of chaos within the game.
I mean, changing your captain does do that. I mean, pretty sure that Seb and Notail still have some great ideas that they can implement into the game, but sometimes, you know, if you're used to something and then you change it last minute, it might affect you. But let's look at the first bans, Treant Protector and Brewmaster. They are respecting FBZ. He's Brewmaster not just this tournament, but throughout the DPC as well, and also Gamers Without Borders. He's been pretty impressive.
What would you ban at first phase for, though? CK? Like the only one that comes to mind. I don't even think that matchup's that unplayable.
Both of the teams seemingly having a lot of respect bans in general. It's not your typical standard bans that we see coming out, with also the Taiga Enigma and the Amar Razor being banned.
Io being ignored here as well.
Yeah,
so.
there's still, I think both teams are looking into Storm Spirit because he's not banned out. We've seen a couple of good combinations with him, either Pugna Storm or Coddle Storm. I think Pugna Storm might be even the best one.
I mean, Storm looks super likely now. You're going to pick up an early Monkey King like this. It's the biggest one that comes to mind. Maybe OG would prefer to just go more team fight route, but Underlord seems hard to pick here. So they do end up with Timber into the Monkey. I was saying if you want to go this Timber Underlord, I think that's the more comfort opener they're looking for, but you're doing it into this Monkey King right off the bat. Maybe Mushi just 10-headed him here and preemptively shutting down Amar's hero pool. Because the Razor gets banned, the Enigma gets banned for the lane pullback. What is OG going to throw in that off lane? The rest of Amar's heroes suffer versus Monkey carry a lot.
I mean, OG, they did lose yesterday against TSM FTX, exact same matchup. Amar did play Timber into Monkey King, and it didn't look good. It never felt like, you know, that Amar that comes online quickly. And
he did come back, though. His lane was really rough, but then at some point in that early mid, he came back. He was highest net worth, and then they lost after that.
The silencer effect, the position 5 silencer.
That's true. You think they'll ban it?
Probably not. But not sure. I don't remember Boom playing the silencer. I mean, that was also the first silencer of the tournament. 100% win rate on the hero.
Yeah. Sounds like a great pick to me. Stats don't lie, right? We do have the Shaker ban. That's what they paired up yesterday with the Timber.
That Shaker did not look good. I don't know if that was the silencer effect or something else, but
it was a hard Shaker game.
Yeah,
he's playing into Silencer to counter his initiation. He's playing into Night Stalker, which just has free reign on the back line. Let's not rule this hero out yet. You know, I still have some faith left in him. Not a lot, but a little, and it's another way to enable
the first Shaker of the tournament, and didn't look good. Probably
0% win rate.
Probably gonna stay that way. They do ban out Nyx Assassin. I'd say one of the better heroes against the Timbersaw overall, just to being able to set things up, and also against the Pugna, very easy to also jump the back lines, have the mana burn. they might be going for that Storm Spirit one more time, like banning out the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage did become a bit more popular these days because heroes like Pugna, Coddle, Io, like they have been very, very effective in this current meta, and having a huge mana pool, and then you have like no stun, so you
definitely a very nice
in a
Nyx
tough
meta
spot.
overall. Just a question of people believe in the hero enough. And I wouldn't be surprised for Boom to end up in some sphere where it's something like Grim Batrider or something along these lines in the second phase that I think OG has to keep in mind. I think we've been seeing this Bat go up in priority.
Oh yeah, and especially South American teams playing it on the off lane. I thought that's not doable, but been proven
decent.
wrong. It looks good, not just decent. It looks really great.
He chooses to ban the Grim instead.
Is OG trying to bait the Storm ban? I feel like this is OG telegraphing, hey, Nyx Assassin, Anti-Mage Bane, we're gonna pick Storm, but I feel like it's a bit of a pink elephant in the room. Both teams are very much aware that the hero is still in the pool, and I don't know, I feel like someone's gonna bait someone.
I mean, there's definitely some mid-mind games going on because OG has also played this Puck, which traditionally has been a pretty decent Storm counter this patch. So it could be one of these things they are going to leave all these mids in the pool and then try and bait out some sort of interaction between what Boom commits to and what they want in response. At the same time, we've seen people just jam this Storm Spirit Pugna into whatever and not care.
Yeah.
So it definitely could just be setting up for it. If you don't take it, we will. And if you do take it, we have a response. I do think Boom wants some sort of jump initiator here, someone who can start on the backline Pugna or lock down this Timbersaw into the Monkey Snapfire damage. So these Spirit heroes on mid, I think, are pretty decent priority for both teams.
For sure. Looking at the offlaners that are left in the pool for Boom Esports, there is still Mars. There's a little bit of anti-synergy with the Monkey King. Got to be careful about it. But I'd say FBZ has been really on point. Or if they want to go like the also instant stun with the Dragon Knight, then yeah, they do ban out the Puck that you mentioned. I mean, this is definitely like Storm or like Void Spirit, one of these two. Might be even the third Spirit, but yeah, they are setting things up for it. Most likely going to be Storm Spirit.
The thing is, it can get taken too, right?
Yes.
Like, they don't have the priority, so...
Boom can just ban out Void Spirit now, pick up Storm themselves, or vice versa.
And what is your response out of... It's like Ember or Invoker or something?
It must be something like that, because OG is smart as well.
Yeah,
they know
pretty
that,
sure both
like, they
teams
have
know
something
it's
prepared, yes.
Oh, of course.
So the Storm will still be banned.
And yeah,
so they do ban the Storm, go Mars. I think they could have taken Storm there. There's some interactions between Storm and Pugna that can be a bit hard. He's a strong save
maybe
hero.
they think this Snapfire, this is going to be mid in their heads already, most likely. So they didn't want another mid laner.
Seb Wind Ranger.
Well, you're saying that. So far, every time Wind Ranger was picked, it was Seb. But every time Pugna was picked, it was also Seb.
Well, he can play multiple heroes.
Sure, but
what,
like,
TIs.
do you want to have Taiga play the Pugna? I kind of feel like he should be on something more active.
I think Taiga's one of these guys who will play anything. If they think it's good for the draft, they think it'll pan out in the game.
They could
He's
also
willing
like
to play like all these weird things, you know.
Shift the priority. You have this just a lane thing, and then Seb gets the farm from position 4 Wind Ranger, because the hero does scale. Like, he did some amazing things with his shard once it's picked up. It's one of the better, I'd say one of the better shards that you can buy at 15-minute mark from what it does.
I agree. I mean, influence-wise and in terms of how much it changes the hero's impact, gives them a soft initiation tool or a way to just run up to people and gust them back. It's a very, very impactful shard, especially if you can get it that early on a hero that isn't really going to buy anything else anyway.
We've seen Boom get their hands on the Phoenix-Mars combination once more during the group stages, and they were able to crush that game. It was against T1.
A lot of team fight coming out from Boom.
Yeah.
Like, their sustain is also going to be pretty insane. Those two circles that we mentioned from Monkey King and Mars, and add Snapfire on top of that. Like, all these heroes, they do well with the CK and the illusions at every single stage of the game. I also like Snapfire as a response to Pugna, because what Pugna wants to do is just drain in the backlines. And he's very vulnerable to Snapfire ulti. Also, if he goes for the Cripify to try to save someone, extra damage from that it's pretty nuts.
There's a huge amount of magical bursts that can come out here. I'm not a huge fan of this CK pick, actually. I feel like the strength is heroes, you take him early, you force the responses, and then you can help him deal with him. When you take him later down the line here, already into what is kind of been telegraphed as this Monkey King carry. I think Monkey King carry is one of the few carries who can help you play this matchup the later the game goes. And then on top of that, they just have huge AoE from all through their heroes. This Phoenix is another classic SEA counter pick to these illusion heroes that they'll even play it offlane sometimes. It's not going to be offlane here, but they have a huge amount of confidence in this hero to be able to pick up the AoE magic department in that mid game. This is not the easiest CK game for him to just go in and start
really
shredding
rough.
people. Yeah, so...
And also, it's a very good Phoenix game. Like, they don't have the egg hitters. It's a pretty free Phoenix game. They also have Mars to be able to protect as well.
Is it
Cookie,
something they
Boundless
can
Strike.
solve with the last pick?
I'm not sure. What they're looking for is probably going to be the mid laner.
Yeah.
A lot of these mid laners are banned out. Lina, I would say, is the one that can deal with the egg and give them a little bit of like scaling potential. She does come online, especially with the new build, the like Soul Ring BKB. So you come online, you're ready to fight early on, skipping Boots of Travel.
We still have the Pango and the Ember Spirit still in the pool, as well as some other heroes that BZM has played this tournament. He's played quite a bit of different heroes, though.
I would lean towards the range damage dealer like Queen, maybe even Queen of Pain could come out here. I know people do not have faith in that hero, but they're just going to go Ember. And it's definitely decent for their draft. Windranger, Pugna, even Timber really need this setup here. And it's one of the things I always watch this OG team is where are they going to get the initiators and on who are they on? Because typically Amar is on a high damage dealer, not one of these traditional stunners. So it falls to Yuragi and BZM to pick up the slack. It's also why this Windranger support is so good for them, I think. It's one of the few heroes Seb can just go in and set stuff up for all his cores to output the damage.
Yeah, I think they're looking for like a bit more lockdown. I think Shaman is really good just because of the matchup on the mid lane. Snapfire against the Ember Spirit. Snapfire does love to play into that. And they don't have this like instant catch. Yeah, you have Boundless Strike, Cookie, Spear. These are not reliable stuns.
What if they just cheese them like Necro or something?
Into Pugna?
Still possible.
I mean, it's a Pugna support. You know, he can't do everything nowadays.
I mean, it's Pugna, one of the highest win rate heroes throughout the tournament. I think I said 30 games, if I'm not mistaken, with over 60% win rate.
That's quite high.
66, 30 games exactly.
Yep. There's the Void Spirit. They'll go for the standard one.
So we were thinking they were going to do these spirits in the second phase, but they end up going all the way late. So many mids get banned. The classic Void Ember trade traditionally was slightly more Ember favored, but I think it shifted a little bit. And again, this Boom draft is super well rounded. You have multiple initiators, a huge amount of team fight, AoE, percentage-based scale. I feel like OG has to execute pretty well to win these fights if all things are even.
I think Pugna is not going to have a good time in this game. There's so many heroes that just deal well with him. And they also didn't address the egg issue. Like, none of these heroes, this was the last pick, Ember Spirit, and none of these heroes are going to sit in the middle of the fight and try to hit the egg. I'm going to say I'm heavily favoring Boom's lineup here.
Well,
no faith in the Seb shackles, huh?
He's been really impressive.
The shackles of destiny.
I mean, they can still play around it. If Amar pops off, what is he playing into?
Amar is going to play into
Monkey King. Doesn't sound as easy. But there's always like lane shenanigans that you can do. But this monkey, like Jackie, as we talked about, he's been pretty solid. Like not too many mistakes being made by him throughout the tournament. And yeah, I'm putting a lot of faith in him.
All right.
To me, this will be a tough test of just how powerful CK is, because I don't think CK should be able to do as much in this position as a lot of those other games. High execution game from OG. It's what they're known for, though.
It is what they're known for sure. But it looks like Boom got a little bit of the upper hand in the draft of this first game. Let's find out how it plays out with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our OG versus Boom Esports. Fogg, we've heard from the panels for their opinions. It kind of sort of sounds like they feel like with OG, a lot of it's going to be down to the execution. Boom, overall, their draft, their lineup, it's just got that solid, easy to rely on team fight. Yeah. It's a scary draft from Boom.
Yeah, they got super comfortable heroes. It feels like the CK is very addressed, even when it was already picked up. But the one thing that OG does have is a fast-paced lineup that isn't really cooldown reliant that I can see. Boom, they've double down, triple down, quadruple down on team fight.
I mean,
while OG's about early aggression and trying to take advantage of those cooldowns in a way. But I do think it looks like a pretty uphill battle, especially for that CK. But we shall see.
And what do you sort of think of both teams' final picks? You know, the spirits that we've ended up on either side in the mid lane.
Lately, Void Spirit's been doing really well. He's kind of on the rise in this tournament. Ember, I feel like I've been seeing less and less of him, but it's BZM. He's very comfortable on the hero, and it does match exactly what they wanted to play with, that really fast-paced. It's definitely a good hero that they need to be able to address and go into the backlines. Get on top of this snap, get on top of the Phoenix before they get their ultimates off, especially that egg. But that's another thing, right? They don't have an egg hitter because of this. You know, I know Panel was talking about the lean-up potential that could have come out if they wanted to address that, but they went for a different style. They went for Ember instead.
Absolutely, yeah. Tims could have some huge impacts with the Supernova
Really
in these team fights. And that's the thing, as you say, it's the whole sort of show that they're going to be able to bring around that Phoenix Ultimate when it comes to 5-on-5s that OG, they've got to be super prepared for. If they get caught in an arena and a stun, the heroes are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think SVG had rounded it up at the end there almost perfectly. Kind of what I wanted to touch on is this will be the task of how kind of OP CK really is, right?
Yeah.
They picked it into some heroes that we've seen picked as a counter versus it. The Monkey King carry, we've seen a couple teams doing it. You got this Battle Fury Ags, you're able to match the farm and scale versus that CK in later stages. And even into something like, these Phoenixes. The percent damage was picked afterwards, but yeah, I think they saw this all coming. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see there with the bounty runes. Boom, they'll be able to get the favorable start. They'll take 3 of the 4 bounties as they turn up to the lanes.
Mid lane, under the tower. That's a fun matchup. Just BZM versus Yopaj. 2 kind of even matchup heroes as well, too, as SVG was saying. The Ember in the past maybe had a slight advantage, but I feel like this one's always been just a skill matchup for me.
Yeah, it's going to be very...
Yopaj is level 2 already, and he's already getting a lot of pressure onto BZM, so it's pretty significant.
There's a lot of damage. BZM, of course, he's got that first set of tangos and verifiers, so it should be okay. But it's going to be exciting to see both of these mids, what sort of impact they'll have on the game. Both BZM and Yopaj have had some pretty insane games here so far at the Major.
Yeah, I'm watching, kind of just seeing how these early laning things start out, just to see if OG is able to get ahead in the lane in particular in this game. I feel like that's something they are definitely looking for, because otherwise, playing with that lack of actual ultimates, and you're playing into versus Boom's lineup, I feel like it could be really painful if they are playing from behind, fighting around those early towers. Scamby gets a good early D ward. We'll have a bit of a level advantage up top now versus Seb since he gets that obs.
I mean, and what do you sort of make of the Timber Monkey King sort of situation when you've got them in the lane? Because clearly it was something that OG, they didn't care about, right?
Yeah.
They're still more than happy to pick the Timber for this matchup.
I mean, Amar is definitely comfortable playing into the matchup, but I think that Jackie's not upset by any means. It's not like you're going to get pressured as a Monkey King in laning phase by any means, and you will have that scaling potential. And this is their style. Boom. They really like playing this more like this carry that can get more involved early. Even if he's going to go for this Battle Fury build, we've seen Jackie in this tournament. He is so active.
Absolutely. He'll be turning up with half a Battle Fury done.
Exactly.
Now, if he sees the opportunity to get involved and get some action going, he's not going to hesitate in joining the rest of the boys. Bottom lane Tiger. It's going to tick down pretty low here.
Should be fine. He's got the fairy in the stick. Does have a salve as well, Tims. I think he used his salve onto FBZ before. He's got a set of tangos coming, though. How's our regen looking? Everybody pretty lackluster on regen down here. A lot of trades going on.
Yeah, Tiger will be getting some more out. Gonna step up towards the 2 of them. They'll lead him with the Rift on FBZ.
That minus armor. The Rift just really always coming into play. -4. Pugna's right clicks really do add up, and it's like they don't want to turn and go because the Pugna ward is down too. Every spell you use does hit you back harder than you hit them. It's pretty crazy. I think that's something that a lot of people overlook early on, especially the Nether ward base damage. Like 50 base damage plus that spell cost, you actually literally do more damage to yourself every time you cast a spell. So, as we see most of the time, Pugna, highest damage in the game just from Pugna ward.
Over in the mid.
Dead even.
It's literally dead even. Yeah, no, that's how close he gets here between BZM and Yopaj when they're on their spirits.
Scam really putting it to Seb in this laning phase. He's just bullying him. I think it is pretty significant that he got the D ward too, because he had that level 2 over Seb. He's always able to win that trade. And then it puts a 1v1 of Amar versus Jackie, where you see Jackie now pulling ahead in denies, especially since he's got that Jingo to work with versus a Timber. Amar's still getting his farm though. It's not like he's getting pushed out.
See a bit more focused around the mid area. 4 minutes.
First Taiga. He's thinking about it.
I mean, Tims wants to dive.
If he hits that Spirit, it's a kill. Seb? Ooh. Tried to refill the bottle, but I think he made a mistake. I think he messed up. Did he pass it over too quickly?
I was going to say, I'm seeing an empty bottle here on my screen.
I think he passed it before it ended up getting the regen. Oh.
There's first blood, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom lane, Tiger and Tim, they've really been going at it with each other. But at the end of it all, Tiger will be the victor for now.
330 movement speed. You know, the Phoenix, he got the dive in, but when you look at Phoenix, 280 move speed. Oh, Tiger was able to get in range quite easily. Now we'll see the TP mid. Since Tims did die, he's going to look to refill Yopaj's bottle. I mean, and he will actually refill it.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because of that situation with BZM.
He has to go to base.
He's got to walk back to base.
Yeah, that's a bit painful.
That actually hurts there. So, I mean, what you said, what do you reckon happened? Just the pass over was happening too slow after the TP in?
I think he waited. I think he passed it to the mid laner too fast. So what happens if you TP from base and they pass you the bottle, you have to give it a second so that it fills, because you still have that fountain on you. I think he gave it to the Ember before that it actually refilled on top of him. So it happens. At least that's what I think I saw.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those rare situations where being really good at the game and really fast with your actions can actually work against you. Yeah. You know, if Seb was a few thousand MMR lower, he probably would have been able to fill that bottle without some of the boomer reactions that people like me have.
Yopaj is 6 now too, so trying to take advantage of this. They're glyphing the wave, going for the kill on BZM.
They're going to see if they get the setup here. Remnant into the cookie, but BZM, sleight of fist dodge. To simulate damage, not enough to bring down BZM. TP's are coming in. Yopaj and Scam, they've got to back off. Seb, few right clicks, he needs another. Whoa, the pulse sits up in time. Protecting him for those final few right clicks. Tiger tries to reach in to get that last hit off. BZM, he'll still get the job done. Jumps in with the remnants. OG, they get the kill on Yopaj.
3v3 in the mid lane. Right around this power rune too. Who's going to get it? It's going to spawn top. BZM comes out ahead now after all this. Crazy how that ends up happening when they go for the aggressive play and Boom can't actually finish him off.
Easy courier here for Jackie. I mean, this is... There's definitely got to be some sort of concern here for OG. The fact that there is this Monkey King in the safe lane getting perfect farm. You know, Jackie, he's going to be on track to have an insane Battle Fury timing this game if they don't start putting some pressure on towards him.
They can, though. Amar almost level 6. That's when they can definitely look to go for this bottom. Tims.
He finally gets his revenge. But he should die for this one, Yuragi. Ooh.
He's got a rift.
Whoop. Tims making him work for it. But he still goes down. Yuragi also used the courier to tease around with the Phoenix.
Now they're trying to look to actually set up for Amar. Jackie, level 3 Jingu.
I mean, I don't know if these two have the damage to kill the tip. Oh, turn for Seb instead. Easy boundless strike there for Jackie. Sets up for Scam to jump in.
A big
slam
hit.
Down here on the head of Seb. Takes him out.
Coming out slightly ahead in the lanes is, I think we expected a bit here for Boom with the way that they set up, especially that Monkey King versus the Timber. Bottom, though.
I'm going to try and make a bit of a move onto FBZ, but Tims, he's around. So Yuragi and Tiger can't go as aggressive as they'd hoped for. So Yopaj, he's ready to dive. They've got the arena down, trapping Yuragi. They've got the spear connection as well into the Remnant. There's nowhere for the CK to go as he's completely controlled by Boom.
And it's a really good rotation. They still have the catapult alive. So this is going to put pressure onto this bottom tower. They also have Scam soaking mid. This is an excellent move from Boom right now. How's OG going to respond?
Seb continues to sit top to try and harass Jackie's Monkey King, but as I say, Jackie, he doesn't care at all.
I don't know if they can defend this. I mean, they're pinging it at the moment, but Amar is kind of low on resources. They might have to bring the Ember and the CK. Let's see. CK's coming down. Starting to de-push a little bit with Taiga. Okay, they'll be able to push him away.
And back over in the mid.
Scam.
BZM was trying to take Scam out, but Yopaj, he's got Scam covered. The sleight of fist won't quite catch Scam. Even if it did, there was only the second level, so it wouldn't have killed him. And a good move from Yopaj, keeping his support safe.
He moved back mid very quickly, making sure that he gets the power rune instead of continuing to play around bottom. I should think I like that move quite a lot. They could have maybe fully pushed and taken the tier 1 bottom, but I think he really wanted to make sure that Scam doesn't die and that he takes over the mid. Cool move.
Avamar is pinging the top tier 1. He's back to being on his own up here, though. He's hit the 6. He wants to get aggressive onto Jackie, but Skem's here to help Jackie out. Amar, he can't do this on his own.
Only has 2 points in the reactive right now, too. Did go for the 3 points in Timber Chain just to be able to get away from the Monkey King easier. Does make him a bit squishier. They are starting to ping him. It looks like Jackie wants to maybe set up for this.
He's going to have the backup of Seb, Amar.
BZM's starting to steal some stacks, but he spotted Yopaj. Seems to know this is up. 3v3 up top again now.
So who's going to commit first? Yeah, BZM. He's going to opt out of this area.
And they will finish off that bottom tower in the meantime. FBZ.
Yopaj clearing the stacks, finding himself a nice Fairies trinket. Still ready to hover around this top area, Scam.
Oh.
Some help there from the Centaur.
That may have maybe saved his life, potentially.
Nice. It's going to allow him to live long enough to get the cookie off. The power shot missed, so Scam is able to walk away.
Nice shackle.
Seb, he's in with the shackle. They're going to try and burst through Jackie. Get the Wukong's command off. The Jingu Mastery comes from him, and he cannot lifesteal enough against these 3 as they bring down the Monkey King finally.
Great rotation coming in. BZM just sneaking up there. I don't think they expected it. Playing pretty risky, right? The execution at its finest, as I think SVG was saying. Like, execution is going to be a big thing to watch for OG when it feels like they are playing into this really tough draft.
Yeah, they needed that kill. They have to try and slow down Jackie somehow, as he was having such a free start in that top lane.
And they're starting out to get their own tower damage, which can be pretty significant this game because they are a bit lacking on that tower damage. They do have Pugna, but as we've said multiple times now, you know, that 5 Pugna is very different.
See Jackie. He's going to look for the setup here. Boundless drains the pullback of the Remnant. They catch BZM.
What a chain stun.
A very quick jump there from Boom that BZM, he just was not ready for at all.
FBZ's getting the time of his life in the bottom lane now. The Mars uncontested. Gonna have a very early Blink Dagger. Also Phase Boots finished up top of the board.
And a brilliant game for the Mars, you know, as I mentioned with the draft. He gets in with these Blink Arenas, and the team fight is going to be incredibly difficult for OG to fight back against. In the mid.
Tiger.
Getting aggressive on Tiger, but not enough burst, and Seb's in with the TP, so Yopaj has to fall back. Same to be said here for Tims. He's already used the dive, though. Doesn't matter, he can still walk out of this, and TPs are coming in.
The pesky Nether Ward. They can't forget about that damage reduction.
FBZ's maybe seeing if he can get an arena opportunity here. The Remnant is going to grab the Pugna. They get the pull back, and straight away with the burst, FBZ can take down Tiger. As waltzes in, drops down an arena, takes the kill, and walks out.
Continuing to play very aggressive on the side of Boom, but not really pulling too much ahead, though. It's still very even game.
We'll see BZM. He's trying to get FBZ in return. Skem's got him covered, feeds him a cookie, and he's on his way out to safety.
Rallying the forces around the tower. OG making sure they do not lose that one here. Now we're seeing some stacks going on. I believe also OG stacking their own. Ancients now tripled.
Oh, good rune here for BZM. DD for the next fight.
That could be a game changer.
Is one of those explosive ones in particular for an Ember Spirit.
I think that they're trying to go for this play bottom, but it's under vision. OG sees it coming. BZM, as we said, DD's in the bottle.
Well, Seb's going to get jumped upon. Let's see what BZM can do with the DD. He's already lost Seb. There's the Slight Fist hits coming in hard. And FBZ tries to run, but enough mana's there for BZM to jump in with a Remnant and take the kill on the Mars.
That's a lot of gold.
Back over in the mid, Tiger. And he's met a bit of a nasty surprise here, trying to stand his ground against Jackie. And it's not going to happen, especially when the backup Tims is right by the Monkey King. Down bottom, BZM, he's still trying for Yopaj.
I love this battle.
But Yopaj, he's got backup. Skems in with the cookie. They've got the Remnant. BZM gets baited in by Yopaj. And TP in, and boom. It's just sort of these little interactions, these sort of responses and support moves that in those sort of situations where OG's cores are going for the kills, they're getting outplayed by the reaction of Boom.
Scam is so high level now. Level 8 on the 5-position Snapfire after some of these kills.
And I feel we're 13 minutes in, but Scam is... I've sort of lost count at the times that he's actually been able to catch BZM with these cookie plays. These cookies, and he's always on top of the Ember Spirit.
BZM has to watch how hard he overplays his hand there. Just getting chain stunned a few times now that we've seen. And this, I think it's pretty impactful that this Snapfire is having such a good game so early on in the levels. A 5-position Snap in this game versus the Pugna Ward. If he gets levels, he'll have Little Strider to deal with it. He has the Kisses that's going to be really good versus the CK as well as that Timber saw early on. They're going to get aggressive with this. I think this is the right move.
Yeah, they've got the ultimates. This is, you know, the combo. You know, we've seen sort of kills here and there, yet to have a fully fledged team fight now. It's absolutely time for Boom to look to bring it towards OG. Ooh, that was close there. Don't quite get in with the remnants, so BZM's going to be okay. In fact, maybe look at it going back in on this.
The Pugna Ward is down.
OG's going to try and lead in towards FBZ. FBZ trying to stand his ground, but Amar's got the control. Quick cookie to the side to try and break FBZ away from the team. He turns, gets the spear off. They have the kisses as well. Amar, he's in trouble. Locked down by the Boundless Strike. They get the catch on Seb as well. Seb cannot run from this. Joe Patch finishes him off with his Assimilate. Boom. They went looking for a fight. OG, they see them coming. And then they sort of decide that maybe we can take this back ourselves. They run back at Boom, but it all ends up working out for Boom perfectly.
The second that Boom gets out of range of that Nether Ward, they commit for the fight. Like, look at this. OG, I think they overextend just a tiny bit, and Boom's like, guys, we have like 5 different team fight heroes. Look at their draft. We can just full commit onto this Timber. There's nothing that OG can do to respond.
And again, Scam, great Snapfire play. As soon as he realizes the turnaround is going to be happening, he gets those kisses going. He knows the team's going to have to lock down.
OG just has to be very careful about how they play versus this teamfight lineup. They have to play around the Nether Ward. If they distance themselves from Nether Ward, Boom will just take the fight on top of it.
I'll see immediately Boom continue to keep the pressure up. The 3 of them smoked up and ready to go. They're looking for Yuragi.
It's an Arcane rune too.
See if they can burst through this CK. Got the setup to start things off. Remnant into the cookie, keeping him locked down and no chance of turning with a stun or anything. We'll see the jump for BZM. The Supernova's out. They've got to be a little careful because they're not going to be able to take down the egg here, OG. Yo Patch, he's able to run. The Supernova's done, holds the back. Scam finally gets taken out by the Sleight of Fist. So OG, they find something in return there. They take out Scam. He's a valuable kill, but still not quite the core maybe that they would have hoped to get in return for losing their carry.
They're going for more. Yo Patch, he's still hanging around.
Seb, he's been found. The setup, yours. Another Remnant, Seb. And he's going to get speared to the tree. No chance for him. As Jackie claims the kill, an easy boundless strike from the side. The carry's happy.
This game is constant aggression. 16 minutes in, 19 kills already.
I mean,
Rune.
See around the river that FBZ's going to try and grab it here. OG won't try and punish him for this, but the arena's down. Yuragi, once again in a dangerous spot. Put the Phantasm, turns to FBZ, pulls him back with the boundless. The kisses again. Scab immediately ready with the follow-up ultimate. As Yuragi dies at the front of the fight.
They just can layer their spells so often. They have so much team fight that we see like an egg up top. They commit 2 different team fight spells, and then they have another 2 or 3 team fight spells for this bottom fight.
The ultimates are just deadly here from Boom.
Especially onto Yuragi. That's twice now back-to-back that he gets brought down. As we said, it can definitely look to be a tough CK game. He's top of the farm, but seeing him now twice back-to-back, not easy for him to commit into a fight.
And just the speed and realization from Boom when they can turn and commit back with the ult. You see Scam gets into position, and as soon as he knows that Jackie's got the stun to go, the kisses are coming in, and Yuragi doesn't stand a chance.
They're even hunting again, looking for Amar, but he distances himself. I thought Tims was going to get the shard right away. I actually was looking at the Phoenix. I was checking to see if in that fight, if he had it. Looks like he's going for a BKB early. Bit interesting. I thought he just would immediately rush shard on Phoenix this game because it's so good.
See what OG can get in the mid. They've got FBZ. Surely he's dead this time, indeed he is. They'll be able to burst through the Mars. They'll look for more. They'll jump in towards Scam. Scam's away, OG. They'll settle for the tower on top of taking down FBZ.
Again, 13-8, but still seeing OG. Even though we're talking about all these big team fight ults and everything, they're still keeping themselves up in the gold.
And once Yuragi has got his next item, really, when he has the BKB and the armlet, then, of course, these sort of team fight ultimates that have been threatening him up to this point, he won't need to worry about at all.
He'll still have to worry about Jackie, because he is pretty huge on this Monkey King, also finding Brigand's Blade. The Battle Fury's done, so his speed of farm is going to increase that much faster than the CK now at this point. And going straight for BKB, so wanting to just completely commit into the fight.
I mean, he wants to fight.
Yeah, it's not about greed, as we said. Jackie, he did have, I think he had the XQ for a second, but no, he wants to fight.
Yeah, both teams want to fight. This game, it's very clear to see 8-13, 18 minutes in, less than 1k gold in it at the moment.
Another power rune for Yopaj, a haste.
He's going to try and tickle Seb here in the mid.
Just clearing out the wave. Scam. He's spotted in the back lines.
They're going to try and jump him. See if they can get rid of the Snapfire. They'll catch him. A great catch here for OG. We've seen how much of a nuisance Skem's been in these drawn-out team fights. They can get rid of the Snapfire. They know that they can try and push, get aggressive, maybe look for something else. And here we have it. Smoke up straight away. There's no OG.
Boom prepared on this high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Swinging FBZ over too. It seems like they know this is coming. 4 seconds till Scam.
Boom indeed, making sure they're not quite caught here whilst they're down 4 versus 5. Scam's back in play.
They don't want to. I mean, they were set up in that area if they got like them walking into them up to the high ground, but fighting in that area right now doesn't really gain them much. So I think they're backing up, finishing up these items. In particular, Jackie's BKB is the right call. That's very close to it. 300 gold till BKB's done on him. And it's going to be pretty similar timing. Yeah, him and Yoragi.
Now the Boom's got the full team back in. They're ready to collapse once more towards this mid lane. OG, they're prepared. You know, they're fully aware of exactly how Boom's trying to play.
Got to be careful how far they overcommit to. Do see that Seb, he's got the Gale Force. Just want to point out they got Philosopher's Stone on Seb. Also on the other side, Boom, they do have Philosopher's Stone. So these 4 positions, we will see them continue to grow during these passive moments. Playing around power runes continuously. Boom. Immediately dashing toward bottom. It's not the best one. They do have vision of Jackie right now farming in the jungle on the side of OG. And we'll catch a scan on bottom. Both teams just reading the plays.
And they've calmed things down. They're avoiding one another. And really is sort of just this period where, as you say, they're waiting for that next round of big items for their cores.
They both do have the BKB though, so I think both teams could look for the engagement here.
You see, he's got the catch. The Gale is going to start blowing Boom back towards their side of the river, so it's hard to follow up on that and go for Tiger.
The Nether Ward got placed. I think they try to kill him before it gets placed, but boom, it gets dropped down and they have to back away. Can't fight into that. And we do see, of course, looking at the Pugna, a very traditional build that I think we're getting used to seeing. The damage reduction, the Wraith Pact. Taiga is rushing it on this Pugna. So yeah, they'll have Pugna Vlad, something that we're getting used to seeing. It's something that's kind of strange, but makes a lot of sense. This damage reduction feels like it is going to be something that could counteract that, right? We are talking so much about how the CK, he's countered by all these big spells, the percent damage and everything that Boom has gone for. This could just be what actually turns the tide to allow that CK to fight through it all.
Absolutely, especially when you add sort of the pipe as well into the equation that Seb's going to try and build up for the team.
Oh, pipe? Okay, cool. That's a bit interesting.
So you're sort of just on top of that, or you're blocking damage, you're reducing damage for the team, for your CK. Make it a little bit harder for Boom to blow up the heroes in the explosive team fight combo they have.
I've seen Scam get a ton of D-wards this game too, but I've still seen that OG has had good vision, which is a bit surprising, even though I've seen so many of them done. Power shot to Scout, Seb. He seems to know something's up.
Piece continuing here.
It does.
Jackie. BKB done and towards the Ags next. Of course, same for Yoragi. BKB complete and he's looking for that Blink Dagger.
Ah, and a cool one. He's adapting a little bit. We've seen the Bloodthorn build in the past a couple times on CK. He's got the Mage Slayer done. So since he's playing into Void Spirit and again, damage manipulation, another thing, right? Just keep reducing the damage somehow. We're gonna have a Wraith Pact, a Pugna Ward, a Mage Slayer. I mean,
somebody do the maths on that. Once you've added it all together, it's still the numbers sort of imply that Boom's just going to be hurting themselves with their spells. It's going to be turned around that much with all these reductions coming into play.
It's going to be pretty impactful versus the Void Spirit. I think it's going to be tough at least for him to get it ever onto like a Phoenix in particular, because this Phoenix will be in the back line. But yeah, really cool pickup. And it just gives him magic resistance too. It's something else we can't just write off. It's not just about the spell damage reduction. He's going to just have that increased magic resist too. Yeah,
and that's the question actually. Can you Mage Slayer passive debuff the egg and reduce the amount of burn damage it's kicking out?
I do not believe so.
I don't think it'll be affected by debuff. You wouldn't imagine though. You never know.
Smoked up. Still no shard picked up on Tim. So I'm really surprised that he's just really committing for this BKB. The shard tends to be something we do see picked up a lot now, especially. The slow just is amazing, really. And since, as we've said multiple times, them killing the egg can still be problematic, so that Sunray could be huge during it. Yeah, we'll see. Boom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke's going to get dispelled here. Seb and Yuragi. Towards the river. Not interested in making the jump themselves. For OG, they want to be much more responsive.
Boom just feels awkward because they haven't taken out that mid tower yet. They can't actually make the moves that I think their lineup would have been wanting to do in fighting in these areas, getting more vision with the Monkey King jumping along. But yeah, this tier 1 tower mid is just really causing them not to be able to really pressure OG much. And we're seeing OG, they're farming really well. All 3 cores.
The biggest sort of difference really between Amar and FBZ when it comes to the offlaner farm. As FBZ has a Mars, really wanted to rely on getting more action done with that Blink Dagger pickup, but OG for the last 5 minutes or so at least, they've just not been allowing Boom to catch them by surprise.
And they're running. I feel like I'm just seeing 3-4 heroes running together constantly. And now Boom. All right. I keep saying Boom. We have something exciting. I shouldn't be doing that, but Wraith Pact is done for Taiga. So this is, as we're saying, this could be their timing. Just reduce all that damage, and then the CK just might not be killable. Same for Timber.
Well, we'll have to see indeed if with all this coming into an equation, if Boom's ults really don't do that much damage at all.
Oh my God.
Scam. Goodbye.
That was close. Shard now picked up for Scam. So another really strong Shard versus the CK, just because even if he has BKB, you can deal with Phantasm, more chain stun too.
This is it's going to be quite a nice pick up taking this tier 2 tower. This tier 2 tower is going to get on with the next push. OG indeed ignoring that and opting to try towards the Roshan.
This is a really nice sneaky move from them. Like Boom's like, wait, what's going on?
I was going to say, Boom's got to realize that they're off the map.
Yeah, they're like, nobody's showing mid.
Yeah. And ooh, Yuragi!
They get
the jump. They get a jump stone straight away onto Yopaj. He was not ready for that one.
Cookie's still on cooldown. Scam had used it before. Didn't have anything to save him, and now that is the Rosh. OG.
And with Yopaj gone, it's unlikely that Boom's going to be able to try and fight OG around this. A very, very quick move there as Yopaj, he wasn't ready at all.
That blink completely caught them off guard from Yuragi.
Yeah.
He did just get it, so. That's a painful one.
I'll see it again. The quick jump.
It was fast. It was right on top of him, so it didn't really have too much time to react.
Of course, Dissimulate itself was on cooldown, and that sometimes can be sort of the go-to responsive spell to try and dodge that sort of jump.
Yeah, it was both. They didn't have Cookie, they didn't have Dissimulate, so yeah, just it caught them off guard completely. They did get the mid tower out of it, and as you mentioned, bottom almost taken out from Jackie.
And try it, so they can get the kill on Seb.
He's got the hood, he's tankier.
As FBC's in from the side with the rebuke and the spear, they get the kill. But OG, of course, they'll try and take this fight underneath the tier 2 tag. Jackie pots the BKB in the Wukong's command. Jiragi and BZM going straight towards him. But he's into the trees, and he's off for the escape now. They lost Tims, and they lose FBZ off the back of trying for that tier 2 tower boom.
And now Yuragi's got that big timing that we always mention for CK. He's already level 20. So the BKBs that are out for the Mars, the BKB that's out for the Monkey King, he's going to just be able to commit right through these heroes pretty easily. Yeah, that's massive.
And you can sort of see that, again, the continued trajectory for the farm of the cores in this game. I think from Boom's side of things, it's really going to rest rather heavily on Jackie's shoulders to be able to carry as this Monkey King on his own, really. As the other cores, you know, the Void Spirit, Mars, just in terms of the concept of the heroes, they're unlikely to really ever catch up to the farm that OG's cores are getting in this style of game.
No, absolutely. And it feels like OG, they're kind of like throwing these supports out in front of Boom, and Boom's a couple of these times have gone for the kills, and it's really hurt them. Like, even though they get Seb, that is a pretty huge win for OG. It's happened a couple times, even like Taiga getting caught what looks like out of position. Yeah, it feels like OG's kind of just like, you know, putting the lure out there for Boom to take.
So we're going to set up around the mid. They're looking at Yuragi, but 3 minutes left on the Aegis still. Very hard hero to commit on.
He's tanky now too. He's got the Titan Sliver built on top of that Mage Slayer. And look at his magic resist. 49% magic resist on the CK.
That's a lot. Oh, he's going to try and get the jump in. Spear off the mark. FBZ's not able to send him back towards the rest of his team. Over to the side to get the Shackle Shot. He's caught Scam. Steve Tim's coming in with the Summary. They get the Wukong's command off, and they will be able to take Yuragi down once. And BZM couldn't get out at the ult in time. They've lost the Ember. Yuragi respawns, but he's straight back into a Remnant. The Yopaj has prepared as Boom They'll take this team fight despite the Aegis on the CK, and they're not done yet. They'll move over towards Tiger. Tiger taken down. Zamar is going to look to try and find some sort of trade here for his team, but he can't quite finish off Scam. FBZ's got the spear back up, pins Amar in towards the wall. Amar will opt for the TP out. They got anything to put a stop to it. They do. Boundless Strike back up and ready. Jackie puts the stop to Amar's escape. As Boom, they get the team fight they were hunting for, and in a sort of situation that was not easy to do. That was into the Aegis that Yuragi was carrying, but OG, they just couldn't save or protect their CK.
They got everything, just every single one of those team fight ults. Now this time they did connect. It did look like a good move from Seb to kind of start the fight off, but quickly ends in disaster. BZM low mana also just gets annihilated. I think he died almost instantly there.
That physical damage cut him down in a second there.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think he sort of overestimated how long he was going to be able to keep himself alive with that BKB, that magic immunity. BZM just gets destroyed. Back over in the mid, Skem. He's actually going to be able to get the cookie off in time. Popping the BKB, he really wanted Skem, but he's going to be off the mark with a sleight of fist. Skem, he'll walk off into the sunset.
As Jackie continues to grow. That was a huge moment, really, for Boom to just really start getting control of this game back again.
Massive fight.
Tim's almost has Shard. They have a Scotty soon finished up on Jackie. Everyone kind of just finished up one of those big items, and that OG really has to be careful. It still is this humongous team fight that Boom does have.
And back on with the next play here, Boom. Might be able to catch the bug. Yuragi's going to jump in. He's looking towards Scam. Scam will cookie off to the side. FBZ is going to opt to BKB TP out of this. Boom. They want to cut their losses on this fight.
Every time they go for the supports, it feels like they lose the fight. Taiga's still alive. He got the Nether Ward down. He got the Wraith Pack down.
Oh, it's got to be careful there. Did walk past the Aghanim's Monkey King illusions.
Crazy game. Back and forth. Jackie. We'll get the jump away.
Nice. He's got to be a little careful playing around. Well, Seb, he's got a few ways to cut him down, but he's off across the trees, and Jackie should... Yeah, he's very close to having his next item done. Trying up 1,000 gold, and that Scotty will be complete.
He is continuing to be huge, and it is eyes on him for being that true carry versus the CK as he continues to lead the board.
Yeah, I mean, that was really sort of the big damage coming out in that last team fight. It was when OG try and commit for kills, and somehow, suddenly they find themselves in the midst of a Wukong's command. That's when they know they're in a bit of a bad spot, and Jackie is going to take them down one by one.
Overwhelming damage, really, from Boom when they get everything. Every one of their ults off.
Yeah, and we see that being respected here by Amar as well with his build, picking up the BKB to make sure that he's not going to get trapped anywhere.
I think just to stop these chain stun too, as we've been seeing Boom so many times in this game that they are able to hold down these targets really easily, even the elusive ones like Amar. Boom. Getting aggressive again. And we're seeing Scam, of course, also going to be going for a Wraith Pact, which I think we're going to be seeing every game in this tournament very quickly. If we haven't already.
Boom. I'll look for these towers. Still, again, the gold so incredibly close
BZM,
overall. They get the jump. BZM,
he has a gem too. They just picked it up for him and he gets brought down.
I guess... I mean, they saw sort of them hitting the tower, but obviously they didn't have any vision around here. BZM, I guess he just didn't expect there was going to be more than Scam in the neighborhood.
FBZ was just perfectly positioned, either smoke or invis on the side there. He just jumped in and caught him. He caught a glimpse of him.
I mean, that's huge. As you said, with the gem changing hands there as well.
I think they just picked it up not too long ago.
Oh, we'll see it here. A quick catch, and once he's caught in that opening stun, as we say, Boom's got so much follow-up. And they're just straight down mid. They're going to start taking a set of racks here. As BZM does have buyback, we'll see if he's going to consider using it. Tiger goes down. Now BZM will buy back for this one, but Seb also caught in the arena, goes down. Boom, they'll take the mid racks. OG, they're going to be able to punish them at all for this. They'll burst through Scam. Mar cuts through to the side. OG, they'll focus the egg. They'll take it out. See if they can get more kills. They also find themselves FBZ. Look towards Jackie. Jackie, what can he do on his own here? He's into the trees. He's going to be able to Primal Spring pretty far away. The stun, of course, will eventually connect. The longest Chaos Bolt you'll ever see.
And he will get away. Buyback from BZM and buyback from Tiger.
And they still lost the melee racks in the mid, so Boom, they got what they came for.
Where's the gem? Looks like it's in the mid. Oh, I guess it's forgotten. It's in the right around the mid lane. Yeah, right there. I see couriers flying out for it.
Oh, yeah, I was
on
gonna
the side
say.
of Dire. Yeah, Boom's like, yo, we know they know where that gem is. I think OG didn't see it.
Yeah, looks like Tim's at least is definitely sending it out towards that area. Oh, it's been pinged.
Seb just walked right past
No,
it.
he didn't see it.
I know,
Seb, he
he's
didn't.
not looking.
Oh no, he's going to see it now.
Maybe?
He's seen it.
He sees it.
He's seen it.
Ha ha ha. He did get it back. He's like, oh, thank you. Didn't get the base ward. Didn't get to see that one quite yet. But to get themselves on the map, looking for something while the Mars is still dead. 50 seconds on Supernova 2, so OG perhaps looking to try something here. A bit risky still, because BZM did have to use the buyback before. But trying to at least get some aggressive vision down since they have a moment. And they will also get time to claim themselves an Arcane Rune. So maybe another thing that could perhaps change the tide of the next fight. Still seeing it. It can be hard once Boom is able to actually get off their ultimates. Still can be hard for OG to fight back. And Boom smoking. They want this fight. Jackie near 25.
I mean, this is the thing as well. BZM's just TP'd back to base. He laid down a Remnant. I wonder if Boom's going to be able to find that Remnant before he heads back over.
He has finished up the whole Aghanims and that Arcane Room. So it should be a really strong Ember if he doesn't die right away.
Junker was Amar. They catch him in the Remnant. He has got BKB. He's able to get it off in time. The Wukong's command's down. Tims gets destroyed completely by Yuragi. Jump forward from FBC, but they've all got BKBs up at the moment. No one to spare. They'll look to lock down Yuragi. His BKB coming to an end as he's trapped in the arena. Pinned to the wall by the spear. They bring down the CK. Jackie trying to stand his ground. BZM to the side. Jopash, he's controlling him here with the silence into the Yules. BZM, has he got anything else to jump forward with? He'll try and turn with the slight chains. Jackie opts to heal up off the creeps.
That vision they just placed, literally just from them smoking out, or moving out at least with the Ruin Ranger and getting the vision up, is what allows them to get jumps.
He's in with the blink jump. The Shackle's there.
And another one.
There's going to be a buyback now coming out from Scam. They need to try and punish OG there for getting that big kill onto the mid. See them jump for Scam, but Scam also going to get taken out. Mar with the triple.
Huge moves, and it's all around that vision. I really just being able to put those wards down before Boom was out on the map allows them to get these jumps back to back to back. Big plays.
Yeah, that blink shackle there from Seb securing a kill on Yopaj.
Quick movements though, look at bottom. They're already on top of Amar.
Mar, BKB still on cooldown for 7 seconds. Has he got any way out of this? He has the Yules.
He's tanky.
We're going to need to use it just with the chain away. In fact, they might want to go back in. Seb use the Gale to blow Jackie back towards him. Jackie, BKB at the ready. He's out of that. 21 to 22. Less than 1K. This game
super
continuing to fall so close right now.
You see that Boom is riding. They're drawing around this area knowing that OG has vision up there. They have to clear out those wards. They can't fight in that area again. As Taiga walks into Rosh and it spawns immediately.
I mean, Rosh is up, yeah, and with two heroes still down on Boom.
And the BKB on Jackie cooldown for 45.
Yeah,
I think OG's got a window.
As a full hex on Amar. As OG.
They still have this. They still have that deep vision. I think it's really going to be something like Boom. If they look to fight around this area,
we're going to see FBZ try and take some of it down, but Seb will respond immediately here with the shackles into the Gale Force. Try and use a cookie here to separate FBZ from the jump. Amar, he's ready to commit and goes in with the BKB. Big jump over from BZM. The BKB's out return from Boom's cause. As Boom will step out to the side, drop down the Wukong's command here from Jackie.
That means no Wukongs for the fight around Rosh.
And they all use the BKBs, of course, as well then. So now it's very hard for Boom to get towards this pit unless they look for some sort of incredible steal from Yopaj jumping in. But at the moment, Seb and BZM, they're keeping Yopaj busy off to the side. The shackle's there. Yopaj is caught in the combo. He's gone.
And the egg.
No buyback for him. They'll focus towards the Supernova. Yuragi, is he able to finish up? But he's not. The Supernova goes off successfully. Tims dives out to the side. Gem jumps in with the cookie onto Amar and Yuragi. But he hasn't got enough damage to do anything more than that. As there's 2 dead on Boom, jump forward from OG, getting the catch onto Tim, Yuragi cleaning up.
Wow, Amar just bodying, right? He's just jumping into the fight, forcing Boom to fight in that area, forcing them to use BKBs, use cooldowns in areas that they didn't want to. And then Sab getting some beautiful
These shackles are definitely getting in the head of Yopaj.
That's multiple times now they're able to get him. And I think he thinks he might be like, okay, because he's so far, but they have such easy ways to get on top of him with that Ember Spirit Ags and the Timber.
As we see, a successful Supernova, but really as we've seen all these sort of items and that OG's been able to pick up at this point, the combo, the ultimate combo that Boom have just doesn't hit the same as it would have done 15, 20 minutes ago.
It feels like most of their damage is going to be coming out just from Jackie. And in that fight, he had to TP out. As we said, BKB was still on cooldown, used the Wukongs in a bit of an awkward position. Then when he got back in, couldn't really commit onto anybody. Yeah, OG masterclassing the team fights around the big team fight ultimate, says Seb.
See if Jackie can take this out on his own. It's a lot of damage, but Seb was able to get the win run off. And with that in mind, he's going to be fine. Seb, able to survive. Jackie's going to have to head back because...
That's no Wukongs now for the fight. He went for a solo kill on the 5-position win ranger, so for the push now, he won't have that. 60 seconds.
Yeah, lacking a few of the ultimates. Supernova still on cooldown for 15.
Yopaj.
He's been hexed. Cooking him out to the side. Already, Yuragi was able to finally jump onto Tims. Tims might have to consider using the buyback here if they want to defend their barracks. 10 seconds until FBZ's back in. And the tier 3 down in the mid. OG on towards the barracks. Will Boom be able to bring any sort of fight before the melee racks falls? Jackie trying to slow them down. FBZ jumps in. They get the spear back on BZM. They're going to look to burst through the air, but they're taking him out. BZM's gone. Cookie forward, but Mar reacts in time with the Jackie. BKB. They've hexed the Monkey King. Jackie's in trouble. They can't get him out of this. Jackie's out of the game for 100. The kisses from Stem as Boom. They'll attempt to push him back the full, but another spear back. Again, FBZ. Huge catch onto a core of OG as he catches Amar. They may have lost Jackie, but this time round the spears bang on from FBZ as it will secure them 2 core kills, push back OG, and keep that mid-melee racks alive.
And a beautiful buyback from Tims. As soon as they kind of overcommit on OG a little bit, he gets that connection, the egg in perfect position. But yeah, all eyes on FBZ, really. Those 2 spears, so super clutch. Getting their lanes back out, still 60 seconds, no Jackie. Yuragi's still unbelievably strong, noting out that he has 6,500 gold on this CK. So for his next
item... he's got a lot of money. He's got to go shopping here. Yeah. I mean, that money's not going to do much sitting in his bank account.
He's lacking a slot at the moment because of that Aegis. We've seen the Arcane blink a couple times, so maybe he wants to just wait until he can have that slot available for the Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? The strength of the Scotty, in particular against that carry Monkey King, is going to be huge.
Yuragi finds a quick, easy kill. Delete Scam. Level 25 also point out on the CK, done. Yes, yeah, this CK, who was very addressed from many things that Boom seemed to have gone for in the draft. Yuragi still somehow finding target after target.
FBZ.
Immediately TPs. 70 seconds, no BKB on the Mars.
Still 2 minutes to push with the Aegis here.
Their lanes, though, bottom and top, kind of shoved in really hard on the side of OG. And oh, Boom maybe doing something a bit unexpected. Looks like they're grouping up potentially for a smoke. With only 4 heroes.
It'd be a bit of a risk if they do it before Scem's back up. They need every bit of damage they can get. And it looks like they leave the base here. 14 seconds until the Snapfire returns. Jackie's going to start leading out on the hunt.
Oh, Tiger smoke breaks.
I mean, Yuragi's going to get in, but immediately the BKB's there from Jackie. No time, but Tims, he's falling low. Tims, is he able to get his node off in time? He's not. Tims goes down. Yuragi falls in return, but he has that Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round. The Wukong's command surrounding him. They get the spear straight away. FBZ locks down the CK. A defensive decrepify, that means they can't continue to focus Yuragi down. Over to the side, the Hex onto FBZ. Jackie's been left behind. He's trapped in the middle. He's trying to lifesteal back up. The kisses from Scam do the damage to take out Yuragi. Dissimulate. Off to the side, Yuragi's trying to chase down BZM. A Boom, they've lost 3. It's just down to Scam and Jopaj. And Scam, he's got to run. Turns with a quick shot over towards Steps. Yopaj, he did actually manage to find BZM, but the Hex is there from Amar. Amar takes him out at the end of it all. Only Scem surviving. OG, just the 2 of them, Seb and Amar.
Monkey King did 13,400 damage in that last fight, by the way. Just to point that out, because they were standing under his statues the whole time, so it's getting cleaved up and everything. But the important thing is, OG just keep finding Tims. Every single time, Yuragi's got his number. That fight could have been really problematic. If Tim survives and gets egg off there, we could have seen a completely different result.
I guess, was his BKB on cooldown?
I think he just got caught.
He just didn't get a chance to get it off.
Yeah, he just got jumped too quickly from the CK.
And now we'll see the 2 of them, Seb and Amar,
Amar is playing like a baller this game, really. The Hex in particular has paid off dividends multiple times, but just his playstyle of running in and tanking every spell.
I mean, look at this as well. This lad's queuing up a Moonshard next on the Timbersaw.
Buy it for the CK, why not?
Hey, come on, it's Amar. He's buying it for himself.
He's got a Daedalus queued up as well. Click the Timber. He's got Daedalus queued.
Hey, dude, he's going right click.
I'm not like there.
It's Amar. He's gonna want to. He's gonna go Moonshard Daedalus. Let's go.
Committing scam.
What? Got the heal.
Shackle though.
Oh, it's a great shackle there, Seb. He's caught the two of them. As that scam down. See if they can take out Tims. Tims, he's got the BKB and still has that Supernova, so they won't be able to commit for him.
Jackie's back too. They gotta be careful.
I mean, you said they didn't have any egg hitters. Moonshard Timbersaw wants to prove otherwise. That's the plan here from Amar. Big brain stuff.
OG, they have all 5. Scam's still dead for a bit. I want to see what he buys.
I mean, well, you don't believe.
I don't.
That he.
No.
If you see this man buy Moonshard and use it on himself.
Yeah, we've seen his mantas and stuff, but when he builds like his manta and all that in Timber, it makes sense because he's versus like a bunch of things he can disp. I mean, this is just, yeah, it's just funny. Mid lane, Yopaj. They want him.
Oh. That's the BKB there, the threat of any further catch getting him. They probably just want to run his step. The Gale Force blowing back FPZ. They get the Hex off onto him.
He's got the aesthetic cap though, so that Hex lasts a lot longer, a lot less.
He does have that BKB if necessary. It won't be here. He's off in time.
DD rune in the bottle for BZM. Almost all. Shiva's about to be finished up, so an extra component to be able to perhaps reduce Jackie's healing even more that we've seen a couple times now. Jackie was able to hold his ground with the Satanic. A little bit more of that healing reduction could just make him not be able to stand his ground as long.
We're going to see a quick smoke move here from Boom. ROG going to expect this around a tier 2 defense.
What can they find?
All they really need is to be able to jump and delete a hero, delete a core.
Which they can do, as we've seen. Their chain stun has been on point this game.
BZM.
So BZM shows himself for a second.
Looking for that boundless strike opening jump forward from Yopaj. They're not able to get the catch on the Ember Spirit.
Oh, oh my god.
Oh my goodness, he nearly lost his tree there, but he won't. Over to the side, Supernova's going to come out. BZM and Seb, they're focusing down the egg. See if they can take it in time. They can't.
Oh my god, FBC.
The Supernova's off successfully. The kiss is in for the side. The Wukong's Command and Arena are down, trapping Seb in. As Seb, he's going to get healed up by Tiger. He's trying to save the Wind Ranger Tiger with these heals, but Seb still falls. 1-for-1 here between the two right now. Yopaj for Seb. See BZM try and chase. He's also got a DD rune here. These slider fists are hitting hard, but FPZ's in with a spear. FPZ, he jumps in. He catches BZM. BZM again. He's getting saved. Tiger keeping BZM alive. He'll get another slider fist out, but the God's Rebuke takes down BZM. He'll buy back. Look at it quickly. Returns the fight. The Remnant was down, so he's immediately back over. Triple kill as Yuragi's cleaning up Boom one by one. Boom. They've committed some buybacks themselves, but with Tim's going down, he's out for 80. No buyback. Over to the side, Scam. He bought back for this, but he'll also get cleaned up. Yopaj, he's got to hide. He better not breathe. They can't find him. He bought back as well.
The damage numbers in this fight are just insane. BZM and Yuragi just ripping target to target apart. The start of the fight was interesting too, because FBZ actually bulwark blocked 2 or 3 of the Wind Ranger hits in the initial start of the fight to allow the egg to go off, but holy crap,
that
what a wild fight.
You know, it didn't go great for Boom. It's could have gone a lot worse there.
Look at FBZ. Bulwark, that was 1 hit absorbed, 2nd hit absorbed, and that's enough to let the egg go off. This is just crazy team fights from both sides.
Yeah, and honestly, as I say, you know, in terms of the defensive plays, Tiger's just sort of throwing out these decrepifies, using the life drain. Even in the situations where they get the kills, making it that much harder, that much more focus needed from Boom to actually finish off these cores.
Yopaj, he's forced to use the BKB.
And here's the push. OG looking for their second set of racks, and they should certainly get that at the least. 30 seconds really until Boom's going to be back up with the full team. FBZ and Jackie not wanting to use their buybacks, of course, whilst they're this low on the death timers.
tons of gold to spend. Again, as we mentioned, OG gonna go back up and finish up all these items. An Arcane Blink now on Yuragi. Timbersaw, as we said, not going for the Moon Shardone.
Disappointed.
He's got
Disappointed, Amar.
Sensible man.
I was going to say, this is, probably Seb been on the squad, keeping him in check, saying, Amar, no Moonshard, not at least not now, not in game 1.
I mean, he definitely said something about it, though, because they had a giggle as soon as we saw it queued up as well. Boom. Still looking to fight back, though, Smoke, even though they're 20k behind. Seeing in these fights and still can be anybody's. Eyes really FBZ over and over again with these.
Yuragi! He's very, very deep here. And the rest of the team's starting to back him up.
Tims will use the rest of his BKB to clear out the vision. And FBZ now, a second set of ult. A second ult, BKB, as well as...
I'm going to tell you what, I feel for FBZ as well. These spears have been so fantastic.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see him get the shard,
That is true. He wanted the bigger picture, though.
Yeah,
right?
I guess he wants to go all in for the big one and do that refresher, but a shard would definitely feel rather nice if he's able to grab that next. I mean, already he's been landing these huge spears onto these elusive cores like BZM's Ember. Being able to pin 2 at a time would be pretty powerful.
Roche going down quick. He's got full ags on it as well.
I mean, can they really jump this?
I mean, if Amar... That looks like a pretty nice item for Amar with all the build-up that he already has.
Oh, yeah, this Roche has gone. Boom. They can't... Oh, FBC's going to try. He's going to try, but the Roche has already gone down. Yuragi's picked up the Aegis. The Axe is on the ground. And CFBZ was not quite able to pick out any of it up by the looks of it. Now with the BKB coming to an end, FBC could be in trouble. No, the arena's down. Yuragi jumps over towards Seb. They've got the catch onto the CK. They'll burst through Yuragi.
He's got Aegis, he's got Cheese as well, and his BKB.
And Boom themselves, they've got the Supernova from the high ground. So OG won't be able to force their way back up into Boom. And separate off to the side.
They reset really nicely on OG to avoid those ults. Boom has to retreat.
And they do so. Immediately out with the TPs. As Boom will get everybody out of there.
And they got every component of the Roshan too. The Aghanims goes to the Timber, the Cheese, I believe, and the Aegis goes to the CK.
Yep.
And I can't believe they retreat out of that area, not losing anybody.
I can't believe, Boom didn't lose more there. That was a very, very good escape from them. Pretty much all off the back of Tim's just covering that area with the high ground Supernova, making sure that OG couldn't get back in on top of them.
OG's gonna look for the fight though. Tim's, like everybody used ults on the side of Boom. Every single ult was used, even the refreshers and BKBs too. So OG, as we mentioned multiple times even earlier from the start from the draft, they're not really cooldown reliant.
Let's see what they can get done with this push. 29k ahead.
Amar is smoked in the base with this Hex, and as we said, with the Aghanims, he has a massive amount of damage now too.
I mean, they might not expect a Timbersaw coming in from this angle.
Aye, look at him. He's sneaking. Oh, man. I love when it pans the camera to them when they're like deep behind the base, just perfectly calm as well.
Oh, FBZ. He's got to put the BKB for that one. Tries to get a jump onto Yuragi. Over to the side, the Hex from Amar comes down onto Jackie. Deep Remnant here from BZM, who goes straight towards the backlines. Does get caught out by the initial stun, but now the BKB's there for BZM. He'll continue to chase back Boom, push them back towards the fountain. FBZ has been caught, but the Wukong's command's down, so OG's got to be careful how they commit into this.
They're just playing outside of it. They're just taking out the rack slowly.
Got the kiss here, Seb. He's in, he's got the shackle off one of the 2 cores. He's caught Jackie and he's caught Yopaj. Jackie in trouble. Jackie goes down.
So many times we've seen double shackles from Seb in these fights. This is craziest. On to tier 4.
They've got a buyback from Jackie, but there's no buyback available on FBZ. The tier 4's going down.
No Wukongs, no BKB.
Exposed. Have they got any further fight to have? Skem is going to get dragged back by Yuragi. Skem goes down. Boom. Held in the fountain as OG, they'll look to close this game 1 up. They're on towards the H and they'll let Amar deal with Boom around the fountain. GG is called. OG will take this game 1.
Alright, holy crap. What a game 1. We're in for a treat for this series if that's just game 1 really. Just team fights after team fights after team fights. OG somehow pulling ahead with just some clutch shackles it felt like in some of these fights really from Seb, but target priority I feel like was the name of the game. Yuragi, I feel like he really had Tim's number so many of these fights. Same thing for Scam. We see the 2 supports on Boom end up with like 12 and 11 deaths in comparison to everybody else. They couldn't get their ults off in decent positions over and over again. I really feel like OG just really got on top of them every single one of the fights.
Yeah, OG just did that excellent job of slowing down the game in that mid-game portion that meant Boom, they just couldn't get as much as they wanted when they hit sort of these blink dagger timings on FBZ and such. And as you see there, some fantastic KDAs. Amar popping off on the Timbersaw. Perfect itemization between really sort of his hexes and Seb's shackles. the single target lockdown meant that every single fight, boom, they were having to start with someone completely under control.
Yeah, and I really think like something we keep talking about so much at this tournament, but just like this little invisible impact that we saw so much, this Nether Ward damage reduction, the Wraith Pack damage reduction.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like Yopaj did 33,000 damage in this game. The Pugna did 40,000. So just like to put in relation, his damage was probably so heavily reduced because of all of that definitely made a big impact.
I mean, yeah, you sort of see it on the reductions on the screen. Everyone on OG's damage intake being reduced by pretty much 40 to 55%.
Yeah, that's
in comparison to sort of the numbers on Boom. Yeah, that's a huge difference, right?
Yeah, reduced, let's see. So just going down quickly, it's like 54, 40%, 55%, 40% for OG. Reduced damage taken. On Boom, it's like 26% reduced damage, 24%, 38%. So
absolutely, yeah,
I think that's a huge difference.
Yeah, smart stuff. And it's that, you know, if you were going to reduce this sort of damage against any sort of team, it's going to be against Boom, right? Because you know that Boom, they're going to look to fight. They tried to do it here. They weren't able to get the win as OG. They'll lock down Boom here in this first game of the best of 3. Game 1 goes to OG.
What a fantastic way to start this series. OG take it indeed. I bet after a game with 72 kills like that, they need a breather. I know you guys need a breather. We need a breather, but we'll discuss this game after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
There's a lot to unpack here in the first game of OG versus Boom, where OG was victorious. I'm here with SVG and Lacoste, and I want to jump right into it because we ended the draft saying that Boom kind of won the draft. However, OG had a lineup that was a high execution lineup. And as SVG said, OG, if you're going for a high execution lineup, they're a lineup that can execute.
Are we in band?
Yeah, SVG. Say that again.
I'm getting ganged up on. Are we in banned Wind Ranger territory?
I think so.
I think
in
we
the
are.
green room. It feels like it. It's his comfort pick, and he did a lot of work on that Wind Ranger position 5. I mean, those Gale Forces to be able to set up the shackle so many times. His itemization as well, going for the pipe relatively early from position 5, an item that we usually don't see, but he understood, like, if we, like, this is OG, you know, damage reduction. They had the Pugna Ward, they had the Wraith Pack, they had also pipe on top of that. Like, even Yoragi, he bought what's that thing called? Help me out, Slayer. There we go, Mage Slayer right away. So a lot of damage reduction on top of that. And that little skull in the middle of the fight, like, no one is focusing him down. Maybe Snapfire can do it, but she has a job to be able to, like,
you don't have to think about this in the fight, you know. You got better
like,
stuff to think about.
You're killing heroes.
Yeah, you're getting 2-man shackled, someone's getting reality rift, you're not going to have time to hit a skull. So I tend to agree. When this Pugna hero comes out, you have to start thinking about it. Honestly, the way this tournament's progressing, it just feels busted to me. Like, if you have to deal twice as much damage as the enemy to win every fight, good luck.
And we saw actually Jackie on his Monkey King. We have a highlight clip of this as well. This is the fight that you guys chose, because it was a fight where the Decrepify played a big role, but you also see Monkey King spending a large portion of his time actually focusing down the skeleton. Skull, not skeleton.
That's very difficult to see.
He's trying to hit it.
He's trying.
But
yeah,
here,
we were joking, but you know, this Echo Saber might be the thing. Like, might be something. Anything that has a high attack speed in this fight might help out. Little Shredder's good to kill the Pugna Ward and the Skull, but Snapfire wants to keep the distance, use the ulti, and we've seen the clutch, the Crepifies coming in. Was that Pugna or was that Pogna? I don't know. That was some really nice.
Been saving that one for some time, huh?
Yeah,
years since Pugna's in the meta.
Since yesterday,
You've been sitting on that. This is another engagement where we're just gonna see that damage mitigation come into play later. Like, they get the egg lives. They spend the whole time trying to hit at the bulwark, saving some of the Wind Ranger shots, and still doesn't matter in the end. Like, Seb just tanks all this. This is a 5 position.
No, look at Pugna
in an arena. Snapfire ult, Spear, Monkey ult, getting hit.
The Crepify and the Life Drain.
Yeah,
like, Taiga's positioning has been god tier in this game.
Perfect.
And also itemization as well to be able to get the Eon Disc later on. Like, Eon Disc is cool. It might be sometimes tricky because it can get procced. Usually you're trying to heal someone and then your HP drops down below the threshold. 1 tick of damage is going to proc it, but he played extremely well. I think the problem for Boom was also them not being able to take a tier 1 tower on a mid lane for a very long time. Like, they tried their damage, like tower damage is not there, it's just non-existent, so they needed to take a fight before, and OG, they understood, and every single time they kept, like, there were 4 or 5 man people near the tier 1 tower just to be able to defend it.
Yep, we started the series also off highlighting Yopaj in the pre-game for this one, and we want to match him up to BZM. They both played Spirit Heroes. They had quite a different impact, even though the laning stage was incredibly even, right, SVG?
For the most part, I think Yopaj might have even been a little bit ahead there going into that mid game, but damage done, or rather damage reduced probably. It's just 2 heroes to 1 here.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think Ember, this is a hero that they might have also taken away from Boom, I think, in the end, because I think they would have preferred to end up with that last pick Ember in a game like this, who's going to probably do a bit more consistent scale damage, whereas Void Spirit's more single target focused. So kind of getting the better end of that end exchange where we're talking about these spirits going through the draft, who's going to end up favoring that exchange. I think OG got the one they wanted. Obviously they had first pick, so that's like easy to say, but I think there's some world where Boom could have taken a spirit hero earlier and might have changed the outcome of that draft. But ultimately, to me, that game is like, it's CK Ember playing into a bunch of heroes that can deal with them. But the way they're going to deal with this CK is through the damage. Phoenix is a pure damage hero. Right, this monkey needs to be able to, I mean, everything in Dota is a pure damage hero, I guess. Like, they're only going to deal damage. But I feel like their CK counters were not utility dealing with him, right? They're not going to be able to jump him and burst him first off some stun.
Yeah.
It's like dealing with him once he commits to the fight. And the problem with that is once you're committed to the fight, damage reduction makes it so you can't win that fight.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights during this first game of the series. So I can only imagine that there was quite a bit of noise as well, because high pressure moments sometimes make those voices go louder. I wonder if that was actually the case. Slacks, how's things at the Player Hotel?
Things are great at the Player Hotel, Shiver. Yes, we'll make this a quick one. The boys are getting back into the series yet again. OG, very excited, very pumped up. They're sitting in the booth. They're all crowded around. I'll let you sneak in there. They tend to look over whenever I show up, so I don't want to... Okay. I will say, though, Seb has eaten like 5 bananas today. I don't know what the deal is. He's like high on potassium or something. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to have that many
monkey
bananas,
business
but...
days.
Yeah, it's the monkey business kind of style. The Kai won't stop eating bananas. Everybody else is doing a good job in there. Boom boys, the boom shakalakas, if you will. They skeeted out of their tent pretty quick. Mushi had a big talk with them out in the hallway. It seemed pretty positive. I think they're ready to go back in. Definitely not as positive as OG, who was literally high-fiving and laughing, which is what they do every single game. But I think, boom, they're getting serious. We might see a different game, too, coming out here, Shiver. The situation is getting do or die, as one of these teams will be going home.
All right, thank you very much for that, Jake. Indeed, we'll hope that game 2 maybe looks a little bit different, because we're used to Boom at least taking it to a third game of the series, or at least tying the first 2. So would love to see that, especially if it's going to be somewhat of a repeat of the first game in terms of action-packedness. We're going to find out, though, because game 2 of the series after the break.
To Who Am I? It's a simple game, but it's an exciting one nonetheless. I am going to present our good friends from Boom Esports. I got Mushi, I got Yopaj, with some Dota-related thing. It could be an item, it could be a hero, it could be a team, it could be a player. All they will be able to do is ask the other person, or me, a question, and we can only respond yes or no. Eventually, hopefully, they figure out what they are on their head. So, looking at you, Japoi, what do you remind me of? I'm thinking... Please do not judge my 4-year-old handwriting. I write like a child. Don't look. Put it on the forehead. And now let the questions begin. What do you think you are?
Am I Rush?
Wow, you're really starting with a very specific question.
Is it Dota thing?
Yes, it has to be.
Support?
Only yes or no answers. No.
Hero?
No.
Item?
Yes.
Gem?
No. Wait, you go so specific.
Is this a core item?
Yes. It's a good question.
Mid item for the core. It's like BKB?
No.
I can ask, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can keep guessing. I feel like you can get more hints with other questions, but if you just want to name every single core item in the game, go for it.
Okay. Is this my hero?
The hero?
Yeah.
Is an item.
Ah, yeah. Forgot.
We're regressing.
Dagger?
Yes.
Wow. You got that out of nowhere. I'm impressed. Mushi, I got one for you. Let's begin. Who are you?
Hero?
Yes.
Undying?
No.
Why do you guys just immediately go for a guess?
Strength?
No.
INT hero, intelligent hero.
No.
Agility?
Yes.
Okay, by process of elimination, if it wasn't strength or int, did you really need to ask the third question?
That's what I'm trying. Mid hero?
Yes.
Templar assassin?
No.
Yeah, you guys are playing TA mid in Southeast Asia? Are you trying to read through the note card? I see you looking up.
No. I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking. Am I blue? No. Am I red? No. I'm gonna get them wrong. I'm gonna just ask them.
We've run out of primary colors.
Am I dark?
Yes.
Shadowfin.
Yes.
Wow. Well done. And that was another edition of Who Am I? With Boom Esports.
Today our team atmosphere is really good. Everyone is really excited to play, and yeah, everyone been very positive, and yeah, we just want to show a good gameplay today. We are optimistic that we will do better than what we did in the group sets. So yeah, hopefully we will win.
Well, they got a long road ahead of them because they are one game down now against OG in this lower bracket series between them and OG. And the first game was quite a great watch as a Dota fan. As a Boom Esports fan, though, you probably want a little bit of a different result to those team fights. We're going to find out what adaptations will be made in game number 2 as we are in the draft. I'm joined by Lacoste and SVG. And we have Boom Esports on the Radiant side this time around. In terms of bans, what we got going here?
Pugna,
Monkey
get out of
King.
here.
And still, actually, Boom doesn't change up their bans because they still go for Razor and Enigma. And we got OG this time, of course, overall last pick and second pick Dire in this game.
Yeah, last time around, OG, they did ban out the Train Protector, one of the heroes that is relatively popular in just Southeast Asia. But yeah, they're going to open up with Mars. I think FBZ had a pretty damn good game on this Mars, like his spears, Aegis respawning spears as well. But the problem was this Pugna, and OG got rid of it, so there's not going to be at least that kind of save in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, one of the highest win rate heroes. We saw why that was in the previous game. Curious to see if we're going to have a Wind Ranger banned out in the second phase as well.
Take it here.
No,
Bam.
they take it here. Okay. Statement made.
I mean, I would have taken it there. And I think this Wind Ranger Timbersaw combo is nice. Usually you lane these together, but even if you don't, you're seeing once that mid game kicks online, Seb blinks in or runs in, shackles a target. Gives all the time in the world for Amar to run up, throw his chakrams, throw his Timber Chain in. Again, this OG team really wants heroes that can set up the damage for their cores, and this Seb Wind Ranger has been their best one.
That's true.
I'm unsurprised to see them up the priority.
It's also very elusive as a hero, so if you want to commit and then Vendron comes in, you are heavily committing to try to get a kill on position 5, and you're out of position then.
Is there anything you can do against it? That's like, oh yeah, that's great against Wind Ranger?
Pick Chaos Knight.
Sure.
Perhaps the best performing carry of the tournament. So yeah, you give him a Wind Ranger, but you get something that's arguably something OG has to try and address at least.
SVG, am I wrong, or are those two strength heroes into Timber? I mean, like, one was a counter pick, but I feel like they might struggle a little bit dealing with the Timber.
All right, hear me out on this.
All right, I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Normally, people give OG Amar his Timbersaw. They try and counter it, right? They pick 4 or 5, make it the hardest Timber game ever, and they lose. So instead, Mushi, you know what? I'm going to give him the easiest Timbersaw game he's ever had.
They're just going to ignore him.
And he's not going to know what to do with it, and he's going to crumble.
Yeah, he's going to be so far ahead 10 minutes in that he's just going to keep feeding them a lot of gold. The good old Pinata strat.
If you kill off the entire support system of a Timbersaw, perhaps, you know, you leave him to the last. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see where this goes.
What is Tim's trying to do?
What is he trying to do?
Yeah,
what is it? Whispering funny jokes. You know, you gotta bolster the confidence.
I feel like Mushi's the school teacher with the pupils. You know, they're making fun of him behind his back. He's about to turn around and slap some discipline into the ranks.
I was really hoping for some Tim's Mirana during this series, by the way, but I don't think we're gonna get that. We have OG betting out the silencer.
All right, that was a Mars call. I feel like that was him. You know,
Yeah.
like, well, I couldn't play the game the other day, yesterday.
I don't know if Boom would have picked it, but I guess they're protecting him a little bit.
This is why we love international lands. Like one of these heroes that has not been touched suddenly is like ban worthy.
Yes. I mean, the Shaker ban in the previous game definitely was also a surprise.
I mean, to be fair, I personally don't think it is ban-worthy. But
Hey, Boom thought it was ban-worthy. Was it Boom? Yes, Boom thought it was ban-worthy.
it is an annoying hero. If you're not accustomed to playing the backline jumpers, you don't want to play like some Night Stalker. You're already locked in with cores. This is a very annoying hero to skirmish.
Speaking of annoying heroes, couple are removed by Boom as well. A lot of cores there with the Pango, the TA, and the PA all out of the picture.
I wonder if OG just wants this Ember Spirit again, though. I feel like they liked the interactions of, again, having a mid who can set up for the damage fallout, particularly this Wind Ranger Timber, already kind of synergizing decently with it. Doesn't mean they have to take it on this slot, but I feel like they're aiming towards it down the line at least. I also feel like this OG team is very much when they find the cores they feel good about, they just start jamming them. They don't care about anything. When it's Razor first phase, they're going to pick it till it gets banned. Samar Timber, they're going to pick it till someone bans it. Earthshaker, they're going to pick it till it gets banned. Lacoste's favorite hero of the tournament.
0% win rate, but yeah.
Only one game, though.
It might be Taiga, you know, calling for it. He's like, yesterday I did not have a good game, and now this silencer makes even more sense because he did struggle. It was very difficult. You also mentioned that he played into Night Stalker.
Yeah.
But this time around, I mean, they do have like Mars, CK later on. Like these are BKB heroes and also the Blink heroes, so they can be the one initiating. But if he finds an opening with the Earthshaker against the Illusion hero, and Tim's is a creep. He is, you know.
All right, instant Coddle Storm coming out for Boom.
It seems like he's telling his teammates stuff, and they're like kind of annoyed. They're like, "I'm trying to pay attention to the draft, man."
Yeah, he's definitely not saying anything related to Dota or the heroes.
I think so. Tim's is one of the more experienced players playing on the team. I think he's just trying to keep spirits high, like alleviate some of the pressure that comes with playing an elimination series at a major.
He's playing the class clown, you know,
Yes.
trying to lift the spirits, get him happy. Mushi is 100% focused right now, getting distracted.
So Tim's has full trust in Mushi. I mean, the whole squad does, and he's keeping people, keeping the spirits high. I think that's very important. We got ourselves a couple more picks on the board, of course. Now we have a Puck versus Storm. We were already thinking that was going to be a matchup in previous games, so it doesn't come as too much of a surprise. Keeper of the Light, Storm. Nice combo.
Still strong.
Still strong.
This is the one Storm combo I think can still destroy games, and OG do get their Puck answer, which has been their go-to for this Storm Spirit the entire tournament. I think it is strong. You have a lot of tempo interactions. You can drive the network differential early, but once Storm gets BKB, he doesn't really care too much anymore. And now they have a hero that can jump.
Item
and now they can jump this Seb Wind Ranger and take him out first, because that is their biggest priority for sure.
I've seen Pucks in this tournament, haven't been like really impressed. I don't think Puck is the hero that just like wins you the game. It's a good Puck game overall. They don't have like this instant stun. Storm might be able to like try to catch him, but I want to see the first couple of rotations, how that's gonna go. Using the coil, but you also need to bring extra people because the teams here are so insanely skilled that they know that, like, they read the situations when the Puck's gonna be 6, so they also bring the numbers. So there might be like 3 heroes mid lane when Puck hits level 6 just to be able to secure the kill on Storm.
Definitely a matchup you can skew very heavily, particularly if you want to abuse the Shaker roam. Like, I can definitely see OG trying to play for this 2v1 mid, try and force Boom supports to come and try and help this Storm while this Timber just 1v2s. Like, even, this is a team that's fine to let this Timber die once or twice. They don't really care what happens to this guy on lane, as long as they get what they want out of their other 2 heroes. This is
Do you
something
think
Boom has to
Timber
think about.
is addressed enough with these 4 heroes? Or last 2 that were picked after?
I mean, it's about as good as you're going to do in this phase, right? Like, unless you just want to pick some Bat Rider and hope he doesn't get counterpicked, you know, it's kind of like, what are you going to get that's better? It's a lot of spell damage, a lot of amp. Coddle can help you kill this hero very fast. I think CK can be okay versus hero. We've seen this hero just play into all his counter picks and be fine. You have a sustain mechanic on lane. I don't think the lane's the issue. Maybe just the mid game when Timber gets super tanky. And again, OG with this long range fissure, long range shackle that can come out into the puck and Timber spells. That's what you have to be thinking about. So either you jump them first or you have saves. They don't really have any saves. So then it's a question of what's your other support that's going to help you take these fights, I guess?
If there's one hero
for the Phoenix
that I'm thinking can bring down Timbersaw, most likely going to be from position 4, might be even 5. Something like a Tusk, but then again, you're playing into Coil. There's so many stuns. I'm just thinking about the tag team to be able to like just kill the Timbersaw, even if he's like in your own.
I got a throwback for you. What about a Tim's Earth Spirit? Looking pretty juicy, I think.
Speaking of support heroes, also still want to point out that Treant was.
No, I'm just thinking, it's been a while since I saw the Earth Spirit being picked. It's relatively popular in South America.
Maybe that's what he was whispering the whole time.
It's like,
hey, you think this is a good Earth Spirit game? Recommended to Mushi.
Yeah, because he can't say. He's like,
of course,
someone else should do it.
See, then when he brings it up now, he's bringing it up now. He's like, it is a great Earth Spirit game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And everybody else is like, yeah, I agree. Now it's going to get picked.
Oh.
Now you put it into my head, and now it doesn't even sound that bad.
I think it's pretty decent.
I mean, Tims can do the same thing.
It's his like signature hero, right?
Yeah.
You're in an elimination game. You want to bust them now. You're going to style on some kids, show them who's the better four. Look, this guy's like.
It will be a Rubik.
Rubik's the other green hero, so that was pretty.
Yeah,
close.
yeah. You mixed up a couple of rows.
So in terms of steals, Shaker obviously has some great, stealing Fisher is great. Other than that,
pure damage from Timbersaw against them was always going to be effective.
Chakram.
Yeah.
You can steal a Shackle Seb.
True.
Some morale points. The Fissure, also the insta-lift for Puck, pretty annoying. You can steal Silence and Coil, which also debilitate this hero and debilitate the Timbersaw. So it's definitely a very strong Rubik game. My question with this hero is always just, is it too greedy? Because this is a hero that tends to play for himself, itemize for himself. Like, you don't want to pick a Rubik and then have to go Glimmer Force Staff a lot of times. I think there's just better heroes to do that. So, this Coddle can enable some of their heroes, but outside of that, it's a pretty greedy lineup. And Morphling.
It's a really good Morphling game. There's no silences. There's like some stuns, but I feel like with the backing up of the Shaker, they should be able to protect this Morphling.
It's an interesting pick. I'm not sure it's the carry that would have come to mind for me into Chaos Knight, which is an illusion-based carry, into the Storm, who can insta-jump him. Rubik benefits even more from the Morphling pick. I think there's some things that go towards Boom with this last pick, Morphling. And this isn't Morph Shaker of old. Combo doesn't exist, right? So you don't get that benefit either.
Maybe they didn't get that email.
Yeah? They didn't check it?
It's a possibility with OG. You never know. Yeah, like carry-to-carry matchup is not that good for Morphling, but maybe they think the other 4 heroes have enough to deal with the CK and the illusions, especially since I don't think this Timbersaw pick was addressed enough. I still feel it's super strong. Like, this is the first pick Timbersaw that they didn't pick any of the traditional counters to him.
Sounds like you're about to vote for Earthshaker.
Yes. Well, that's well, maybe I shouldn't. I just made
now
a
you're
good
switching,
case for Timbersaw. But I'll let you go first.
I am going Tim's Rubik.
Okay.
That's who picked it, right?
Yeah, that is
Tim's Rubik is going to destroy this game 1v9 against his own team.
Also, Timbersaw. I'm going with the Timber. I think he has it.
All right, we'll find out if we're going to have a third game to this series or if OG will take it 2-0. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 now ready to go between OG and Boom. Fogged, what do you make of this? We're getting to see that Shaker come through again here for OG. I think last game it ended up decided 115-4, not the best of KDAs. Do you think we're going to have a chance of seeing it do a little bit better here today?
I would imagine so. I mean, it would be tough to not do a little bit better for sure. This looks like a throwback to when we used to play back in the day when I was a player. Rubiks, Earthshakers, Wind Rangers, these heroes that just are kind of forgotten a lot of the times. Yeah, this is This is going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to see Tim's playing this because, as the panel mentioned, a lot of good spells to steal.
Sure.
Pretty much every hero that he can target has a couple different good spells that he can grab. Chakram, Shackles, Puck's Silence, and Ult in particular. Even getting like Attribute Shift and Waveform is really nice on Rubik. Shaker spells, obviously. So, yeah, really cool pick that they've gone for here. And OG finishing it up with a Morphling. That's, I think, pretty intriguing. They are playing into the instant disable of the Rubik versus both Puck and Morphling, but Yaragi must have seen something that he really liked about just the overall matchup. Playing into Mars, you can play around versus the arena very nicely, always being able to waveform in and out. So yeah, looking forward to see how this all ends up as Boom. Looking to get very aggressive off the bat. And yeah, we get the Seb Wind Ranger again, who absolutely popped
I mean, he's loving
last
it.
game.
He's loving it. Seb's turned up here at the major, and he's like, give me Wind Ranger. And after, you know, this was, as we saw in that last game, you can see exactly why. And he's very, very happy to play it here.
Looks like it will be 3 runes again for Boom, just like they did last time. And the one difference is it will be a Earthshaker with a Timber Saw this time around, rather than that Wind Ranger being able to lane with him for now. So it could perhaps make the Timbers lane a little bit weaker, make it a little bit harder for Amar to play. But overall, I think every time I've seen Amar play Timber Saw, he does not really actually have a tough time no matter what lane he's against. So let's see how it all goes. 5-position Coddle also, something I feel like we haven't seen too often. It's been mostly played as that mid position a couple of forward games, but not too many teams are putting it back as the 5. Even though it has, I still think Chakra is just an insane ability with 90% of core heroes.
Yeah, I was going to say,
like with CK, it's amazing. CK can sometimes lack mana sometimes in fights, but now you have double stuns, double reality rifts in some of these fights. It's pretty awesome. The stun, of course, it doesn't like fully refresh it, but close enough in a lot of situations. So let's see how this all goes. Tims versus Seb, a really fun matchup. The Rubik versus the Wind Ranger just trading. Fade Bolt versus Windrun.
And we'll get his courier hit.
Oh, Tims. He's got to give respect. They traded. I mean, it was the same thing that we saw last time. It was actually Tims and Taiga just constantly trading and leaving a 1v1 for the 2 cores. This time around, it's Seb and Tims.
As you say, we'll be interested to see what Uragi can do this game on the Morph. Not the most popular of carries right now.
Seb taking quite a bit of damage. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what it is, because we've seen, what, I think only not that many Morphlings. I know we had one with Pakaz where he played very comfortably on it, dominated that game. But besides that, not too much. Yopaj.
Oh, he's doing very
really
well.
Bringing it in the mid lane right now, 12 CS.
Doubling the CS pretty much of BZM on the first few waves.
He hasn't missed a single creep yet.
Oh, so I want to see if he can keep that up.
That's always what I look at.
Let's have a look. I mean, can he keep it flawless? He's going to head for the 2-minute rune, so he'll get at least one of them denied.
Maybe the Remnant hits it. Alright, so he won't get perfect CS. But also BZM keeping up right there with him, 10-1.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'll see on the side lanes, it is just Uragi that's having the tougher time.
Seb will, so looking at top, we do see that Seb has the pull open, so he's actually going to get a pull off, pretty significant to be able to keep that XP advantage. Bottom, there is no pull available. Did see Taiga block that one out. And they'll be able to pull side as well, so OG getting pulls on both side lanes. But we are seeing, at least for the first few waves, Boom slightly ahead for now.
And do you imagine with the draft this game, is it going to be much of a different approach for each side compared to what we saw them go for in game 1?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the big change-ups?
It's like there's no Pugna this time around, so I feel like there's just such a big difference of how damage is going to be dealt. It really changes the entirety of how the game is going to be played. So I think overall, Boom will still look to be taking a lot of these fights with their draft, since they do have that Mars, that Storm Spirit, that really fast-paced style. Well, I think OG, it's a bit more of a farm-heavy one. Whenever you see Morphling, it's going to take a little bit more time for this lineup to round up. So eyes on BZM to be the active one this game, since it's really him and the 2 supports to set the tempo of this game on the side of OG. Seb?
Was able to get the Wind Run off in time, but now it comes to an end. Seb, he's in trouble. He'll put the Fairy Fire. Won't save him. Tims. First blood. He zaps him down with a Fade Bolt.
Yeah. He'll get that one. Always important for Rubik's, I think, actually to get, really to get first bloods. Getting boots is really important this hero. Early arcane boots is a dream. So I'm always happy when I see Rubik's get first blood.
It is definitely, as I say, proving to be the more difficult of the side lanes here. Iragi having that slower start.
We are seeing the already quick movement from mid. The Earthshaker sometimes causes this to happen. Taiga making his move toward mid. Scam even, I mean, they even bring a third hero, so Boom bringing 2 of the supports to guarantee these. And we saw this more from Boom when I was casting Game Without Borders. They were double-checking runes, even the water runes early on every single game. Some teams doing it more just about the power rune, but definitely seeing Boom doing it a lot around those early 2 and 4 minute runes even.
Still keeping that extra backup around the mid, Taiga.
It's a cool move, because if Taiga goes mid, it kind of forces one of the supports to move, and then it puts Amar in a 1v1 versus CK. So I think Amar, OG, very happy when they cause those type of rotations to happen from just an Earthshaker fissuring the mid lane.
Sure, because on the bottom, even with the Chakra, I mean, is there any chance for these two to really kill the Timber? Or at this stage, 3 points from reactive,
Never.
He's invincible.
Yeah, he's invincible down here. And he will be able to apply a lot more pressure than in the last game when he was versus a Monkey King. This one, I feel like he can actually go for forcing Jackie out of the lane. As soon as he hits 6 on Timbersaw, it can definitely get hard for the CK. As yeah, mid. Because of those rotations, even just because of a Shaker constantly sitting around there, it's going to force Yopaj back to base. And he was about to already hit 6. All right, I think we're going to be seeing, this is like an old school thing that we're seeing, really. The Earthshaker being moved around mid lane, looking to really punish that early movements. And Puck's going to hit 6, and I think they're going to look to make a move around the 6-minute power rune with that onto Yopaj.
Let's see if they can catch him in the coil. Yopaj is actually going to try and trade some damage in onto BZM.
Okay. He has the full bottle, so he wants to utilize some of that mana, put some pressure onto BZM for now.
And try and get this wave pushed up, so there's more chance of him getting freely over towards the power rune.
Get some tower pressure too if he has the full wave cleared, catapult hitting tower when they go check. Let's see who's gonna get it.
Top or bottom? Top would be for Boom, bottom would be for OG. It's gonna be bottom. BZM. Well, love that regen. As bottom, Amar that's a lot of damage onto Jackie. Jackie having to rift his way back over towards the creep wave, trying to heal up here.
He's still in trouble.
And Amar, he might just get this. He does, Amar. An easy solo kill here for the Timber Swords. Jackie's left alone, and he can't deal with Amar dancing around him.
Not only do they not get the rune with the checking of the 2 supports, they also lose their carry. Scam. I don't know if there's much that he can really do to prevent Amar from even doing that, to be quite honest with you. So just really trying to help us mid. And this is going to be a Timbersaw who's into a CK Mars core with... He's going to have absolute free control of this game. They're going to have to try to slow him down somehow. Yopaj is making the move.
They're bringing TPs in, but Amar, he's already out into the trees, and he's not an easy kill to get.
Already 10, 12 stacks.
Let's see if they have any sort of burst to take him out. And put the stick charges. Amar will get the Chakram out. He's doing a lot of damage in return. They're still trying to get him. They'll get the stun onto him, and they will take him down.
BZM's coming. Might be able to catch Jackie.
See if Taiga is going to be there with a follow-up stun if necessary. Dream Coil to start things off. Can they save their CK? They're going to zip forward here with Yopaj. Grab back onto Taiga. The blast from Scam will finish him off. So another kill here for the call.
But they lose Jackie again. It's a painful death, 2 back-to-back. And Yopaj being forced to make moves early on is definitely going to hurt his net worth overall. We do see Tims at least take that mid lane. But OG getting a lot out of the map in these early moves in top.
He tries his hand there. FBZ goes for the combo, but of course very hard to catch him Morphling by surprise. Yuragi already had the shift going.
Huge early start for OG. They can just, because of the way that they drafted these 2 side lanes in particular, they can just now be, they can just break the lanes, right? They don't have to play normal lanes.
Amar's going to go wherever he wants now.
And the rune spawns bottom as well. Yopaj getting a bit unlucky really this game. Both runes spawning away from him. BZM now with the DD, coil up in 15.
They could look to make another move around the mid if he wants.
Jackie's only level 5. He could get brought down. When coil's back up, Jackie, let's be very careful how he steps up again.
Yopaj. He's got a lovely stack here to clean up. We'll see on his build. He wants to go for the fighting here. He has the Orchid queued up.
It is a really good Orchid game versus both the Puck and Morphling, so can definitely see why he's tempted to go for it. Scam, already an early level 6 on the Coddle. Might just be able to force this wave out and not allow the OG to actually take advantage of the pressure they've been able to put down here. Scam might just be able to stop this push.
There's the perfect sort of hero to try and alleviate some of that early tier 1 pressure.
And he's going to find the D ward behind the tower. Nicely done. He did have the ward watching Seb placing it, of course. But yeah, really important for this Coddle to get these type of early levels. I mean, level 6 and he's got Tranquil Boots and 800 gold. Feels like he's going to be the 4th position this game.
On the 4th position, he's catching up to his 2. I mean,
Yeah,
he's only
he
a couple
really
of
is.
only a couple of hundred gold behind his mid.
They're really looking to dive him. OG does not want this Coddle to just stay down here, being able to do this as top. BZM with the DD.
He's going to try and go for the Rubik, and they'll get him. Tim's caught in the shackle. There's the coil, effectively tanked there by Tims. Was able to also deny the bounty rune on his way out.
Oh, nicely done.
Back down bottom. I mean, Amar knows himself, as powerful as the Timber is, he doesn't want to go wasting time diving the Coddle at this stage. It's going to be too tricky of a kill, and opportunities for TPs in will be there.
When he has Hood, he can go for the full dive. I think pre-Hood, diving, the Storm can TP in, the Mars can TP in. You can probably die to all the magic damage. But when he has Hood, fully can commit. Rotation's coming out.
10-minute power rune. Who's he going to go?
Oh! Top again.
OG.
Oh! FBZ.
He's got the Waning Rift to jump in. So once again, the power rune.
Oh, but look at this. Find themselves a juicy one. Yopaj may not get the rune, but he'll get the full cleanup.
I mean, this is very nice for him, as we saw on the net worth. He is the lowest of the cores right now. So these stacks really helping to pick him back into the game.
And although he's had a bit of unluckiness around the runes, he's got a Coddle on his team. So he's full mana anyway. He's getting chakred. It's also an over-leveled Coddle. As we see bottom, Amar with that Hood. Is it enough?
Oh,
just is.
He's going to be happy with that one. Skem was being rather annoying down there, holding the defense on the tower. Amar takes him out.
And Skem was over-leveled. So Amar up to level 10.5 now off that kill.
I'm going to try and do something about it, but as you see, he has the Hood. So he's very tanky. Arena will come down with the spear combo, stolen chain as well. Going to burst him low, they'll catch him. And they will bring him down despite the Hood. They have enough there with the 3 of them.
Does take all 3. And now Jackie, left alone in mid, a shackle.
That's going to latch. And quite the angle there as well. Clips over towards the trees. TP coming in from Tims to try and help Jackie out. Jackie will be able to pop the stick, turn with a stun, but he still goes down. Seb finishes him off.
A big steal, though, for future situations. The Fissure is going to be there for Tims. With Coddle Blast, Fissure, Fade Bolt, they have high kill potential on almost anybody.
Ochi's got to be a little careful. They did also bring Yuragi over to this area.
He's got to be a little cautious.
He's not quite in a position where he's ready to fight, only walking around with a mask and a Bassi.
But all 3 cores, top of the bar there for OG.
We'll see this again. Quite the shackle it.
What did it latch like to the back
Look
one?
at that angle there. Yeah. Get a sort of a bit of a curved shot coming in from Seb.
He's doing a great job. And yeah, we'll definitely have to point out that Fissure upcoming soon, because that could really catch out BZM a couple times too. As another rune, but he does get stunned.
Look at the opening. Oh, but he's able to jump out. They weren't able to keep him completely locked down.
Oh, that was beautiful, Waning Rift, just to pull himself away. He would have most likely died to that spear.
And we're seeing all of OG's cores at the moment at that top spot, especially impressive considering the slow start Yuragi did have with the lane that Boom put against him. He's up there in the top 3 with the rest of his teammates.
Boom has to somehow try to set themselves up to get some tower pressure, is one concern upcoming soon. Because bottom, they're going to lose that tower naturally to the Timber. So gotta have to look for some type of trade, but it's not easy with their heroes to go for any tower pushes. OG has amazing ways to fight around towers and just to spam with the Earthshaker, with the Wind Ranger and Puck. So it looks like they're grouping up top. I think that's what they're trying to do here, just get some type of hits on it. But OG, making moves around. It can also react. Amar has his TP available, so he might look to just set up for that top tower himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think Amar also farmed a pretty big ancient stack just now that Seb had been preparing. See him up to 6,600 net worth.
Yeah, looks like they're going to let this one go.
They're going to trade it. Yuragi's going to take the bottom one. They're going to let top drop. I thought they might rotate Amar up there, but I guess he's afraid of just too many rotations. But mid, Tims.
And they've got the arena. Quick catch from Tims, buys time for FBZ to swing over and take down Tiger.
Yeah,
they've smoked up on OG with the 2 of them, Seb and BZM. Looking to try and catch out the 2 top. Look at the coil. Have they got enough damage, though? The shackles will latch here between the two of them, but it's actually Boom that's ready to go. They'll jump back towards BZM. The spear pushing him back. BZM, he's the one that gets taken down. Boom. More than ready and more than happy there for OG to walk into them. As bit of an awkward move, really, there from the two of them, BZM and Seb.
You see BZM instantly ping the Rubik. He's like, oh my god, this fissure is really being problematic. It's gonna disappear in about like 10, 12 seconds or so, it looks like. So OG won't have to worry about that one soon, but yeah, that's been doing work, really. Onto mid tower. 10 seconds for the puck, and Coil won't be up when he is up either.
Now we're seeing from Mar, 7k net worth. Very close to having Yules complete, so that on top of the hood.
He'll be pretty unkillable.
He had a fantastic game one. So far, the beginning, if anything, even better than the start that he had in that first game.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he's gonna be a real force to be reckoned with because he has that strength matchup versus the CK. That's why you see his maxed Whirling Death too. They will be strong, and they try to actually go for this gank onto Taiga top because they, when you see an Earthshaker doing this, you're like, okay, they're starting to give him a lane. They're trying to get him that priority for that blink or shard if he wants to go for something like that. So tried to set up, but OG, they immediately rotate over and push them away.
And do you think sort of understandable here from Yopaj? We saw at the start he had the intention of wanting to get that Orchid build online, but he feels pressure to just go for the more common just BKB rush that we're seeing for Storms.
It's just a better item this game. He's versus Puck and Earthshaker. Might as well just, this is just the natural build that you go now. It lets you commit onto these heroes, not having to worry about anything.
And he's going to have that sort of just aggressive potential enabled by the fact that he has pretty much infinite mana from the Coil. Mid lane, gonna try and jump the Timber here, but Amar,
he's got the Yules.
He's up in the air with the Yules. They do still get the lift up onto BZM. BZM's going to turn Fisher there out on towards FBC. They've brought down the Mars. As Amar pulled in again, the Shackle catching on the Coil on towards the Siege Stream. Tiger walks in for the slam, takes him out. As OG, they've found the two, and they'll be able to push on here themselves towards the tower. Yuragi also once again joining the action.
Not the target to go for. They try to take out Amar, but fresh Yules, he's got the hood. Way too survivable.
Yeah, he's absolutely at that point where they almost have to ignore him.
Yeah, and it also, the important thing is too, the spear doesn't latch to the Mars arena. It latches to the tower, so a lot less damage that he actually is taking as well too. But a great Yules dodges out a significant amount of damage coming in from the Coddle.
As we saw, Tiger is able to easily walk over and put things to an end there with a good slam onto the two of them.
And he's gotten the Shard, so same thing that he did last time that we saw him play yesterday, Shard, and he's just going to be going into Wraith Pact, so more playing like a 5-position Earthshaker.
And of course, both supports trying to get their Wraith Pact online as soon as they can, Skem.
Of course.
They'll be farming it here for Boom.
The Wraith Pact Major. I believe we're going to start calling it pretty fast. BZM around top. They see Jackie pretty far up. He's got no backup. Jackie knows too. I think he just got a glimpse of him for a quick second.
Dire are scanning.
2k lead, OG. They're just getting it. They're able to just sit back and farm. This is an excellent situation for Yuragi. He's going to have Manta done, and now he can actually look to get involved in fights too.
I mean, we've seen already, he really wants to join the action.
Yeah.
It's never like he's farming miles away from the rest of his team. He's always there at the side of the fights. And indeed, once he has this done, he's going to be very much ready to get stuck in himself.
And it's easier for him to fight than the CK Taiga. Just gets the fissure.
Let's see if they can finish off the Rubik quickly, Tims. They'll try and turn, but the waveform forwards there from Yuragi. Tims goes down, FBC will catch Seb off to the side, but Seb's got backup. Amar heads straight in Seb, looking to back up to the side. They turn, the Dream Coil, the Shackle, it's out onto the two of them. As Yopaj gets burst, so does FBC here. That's the dream there for Yuragi. He's been desperate for the action, and now he finds it. OG, they set the fight up perfectly for their carry to pick up a triple.
And still looking for more. Pig pulls.
Oh, in his room.
Oh.
Hey, there you go. For all the luck OG's been having with the power rooms finally. Boom, get a bit of a break themselves there. Skem's allowed to live.
Seb survives because the Yules play from Amar, which leads to Shackles and backup plays. OG, they're starting to get a commanding lead in this game.
It's looking scary for Boom. This is Uragi and Amar, top 2 net worth. Yeah. They're massive.
And it's not an easy game for the CK to play aggressive into this Timber stuff. It's about Biggie.
He's got another catch on the side here. Skem goes down. Jackie and Tims, they've got to be careful, Seb. And the rest of the squad ready to fight.
The jump.
They try and get the catch, but again, Amar, not really the target they can take down, and he's out with the Timber chain. The arena won't even trap him.
Uh-oh. Things are really falling apart for Boom. And the way to get back in the game is difficult because of the Timber, as I was mentioning. The CK, he has this really hard matchup until he has BKB to join ever versus this OG lineup. The Morphling can just fight at all times now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Seeing Uragi also, I've seen him do this a lot in games. Keeping the Aquila for when he's farming, and then when he looks for fights, he swaps in the Grove Bow. Some cool little things to point out. We've been seeing from a lot of players. Doubling up on neutral items.
There's a great building damage done by him as well, Uragi. Yep. Bottom lane, FBZ. The tower should be fine. But OG just sweeping up and down Boom's half of the map. That's causing Boom to really struggle to find spaces to get the farm they need on all 3 of their cores.
Yeah, I'm really worried to see when the CK is going to feel like he can get into this game. Because it's not even just the Timbersaw, as we mentioned. He is playing into a Morphling. That high armor carry can always do really well versus CK.
And the Shaker,
right? Yeah. Into Puck, there's a lot of different
hard.
elements he has to be worried about. Mid.
Got the coil. That Gale Force as well, allowing them to set off the stun. FBZ will turn with a spear, but he goes down. Tiger drops the slam to finish him off. Jackie will get him with the Chaos Bolt, gets the kill on the Shaker in return. Yopaj jumping forward for Seb. Boom. They found a couple of kills this time. See if they can get anything more out of this. They look over towards Amar. Jackie popping the Phantasm. Do they have enough damage to bring down this Timber? Amar's pretty low at the moment.
Dodges the stun.
See what more he can offer. Here's Amar. Tries to Timber Chain out to the side, but they've got him. Boom. 3 kills here. Finally able to punch back against OG. Getting that huge one at the end, bringing down Amar.
A little bit of an overextension from OG, going for these kills. And boom, we do see Jackie finally be able to do something, right? Getting involved into this one. They had to commit a lot to finish off the Mars. I think the Kato Blast healed him just over the top. That Taiga had to commit an Echo to finish him, so didn't have it for the further chase out of the fight. And now we see Tims has a Spirit Vessel. A really good pickup, actually, this game versus the Timber and the Morphling.
And Boom, showing they absolutely can still find these opportunities to kick back at OG after OG maintained pretty good control of this early to mid game. And now at this stage, Boom, and with the BKB on Yopaj, he's going to be able to have a real solid presence in this team fight that OG have been trying to bring towards them.
And his power level is about to kick in 3 minutes as well, too. Those triple nulls, as we love so much, will become that much stronger.
Radiant are scanning.
Still tough, I would say, for Boom. They still have to play these fights pretty perfectly. As FBZ's the ones caught.
Jump the coil. BZ trying to back off. The Gale Force keeping him held in position. BZM jumps forward with Uragi. They'll burst through the Mars with ease. The Shackle Seb. He's caught Yopaj. Anything else to offer up? No. BKB's there from Yopaj. He's ready to turn. He wants to get Seb. Goes over towards the Wind Ranger. They'll take him down. Jackie also committing with the BKB to look for more. But BZM, he'll find his second kill as he jumps forward for Skem. Jackie tries to turn towards Amar. The Shackle will hold back with Uragi.
The BKB to just run away, though. First showing of it, and Jackie can't actually commit to go for any type of kill.
Yeah, that time round, Boom not quite able to bring the damage together as they did so in that last fight closer to the river. They only got the one in return for losing both FBZ.
And really seeing just the power over and over again of this Gale Force. FBZ's just stuck. He's in between a fissure and a wall, and he's just completely wedged there from the wind. Unable to escape.
A good combination of synergies this time with that Gale Force, as you said, being trapped in an awkward position by the Fissure or being pushed into situations where the likelihood of snapping that Dream Coil rises.
I mean, look at him. Like, what can you do? He's just totally trapped. And also seeing that Taiga did switch up his build. He found the our favorite item, Big White Philly, Philosopher's Stone. Already has his Blink Dagger finished up. So now they're going to have further forms of initiation and easier ways to keep this CK locked down. Up to 5k gold lead. And the Scotty soon on the menu for Morphling, for Uragi.
Kaya Sanj on Amar.
Oh man, these Phantasm is never going to exist this game, that's for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Boom. I've got Yopaj closing in on his next big purchase. He wants the Ags. Blink on Seb, though. They've got to be prepared for this Wind Ranger getting crazy angles. As Seb was last game with these Blink shackles that really caused issues for Boom's cause.
3 different forms of initiation and counter-initiation now for OG, and they have an Amar, right? The Timber Saw that can just run into the fights and tank 90% of the spells. While still on the side of Boom, it can be a little hard. The Storm has to be the one to really dictate full initiation. FBZ can, but he'll probably die right after he initiates with no BKB.
And they've got to watch out for this as well. Tiger putting the Wraith Pack purchase on hold and getting that Blink Dagger, of course. So we are going to see him have that chance for the big slams.
FBZ off the mark.
How to get the controller onto Jackie. Shackle won't latch, but the Dream Coil will. It's slammed down. We'll see Amar go straight towards FBZ. FBZ tries to run, but Tiger's in with a slam. Takes out the Mars. It loses life for it in return. 1-for-1 right now. Yopaj with the BKB using his time and to try and control Seb, but Boom, they've got to back off.
Jackie's on full retreat. He used BKB and Phantasm already.
I mean, they're trying to chase him up. Won't quite be able to latch the chain, so Boom be able to get the majority of them out of there. That's Tims. He's the one to fall. He's actually going to buy back here, Tims.
Okay.
If they can try and punish OG underneath the tier 2 tower. As Amar, he's caught by the stuns, ticking down to the Spirit Vessel. He'll fall. Boom. They will manage to make OG pay a little bit for that dive.
Much needed hit back to slow down this Timber.
I mean, with Timber gone for a minute, can they go for the Roche?
They might be able to. There's no ult on the Shaker. Puck cooldown as well. I think they might be able to commit into it. They're going to get vision down. It's also 25 minutes, so Knowles are online.
Okay.
Looking for perhaps a catch.
Yuragi in the trees.
Taiga's also looking for a catch himself. He saw FBZ top. Yuragi.
Just going to try and play around with him.
His Mantis cooldown.
10 seconds. Jump 4 from BZM. Got to be careful getting close to the CK. Jackie tries to get the catch on him. FBZ, in fact, even looking to see if he could trap Tiger there to the side, but Tiger's out with the blink. And Boom have managed to push OG away from the pit, but 15 seconds, not too long now until Amar's back in. And with that in mind, Boom, they can't go for a Roche play quite yet.
OG thinks they're doing it. They're checking. They're pinging it.
They are still around.
FBZ.
They've found him at the side. FBZ, he'll turn, he'll get the arena off, he'll try and run, but the damage is done by Yuragi. Yopaj committing him with the BKB, jumps forward to look towards Tiger. Jackie will pull him back, get the kill done, but now the Gale Force burn them back. The Dream Coil is caught the 3 of them. BZM traps them and allows Amar to swing across, cut them down with the Chakram. 4 dead on Boom.
Seb again and again and again, right? Gale forced into 2-man shackle there for his team to catch up.
I mean, they're looking for the team wipe here, running down the Rubik. Tims, the last one left alive. Yuragi shoots him down, triple kill.
He's completely out of control. An unaddressed Morphling in the draft who now has free farm into 8-0 and 5, level 21 on him too.
I mean, they get the perfect way to start the fight here, finding FBZ, forcing him to react immediately with the arena, not getting the chance to have the fight.
And look at Jackie. He's just dead 100-0. Oh my god.
I mean, and yeah, Seb making these sort of the Gale forces, the shackles look just completely broken. They're just controlled by it every single time. Back in action, OG, they'll get the Roshan Aegis into the hands of Yuragi. Now sitting at the top net worth by quite some bit here. This Morphling, very, very farmed. 8-0-5, Yuragi having a perfect game.
Yeah, he's completely out of control. It's pretty much impossible for them to really kill him unless they fully isolate him now. They will not, even with the full control, he will most likely survive. That is gonna prove to make things really difficult for them in these upcoming moments. 12k lead, playing into Aegis. OG ults are back online, winning the last fight even without some of those ultimates.
Do still have solid timings hit by Boom. Yopaj, fastest stacks that we've seen it.
It's all good timings. It's just his CK just can't play the game easily because he can't Phantasm ever. It's always just going to be fully cleared, and he only has that 7-second window to be able to burst down everybody. And the heroes of OG are not easy to kill, as we've seen. The Timber, the Puck, the Morphling, not only tanky but elusive.
Yeah, Yopaj has to get some huge multi-man vortexes.
FBZ also, he's got his BKB done, but it feels like they need like a multi-man vortex into a multi-man spear into everything colliding on top. And also, has to be a big steal from Tims. I'm starting to feel the lack of impact from this Rubik. Even though he has the Vessel, which is going to be useful, he's It's tough for him to always get a good spell.
I mean, what is sort of the good spells you're looking for here, really?
Fissure and Chakra.
Fissure. Okay.
Mostly Fissure. The coil could be decent too, actually, but...
And BZM will get the coil out onto the two of them. FBZ tries for the setup, but already out with a phase shift. Joe Patch jumps over towards him. They get the telekinesis, and they've got him. They've got him. They've taken him out. Can they go for more here? Boom, boom. Off to the side. Skem, he's been dealt with by Amar. OG still showing they're happy to fight 4 versus 4. And the shackle opening onto FBZ, but they don't quite have Yuragi right by them.
And Yuragi has a full satanic, as if he wasn't already unkillable enough. OG does hesitate a moment until he's closer. Amar also continuing to be massive, as we've said.
I mean, Boom's still looking for some action up here. FBZ in the trees.
That's not the one you want to go for.
Jumping Amar just seems so impossible, especially when you don't quite know where the rest of OG are.
Yeah, you don't know what follow-up's going to come in. A Gale Force into an Echo. As they're on the hunt, they do see them, though. That ward in the mid lane. It does see Seb and Yuragi setting up in this area. So Boom is aware.
Can they try and jump?
Oh, they see Taiga.
They're gonna go for it. Ooh, but they can't quite get him in time. Taiga able to react.
The ward that they have placed in mid spotted it. It's gonna get dewarded.
Seb. He's gonna get in, but FBZ was able to put the BKB. He'll go straight for Taiga with the lockdown in the arena. They'll take out the Shaker. BZM will be back up in a second. Of course, Tier 1 tower still up in the mid, so OG will get the puck back over to them very, very quickly.
DD bottom in the bottle for Yuragi. And he's still the one that's just completely unaddressed. They're getting a couple of these kills on BZM, finding Taiga, but they're never able to find Yuragi.
They can't kill this morph.
They really can't. Yopai's level 20. Bit more control. That 0.4 for his Vortex. They see top right now. The ward from OG is spotting the CK as well as the Rubik.
Radiant are scanning.
And in terms of the team's Wraith packs, what do we have? We have it done on the scam. For OG, they've shifted up some of the priority. Seb's trying to get it online for them. Still a fair bit of gold short, though. 1,200 or so until it's there. OG.
They know they're still set up with just 2 heroes top.
They are split here, Boom.
Amar just keeps playing on the bottom side because now with BKB he's pretty invulnerable. And like we said, they saw the 2 heroes top with that ward before. Looking to find a catch, but Boom seems aware of themselves.
They've got this ward down behind the tower Seb's planted.
Good awareness from Boom.
Yeah, Boom. They know that it's highly likely that any sort of walk back down this lane would have ended in death.
They fully check the tree line anyway, really knowing that somebody was playing around the area. TP's bottom, Amar.
I mean, Amar's just TPing into the team of Boom here.
No fear.
He really doesn't have any. I mean, understandably so with the BKB done.
Pretty decent steal. Chakram is taken for Tims now.
Oh, big zip here over towards the mid. And Joe Patch, he's caught Seb.
The spear
misses. It's going to miss. See if they can still go for. Oh, he's put the BKB as well. He really wanted Seb, Yopaj. They don't get him.
And now the backline.
I mean, Jackie's just getting beaten down through the BKB there, down to the right clicks of Yuragi. He's got to run. He'll pop the Phantasm, but that's Jackie down for 75 seconds.
Fissure does get stolen for Tims.
OG's just popping up into the base. What? That's a good spear. Vestal down as well. Vortex control, Yopaj trying to burst through him. Oh, they've taken him out. Amar punished for as deep as he went there in that situation. Up towards and up past the tier 3s. He goes down.
Gem, who ended up getting it?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tims has pinged it somewhere.
Looking for it. Okay, looks like FPZ got it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom.
They struck back a little.
Quite the loss there, losing their carry, but being able to take down Amar. We'll see again in the mid. Not quite catching him. It's always tricky around those positions where you're playing high ground to low ground. Trying to get that angle right.
Now they're on Seb.
This time round, they won't miss the opportunity. Seb goes down.
And they will still have this stolen fissure for quite some time. Tims, this could be the thing that they need to be able to catch Yuragi, perhaps. It's still a tall order, still a tough task for them to really bring him down, but this gives them a small window, perhaps.
I mean, and when they do, he's probably going to be worth quite a bit of money.
He sure will be. 8-0 and 6. Now he has a BKB of his own, so it's still hard, but perhaps. But still, just, yeah, for Jackie, as we said, the game is just so damn hard for this team.
In the mid. Ooh, not quite able to get that angle there for the spear into the Fisher.
FBZ dropping low.
See how much more Boom can stick around for. Now on the mid, they have the Orchid done on Jackie, so an extra bit of a silence to throw into the mix.
Every little thing is going to matter here. It's a very uphill battle for them to try to take out this Morphling Ever.
Oh, Namar's got his full Lotus all complete, so another item. That's going to make him very, very hard to go on, and almost certainly will save him in those situations where he finds himself diving towers. We'll have that extra opportunity to remove the Vessel.
Exactly. The Vessel and the Solar Bind, another one that's been tripping up a little bit.
Yeah. Having those, 3 dispels to work with. Perfect here against Boom's lineup.
And now they're hunting. Everybody up on OG. They know how much stronger they are.
It's Boom.
Oh,
the Fisher out. He's going to get jumped onto the side. FBC just gets caught immediately. He's gone.
He jumped in. He was trying to initiate himself and just gets instantly disabled.
He met a bit of a nasty surprise there with OG waiting for him on the high ground. Scam also taken down there as he's trapped by the coil.
And I believe that was the gem too, right? They didn't pick it up yet, but it's on the ground.
They see it.
Game continuing to be incredibly difficult for the side of Boom. Now a Wraith Pact picked up for Seb.
We'll see it again here.
He jumped in as they jumped, so he got caught by the stun. It was a bit of an unfortunate timing, really, for FBZ.
A very rough fight there for Boom as they'll fall further behind, now down 19k against OG. Yuragi's Morph getting further and further out of control. Level 25.
Ooh, that win probability is looking kind of how we expect it to be at this point in the game. 95-5 right now, OG. Looking like they have a pretty straight shot to finish this one. Now, I don't know how you can... Now, they couldn't kill the Morphling before, and then him hitting 25, it's actually just impossible now.
And taking the sort of, as we can see there, the much less picked talent.
The way better talent.
But the one that's going to really add to the fact that he just won't die. Even if they do catch him in that instant opening, as you said, sort of from these heroes like the telekinesis from Rubik.
I'm glad that our overlay says the 2 waveform charges, because for me it says 65 waveform charges, by the way. So
65?
Yeah, Tim,
no wonder everybody's picking that one.
See, S value. Mine says 65. It changes. I know it's a bug, but it's just funny. As Tims gets caught out again. And Boom, just getting stuck in their base now. I love those S value ones that we've been getting. a couple abilities, couple of their talents get a little wacky sometimes. FBZ.
And tries his luck there, catching BZM.
Oh, BZM. He's got the Aeon Disc. He's gonna disassemble. And he should be okay.
Have they got any further jump to chase him down here? I mean, they're gonna give it a shot here. Yopaj using his entire mana pool to try and close in on him, but wasn't quite able to close the gap completely.
And they're getting Rosh out of this. Space. And I should say he reassembled his Aeon Disc because he had it locked and disassembled.
And now this Morph's got an Aegis. Iragi.
Also has the Shard, I believe, that he picked up from the Rosh too. Nothing too massive, but it is a lot of damage when you are this far ahead as a Morphling. The double multi-shot. Adaptive strikes can be pretty potent. And on to high ground. Yuragi's feeling strong enough.
He certainly is. They really have proved this game, OG, that this Morph was the perfect pick. Yuragi's played it to perfection.
Wraith Pact versus Wraith Pact. Look at them go.
Tower's going down. Boom. They've got to do something. They'll smoke up to try and get favorable positioning. They'll look for the jump. With the Vortex onto the two of them, they're going to try and take out the Shaker. They'll do so. Tiger's gone.
He was really far up on Taiga there. All right, that's going to stop the push for now. Surprised how far he really was. He was like right in front of the base. BZM still lingering around, potentially attempting a jump, but not quite able to. Also to point out, he did hit 25 now on BZM too.
Okay.
So a huge talent picked up, of course. That Dream Call pierces immunity. It's going to prove to be extremely problematic for the Storm in particular. Him and the CK will have a really hard time as if they haven't already in this game. Poor Jackie.
OG, of course, even with their...
This TP's bottom. The ward, it spotted Yopaj for a second.
He's going to get caught by the coil. His own BKB still on cooldown. Shackles there from Seb. That's Yopaj gone.
Didn't even matter if he had the BKB because the coil
would have still been stuck. He may be forced to use the buyback. Tiger's back in 5 seconds. The rest of OG still standing outside the base. They're trying to lead in on Yuragi, but the quick Manta removing that Bloodthorn. Yuragi, now step back still for now. Tiger TPing over to the outpost. He'll make his way over to join the rest of the squad.
FBZ was trapped by the Wraith Pact actually from his teammate for a second there. Had to phase away. Jackie.
Trying to poke at the CK, see if they can get any of these BKB charges out.
Yuragi killed the Wraith Pact, so he actually does damage to the racks now.
They're just diving in. And Omar, he's feeling hungry as well to dive for these heroes.
Look at the damage.
And he's going to look to cut across towards Tim's. That's Tim's gone. And now with the jump, the slam, they managed to catch out 2 more. 3 buybacks now coming out for Boom. The arena's down. See if they can turn this. Good burst onto Tiger. Both Tiger and Yuragi falling low. They're taking out Tiger. They're taking out the Aegis. Boom. Can they set up for a second kill attempt onto Yuragi? Yuragi, he's out with the waveform. Shackle from Seb. He's caught the 2 of them. Jackie and FBC falling low. Yopaj. It's a 4-man. Vortex here coming in. They've got the stun lockdown. Have they got the burst from Yuragi? They're trying to kill this Morphling, but they can't. He pops the BKB. He's got the lifesteal. Goes straight over towards FBZ. FBZ trying to back off. Yopaj, he's got just enough mana to zip back to the fountain, but they've lost Jackie. It's a dieback for the CK.
Again and again, another 2-man shackle. This time catches Jackie and he gets cleaned up. 4-man Vortex still can't commit onto a kill. Yuragi. Too strong.
He's diving. And again,
another shackle.
It's another one.
And they're gone.
And he's locked them down, taken them out. They've got a buyback on the call. But now,
the base.
Tim's and Jackie out of the game. No buybacks for them. OG. They're looking to close it up. Yopaj will go in with a further zip, but he's caught by the silence. He's able to ball lightning out. This Gale Force pushing him all over the place. We'll see Yuragi jump in, turn into the Mars, try and use his spear against the Dream Coil. It's caught the 3 of them. FBZ trying to get back towards the fountain, but he can't escape OG. As Yuragi, he'll look to continue closing up the game. BZM will get taken down. FBZ's got the buyback. Boom. Can they take anything else away from OG? Amar also very, very low off to the side, but Yuragi,
the tier 4 is...
he's just trying to close it up. He's going for the game here. Tier 4 going down. Yopaj again, another zip. He gets the Vortex catch onto Amar. Amar, incredibly low.
Yuragi's just going for the end.
He is. He's hitting on the engineer with the illusions. They take down Yopaj. GG is called. OG will take game 2. And with that, the series, it's theirs 2-0. As they'll knock down and out Boom.
And it really felt like they never let Jackie have a game from start to finish. The Timber saw it. We had a feeling it could happen. We actually even had a feeling last game the CK could have been addressed from the overwhelming damage. CK last game, he was able to persevere. This time, though, never had a realm where he was back in this game. Every single one of the heroes it felt like OG drafted versus it was a super counter. Like this Timber saw never let him play, never saw him able to play with a Phantasm. OG, firm control this game.
I mean, I've really sort of making a case for maybe you just can't let OG get this opener of the Timbersaw Wind Ranger. I think both Seb and Amar, both games today, they were just in their element.
They really were. I think they really understood of how to set up the draft. And we say at the end there, look at Jackie's damage. He was the lowest damage, I believe. Actually, not in the game, but he was lowest damage on his team by a decent amount. And he's the carry, never able to get involved. Yep, a great job by OG, just really identifying what they needed to do this game. And BZM, you know, I didn't really notice how much damage he was doing this game, but 50,000 hero damage.
That's a big number.
That's pretty insane.
50,000 damage. Yeah, this man jumping all over the shop and setting things up. And also, I think just a bit of a scare, really, that even at this stage of the tournament, OG, they're sort of stepping outside the usual carry pool, getting Yuragi's morph in, and he literally has a perfect game. 10-0-13. There was just nothing that Boom could do to stop him.
No, his Dream Morphling game, and I think there was too many things that they had to address in the game, right? Like sometimes you're like, we can gank this Morphling because there's not a million fires going on in the game, but there was fires everywhere. Amar is killing your tower, he's killing your CK. It was too much really that it felt like Yopaj had to do to bring the game back in from what they were playing against.
No, it's a very tough series today here for Boom, and for all the series, they were able to sort of get to the 1-1. They weren't able to get this one towards that point and have the chance of pushing out a game 3 as OG, they'll slam them down 2 times back-to-back to secure this series 2-0 against Boom.
2-0 for OG indeed. They move forward here at the Stockholm Major, and we are going to have to say goodbye to a Boom, and we'll do all of that after the break.
and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook. Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so
After dropping down from the upper bracket yesterday against TSM, OG now make a great start in their lower bracket run as they knock down and out Boom Esports here in a best of 3 that didn't even need that third game because OG, especially in game 2, incredibly dominant results. I'm here with Lacoste and SVG, and we're going to break things down. Why was this game so dominant, SVG?
Except Wind Ranger.
Okay, great analysis. Lacoste.
Yeah, shackles. Two-man shackle. Every single time he did not land a two-man shackle, it was a two-man shackle. I don't know. It was actually almost every
I don't think I ever
time.
saw him not land a two-man shackle in the fight.
We saw one.
Worried. Yeah,
When
little
he was
worried
going
when he
for
was
the
about,
Rubik? Yeah.
is it possible to hit the 3 people shackle? Is that doable? Can I do that? Wild. I don't know. It's just also the Gale Force with the coil to be able to break the coil and push them back, also set things up for the shackles. Once again, I think the shackle is the most used word on this panel for a reason.
True, but I also want to highlight that this was an Amar Timbersaw that got out of control.
Yeah.
Yuragi had an amazing Morphling game. It's not just the Wind Ranger. It felt like they had a lot of heroes that just didn't have an answer in Boom's lineup.
Silence definitely went OG's way that game. I think mid, bit more of a wash. I think the Storm could have maybe gotten more team fights his team's way with the Coddle, who was doing a decent job of enabling because he got so many levels. The downside for Boom that game was that CK had absolutely no presence in pretty much the entire game. He got Omega shut down. It puts more pressure on the Storm Coddle pair to pick up the slack because the Coddle got so many levels off the CK getting destroyed. That's the upside, but you have to put it towards lane. And I feel like a lot of those jumps, they were the jumps you kind of have to make on land. Like, you have to be very confident, aggressive, look for those openings, but then it was just too deep for his team to be able to connect, and Boom couldn't capitalize on.
Yeah, let's relive a couple of moments from that game in the replays here, Lacoste, because there were still plenty of fights this game.
Yeah, this was a time when Amar just picked up his Yule Scepter on top of the hood. They try to go on him. They pin him on the tower instead of the walls of the arena, and he's just way too tanky to be killed because he's off to a really good start, and he's really not afraid of any of these heroes in the fight. He may be afraid of the Rubik's Spirit Vessel. He died a couple of times, but SVG pointed out before the game started, like, the way OG plays with the Timbersaw, like, they don't care if he dies once or twice. Like, they might not be able to help him out, but still Amar stays on top of the net worth and just does his own things. And we can see the power of this Gale Force with the coil to be able to lock them down. And I don't think Boom addressed the Amar issue. This was the first phase Timbersaw. None of these heroes work really well against Timber. He's not like, oh, I'm playing against Monkey, I'm playing against like anything that's actually gonna stop me in the mid game. He even itemized for a BKB. He had 3 ways of dispelling things, and also Morphling, like no real silences. Yopaj was thinking about getting the Orchid. It would be a pretty good item, but they managed to shut him down. There was some glimmers of hope when they invaded enemy triangle. They stole the stacks, but it was not enough. Like, he was forced to get a BKB first item, playing into puck, into coil. A bit difficult, I would say.
Difficult indeed for Boom this game, this series, and unfortunately for them, they started in that lower bracket, meaning no second chances for them. It is a sad ending. I think Boom and their fans were expecting and hoping that they would get a lot further, especially after, of course, their victory in Dubai a couple of weeks prior. Not happening this time around. It is all, of course, eyes on TI. That's what Boom has said already, and I'm sure that FBZ, I hope that FBZ can also look further than just the results now, as he is standing by with Slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, we're here with FBZ from Boom. How you doing, sir? I know it's been a rough ride for you on that ending there, but one hell of a tournament, though, I have to say. How you feeling?
We feel pretty bad because a lot of people put high expectation on us, but it's also like giving us pressure in the early days, like when we lose 1 game in the group stage, like we feel really stressed. But yeah, I think we're okay now. We accept the loss. Like, we feel we didn't prepare enough for this major.
I see, but that's good because you get to look at that and say, you know, what can we do to prepare for the next one, the next event, the next big thing? What are you guys going to do now? Are you going to hang around, watch some games, do some research?
For now, maybe we're just going to chill, like hang out together. For the future, we're definitely going to work harder. For me personally, this is a big slap for us because, yeah, we are expecting like good result to come this major.
Well, you know, I know you're hard on yourself because a lot of the people at home are watching and hoping, but I still think you guys have done an amazing job so far. I still think you have a ton of fans out there that are rooting for you and can't wait for the next time. Is there anything you'd like to say to the boys at home?
I want to say sorry to let you guys down, and I will work harder to come back stronger.
I absolutely believe it. Thank you so much for taking time out to see us here, and we'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Heartbreaking hearing FBZ talk, and you can tell those emotions very raw still from the loss just now. And yeah, they had high expectations. They come out of one of the top teams out of SCA. They had great results so far. I do somewhere agree with Slacks. You saw it on FBZ's face. He doesn't believe it yet, but this could also lead to better things, SVG, because it's better to experience this now and to be able to recognize that the pressure can get to you and be able to deal with that later on than to find that out in maybe an international.
1,000%. I think this was something this team was going to have to face almost no matter what, especially after the success they had on basically their first land in Dubai and winning that. It's very different to come into a tournament when everybody is looking at you. You have the bullseye on your back. Everybody's preparing for you more. There's more expectations on all of your players, especially your star players. Oh, Yopaj this, Yopaj that. All of a sudden, he's not, who is this guy and what does he play? It's, we know what this guy wants to do and we're going to try and shut it down. It creates an entirely different dynamic for your team, especially young teams who are inexperienced. And I think it's honestly good they experienced it here at this major, where they still have time to learn from it, grow as a team, and build going into TI. Because TI, you have no time to learn about this stuff and actually adapt to the point where it'll get you deeper into the tournament. You either show up and play, or you get dumped on and you go home. So now they have a chance to, they got dumped on. That's the reality, but they get to go home and build on it. That's the good part.
It is the good part, for sure. I mean, yeah, they have been on an upwards trajectory starting from the entire season, of course. The team that everybody talks about coming from should have been Division 2 into Division 1, into taking Division 1, etc., etc. We'll, of course, see them bounce back and come back stronger next tour around. I would imagine these are definitely guys that have it in them. We have seen them do before. They just need to be able to deal with the pressure, something that I feel like the OG lads, they don't need any help with, or maybe they're getting enough help with to deal with the pressure. They are on absolute fire, and I think someone who has a little bit of an influence on that is standing by with Slacks right now.
Absolutely, Sheever. It is the one and only, the two-time winner, the owner of one of the biggest orgs ever, one of the greatest talent players, human beings out there. Typically, Seb, in these interviews, I'd think of questions, but you're such a giga Chad. I mean, there's no point in me asking you anything. Simply speak.
What do you want me to say? Simply speak, well, I mean, GG to Boom Esports. Was a fun series. You're
doing really good
with questions. I'm doing
all right, I'll ask you some questions. Gee, okay, all right. So, competition pretty fierce coming out here. You guys seem very, very prepared for that game in comparison to some of the other ones that we've seen so far. No offense, of course. But what was so different in this one? I mean, the Timbersaw came out, the classic Wind Ranger came out as well, and you guys absolutely stomped.
Yeah, I think we just figured that, something I've known, I guess, but maybe forgotten, that we just want to be on heroes that we enjoy playing, that we believe in, and just have fun with the game, like be really connected to Dota, which was the case today and maybe less of the case yesterday.
Yeah, it's always so impressive how somebody can be so skilled to make a hero like Wind Ranger work. Such an absolute dog hero, absolutely horrible, but you really bring it to a different level. I saw it level 30 on that hero. Do you actually enjoy playing it like in your off time, or is it mostly just a get stuff done hero for you?
I enjoy playing it. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that I didn't get to play as much during my career and that I wish I could have played, and now I get to play them as +5, so that's pretty fun. No, I enjoy playing it. I think it's a great hero. I think you're completely wrong, and and I'm sure you know you're completely wrong, but it's okay.
It's good. Back to you. Thank you so much, Sam. I love you. Congratulations. Okay, last question for you. Competition coming up. Who are you excited to face off against? I know you're in their brains. You know pretty much everybody in here.
I mean, I think that tactically, Tundra is by far the strongest team of the tournament. Like, I think they're like 10 steps ahead of other teams, including us. So just for that, I would like to play against them again. I think it's going to be tough, but I'm mostly super excited for the team to go, one round further and to also get to play on a stage in front of an audience. I think that was the big goal for me, like personally, try to help the team get there and not like burden them. And because I think it's going to be a great experience, and I'm personally really looking forward to it. I think Dota in front of an audience is nothing comparable to Dota in closed doors.
Absolutely. I think we're all looking forward to it. It's going to be super hyped. I'm sorry, bonus question. I told you that was my last, but how do you think your boys are going to react? I mean, it's so much different. Playing in front of an audience is a whole different skill that you guys have mastered. Have you trained them in any way?
I mean, we have spoken about it and stuff. I think it's good also for them to just go into it and kind of get to know themselves. I think they don't know themselves, actually. It's going to be the first time, right? And I think they're going to, no matter how you look at it, either they're going to react well or they won't. But either way, they're going to learn from it. And the goal is TI, so it's going to be a win no matter what.
Absolutely. Well, it is always such an honor every time that I talk to you. I'm in your presence. I feel my MMR growing and growing. So thank you for letting me live vicariously through you. And I will throw back to the panel. I mean, the guy's always right about most things. Most things. Not everything.
Not everything, but I think he might be onto something with that Wind Ranger because that looked incredibly dominant both games around. And we'll see if other teams also try their hands on it, but for now it's definitely something that teams have to keep in mind when playing against OG, and there will be teams playing against OG, but Seb's right, this series that they just played was the series they needed to win in order to play in front of a crowd, and they will do so, I believe, on Friday, but don't hold me to that per se. I don't exactly know the schedule, just know it's going to be in front of a crowd. We can take a look at the brackets though, because they move forward, a Boom drops. Now, who would OG play on the grand stage, you wonder? They don't know yet, actually, because there's one more elimination series in the round 1 of the lower bracket that needs to be played. 2 SEA teams going head-to-head, Lacoste.
Yeah, it feels unfortunate for Southeast Asia region because Boom just dropped out and T1 and Fnatic are playing against each other. Like even in the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. Never mind, I am mistaken. But one of these teams, like they can only be one team in Southeast Asia left in the tournament by tomorrow. Super strong region overall. Looking forward to it, but
super strong region.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, it's a very competitive region.
Okay.
Well, you got anything else to say?
I'm just saying they haven't won a single game.
No, they've won games.
Bracket?
Just not in the bracket.
That's what I'm saying. In this bracket, they have not won a map.
There could still be a Southeast Asia team that wins the whole thing, you know.
Hey, I will tell you what. Tomorrow, there will definitely be an SEA team that wins the series.
You're right.
Guaranteed. There you go. Got him.
I'm just providing some spice, you know. I'm not actually hating on the region.
I will also give some extra information regarding some DPC points because, of course, coming to this lower bracket and winning this series means you get points because you make it to top 8. OG now guaranteed some points. Boom is not going to get any extra points. They do have 622 or something points in the DPC League so far. If they continue performing in the DPC League as they have been, they are going to get a large chunk of points out of the region still, which gives them a good shot of still making it to TI just purely based on points, because at the moment the estimate of amount of points needed is 938. So if they come, I think, top 2, maybe top 3 in the region, they have a good shot there. OG, they didn't have that many points going into this, so now with the win here, they are actually sitting on 700 points, meaning they're not there just yet, but also they are expected to get some points out of the region, of course. So good news for both teams, despite getting eliminated. Their hopes for TI, I mean, there's a reason that everybody always say, goals TI, goals TI. You're going to hear that a lot more this tournament so far. Goals TI also for T1 and Fnatic, and a quick look ahead to tomorrow, because T1 is 328 points. They need points. Like, they desperately need to win some points. We'll find out if they get some tomorrow or if it will be Fnatic, who are looking a little bit better on the points department in the 580 range for them. But of course, a lot on the line after our elimination series, one of the last ones before we make it to the main stage, or the very last ones before we make it to the main stage. It's time for some upper brackets. SPG, by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll know 2 of the top 3 teams.
And they might both be from the Americas.
And they might both be
predicted that.
From Western Europe.
That is much more in line with people's predictions, but not necessarily guaranteed. I think both those matches are super interesting.
Yeah.
I think you have the best from those regions up here to show what they're worth. I think particularly that Thunder Awaken Tundra match. I think, as Seb said, Tundra is probably the best team here from the gameplay we've seen on a micro and probably macro level. But I think Thunder Awaken,
they're up there.
I think they're the best team here, in my opinion, in terms of how they're playing with each other, the synergy, the spellcasting, what they want to do. They're just in the mind meld right now. So that's a very interesting match. And the other one, no slouch either.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the Thunder Awaken one, because I feel like there's structure on one side and organized chaos on the other, and maybe that can, you know, break each other apart. That should be a spicy one. But let's be real, all series have been fantastic so far. I'm so glad that you're here with us along the way, because we love to have you. We love to have you again tomorrow, though, because this was the last series of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, tomorrow there'll be more Dota. You saw the series already in the schedule just now. I will be live with the show at about around 11:30, same time as today. We're in CEST time, which is Stockholm time. I'm sure you can do the math there. And the games will start at noon. So make sure you tune back in for more Dota 2 tomorrow for the ESL 1 Stockholm Major, powered by Intel.
job, I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I to the haters, so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10, gon' slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never seen before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'm a shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Are you guys ready for some Dota?